Even so, what's more important? If you go with me, Misha definitely won't meet me. She'll use the millennial contractee as an excuse and explode in fury. Quintel nodded. You're right. Besides, the first thing that guy did after maturing was take revenge on his sister. So wouldn't going alone be even more dangerous? If your sister attacks you, no one will be able to stop her. Don't worry. In about 2 months, I'll be back. If I'm not back before December, then you come look for me. That means, Misha caught me. Today, I'll plan the route and leave markers behind. How irresponsible. He wanted to argue. But this was the first time Jean saw Murakin looking so serious. Moreover, Quintel looked very satisfied. She had always hoped Murakin would find Misha. If Misha could help her regain her former power, it would be a But still, for some reason, letting her go alone felt uneasy. That night, Murakin quietly left Taiken. She left a note for Geely. Dear Strawberry Pie, I've decided to set off on a long and difficult journey. I wanted to discuss it with you, but this is a decision I must bear alone. If Misha ends up killing me, please tell that kid. They must avenge me. Also, burn the contents under my bed in the secret drawer. Scatter them in the box while I'm gone. Don't be too sad. Waking from a boring dream, I felt again. The days I met you and that child were like a miracle. When I return, we must go on that trip together, just as we promised. Geely showed those precious words to Jean. Her brother smiled. Young master, where did Lady Murakin go? So moody, just like a teenager. She said she was going to see her sister. Who knew? She'd leave in the night without a word. She's not in her room, correct? Yulia just said. She saw her fly off. The two of them were planning to travel. She even mentioned it in her letter. For some reason, when Jean asked about it, he felt a strange emotion. Geely couldn't help but burst out laughing. She had reread those words many times. No, I thought about it a long time too. I wondered if it was real. That promise with Mr. Murakin, did we actually make one like that? It was so confusing. But Geely never actually made such a promise with Murakin. In other words, Murakin completely made it up. That's hilarious. Sorry. Young master, you probably think I'm being so rude. It's fine. No worries. Seeing Jean give such an awkward smile, Geely burst into even louder laughter. In contrast, Quintel seemed somewhat worried about Murakin. With a worried expression, she went off to drink. Meanwhile, Yulia was waking up in the mansion dungeon. News arrived from Kuzan and Berries. Once again, Mr. Kong was right. A man suspected to be Kazan from Marius's people appeared in the kingdom of Delki. Tell me everything in detail. Jean stood up abruptly as he spoke. Since Shuchelin's inauguration ceremony ended, among mercenaries in the Delki kingdom, a certain illegal play began spreading at low prices. After I saw a small news snippet in the Gazette, I hurriedly sent the seniors to investigate. Apparently, it's a performance not registered with the academic board. Casimir suspects. It may be a signal from Kazan to Jean. Of course, it might not be Kazan. Could just be some unknown reader artist doing business. But it's happening in Delki of all places, the homeland of the lunar calculation survivors, the homeland of Marius and his people, the place where Mr. Kong first met them. After the Bluebird Archipelago incident, the group still couldn't reach a clear judgment on Joshua. Even though the clone theory grew stronger, there was still no definitive evidence. An unexplained anxiety lingered that couldn't be shaken off. In this situation, information from Kuzan and Berries was undoubtedly a godsend to the companions. I must go immediately. Prepare the teleport gate. There's no reason to hesitate. If it's confirmed to be someone else, just return. But we must act fast. We have to get to them before Joshua does. Above all else, to Jean, Kuzan, and Berries were targets to be captured alive for information. To Joshua, it was the opposite. The fact that Kuzan and Berries met Jean on the Bluebird Archipelago meant their lies had been exposed. Joshua, that guy definitely got wind of it too, and he'll try to eliminate his hounds that didn't return. Jean, Casimir, Arisa, and Quintel. The four of them decided to head for Delki together, considering a potential clash with Joshua's fact. This was a careful team. Fortunately, the weather was clear, ideal for teleportation. In less than an hour, they arrived in Delki's capital. Although the senior members were dispatched, it would still take hours to find the smugglers. We'll have to act ourselves too. Casimir spread out the map and said, the 7 colored bird seniors had already marked the positions and key figures of each mercenary group. Even with their excellent intel gathering skills, street info still takes time to collect, at least a day. Even at best, still several hours. Jean thought for a moment, then shook his head. That'll be too late. Joshua might have already started moving. Delki is essentially Lunkade territory. Jean seemed to think of something, and continued, Prince Laika. We must meet him. Laika, the third prince of Delki. When he first fought Jean, he showed sharp political instincts, and promised that one day he would return all shares of Delki's gold mines to Jean. Jean planned to find him, and locate the smugglers immediately. No matter the mercenary group, they still need a royal permit to operate. Getting his support was the most reliable and fastest method. As long as Joshua hadn't seen Prince Laika, or the king of Delki, then we can find him first. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Chapter 72. The message we received. The information we need. 2. Meeting Prince Laika isn't difficult. He once treated Jean at his villa. It has been verified. Only those familiar with Laika would know about this. The guards opened the gate. Without hesitation. Coincidentally, Prince Laika was resting at the villa. Jean, who expected to wait for hours, felt very fortunate. Oh. Who might this be? Please, come in. Come in, young master. As soon as Laika met Jin's group, he handed over the authority of the guards. Huspis did this to show Jean his trust. That is, Lunkade. This name, Prince Laika. Long time no see. And this person here seems to be the one from Eastern Delki, who was looking for you back then. Sorry for the trouble we caused. As Casimir bowed, Laika waved his hand. It's all right. The people weren't harmed much. However, seeing you arrive unannounced, you must be in a hurry. Young master, yes. We're looking for someone. It's very urgent. Please tell me, among the Delki mercenaries lately, who has been circulating poison? We must ensure his safety. Laika's eyes lit up. Seeing that look, Jean immediately understood. Laika was going to make a deal, just like in the past, when he saved Jin's life and gained ownership of the gold mine, along with the Guardian Knight appointment. He was willing to accept it. Compared to Joshua, finding Kazan first was more valuable. Sending a few more Guardian Knights wasn't an issue, just as he thought this. Laika smiled faintly. It's not a problem, I'll tell you. I've been keeping an eye on this person. I know where he's hiding. To Jin's surprise, Laika didn't ask for anything. In return, he immediately drew a map for him. Laika was someone who knew how to hold on to this golden line named Jean. I won't ask what it's about. Young master, if you ever need help, you can count on me. Also take this, just in case. Please wear it. What Laika handed over was the emblem of the Delki royal family. Although it couldn't compare to Lunkade's black arrow crest, Laika didn't forget Jin's current status, a provisional knight. Therefore, if trouble arises in Delki, he could show this emblem to settle things down. It was a very thoughtful gesture. I'll repay this. After a brief farewell, they left the villa immediately. Damn Delki. Every time, he raced against the clock. Even when he went looking for Marius and the other, it was the same. To rescue the other Marius from Kuzan and Beres, he nearly ran his legs off. The map pointed to a small town in southern Delki. After teleporting south, the group immediately mounted horses. They rode toward the town. It was just then that Jean's group had just arrived in the south and found their horses. Meanwhile, elsewhere, other people. Who are you looking for? A deadly poison has been spreading among mercenaries lately. Captain of the Lunkade squad ordered us to bring back the suspects. I recently issued a warrant for that guy too. We should have a confirmed location within a day or two. Just wait a bit. If the poison seller is Kazan, then the situation is extremely urgent. All along the way, Jean kept thinking, for a hound trained so thoroughly, to expose himself like this was far too careless. It was as if he were saying, come find me. Just like that. Blood. They followed the map to a house, and from the entrance, they caught a strong scent of blood. Kazan. Marius. The group opened the door, and saw Kazan. Disheveled hair. A face full of scruffy beard. He wasn't in disguise, yet he was hard to recognize. He seemed to have expected Jean's arrival, and didn't look surprised at all. You look pretty worn out. Didn't you make some money selling poison? Who'd have thought you'd be the one? Kazan didn't reply. He just stared at Jean for a moment. However, from the calm look in his eyes, Jean sensed a trace of despair. To expose his location like this, he must be utterly desperate. Let's move somewhere safe first. Looks like you wanted me to find you before Joshua, right? Yes. Where's Beres? In the room and back. As soon as they entered, they found the source of the blood smell. It was Beres's blood. He was tied to a bed and constantly seizing. Kazan had done what he could. Beres had lost consciousness and was suffering from intermittent attacks. Jean recognized it as the final symptom of magical backlash. If not treated immediately, Beres would die. So that's how it is. Unable to save Beres, he chose to expose his location. This isn't a disease money can cure, especially in the Shupist Union. There are fewer than 5 healers capable of treating in-stage magic backlash. In reality, as a wanted criminal, Kazan could never meet them, and he couldn't leave Shupist either. To reach the Lutro Magic Federation, though Kazan and Beres had dozens of travel passes, they were all issued by Joshua. Using those travel passes to get through Shupist's teleport gates was impossible. Even escaping illegally would require reliable help. On top of that, Beres was already on the brink of death. In this condition, Kazan might hide for years, waiting for a chance to meet Jean. To connect, Kazan fell to his knees. Please save him. No, I beg you, please save him. I'm willing to do anything for you. I'll spend my life atoning. Casimir and Elisa Jet, who were watching from the side, glanced at each other, surprised. They had always thought Kazan and Belarus were heartless villains, but Quicantle remained expressionless. Taking you in comes later. For now, let's save your friend first, Jean said, and checked Belarus' condition. Looking closely, the window for emergency treatment had long passed. Now it was beyond help. The problem was, moving Belarus wouldn't be easy either. Even though you're a mage, in this state, if he got on a carriage, his entire body would shatter. Even the slightest impact would cause further damage to his bones and organs. It was already too late. Kazan lowered his head, unable to answer. This scene even made Jean feel a bit heartbroken. Back when they first met, in Delgi, he was almost killed by them. But thinking back, Kazan and Belriz were used and harmed by Lunkade from the beginning. Before they even learned to walk, they were thrown into the moon trap. They regarded Timon and Marius as mother figures. They followed their orders, without question. Even after experiencing their deaths, they didn't even know that Joshua was their enemy. They became his hounds, and only after meeting Jean did they learn the truth. Even Timon and Marius left without a single word. Until the end, they only cared about Luna Lunkade, Jean's sister, and what came of it. Belriz now faced death. Kazan begged the one he thought was his enemy. If Jean ignored them, their future would only end in being eliminated by Joshua. We'll attempt the transfer, but if during the process we encounter Joshua's men, we may have to abandon Belriz. Understood? Kazan nodded, eyes swollen and red, tears threatening to fall. Thank you. After Jean made his decision, Elisajet took off his robe, then used the robe to wrap Belriz tightly and secured it with rope to keep him from moving. In the process, some of his limbs fractured, but in Jean's judgment, this was the best method for now. Task Force 17. When executing missions with the magic unit. Back then, the head of the magic unit told us, this kind of binding is better for transport. Jean and Quickcantle also knew this, though the pressure from the ropes could break bones. It was better than damaging the organs. Belriz, wrapped in the robe, looked like a corpse awaiting cremation. Even if he miraculously survived, he would never recover completely. Jean planned to first bring Bellis to Tychon and summon a healer there to perform initial treatment, then take him to help Kayla negotiate with the Saints. It was Bellis's only chance of survival. They just needed to reach the southern teleport gate. He hoped his friend could hold on until then. The travel passes for both Jean and Bellis were now wanted, but with the royal crest of Durkee, there was nothing to fear. Even though their movement would be logged, Joshua absolutely wouldn't be able to step foot in Tychon. Considering Bellis's current condition, there was no way he could ride. The group had no choice but to carry him, moving carefully on foot toward the teleport gate. It would take around 3 hours at a fast pace. However, there were simply too many twilights along the way. Sir, teleport gates are usually located at the center hubs of regions, and naturally, they sat on the central avenue of Jean. It was broad daylight, and the streets were packed. This was not the time to walk around wearing a blood-stained cloak. Although they had guards or enforcers and could pass with their crests, they were worried word might get to Joshua's people. After all, the situation was too unusual. Even if they ran into Joshua's subordinates, as long as they weren't Guardian or Execution Knights, the group wouldn't be in danger. But during a fight, there was a high chance Bellis would die. As soon as they stepped onto the street, they drew the attention of the crowd. Seeing someone wrapped in a blood-soaked cloak, many civilians screamed. They quickly covered their mouths. They soon ran into the guards and enforcers. Fortunately, upon seeing the crest, they simply let them pass, even offering to escort them, but they were refused. As expected, this road would not be easy. Casimir whispered, "We're being followed." Chapter 222. Chapter 222. Chapter 72. The intel has come. The target has been located. 3. Not just 2. There were 3. Casimir spoke without turning his head. Arisa and Quickcantle also realized they were being followed. Only then did Kazan understand the situation and refocus himself, walking so openly down the avenue. It couldn't be helped. Quickcantle shook his head tiredly. At least they were lucky. Those people weren't Lunkade Knights. If they had been Guardian Knights or Execution Knights, they wouldn't follow. They would attack outright. This was Hughes Tet, Lunkade's domain. To Jean, a provisional knight of Lunkade, there was no reason for Lunkade Knights to tail them. If they had been Lunkade Knights, once they made contact, not only would they fail to save Bellis, Kazan would be delivered straight to Joshua. Lunkade Knights in Hughes Tet had that kind of authority. They could defeat them, of course. Even 10 Guardian Knights they could handle, but going to full war with Lunkade's Knights would be too much, especially Arisa, Casimir, and Quickcantle. None of them wanted to leave behind an official record of fighting Lunkade, which meant these were Joshua's bounty hunters or intelligence agents. Sir, what do you think we should do? After a brief thought, Jean began to speak. Those guys must have already reported to their superiors, although they probably don't have the clearance to report directly to Joshua. Someone is definitely fleeing in a panic right now. Not 3 of them. It should be 4. Currently, there are 3 people tracking them. But just as Jean suspected, there were originally 4. One of them saw Jean's group and immediately ran off in a frenzy, heading straight for the southern portal. Miss Arisa. Yes, sir. Go to the southern portal first. Whether they're heading to central or the east, they'll need to report to a knight somewhere first. So, one of them is bound to head for the portal. Understood. Jean specifically chose Arisa. In the current team, no one is better than her at tracking and reconnaissance. If you find the target, how should you handle it? Since they're Joshua's people, we can't leave any alive. End it without pain, please. Understood. Arisa didn't move right away. If she acted first, the pursuers might notice. Therefore, she had to wait until Jean gave all his instructions, then take action. Kazan. Yes, looks like it's time to test your skills. Assassinate the other 3. Wait until they enter the forest path. Can you? No. Right now. Can you do it? This is a bustling street in broad daylight. To silently assassinate 4 people here. Only a nameless high-level assassin could pull that off. Yet Kazan immediately nodded. I can do it. Hearing her reply, he felt genuinely surprised. Seriously? Good thing I brought the right poison with me. Kazan doesn't just use poison that turns people into unknown black sludge. As long as she has the materials, she can make thousands of types of poisons, some crafted specifically for natural-looking killings. They must not draw any attention. Got it. I'll pretend to buy drinks and poison them. Then I'll rejoin the group. You all keep moving ahead, as if nothing happened. What about them? They'll see me buying drinks and keep following. They'll get poisoned without realizing it. Collapse in 5 minutes, and if not treated with, they'll die. What? You can pull off an assassination like that. This time, the surprise was impossible to hide. Even Quaikental widened his eyes. For the life of that woman. Is this really okay? As Quaikental spoke, Kazan had already left the group, because she had already started walking toward the most natural-looking drink stall. The group exchanged glances, and then Jean deliberately called out. Everyone casually shouted out the drinks they wanted. While the vendor was preparing 4 drinks, the group continued moving forward. The pursuers followed Kazan as well. At that moment, Kazan pretended to spill a drink, splashing the poison onto the 3 of them. This kind of poison is absorbed through the skin, numbing the nerves, and ultimately leading to death. Spicy flour. Sorry. The trackers glanced at Kazan, then continued following the others. Kazan also got a new drink, and rejoined the group. Solve that fast. Yes. Confirmed it. They're local informants working for Joshua. Not very capable. I didn't recognize any of their handlers. We can send Arisa to the teleport gate now. Jean was going to ask for confirmation, but he trusted Kazan's judgment. He decided to send Arisa to the gate first. Berisa's life was on the line. There was no room for mistakes. Besides, waiting 5 minutes for them to collapse would be too late. Miss Arisa. Arisa nodded, and handed the cloak-wrapped Beris over to Casimir. Then she immediately mounted a horse, and dashed toward the teleport gate. That movement immediately triggered a reaction from the trackers. 1 more left their group. Exactly 5 minutes later. Here. Someone collapsed. One of the trackers collapsed in the street. Screams erupted from the crowd. One after. They froze like statues. Even their fingers wouldn't move. It's a neurotoxin. Made from western desert spiders. It doesn't work on dancers above 6th Street. Actually, drinking water flushes it out completely. But those unaware get caught off guard easily. Kazan said matter-of-factly. The one who went to report is probably down somewhere too. Getting that 10,000 poison wine was a wise decision, though Jean had it himself. Thinking about how his poison-resistant friends would have dropped like this sent a chill down his spine. There's also a toxicologist in Taiken. The main family has many knights and toxicologists, but they can only act after becoming full knights. Amidst a noisy crowd, the group slowly made their way to the checkpoint. 2 hours later, they finally reached the southern teleport checkpoint. You made it. Everyone. Arisa smiled as she saw the group. Just as young master predicted, one guy passed through the checkpoint first. He's been dealt with. The body was buried somewhere random. The patrol will find it soon. The gap in strength between Arisa and him made it possible. If Joshua's intel agents had been stronger, they wouldn't have made it this far. Thanks to her performance, Joshua still had no clue about their whereabouts. The checkpoint gatekeeper initially refused to let them through, but after seeing the Delki royal crest, he opened the gate immediately. Oh, from the royal family. Welcome aboard. Have a pleasant journey. After boarding the mobile checkpoint, the group could finally relax. I've always felt that the people here support the royal family deeply. Quintal shrugged. Ever since the king's faction failed in the civil war, Delki's core power has shifted to the prince's faction, which has been making people focus policies. So of course public support is high. Those other guys were discarded after the civil war ended. Casimir looked at Kazan and Beris as he spoke. In any case, Kazan, Marius, it's a good thing your gamble paid off. Thank you. Thanks, but what I want is direct revenge. Joshua Lunkade. If you can't provide valuable information, you can't stay with me. Understood. Kazan nodded heavily. But Jean had no intention of giving up on Kazan. Even if the information wasn't satisfactory, he was still useful. It's just that Kazan couldn't be trusted completely yet, so Jean decided to observe him for now. In any case, I'll save your friend. Let's hope the saints of Bankila don't ask for too much in return. As the teleportation gate opened, the group was surrounded by magical light. After returning to Decane, all the top healers gathered around Belith. It was the largest surgery Decane had ever seen. Kazan wasn't allowed inside the operating room, and waited anxiously outside until the results came out. Jean didn't pressure Kazan to give any information about Joshua. Drenched in sweat, the healers emerged from the room only after 32 hours. Thanks to the young master providing the necessary herbs in time, the operation was a success. He'll need absolute rest in the short term, but his life is no longer in danger. However, if he doesn't receive further treatment from the saints of Bankila, he may never be able to use magic again. Understood. Thank you, everyone. Upon hearing that Belith was safe, Kazan collapsed on the ground and wept. Even Jean was moved by his heartbreaking cries. Geely silently handed him a handkerchief. Kazan thanked him repeatedly. This scene was a far cry from the things he had done under Timar and Joshua. Completely different. While waiting for Kazan to calm down, Enya rushed into the room. Young master, Julian just woke up. Miss Elisa has already gone to the basement. Is that so? Geely, are there any sandwiches left? Yes, young master. He's fine. Let's go. Kazan, before Miss Elisa begins questioning, let's have a bite and talk. She must be starving. Hasn't eaten in 2 days. Julian is here too? Yes. He was brought back after being subdued at the Azure Hawk Isles. And there's something even more shocking to tell you. As Jean prepared the sandwiches, he continued speaking. I killed Joshua there, but he appeared completely unharmed at the coronation ceremony of the Dragon Kingdom. You too must know why. Julian was tied up in the basement, completely confused. Jean placed a sandwich in front of him, and with a smile said, You slept well, huh? Contractor of Fiite, will this be your last meal? That depends on your choices. Kazan, did you betray Sir Joshua? The one who betrayed was Joshua. You almost died by his hand too, turned into a stone vessel. So, forget your loyalty to him. Start over. Chapter 223. Chapter 223. Chapter 72. News arrives. Searching for information. 4. Wagyu. Just as Julian took a bite of the sandwich, Kazan spoke up first. It's not about loyalty. What? Julian is different from the other hounds. He doesn't act out of loyalty to Joshua. That guy is simply afraid of Joshua. He trembles just hearing his voice. Kazan's words made Julian clench his teeth. Shut up, Kazan. Am I wrong? Varys and I followed Joshua out of vengeance, but you did it out of fear. That doesn't matter now. Shut it. If you want to stay alive, you'd better cooperate with the young master. Julian's eye twitched. Clearly, he was holding back his humiliation. TCH, there's nothing shameful about fearing your master. Jean released Julian's restraints. Let's get one thing straight. Freeing you doesn't mean you can act out. If you don't want to meet someone worse than Joshua, then behave. Eat something first. Asterisk growl asterisk. Julian and Kazan's stomachs growled at the same time. They silently began eating sandwiches. As Julian ate, he kept a close eye on Jean and Elisa, especially Jean. The memories from his transformed state lingered in his mind. He knew exactly how terrifying Jean was, especially the memories of Jean completely overpowering fighter. Back then, Julian's consciousness only surfaced under extreme psychological trauma. That's no surprise. It wasn't loyalty. It was fear. Maybe this guy can be tamed. Dealing with someone ruled by fear is easy. Just eliminate the source of their fear. The first method can't be done right away. The third takes time and sincerity. Since he doesn't have much affection for Julian, Jean decides to go with the second option. Looks like you're all done eating. Let's get to the point then. Julian, I'm Jean Luncade, brother of that useless master you served, and contractor of Sodaret. This is the free city of Tychon. Our territory, mine and my comrades. Why? Why, Jean Luncade? Julian turned pale with terror at the name. His sandwich got stuck in his throat. Back on the Green Serpent Archipelago, due to the Blindfish's fight with Malakan, he never heard Jean's real name. But now he knew. Jean Luncade. He knew what that name meant. Jean calmly handed over a cup of water and continued speaking. The reason I'm telling you this is simple. We want honesty between us. If you can't manage that, then this is where your short life ends. That's all. Understood. Asterisk nods asterisk. Julian didn't nod of his own will. Elisa, standing beside him, grabbed him by the neck and forced him to nod. Good. I'm satisfied. First question. Why were you all gathering at the Green Serpent Archipelago? Unlike Kazan, Julian hadn't let go of his attachment to Josh, so he kept staring at the ground. Seeing this, Kazan spoke up. We were following Joshua's orders. We went to the Green Serpent Archipelago to strengthen Julian, because Joshua began to see Bamir as a rival. Until that point, that's when I found out. Bamir was the young master. It seemed we could use Graham's objective to strengthen Fighter's power. That was after Fighter spoke with Julian. No, when Julian was still with us, he was just a kid. He often trained there to grow stronger. Joshua was the one who taught him the method. In the family's secret records, was there anything related to Fighter? Either way, Joshua knew how to strengthen Fighter's power. Sorry, I don't know that much. For details, you should ask Julian. Jean looked down at Julian. I have news to tell you. Back then, on the Green Serpent Archipelago, your master died. Joshua is absolutely dead. Julian's anxious gaze instantly turned into horror. That's right, to take me out. He used the Luncade self-destruction device. The shockwave nearly killed you too. To you, life or death may not matter, but I have a lot of questions. That's why I brought you back. A brief silence. Then, Julian let out a self-mocking laugh. After hearing Jean's words, Julian instantly understood the whole situation. Why are you laughing? Is it because you're certain Joshua isn't dead? Asterisk thunk asterisk. He threw the sandwich and the newspaper in front of Julian. The paper stated, Joshua attended the Shuchlan Knights medal ceremony. You seem to know something. After confirming the date and content of the newspaper, Julian met Jean's gaze. Turns out, I was just a backup toy for Sir Joshua. What do you mean? Jean asked with a sharp glint in his eye. In an unexpected turn of events, he obtained the one he always wanted. Sodaret's contractor. So I stopped matching. I get it now. If Joshua couldn't capture me, he would take your contract. Am I wrong? Julian didn't answer, just clenched his fists, trembling uncontrollably, just as Jean suspected. He was nothing more than a backup. In case he couldn't take Jean's contract, Joshua had several other contractors, hidden in his secret villa. That's why, on the Green Serpent Archipelago, Joshua didn't bother protecting Julian. He saw it as a golden chance to catch Jean. But Garmond appeared and put Joshua in danger instead. He chose to self-destruct, even if it meant dragging Julian down too. He didn't hesitate. To Joshua, crushing Jean mattered more than saving Julian. That guy. How did he transfer the contract? Not only did he survive, after the Green Serpent incident, he's still fine. He must have used some creepy and vile method. I hope you can explain that to us. If I tell you everything I know, will you protect me? Julian asked, seemingly with resolve. What he asked wasn't if he'd be spared, but if he'd be protected. Realizing this, Jean nodded. If the information you provide is valuable, of course you can. There's a woman known as the Prophet. Kazan spoke of her, a story about someone he doesn't understand at all. The Prophet. I'm one of Sir Joshua's confidants. Though I've only met him twice, it seems that nearly every decision he makes is influenced by that woman. She told him that on the Bluebird Archipelago, there's someone with the Tree of Glam. She also said that person could be used to gain power. It was her. What kind of person is she? A monster who obeys Sir Joshua without question. A monster? You mean she's powerful? No, I don't know about that. She's called a monster because she's not like a human being. You said on the Bluebird Archipelago, Sir Joshua was killed? Then that must have been a duplicate of him. Jean gives a satisfied smile. From the very start, he had obtained critical intel. The theory he formed with his companions had now become certainty. To hear that the guy was a duplicate, and the truth, was truly shocking. Do you know how that woman made a copy of Joshua? I only know that it required a large number of humans. What? Apparently, she used death row inmates from Shupist. As long as they were sent to the Prophet, a new body would be created. The duplicates were mainly used to deal with people like me. Whenever a contract holder went out of control, he would suppress them himself. That day, the reason Joshua suddenly went to the archipelago was finally revealed. Joshua had sent Julian to the archipelago and waited nearby. When he saw a thunderstorm forming over the islands, he mistook it as a loss of control, not a manifestation. So he showed up in person. Madman, when a contract holder loses control, you can't send in family elites. That's why he used duplicates. Jean shook his head, rubbing his forehead. Even if they were death row inmates, the thought that he so casually used humans to create his copies was deeply revolting. Humph. There's no way that guy used copies. Just for that. Do you know how many copies he has? Jean didn't know that either. But previously, while suppressing a water-type contract holder, he lost one of the copies. So it's possible there wasn't just one, but that he made several at once. Just as Julian had said, that Prophet really is a monstrous figure. We need to confirm first whether that so-called Prophet is even human. The method to transfer contracts must have also been taught to them by the Prophet. In fact, the Prophet was still busy fulfilling a contract and gathering materials. But even so, neither Jean nor Julian could suppress the thoughts in their heads. After a moment of silence, Jean looked at Julian with suspicion. But you seem to know that if Joshua can't catch me, he'll take your contract instead. So why can't you break free from her? Are you just too scared? Back in Shupist, escaping from Sir Joshua is impossible. It's not impossible. You're not ordinary. You're a contractor. If you seek Jeeper's help, they'll gladly take you in. If that happens, even Joshua won't easily act, because Julian isn't a formal member of Luncade's combat force. If she goes to Jeeper, Joshua would have no reason to take her back. Was your family held hostage? It was my guardian dragon who was taken. I have no family. Joshua killed them all. My entire village was destroyed. And even so, you still follow his orders? Don't you have pride or the desire for revenge? Jean didn't press further, because she knew that in this life, as the reincarnated Luncade, she had always managed to walk her path successfully. She had long since let go of the feeling of fear. Most people can't overcome fear. But after experiencing a tragic past life, she knew it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. You probably think I'm pathetic, right? Belithin. That woman always got herself into trouble too. But, Jean Luncade, this information should be valuable enough. Please keep your promise. It's not hard to protect you. Like a dead person, hiding in this land of the altar, there'd be no problem. But your intention doesn't seem to be that. That's right. Help me retrieve my guardian dragon from Joshua. Without her, my pitiful life has no meaning. Jean shook her head without hesitation. I'll give you a chance. Someday. You'll retrieve her yourself. Chapter 224. Chapter 224. Chapter 72. News arrives. The news we're looking for. Of course. That's after you become completely mine. Until then, you're still a captive. I'll try to treat you humanely. So don't let me down. Jean continued speaking. In truth, Julian was like a prisoner of war, taken after defeating the enemy. Although she had already given a lot of information, she still wasn't considered Jin's person. Julian knew this too. The fact she was still alive was already more than she could ask for. Her request to rescue the guardian dragon was more of a gesture of her willingness to side with Jean. Julian had never imagined Joshua could ever be defeated. Her family was all killed, her entire village completely destroyed. However, In Hospist, no one talked about it. No organization investigated the truth, because it was done by Lungcade. Julian even knew. Joshua was the next head of the Lungcade family, and held that position exclusively. He had no rivals. Not only that, through the Prophet, he cloned bodies, hunted contractors, and subdued them with ease. Since the age of 12, Julian had been forced to serve Joshua. To her, Joshua was a godlike figure she couldn't disobey, an unspeakable fear. But in Jean, she saw hope, who not only defeated Fiatur's avatar, but even killed another clone of Joshua, another Lungcade. For some reason, she felt that Jean could help her to end this miserable, humiliating life. Understood. Let's build trust, slowly. You're different from Kazan. You lack motivation or reason to depend on me. Lady Elisa Jet. Yes, young master, please take care of our guest here. Until the basement is confirmed safe. Take her down there. Understood. You can't just release someone who could go on a killing spree at any time. Jean decided to keep Julian in the basement for observation. Oh, one more thing. If you want a sandwich, just let me know. Leaving the basement with Kazan. In that moment, her mind became a storm of thoughts. The clone theory really was true, and there's even a prophet. Kazan also wore a solemn expression. Seems like you didn't know about the prophet. Sorry, it's alright. Starting today, have dinner with Julian in the basement every night. Find out everything he knows about Joshua's forces, and compile a comparison chart. Joshua surely knows Julian is still alive, because Julian's guardian dragon under his control hasn't reacted at all. Therefore, when moving against Joshua's forces, they must exclude the names Julian provided for now. Otherwise, Joshua will discover Julian's betrayal, and won't spare the guardian dragon. Kazan understood Jean's intent, and nodded. I'll compile the info, and make it look like he didn't reveal anything. Good. Get some rest too. You can go see Barris. Once he's recovered, I'd like to hear both your stories in full. Thank you. Soon. I'll discuss your future with Sir Casimir. You may join the Seven-Colored Bull, but you won't get any privileges. You'll have to start basic training seriously. Young master, what is it? If Barris ends up unable to use magic, I'll take over his duties as best I can. Kazan and Barris have lived their lives as tools, as hounds. They know that once they lose their usefulness, they won't survive. So she worried Jean would abandon Barris. Now, Kazan chose to become Jean's tool. Of course, Jean wasn't the type to treat people as mere tools. So, don't abandon Barris, or think he's worthless. Sorry. Right. If negotiations go well with the Saints of Banklar, we'll arrange further treatment. Even if it doesn't, there are still many ways we can make use of Barris. Anyway, come to Sir Casimir's office tomorrow at noon. Your room was carefully selected. Jean turned to go meet with the others. Kazan bowed deeply toward his back. At that moment, Quicantle happened to walk by the corridor. She grabbed Kazan's shoulder. What are you doing in the hallway? If you stay like this, you're going to break down right here. Jean, who had pretended not to notice before, showed a sheepish smile. Kazan, with a slightly embarrassed face, headed for Barris's treatment room. Lady Quicantle, any progress? Yes. I'll explain it to you. When they arrived at Casimir's office, the others were already gathered there. When Jean explained to Casimir and the others the intel she had obtained from Julian, not only Casimir, but also Quintal and Ratley couldn't hide their shocked expressions, using people as raw materials. Human replication dark arts. What a terrifying story. People aren't cookie dough, you know. Ratley shrugged. Quintal shook his head. What kind of person is your brother? That Lungcade guy, trying to use mages to curse you was bad enough. And now this. Replication? And that prophet. She even has the power to fulfill contracts. Ugh. Gives me goosebumps. I've always felt he doesn't seem like someone from the Kong bloodline. So deceitful. Enya had almost become a sacrifice to the demon godstone. So the moment she heard those words, fulfill contract, she felt a chill run down her spine. Not even the dragons can see through it. The demons. Maybe it's a demon clan. Quicantle and Ratri answered at the same time. If it's a demon king level demon, then it's not impossible. Besides fulfilling contracts, since Jippel and Jinzero tried to use a demon godstone to transfer contracts, the demons may have some method too. The demonic Holy Nation Defense War, during which Lungcade and Jippel joined forces for the first and only time. The demon clans suffered a devastating blow and were defeated. As a result, they've been busy rebuilding and unable to interfere with human affairs. Or maybe it's the witch Hirurum. If it's that woman, nothing would be surprising. Even human cloning. Whether it's the demon clan, we must find out how Joshua came into contact with them and what his objective is. However, Jean's prediction was naive. In truth, it would be hard to pull off. Even sending the seven-colored bird would be too dangerous. Perhaps Joshua isn't just acting alone, but part of a family-level conspiracy. That's entirely possible. Young master, if such a person was beside Joshua, the core members of Lungcade couldn't possibly be unaware. Everyone nodded in agreement. If the Lungcade family were truly that incompetent, Jippel wouldn't fight them for world dominance. Did Lungcade know that Joshua was with a prophet, but pretended not to? Or were they actively supporting him? That's what matters most. Casimir said heavily. If it's the latter, what would Timel think if he saw my descendants? This issue. Until I become Knight Commander, I can't act recklessly. Otherwise, the backlash might be. It's also impossible to ask Shilong Even if we have a witness, it's not enough. If we request the help of the Order War, who knows what awaits us? Jinzero and Jipple have hidden powers that are very strong. Our family might do the same. Joshua receiving full support from his mother is probably because he's good at these things. After becoming a knight in training, he learned many secrets of the major powers. To become the one true god, Jipple used all kinds of... So did Jinzero. Even though Bamonti hasn't directly clashed with Jean, it seems they're involved with both Jipple and Jinzero. In such a situation, there's no way Luncade isn't prepared. Geez, if she wanted to. Your eldest sister could catch up easily. But, big brother, do you know what lies hidden in the world you haven't experienced? Father is still alive. Why couldn't Luncade surpass Jipple? Why did father lose hope in me, yet never cast me aside? Because he knows, at the source of the sword, I'm the one who watches the enemies most. Suddenly remembered what Joshua said back on the Greenbird Archipelago. He said, Jipple and Jinzero actually want the same thing, to become the sole rulers of the... What I know is, the main family couldn't possibly be unaware. What Joshua meant was that the person most wary of Jipple and Jinzero was himself. If the Luncades don't deny the existence of the prophet, there must be a reason for it. Or maybe, there's something I don't know yet. After a moment of thought, Jean seemed to come to a decision. She looked at her companions. It seems, the 5 years father gave me won't be enough. I need to plan my return to the family earlier. It's already been almost 3 years as a provisional knight. The information I can access is limited, especially when it comes to the Luncades. So when are you planning to return? Sometime early in year 99 would be ideal. It's currently October of year 97, which means I've got about a year. That means I have around 1 year left. I need to get everything in order. I have to build a reputation that won't be talked down behind my back. Then, as a knight, I'll openly investigate the prophet. At this point, she already has the strength required to become a Luncade knight, and building a reputation is something she can do anytime. She's just not fully ready to return yet. She needs enough strength to challenge the foundation Joshua stands on. 10 active Black Knights, and the elders, his knights, and the warriors loyal to Shupist. Even without the prophet, just his visible power alone is already that formidable. Once Jean becomes a knight, she'll have to face them head-on. If before you return, that Murakan brat can recover even half his old strength, then I could send you off in peace. When you went to see your sister, you left with determination, and you'll return changed. Murakan said it would take about 2 months to find his sister. However, just 1 month later, Jean and his companions heard a piece of news related to Murakan. Chapter 225. Chapter 225. Chapter 73. Murakan's Benefactor, Part 1. Before Murakan left, he left a letter for Geely and sketched a rough route map, so that if anything went wrong on the journey, his companions could follow his marks. Location list. The 7-colored bird checked Murakan's marks every 3 days, until November 20th, 1797, near the Claysai Mountains, in the city of Sankel. They heard of a battle between a dragon and a monster. The Claysai Mountains were one of the places where Murakan had left a mark. Oh dear, we just confirmed. Lord Murakan left a mark in the Claysai Mountains. Soon after, in Sankel, there was a fierce battle between a fire dragon and a monster. They say the monster was pitch black, had wings, and looked almost like a dragon. That monster fighting the fire dragon. Could it be Murakan? Yes. Why? Because the battle happened right after the mark. Not only that, now the entire city of Sankel is in chaos. Even members of the 7-colored bird try to get more information from Jean. But the city was under full lockdown. They couldn't get in. The city became a sea of fire, yet no knight appeared. That really was strange. Even though the area near the Claysai Mountains is practically a no-man's land, but if a battle occurs that's powerful enough to affect nearby cities, it would be normal to intervene immediately. Before the city was completely sealed off, the 7-colored bird got intel from locals, but in the outside media, no outlet reported it. The info about the creature resembling a dragon was also hard to come by. If we had arrived just 2 hours later, we wouldn't have seen any locals. I believe Malakan was right. Media control is a privilege of the powerful, and the fire dragon. Something feels off. A fire dragon along with media control clearly means Jipple is involved. If the fire dragon siding with Jipple isn't Kellick's guardian dragon Cadden, then who else could it be? Enya looked at Jean with concern. Ever since Jite began reporting, a sense of foreboding has hung over the group. Jite. Yes. Lady Quicantle, do you have any more info about the fire dragon that attacked the city? For example, its appearance, or the power it displayed in battle. Only confirmed that it was larger than any other dragon. Huh. Quicantle sighed and rubbed her forehead. It's definitely Cadden. Jean. It seems he was attacked. I was too careless. Shouldn't have let him go alone. Ever since Bamonti first approached me, Jipple had their eyes on him. Quicantle stood up suddenly, eyes full of unease, even for Malakan. Cadden was a tough opponent, even when he was at full strength. Now, with his powers diminished, Cadden is an unbeatable king of fire dragons. Quicantle knows better than anyone that Malakan can't withstand Cadden. So, once that was confirmed, deep anxiety took hold. Please rest assured, Lady Quicantle, what's certain is, Malakan isn't dead. As his contractor, I would have sensed it. Damn it. If Kadin subdued Malakan, of course he wouldn't have killed him. Killing him would make the next contract with Sodaret uncertain. Tearing his wings off and imprisoning him, or drugging him into submission. Besides, they want Sodaret's contract. They'd use that to find the next contractor. The words he said to me when fighting Andre flashed through Jean's mind. I don't approve of this attack, but you and your god will be the most important ingredients in becoming a demon god. The most important ingredients in becoming a demon god. Jippel knows Sodaret's power. There have been many chances to pick up info about the Black Dragon, becoming a knight in training, leaving the origin of the sword, riding Malakan that day, heading to Bamonti, seeking out Quickhantle, killing the target giant, Cologne ruins, and so on. Even if it wasn't the Rutlow Magic Federation, considering Jippel's information network spreads across the world, that intel would have gotten out. Perhaps, as Lady Quickhantle said, they've long been tracking Malakan and me. In any case, Malakan insisted on going alone to meet Misha, no matter what. Regret won't bring Malakan back. What we need now is accurate judgment and swift action. However, there's another strange thing. What is it? Isn't the Holy Nation Bankila neutral? The rest of the team and I thought media control was being handled by Jippel. Then why is it the Holy Knights of Bankila who sealed off the city? Santel belongs to the Shore Marquiate. It's not Bankila's territory. The battle was between Kadin and Malakan. Media control was Jippel's job, but the city was carried out by Holy Knights. Exactly. The Shore Marquiate did nothing. That truly is strange. The Holy Nation Bankila often sends out Holy Knights and healers to disaster zones to aid in rebuilding and civilian rescue. That's normal. But blockading an area, that's rare. Normally that's the responsibility of the local military. And if there isn't enough military strength, usually the side controlling the media would take over. So Jean and the others naturally assumed Jippel was handling the situation. Even those from Rainbow Bird and reporters who happened to arrive, they were all harshly driven away by the Holy Knights, as if they were cultists. In Jean's previous life, he had remained neutral as well. While we can't be certain, we've made a temporary conclusion. A brief silence. Without entering Santel in person, there's no way to obtain solid information. Geely placed a hand on Jean's shoulder, looking him in the eyes. Young master, you're not someone who goes down easily. Don't worry too much. We should check it out quickly. It might not be Malakan. Maybe it really is a winged beast. That may be so, but the hand Geely placed on Jean's shoulder was trembling. He was desperately suppressing his emotions to avoid upsetting Jean even more. To Jean and Geely, Malakan was more than a companion. He was family. If something had happened to him, they would rather it had happened to them. Sir Casimir, do the Rainbow Bird have any contacts within Bankila? Bran and I know a few priests. Please look into it, sir. Check the situation in Bankila and what's happening in Santel. Why did the Holy Nation interfere in Jippel's affairs? Understood. Jean, Quickhantle, and Kazan. Those three headed to Santel in person. Because there was no portal to Santel, they departed from the Shore Marquiate and spent an entire day on the road by carriage. Once they arrived in Santel, they found the atmosphere tenser than expected. The area was under strict control, and it was still engulfed in blood-red flames. Yes, that's Kadin's flame. The only fire dragon capable of it is none other than him. Quickhantle stood atop a cliff, gazing down at the city, teeth clenched. From above, they saw mages and holy knights extinguishing the flames. Civilians were gathered in the parts of the city where the flames had been put out. It was a strange sight. In disasters or wars, Bankila always put civilian lives first. Of course, since the city was still burning, evacuating the civilians first was the right move. However, the heavily armored Holy Knights blocked the entrance and completely prohibited entry and exit. No need to overthink it. They're clearly hiding something. There's likely information that must not leak. Too many people may have witnessed something. It seems Kadin isn't in the city anymore. If that's the case, there's no need for mages and Holy Knights to still be putting out the flames. Let's go into the city first. Santel is a city located on a flat plain. Avoiding the eyes of border guards and Holy Knights is no easy task. But fortunately, a few reporters were still nearby looking for a chance. The group descended the cliff and blended in with them. Approaching the city, this should be enough to get them through the gate unnoticed. The place they chose to break through was a small gate on the left side of the city. It was far more dangerous than the central checkpoint. Even the reporters didn't dare linger. Step back, take off your hood, state your identity. One more step forward and we'll cut you down. The Holy Knights guarding the small gate spoke in a low voice as soon as they saw them. Clearly, before they arrived, several reporters had already been struck down. Dried bloodstains remained on the ground. The scales painted on their heavy armor identified them as Holy Knights. They were infamous members of the Heretic Suppression Order, second-class knights of the Doctrine Guard Dawn Society. They're not the type to be sealing off remote cities like this. Knights of the Doctrine Guard Dawn Society, Jippel, and the Holy Nation. They clearly take this matter very seriously. However, this time, this could involve the life or death of family. They didn't want to waste time coming up with excuses to act. This wasn't the time for disguises or bribes. Kazan. Jean gave him a glance. Kazan's eyes flashed. He drew a short sword, its blade coated in a pre-prepared, tranquilizing poison. Quiet. Shut up. The Holy Knights couldn't say another word. Kazan and Quicantle moved simultaneously, subduing them in a single strike. Kazan precisely stabbed into the armor gaps with his blade, injecting the tranquilizer. Quicantle forcibly opened their helmets and fed them the poison provided by Kazan. The Holy Knights were instantly paralyzed, standing stiffly in place. Quicantle and Kazan leaned them against the wall, while Jean slashed through the locking bolt. In the best case, 3 minutes. Worst case, 10. Before word of the breach gets out. That's enough. As long as they find locals in that time. To confirm whether the creature looked like Malakan, if he used spirit power, and the result of his fight with Cadden. Just then, however, as the gate opened, they ran into 2 more Holy Knights. It was right during the shift change. Chapter 226. Chapter 226. Chapter 73. Malakan's Benefactor 2. Luckily, only 2 of them. We'll take them down the same way. So, just as one of the Holy Knights reflexively drew his sword, Quicantle's fist had already slammed into his face. The helmet dented. Blood splattered. He fainted on the spot, his body trembling. Kazan stayed calm, piercing another armor gap, tranquilizing the other knight. In just moments, 4 Holy Knights were taken down. If word got out, Lady Quicantle might be misunderstood, Jean said as he stuffed the unconscious knights into the sewer. They may look like corpses, but luckily, they're not dead. There wasn't a single person past the small gate to prevent civilians from leaving. The city center had already been sealed off. The 3 walked forward in silence. They had to reach the streets quickly to confirm news about Malakan. After entering through the small gate, they saw many patrolling Holy Knights, just as Jite had reported. There was no sign of Shore Marquiate forces, only highly authoritarian groups, like the Doctrine Guard Dawn Society. The reason Jean's group was able to infiltrate the city center so easily was not just because of their skills, but because the streets were in chaos. The flames Cadden left behind continued to burn buildings. The sounds were relentless. Cries and screams were everywhere. Wails of pain, people mourning lost loved ones, collapsed by the roadside, bodies still not dealt with. Holy Knights, expressionless, tossed corpses into carts. All of the corpses had died by fire. Their bodies charred beyond recognition. Corpses, everywhere. So far, no traces of spirit power have been found. This is terrifying. Fire dragons, led by Cadden, have always looked down on humans, unless you're a special human. To them, we're just insects. Most dragons see humans as inferior beings, especially fire dragons. But those corpses, were they really unrelated to Malakan? Just as that thought crossed Jean's mind, Quicantle, as if reading his thoughts, spoke up. That guy, at the very least, wouldn't slaughter innocent humans, without a reason. Jean didn't respond, only offering a faint smile. The deeper they went, the more corpses they saw, piled like mountains. Priests gathered around them, chanting funeral rites, a common sight now. Estimated death toll, at least 5,000. For a city like Santel, this was a catastrophic disaster. More than half the city's population was already dead. Aside from the corpses, a few injured remained, moaning and screaming nonstop. The healers of Bankila, known as saints, were trying desperately to treat the wounded. However, not all of the saints were focused on healing. That was exactly what made the group feel a strange sense of unease. Young master, doesn't the atmosphere feel a bit off? Jean silently nodded. Quicantle shared the same. As she observed the saints, they weren't performing healing magic. They were dancing on the plains in front of the city. The fire dragon was still fighting the monster, but good and gentle citizens, heaven's messengers have already arrived. Do not be afraid. The hateful monster that killed our parents, our brothers, sisters, and children will soon be slain by the fire dragon. Let us pray together. May the gods bless the fire dragon. The claims of ongoing battles on the plains outside the city are clearly false. Jean and his companions just passed through there into the city. There were only a few reporters outside, and Holy Knights blocking their way. However, the civilians kneeling before the saints seemed to believe those claims. They pray. Some even collapsed in tears from the saints, inciting words. While healing some, they were rousing the uninjured at the same time. The city was also sealed off. The people sent by Vankila were clearly up to something. However, the civilians weren't deceived by the saints' words, because they were foolish. In the shock and grief of losing their families, on the verge of mental collapse, they were brainwashed by the saints' unique persuasion technique. The saints claim it's a divine power, but most mages, including Jean, know full well it's a lie. It's a persuasion spell, similar to ancient spirit magic, often used at times like these, for preaching and indoctrination. The pale yellow glow in the saints' eyes is the mark of persuasion magic. The dead, the living, will be bound together by the power of prayer. We are no longer alone. Those who complete their mission will gain peace. Persuasion magic has no effect on the strong-willed, but for civilians, in shock like now, it can easily deceive them. The current Holy King clearly, strictly forbade the saints from using persuasion magic, but they're all using it. The current Holy King Miklin even publicly declared that any saint who uses persuasion will be branded a heretic. The massacre committed by Cardin was blamed on monsters. If Murakin really was a monster, I doubt Cardin could have captured him. I think so too. Lord Quintal. If he had been captured, there would be no reason for such a commotion. It's assumed that Murakin, the monster, escaped, and Cardin chased after him, failing to retract the flames he unleashed in the city. Jean and Quintal both speculated. If captured, Cardin would have retracted the city's flames and used the monster's defeat to glorify Gibble's name even more. It's necessary to find out why they dared defy the Holy King's orders. They even used forbidden persuasion magic to support Gibble. It's clearly an act authorized at the national level. But right now, the priority is to find Murakin. We'll take our time, speaking with the civilians, and only leave after confirming that the monster really is Murakin. It's not easy to get chances to talk to civilians trapped in caves. Even if we speak to them, it's meaningless. We might even get reported by the saints. Just as they were preparing to move again, a holy knight approached one of the saints ahead, whispered something to him, then quickly headed somewhere. The kind and gentle townsfolk were just informed that a group of evildoers had infiltrated the city. If you spot any suspicious individuals, please notify our emissaries immediately. The patrolling holy knight's movements also changed. Instead of focusing only on civilians, on the main roads, they began searching alleys and between buildings. They quickly left to look for civilians they could speak to. However, holy knights were everywhere, along with saints and mages controlling the flames. There wasn't a single civilian alone. The biggest problem was the number of holy knights stationed in Santel far exceeded their expectations. Damn it. Holy knights are all over the streets. How many of them are there? At this rate, there's a limit to how long we can hide. Jean, this is such a pain, even though we expected this. When we snuck in through the side gate, TCH, TCH, TCH. From afar, the sound of all the checkpoints, dual lock barrier mechanisms, slamming shut echoed out. Holy knights on the streets ran around shouting at each other. The saints led civilians somewhere. Over here, just after exiting an alley, a holy knight spotted them, sweating heavily. The flames that dyed the entire city red, and the chaotic atmosphere, had allowed them to hide for a while. But conversely, they were also in a duller state than usual. Even if the mind's eye was active, in such chaos, they couldn't clearly sense the presence of hundreds around them. As a result, they failed to turn in time. Before running into a holy knight around a corner, behind the cold-faced holy knight were about 5 more knights. They were heresy inquisitors from the Dawn Society, tasked with guarding doctrine. They quickly blew their horns and launched signal flares, declaring they had spotted the targets. Drop your weapons. Get on your knees. If 50 or more higher-ranked knights were mixed in, they'd have to fight cautiously. But 5 second-tier Dawn Society knights weren't a threat at all. Quintal and Kazan each took on 2. Jean drew Sigmund. Asterisk click asterisk. Before the 5 knights could react, Jean unleashed horizontal thunder. Since their location was already exposed by the horns and flares, it was better to end it quickly and relocate. He summoned 10 bolts of lightning within 5 seconds, subduing 4. Of course, Jean originally intended to subdue all 5. The one who dodged the thunder was clearly facing the underworld sword for the first time, yet still stepped forward calmly. This indicated that the person was no ordinary foe. But strangely, this holy knight didn't draw his sword. When he saw Jean and his companions, the other 4 immediately drew theirs and shouted. Only he didn't take any action, just as Quintal and Kazan were about to charge toward the holy knight. Wait. Suddenly, the holy knight raised both arms. Within Bankila, as the only fanatical organization, Doctrine Guard Dawn Society members, this kind of behavior was unthinkable. What? I am Lonnie Salome, second-class knight of the Doctrine Guard Dawn Society. You don't look like heretics. What? You're not heretics, right? Please answer. An unexpected question, but the sincerity in his eyes beneath the helmet was overwhelming. Jean simply nodded. I never draw my sword on those who aren't heretics. Besides, you're connected to that black dragon who fought the insane fire dragon, right? Jean's eyes widened. The knight who introduced himself as Lonnie called them black dragons, not monsters, and showed strong hatred toward the deranged fire dragon Katten. Asterisk clatter, 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 asterisk. From the alley behind them came the sound of another group of holy knights rushing in. In just a few seconds, they'll be in this alley. Come with me. If my comrades catch you, you won't make it out alive. Chapter 227. Chapter 227. Chapter 73. Malakan's Benefactor. Part 3. What a funny joke. Hurry, follow me. Lonnie pointed into a gap in the alley, a route often used when chasing intruders with other knights. The group rushed in ahead of time, just as 20 or more holy knights surrounded the alley. Lonnie Salome. Where are they? The knight commander glared at the fallen knights beside Lonnie, his brows furrowed. Lonnie still hadn't drawn his sword. The commander was clearly displeased. The other knights looked at him. Some sighed, some clicked their tongues. They all knew Lonnie's unshakable rule. Never strike anyone, except heretics. According to Lonnie's standards, a heretic is someone explicitly judged as such in the final judgment, presided over by Saint King Micklin, or someone who declares themselves a heretic and practices black magic. Sorry. They got away. They're heading toward the outsider district. We should pursue immediately. Humph. Those rats. Just one-eyed rats in the dragon's eye. They'll be caught soon enough. However, Lonnie Salome, you didn't even draw your sword. When your comrades were attacked, can you still call yourself a holy knight of the Dawn Society? Asterisk clack asterisk. Though he lowered his head. Lonnie clenched his teeth. So the commander could hear him clearly. If punishment is due, I will accept it later. But for now, please, pursue the intruders first. Always disappointing. How long will that lord keep protecting you? If they're heretics, TSK. Hurry and pursue them. And besides, why are you so sure they're heretics? Right now, they're just intruders. Lonnie shouted back furiously. The commander stared at him, then shook his head. Group 3, send Lonnie's squad members to the Saints. Then regroup in the Outlands. Second tier Holy Knight Lonnie Salome is now officially confined. Return to the Silver Chambers, surrender your weapons and armor, and await further orders. If you disobey again, you'll face the consequences. Understood. The Holy Knights passed by Lonnie and left the alley. The knights who took over caring for the fallen squad members kept mocking him. Wish I had a good father like you. Disobeying orders and talking back to the general. Confinement is merciful. You know, you're more heretical than the heretics. Once you're back, request a transfer. Leave the Dawn Society. After they left, only Lonnie remained in the alley. Jean's group hid nearby. Having heard the whole exchange, Lonnie Salome. That name sounds familiar. I remember now. She's the adopted daughter of Holy King Miklin. In my previous life, according to intel, though her story was that, despite being the Holy King's daughter, she lived a life of indulgence. Even the people of the Holy Nation criticized her openly, although the newspapers only covered it in small corner articles. She left a deep impression because she was the Holy King's daughter. Soon after, Lonnie looked around and walked into their hiding place. The crisis had finally passed. Let's find somewhere safe and talk. Before that, wait, Lonnie, you seem to want to help us. Why? How do you know? We're connected to the Black Dragon. Jean stared into her eyes and asked. Lonnie was silent for a few seconds. However, her mind seemed to be racing with thoughts. I'm a Holy Knight of the Dawn Society, guardian of doctrine. I said that earlier. But before I became a Holy Knight, I was a believer in the Holy Nation of Vankia, just an ordinary person, the daughter of one who preached the words of our Lord Ayura. She suddenly made a strangely timed self-introduction, but her words were full of conviction, making them hard to ignore. What I must do is not blind the people, not lie, not disguise evil, not collude with power, and become ugly. Cardin is the true villain we should capture. The Black Dragon was actually trying to stop her from burning the city. Lonnie's hands were trembling. Now you should understand why I chose to help you. That person tried to stop her from burning the city? Tell us in detail. Holy Knight, where is she? Quintal grabbed Lonnie by the shoulders and said, come with me first. There's no time. They followed Lonnie. They arrived in the commercial district. However, more than half the buildings here had already been melted. The residual flames left by Cadden were still burning. Toxic smoke was rising endlessly. This commercial district was beyond rebuilding. Even the saints and mages had given up on extinguishing the fire here. Due to the extreme toxicity, this area was classified as a restricted zone. Please wait a moment. I'll set up a divine shield. My friend and I will be fine. Just protect him. The poison is extremely severe. It's fine. Just hurry up. Understood. Lonnie cast a divine shield for Quicantal and himself. It would last at least 30 minutes here. Where's the Black Dragon? Right over there. That guy. He can't handle the toxicity right now. I've protected him with holy power. You don't need to worry. However, before I let you see him, I have a question. Are you Jean Lunkade? Hearing Jean's name out of nowhere, Kazan and Quicantal's eyes widened. Jean didn't panic. He nodded. Looks like he told you. Yes, Mr. Malakan asked me. Jean Lunkade would soon come looking for him. Please protect him for now. Please give me proof that you're Jean, a mark of Lunkade. Otherwise, you could be Cadden's men. But right now, Jean had nothing on him to prove it. Although Bradamanti was the Lunkade sword, only family members, or warriors of Huist, could recognize it. You don't have anything? Then stop testing us. If we were working for the Fire Dragon, we wouldn't have sneaked in this far. Kazan pressed a dagger to his throat and whispered, you think I feared danger? If I did, I wouldn't have brought you here. Besides, if you hurt me, Mr. Malakan will also die. Sheath your dagger. Kazan backed off immediately. Lonnie's eyes were unwavering. If Jean couldn't prove his identity, he would never let him near Mr. Malakan. Nothing to show for it. But let this be proof that Malakan is my guardian dragon. Huff. Jean gathered spirit energy in his palm and looked at Lonnie. Spirit energy, Sodaret's power. Whether I am Jean Lunkade or not, I am the sole contractor. Do you need more proof? Now's not the time to hide I'm the contractor. No, that's enough. Is he okay? To be honest, he's seriously wounded. Also, let me see him first. Hurry, Jean said, struggling to contain his racing heart. It felt like molten iron was boiling in his chest. Emotions surged and tangled. His vision nearly blurred out. Fire Dragon Cadden, you will suffer a miserable end. Thud. Lonnie tore open the wooden floor beneath her feet. Ashes covering the boards swirled into the air, Through the gaps, a pumpkin-colored glow could be seen leaking out. That light was the same hue as the glow enveloping Lonnie's body. It was holy power. This holy power acted like a protective shield, enveloping a black cat coiled deep within the pit. Murakin, Sadrutha's agent. His closest friend, Jean, born from the shadows. The last descendant of the first existence. His only guardian dragon was him. Lonnie had been hiding him, transformed into a cat, inside this gas-filled building. Without his remarkable holy power and conviction, none of this would have been possible. Jean gently held Murakin in his arms. Tears welled up in Quentel's eyes. Kazan also let out a sigh of relief, pressing his hand to his chest. Let me explain what happened. Lonnie began recounting how she rescued Murakin. She and the paladins were ordered by the high priests to head to Santro to assist the fire dragon Caden in a purge of monsters, because Santro was about to become a heretic city. However, what Lonnie witnessed, there wasn't monsters or heretics. It was civilians killed by the fire dragon's merciless aura, and a black dragon trying to stop the city's collapse. Among all the dispatched paladins, only Lonnie felt disturbed by the sight. Even worse, in the name of purification, the saints incited the citizens, and the paladins sealed off the city. The one who truly killed civilians was Caden, yet all the slaughter was blamed on Lord Murakin. It didn't even take 2 hours. By the time Lonnie arrived, Caden and Murakin's battle was nearing its end. Caden had burned down the entire city, just to keep Murakin from escaping, and Murakin, in order to protect civilians, used up all his strength, and was left in dire straits. He ultimately managed to escape, or rather, seemed to. He broke through Caden's flame barrier, and soared into the sky, but it appeared he lacked the strength to fly far. Caden immediately began pursuit, but Lord Murakin seemed to trick him. The moment Caden left the barrier to fly after him, Murakin returned to the city. Hiding in plain sight, he re-entered the flame barrier, transformed into a human, and fell to the ground. Caden, preoccupied with the chase, didn't see this. Not even the shadow he left in the air noticed. Only Lonnie witnessed the entire scene. It was nothing short of a miracle. Lonnie could have saved him immediately, but the other paladins sent to Santro were a problem. Without immediate treatment, it would be dangerous, but I couldn't let the saints know he was a city refugee. His transformation was black scales had emerged all over his body. Lonnie desperately used holy magic, trying to save the black dragon, but she lacked the strength. As Murakin drifted in and out of consciousness, for some reason, he managed to leave her with final words. He said, Lunkade will come for me. After those words, he became like this, and lost consciousness. I used holy power to hide Lord Murakin here. Jean, this isn't just transformation. It was forced transformation. The rest of the details, we'll talk about them outside. Let's get out of here first. I'll show you the best escape route. Head that way, Lonnie. In the name of Sadrith and Lunkade, I swear to repay this debt. Once your punishment ends, I'll come find you in the holy nation. Chapter 228. Chapter 228. Chapter 74. The Power of the Black Dragon. 1. Jippel's first magic tower, commonly known as the top floor of the Tower of Stories, was where Kyric had recently spent the most time. Murakin. Misha tried to find him, but encountered an even bigger fish. Kyric tapped the crystal ball with his fingertip as he spoke. Sitting across from him was Caden, in human form, his expression twisted. So what now? Damn it. He actually got away right in front of me. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. It's rare to see you. So regretful. It's more than just regret. I can't forgive myself. If we'd captured Murakin, we could have summoned his contract holder, Sadrutha's contract holder. They poured their hearts into restoring the Demon Stone, the most critical material. As early as 1795, Kyric and Jippel's upper ranks had already realized that Sadrutha's contract holder might have become active. That was the very day Jean met Andre and began his night training in Jippel. At that time, Caden had heard from Bamontes, Earth Dragons Labas, and Wendell that they had personally seen Murakin. However, Kyric and Caden believed that if it was a dragon who killed Andre, Jippel, and Brita, then Misha was the most likely suspect. They reasoned, even if Murakin awoke, having lost his power, he wouldn't be able to deal with Andre and Brita. Humph. Even so, now that the Earth Dragons of Bamonte have proven they weren't lying, we'll just wait for another chance. After all, he no longer has his former strength. Kyric had never personally witnessed Murakin in his prime. He only knew of it through documents and the mindfulness of other dragons. In contrast, Caden knew very well how powerful Murakin was in that era. Who knows? Maybe he can recover. Could a living dragon heart do it? Without a demon stone, there's no precedent for it. But a black dragon isn't just any dragon. The fact he appeared near Santro might mean he was trying to recover part of his strength. In Kyric's eyes, a glimmer of curiosity shone. Whether or not a dragon heart can regenerate, he was more surprised by Caden's reaction. Hearing you say that, I kinda wanna face Murakin from that era myself. If he regains his strength and returns, that wouldn't be so bad. Don't talk nonsense. Still, I'm more worried about the Holy King using doctrine to mobilize the Dawn Society without reason, and then stirring up trouble again soon after. Every time I see him, it's exhausting. He's so stubborn, and he hates me so much. What should I do? Kellic touched his forehead and trembled slightly. Then he exaggeratedly acted troubled and gave a faint smile. Maybe I should just kill him. That guy's lived long enough. He'll probably go to heaven, not hell. For Micklin, that might not be such a bad thing. Cadden looked at Kellic and shook his head. Honestly, you're crazy. Huh, was that too much? Thanks to Lonnie showing them the route, the group easily escaped from Santro. On the way, they clashed with 6 holy knights of the Dawn Society. After fleeing the city, a pursuit battle ensued. The group managed to shake them off before Xiaojin's warrant could be issued and boarded the mobile checkpoint of the Shirogong Kingdom. To prevent the Dawn Society from guessing their destination, they took a slightly roundabout route, but as long as they return, their goal will be achieved. Jean and his companions couldn't help. Meow. Malakin, nestled in Jean's arms, let out a tired purr. His small body was burning hot like a fireball. Even as a cat, he still bore the injuries caused by Cadden. A forced transformation. Malakin hadn't transformed voluntarily. It was the result of a fatal blow. At that moment, his unconscious body shifted into a survival form. This type of forced transformation is extremely rare among dragons, especially those who are particularly strong. Even without ancient power, some dragons retain this self-defense mechanism. It was a miracle that he escaped from Cadden and survived. That alone was worth celebrating. But now that he's turned into an ordinary cat, it's a real problem. Jean needed to feed him more water. Lonnie was right. His temperature seemed to be slowly dropping. When a dragon transforms, it faces many fatal limitations. The most serious among them was exactly what was happening now. If they miss the return moment, the dragon won't be able to regain its original form by its own power. No matter what form it takes, it will lose its self-awareness as a dragon. Meow. Jean cupped his hands to give Malakin water. Malakin licked it with his tongue. Right now, there's no way to return Malakin to his original form. That's because he is a black dragon. For other dragons, even if they miss the moment, they can still be restored with the help of other dragons. However, a black dragon needs help from another dragon of the same attribute. That guy's a black dragon. A day like today is so frustrating. Once we return, we need to recheck Malakin's movement route and begin the search as soon as possible. Young master, don't worry too much. As long as he's alive, we'll soon find a way. You're saying that too, Kazan? Kazan's right. He's still alive. And what's more, we now know how to help him return to his original form. Let's head back first. The group made a detour and returned to Taiken before dawn the next day. Because of Malakin's poor condition, they hoped to return even sooner. But if they were tracked by the Holy Knights of the Dawn Society or by Cadden's mages, fortunately, Malakin's body temperature dropped during the night, though he was still letting out weak groans. You're here, the monster from Santro. So it really was Lord Malakin. Huh. Why does Lord Malakin look so unwell? Was he injured by that fire dragon? Tell everyone to gather in the conference room. Bring in all the healers who specialize in treating animals. But my lord, the others may not be able to reach the conference room right away. It might be better for you to go to the reception room. Why? Did something happen? Jete nodded in confirmation. He glanced around, as if worried someone might be eavesdropping. Then he whispered, that one, Lord Malakin's younger sister. Isn't she here? Lady Misha. It's about Lady Misha. What about Misha? Jean and Quicantle both leaned in at once. Jete nearly stepped back. Ugh, don't even bring it up. That woman, she's a total menace. She really is Lord Malakin's sister. About 5 minutes ago, she suddenly showed up at the estate. The moment she came in, she started saying, what? Jean and Quicantle instinctively exchanged glances. Belriz was the first to see her. She did something, no idea what, and suddenly appeared right in the middle of the reception room. Belriz was so startled. He asked, who are you? A thief. So, what happened to Belriz? This time, Kazan leaned in toward Jete. Man, it nearly scared me to death. Don't freak out. Just listen calmly. Belriz's jaw got knocked out of place by her fist. The healers are treating him. He'll be fine. Asterisk da-da-da-da. Asterisk. Before Jete even finished, Kazan charged out in a panic. Yep, trouble for sure. I get the feeling his jaw's about to get broken too. Jean and Quicantle, who had been frozen in place, also started running toward the reception room. My lord, let's go together. Be careful. Why is Misha here? And how did she even find this place? Could she be hostile toward the people of Taiken? Can she really restore Malakin? What if she can't, or simply refuses to? While running, questions kept racing through their minds. Moments later, Jean and Quicantle saw Kazan twitching on the floor, like a soaked shirt left out to dry, and before them, a rather bizarre scene unfolded. First, Kazan's jaw was bandaged, and then, seated at the table with crossed legs, was a cold-faced black-haired woman. Misha. Misha. Big brother Jean, young master, you're here. Huh. To their surprise, Yulia was nestled quietly in Misha's arms, while Latry stood nearby holding a tea tray, her hands slightly trembling. Casimir and Julian, Vanya and Gili were also seated at the table. Elisa wasn't present due to guard duty. Casimir kept a polite, businesslike smile. Julian was expressionless, but like Latry, his hands were trembling. Yulia was doing slightly better, but having seen two people collapse, her expression was stiff. Only Gili stayed calm. placing cookies on Misha's plate. Jean and Quicantle were momentarily stunned. What the heck? Is this madness? Wait a sec. This woman is Misha. That face looks familiar. In the third illusion of the Mitra Desert. After overcoming Tamel's presence, Jean quickly gathered his thoughts. He didn't know why Misha was raising such chaos right away, but panicking wouldn't help. I didn't expect we'd meet like this. Great Black Dragon, Lady Misha. I am Jean Luncade. Misha nodded with a blank face. Yes, we didn't get to speak back in the desert. In fact, this is our first real meeting. Nice to meet you. Contractor of 1,000 years. The thing you're holding. That idiot brother of mine, right? That's right. Actually, I was planning to go look for you, Lady Misha. But as you can see, that thing, just looking at it disgusts me. Just toss it somewhere. Sit down first, we'll talk. I don't want to waste time. Jete, summon Malakan to the meeting. Take him to the healers. Quicantle, how have you been lately? Yes, everything's been going well, Lady Misha. Why didn't you inform us in advance? You're even more beautiful when we don't meet. No matter how I look at it, you're not good enough for my brother. I hope you can forget about that guy soon. Quicantle coughed awkwardly. He waved his hand, saying things like that right after meeting. Lady Misha. More importantly, that guy's in really bad shape. I know. He must have been injured by Carton. I'll heal him in a bit. First, tell me how you've been. It's been a long time. I really did start to miss these stories. Chapter 229. Chapter 229. Chapter 74. Power of the Black Dragon 2. Quicantle wanted to say more about Malakan, but in the end, he gave up. Seeing how casually Misha spoke, he thought Malakan's condition might not be as serious as he imagined. Lady Misha. If we're talking about how I've been, it's been a very long time. The last time we met, that was 500 years ago. Didn't we meet once 200 years ago in the Kingdom of Mira? Oh right. In any case, it really has been a long time. I've been doing well. Thanks to that guy. I've settled here. With Lord Orda's contractor. Quicantle signaled to Jean with his eyes. Misha also turned her gaze to Jean. He's a strong child. I saw him undergoing the trials with the High Priest of Mitra when he raised his sword against Time Owl. It was truly impressive. Even Decan's companions knew about Jean's performance back then. Misha recalled that moment and smiled. However, within that seemingly casual smile was a deep, lingering sorrow. Time Owl. Luncade. Even last time, I had that feeling. He resembles Time Owl a bit. Luncade Summoner was also the only man she ever loved. After losing Time Owl, Misha's life was left with only duty and responsibility. As Soderet's representative, she carried out his unfinished tasks and took care of the creditors and descendants he owed debts to. That was Misha's duty. I didn't know you were watching me back then. The trials were really tough. I didn't do very well most of the time. Thinking about it now, it's kind of embarrassing. It's okay. You did great. Especially the way you pushed through with grit. That really left it. There's something I want to ask. How did you find this place? Well, Malakan. That guy could never escape from my grasp. When he was a child, I cast a tracking spell on him. He still doesn't know to this day. How foolish. A tracking spell. So I never had to look for your whereabouts every day. I already knew your movements. That means the tracking spell has been active on Malakan for thousands of years. Just as Quicantle felt a chill, he couldn't help but laugh. Lady Misha, you're still as incredible as ever. Truly impressive. It's rare to see the guy actually get fooled. Anyway, people believe whatever I say. It's true, there shouldn't be any magic as unbelievable as tracking spells. Jean smiled awkwardly, shrugging his shoulders. Malakan only knows how to fight with aura, but I can do much more. Like this. Misha gently touched the shadow of her left hand on the table with her right hand. The next moment, Jean widened his eyes like a child seeing magic for the first time. What's going on? He used his right hand to lift his left hand shadow, like scooping up pudding with a spoon. Yet the lifted part didn't make the shadow disappear. A mass of shadow gathered in Misha's right hand, drawing everyone's attention. Only Quicantle seemed familiar with this. Wow! Yulia exclaimed in awe. He reached out like a curious child. Misha watched him for a moment, then blew gently at the shadow in her hand. As her breath scattered, the shadow broke into thousands of specks and flew toward Jean, like a river of stars flowing from her hand. Jean didn't dodge the shadow flying at him. The shadow touched him and melted into his body. Even after it entered him, Jean didn't feel any different. The only change was that Misha's left arm shadow faded a little. That's right. You were correct. That kind of magic doesn't exist, but omnipotence can make it happen. Anyone touched by my shadow, I can locate them at any time. I left a shadow on Malakan when he was a child, and found you through him. Then, Misha gently lowered Yulia. His body turned into aura and floated above everyone's heads. Just like that, he drifted into the mansion. No one noticed it. It was a mysterious scene. The particles that made up Misha could gather or disperse at will, when fully scattered. Only tiny black dust remained. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk. The aura floating in the air began to condense again, forming a new presence between Jean and Quicantle. In an instant, it took human form again. Color returned too. Misha's figure reappeared. Does that explain everything? Just as Jean was about to nod. Oh dear. A dancer mustn't expose her back carelessly. A voice identical to Misha's came from behind. Startled, Jean quickly turned around, and there stood another Misha. There was one beside him too, and behind him as well. Even at the original spot, Misha was still holding Yulia. Quiekental had grown used to Misha's ability, but the other companions all stood there with their mouths wide open. They couldn't say a word. Everyone looked completely dumbfounded, especially Latri. Facing a vague childhood fear, and seeing such a power now, she nearly fainted. Your guardian dragon-style coward, Yulia. But he's kind and adorable. He really is. He even bakes cookies. Asterisk crunch, crunch, asterisk. 3 Mishas picked up cookies and ate at the same time, each one real. Not illusions, indeed. Lady Misha's use of aura is very different from Malakan's or mine. I wonder if I could do the same. However, something even more astonishing happened. Oh my god. Master Jean, young master, Yulian, Casimir, and Geely all looked toward the same spot. At the same time, she covered her mouth. Then, Jean, who witnessed this, also froze in shock. Standing there was another Jean. Lunkade. The same face, same clothes, same gaze. Even Queckental seemed to be seeing this for the first time. He looked back and forth between Misha and the new Jean. The newly appeared Jean, walked toward Jean holding a plate. Have a bite. The tone and speech were exactly the same. So much so that the companions who witnessed it fell into confusion. Which one is the real Jean? This isn't something you see every day. Seeing yourself without a mirror. Misha, who created the new Jean, acted as if nothing was strange, which made the others even more unnerved. Insane. This isn't the power of a contractor or a dragon. It felt like that of a god. If Misha wasn't an ally, but an enemy, that terrifying thought crossed everyone's minds and brought a chill with it. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk. Only the Misha holding Yulia remained. The other 2 Mishas and the Jean holding the plate dissolved into aura and faded away. Jean and her companions were left speechless in shock. Could someone like that also be by Joshua's side? They were reminded once again just how terrifying body duplication could be. That idiot could do all this just using aura. He didn't tell you, right? No, he didn't. Misha let out a breath of relief for some reason. Thank goodness he didn't tell you. If he had, I would have crushed her skull, and you would have forgotten everything. How did it feel to see something so irrational? Jean looked at Misha's serious expression and replied. Terrifying. If that Jean who gave me the cookie, if Lunkade is still alive somewhere, then wouldn't that make me unnecessary? And just proving I'm the real Jean would take unimaginable time and effort. I can't even imagine it. Nobody wants their only stroke of luck to be surpassed, let alone by another version of themselves. They can't even control. This wasn't a calculated answer, just Jin's honest feelings. Yet, it was an answer that satisfied her greatly. Misha smiled. She had shown this power on purpose, to shock Jean, so that in the many battles ahead, she wouldn't be swayed by illusions. To Misha, aura is a power that not even humans, dragons, beast folk, demons, or even gods can easily control. As a 1,000-year-old contractor, I will never let you end up like Timar. Fortunately, Murakan still seems to be guiding you well. From now on, don't be interested in that kind of power. I'll be watching over you. Just as Misha was about to continue speaking, Yulia tugged on her sleeve. That uncle isn't like that. Jean and the others had no idea what she meant. Why did Yulia say that? Because of that. Jean looked at Yulia. That serious face made him smile unintentionally. It's been a long time since you last called me uncle. Yulia, what's gotten into you all of a sudden? Anyway, that's not what I meant. Only Misha showed a serious expression. Uncle. And he can perceive what's on my mind. Though she had anticipated it, this child didn't appear by Jean's side by accident. Uncle. That one word caused a flood of questions to flash through Misha's mind. Sodaret. Their god. Why has he never communicated with his contractor? Why hasn't he even said a single word? Perhaps Jean is the reincarnation of Time Owl. That would explain why Yulia saw a flash of Time Owl in that moment. The possibility is high. No. Perhaps Asmer, contractor of the pupils. If it were someone like Yulia, an exceptional contractor, then this would be entirely possible. But for now, nothing can be concluded. Misha hid her expression and gently stroked Yulia's head. Anyway, it's nice to come out and talk to people sometimes. You're Geely, right? Yes, Lady Misha. Repairing your brother will take a few days. During that time, please help me choose a room. I'll pick the best one. If there's anything you need, let me know. Thank you. I'd like to head to my room and have a drink with Quiekental. It's been a long time. Preferably something from Mount Mira, a friend aged over 100 years. Understood. Jean. Let's continue this conversation tomorrow. As Misha turned around, she seemed to remember something and glanced back at Geely. Also, you better be careful. That guy has pretty heavy tastes. If he tries anything funny, cut it off in one go. Geely could only awkwardly clear their throat, unable to say a word. Chapter 230. Chapter 230. Chapter 74. Power of the Black Dragon 3. After Misha and Quaikentil returned to their room, Kazan and Bellis, with dislocated jaws, returned to the living room. On their faces were expressions of absurdity and confusion. Are you guys okay? I'm really sorry, both of you. When I heard Bellis had been hit, I got emotional, always showing this third-rate self to the great ones. Kazan bowed deeply. Jean waved his hand. It's fine. It makes you more human. Relax. If it were me, I would have lost it over Geely too. All I did was ask him if he was a thief. That's all. The situation back then was indeed suspicious. It was like seeing a ghost. Belith frowned and rubbed his chin. Even though the healers had already treated him, he still felt a tingling in his gums. Belith couldn't shake off the feeling of grievance. From the Bluebird Islands to here, it had already been a month. In the first week, he remained obedient to Joshua, who still held a grudge against Jean, and because he had lost his magic, he was treated like a useless cripple. Back then, the after effects of the final reverse flow phenomenon were too severe. He was helpless. But starting the second week, Belith decided to follow Kazan and try to settle down here. Though the treatment wasn't finished, and his magic hadn't returned, he still did everything he could, from cleaning to laundry. No matter what others said, he stuck to it. If he didn't, he felt that he would eventually become completely useless. So, yesterday while helping Zaratri prepare some tea snacks, he had an unfortunate encounter, just because he asked a suddenly appearing unfamiliar woman if she was a thief. Master, should I bring you some ice? Enya said, standing before Belith. There it is again. Master, have you gone mad? Who's master? You taught me the theory and principles of wind magic, and even taught me a 5-star spell. That makes you my master. By that logic, every teacher at Beaumont Academy would be your master. Don't talk nonsense. Of course, losing his magic didn't mean Saragian's filthy nature disappeared with it. I didn't study it though. You think I don't know how the academy arranges its classes? Theory is also taught in beginner classes. Lying won't work on me, but I didn't learn from Jean. I was always somewhat discriminated against. In any case, I'll bring you some ice. Please teach me more magic. Enya unexpectedly saw a reflection of herself in Valis. They shared nothing in appearance or personality, not a single trait, but that was exactly why. Enya felt a deep resonance. Maybe in the eyes of these people, I'm just a pretty face. Ever since returning from the cave of the Dark Magic Council, Enya had seized every opportunity to train and study hard. Because of that, while helping Valis adjust to life here, she persistently pestered her to teach magic. Clack clack. When Enya ran off to get the ice, Valis shook her head. Ever since I lost my magic, everyone started looking down on me. Though she said that aloud, Valis quickly accepted the ice Enya brought. She pressed it to her chin. All right. Since I accepted this, you promised to teach me new magic. When did I promise that? Tonight, in the underground training grounds. Wait for me. Well then, young Master Jean, I'll be going first. Before Valis loses her temper, Enya hurriedly left the parlor again. Ugh, my head. Kazan. What the heck is this? I was already in a bad mood. Jean smiled faintly and looked at Valis. Valis. A word of advice. When Lord Quekentil is around, be careful how you speak to Enya. No matter what's in your heart. She won't care. She'll just hit you. I won't be able to stop her, and if you get hit, Kazan will get dragged into it too. That vicious cycle. Valis wasn't always full of murderous aura, though her way of speaking was terribly awkward. She was full of gratitude toward Jean and the other people of Taiken. So, every time Enya came up with excuses, even though she complained all the time, she still taught her magic. Jean could feel that too. So even if Valis acted harsh, Enya didn't mind. After Valis turned and left, Kazan bowed to Jean. I'm sorry, young master. I'll explain everything to her properly. No need to worry about it. Even if she talks like that, she's really good to Enya. Geely also often praises Valis, says she's been a big help. In fact, for Kuzan and Valis, Taiken was a foreign, bright place. Since their blurry childhood memories, they had been raised like hounds, to be sacrificed to the moon, used and exploited. After losing Timon and falling under Joshua's command, the world they knew had been endlessly dark and damp. But now, they were slowly beginning to understand what it meant to live like real people. The same went for Yulian. Are you feeling unwell lately, Yulian? No. That was all he said. He still couldn't shake off the fear of Joshua, or the fact that his guardian dragon had been captured. He was always a quiet, introverted person, didn't talk much. One had to wonder, how did he ever get along with those vicious knights? Under Joshua's command, the power of the thunder god Graham, if a way could be found to fully inject it into Sigmund, then perhaps they could take him back to the Azure Bird archipelago again to strengthen Yulian's power, just like Joshua once did. Might not be such a bad idea, as long as Yulian truly became. At the moment, in Jin's eyes, Yulian was more like a guest, while Kazan and Valis felt more like subordinates. Sir Casimir. Yes, young master. While I was away, Was there any new development regarding the Holy Kingdom? After you left, Bran and I met with the priests, but they didn't seem willing to say much. Of course, I only mentioned that it might affect Deccan's trade, cause some disruption. Fortunately, a few merchant ships passed through Santel. You've worked hard. You felt something was off too, didn't you? Yes. I think the Holy Kingdom can no longer be seen as a neutral state. This incident clearly supports Jibber, and yet, no official knights have been dispatched. Santel was blocked by the heretic Inquisition paladins from the Doctrinal Guardian Dawn Society. Moreover, they're using brainwashing magic inside the city to control civilians. It seems Holy King Mike Lang is defying orders to cover up what happened that day. Or maybe Mike Lang was on Jibber's side from the very beginning. That would be the worst-case scenario. If the Holy Kingdom has completely sided with Jibber, then during the Jean family's succession war, problems will arise. Obviously, many Guardian Knights will be injured or killed and won't receive the excellent healing support of the Holy Kingdom. Even if we do receive support, the cost will be enormous. This isn't just Jin's problem. It's also Luncade's and even Hupist's problem. The Holy Kingdom's healing abilities and their medicine are simply too advanced. That scenario is entirely possible, but I hope it doesn't come to that. While I was there, I also met Lonnie Salome, the daughter of the Holy King. Mike Lane is known as a doting father in the Holy Kingdom. I've heard stories about it. And yet, he sent his daughter to support Jibber? That means the Holy Kingdom. No. Lonnie is different from other paladins or saints. If not for her, Murakan would have been captured by Jibber, or wouldn't have survived. Jean explained everything in detail, how he met Lonnie, rescued Murakan, and the fight between Catan and Murakan. Lonnie said, the Holy Kingdom is corrupt and colludes with power, covering up the truth. Which is why she decided to help us. It wasn't Murakan who slaughtered the civilians. It was Catan. That revelation was a huge help. Young master. Yes. I've been thinking, perhaps the Holy King assigned Lonnie to the Dawn Society to monitor them, meaning the Holy Kingdom as a whole hasn't sided with Jibber. Only groups like the Dawn Society have. That's right. To me, that's the more likely case. Looking back at the Holy Kingdom's recent policies, most were opposed by internal interest groups. The ban on brainwashing magic was one of them. Mike Lane abolished brainwashing spells 20 years ago. Neither the Jean of this life, nor his previous self, experienced the fierce backlash inside the Holy Kingdom back then. On the other hand, Casimir was once royalty. At the time, meetings were held continuously in Beaumont, and the media reports were endless. He remembers it vividly. Clearly. As if it were yesterday. The most powerful and convenient method of proselytizing was banned. So it's understandable, in a way. But if it's only because the ruling class of the Holy Nation found it distasteful, and so they supported Jibber, that's not very convincing, especially for a huge power like Jibber. If they rashly joined in, only to become a subordinate, the risk is too great. You're right. Sir. If that's the case, then it'd be better to unite. We need to investigate thoroughly. Things feel far more complicated than expected. Let's look into Lonnie and Salome first. I heard Captain Wu from the Dawn Society is talking about punishments. If Micklin couldn't stop it, they've probably already been punished. Understood. Mr. Malakan is your great benefactor. I'll figure something out, so he can accept compensation without embarrassment. The next morning, Malakan's condition had clearly improved. The high fever that burned like a fireball had completely subsided. He moved lively like a normal cat again, tail held high, leisurely strolling through the temple corridor. The healers didn't even need to intervene. His fever faded on its own. Meow meow. Meow meow meow. Meow. Sometimes Shuli would put Malakan on the floor and let him roll around like a ball. Isn't that nice too? He looks pretty happy. Let's just let him keep living like this for a few years. Might even save a little oxygen while we're at it. Lady Misha. Just kidding. If only he were half this cute when he's actually conscious. Alright, from now on, you may hear some screaming and other loud noises. Don't worry. Just wait patiently. Got it. Misha's figure loomed over the laid-out Malakan. He looked down at Malakan with a faintly wicked smile. Chapter 231. Chapter 231. Chapter 74. Power of the Black Dragon. Part 4. Screaming? Huh? Jean asked with confusion. Misha picked up Malakan. Meow. Meow. And absolutely no one is allowed to enter the room. How exactly the treatment is performed. Though everyone was curious, they decided not to ask. After all, the only one who can heal Malakan is him. Worrying wouldn't help, no matter what. This is bound to be an extremely painful treatment. Hang in there. Malakan. Malakan was complete of the agony awaiting him. He quietly lay in Misha's arms. We leave him in your hands, Lady Misha. See you later. Asterisk click asterisk. The sound of the door. Jean and Shuli glanced at each other. They blinked. A few seconds later, screams rang out. Huh? Sharp, high-pitched cat cries pierced through the tightly closed door. Shuli clawed at the door in panic. The sound was utterly chilling. Meow meow. Sigh. Shuli. Lady Misha is treating Malakan. Don't worry. Queckental happened to be passing by, and stood beside Jean as she spoke. Although he had just comforted Shuli, in reality, Jean still couldn't feel completely at ease. That's why he wanted to ask Queckental if everything was truly okay. After all, she spoke with Misha last night, and probably knew more than him. However, Queckental's expression was gloomy. Her arms were crossed, and she was nervously biting her nails. She looked extremely anxious, as if she had committed some crime. Miss Queckental? Phew. That guy has to pull through. Please hang in there. An unsettling feeling spread rapidly. Didn't Miss Misha tell you? Tell me what? This treatment isn't just to restore Murakin's form. If that were all, there'd be nothing to worry about. Miss Misha plans to restore his former power. That's what this is about. From behind the door, Murakin's screams continued. There were also sounds of gears turning, but no voice from Misha. This hang in there. Did it mean that something could go wrong during the treatment, and Murakin could die? No, it's not like that. If it were, Miss Misha wouldn't have started without telling you. So what does it mean? She said. If the procedure fails, although it won't be fatal, he will lose all of his remaining strength. Jin's eyes widened. For a moment, he felt anger toward Misha, because he thought a risky operation like this should have been discussed with him, or with Geely beforehand. But on the other hand, he understood. If it were Murakin, he'd choose to go through with it, even if it meant taking the risk. Murakin himself, and those around him, had described his former power as being far beyond what he has now. It said he could go toe-to-toe with Timar and Lunkade. He was worthy of being called the Great Black Dragon. They say he could overwhelm all dragons in the sky. Not long ago, when he fought the avatar of Fiatur, the power he displayed was terrifying, truly worthy of the title Great Black Dragon. But now, Murakin was weaker than Queckental, and even weaker than his own contractor, Jean. If the two were to face danger together, the one doing the protecting would be Jean, not Murakin. Because of that, Murakin would never refuse the surgery. Not all guardian dragons are stronger than their contractors, but at the very least, they should not be weaker. Contractors are the humanoid forms of guardian dragons. As if reading Jin's thoughts, Queckental added, even though Miss Misha doesn't seem to like Murakin, the moment something happened, she rushed to his side, without any hesitation. Even if she acts cold toward him, she truly cares deep down. He'll give it his all. Let's be patient, and wait a few days. What's the success rate? They say it's around 50%. That's not too low. Oh my. What does that sound? It sounds like a cat gone mad. Could it be Mr. Malakin? At that moment, Geely walked by, and stopped in front of the door. Queckental explained everything again. Geely's face instantly turned pale. Jean held his trembling hand. He had the same thoughts as Jean, even though he felt they should have been told beforehand. If it was Malakin, he would definitely agree. The three stayed in the hallway. Naturally, their companions began to gather. The crowd grew in front of the corridor. Oh dear. Lord Malakin, just hearing it breaks my heart. My lord, you've truly suffered. Young master, Lord Geely. He'll definitely pull through. Let's eat. By noon, all companions had gathered in front of the hallway. The screaming continued into the night. It sounded like things were breaking, and the noises became more frequent. Just before midnight, for the first time, they heard a voice that was clearly human. This voice was completely different from the cat-like screeching from before. Completely different. It was definitely Malakin's voice. From that moment on, cat cries and human screams began alternating. During the treatment, Malakin kept shifting between human and cat form. The companions grew increasingly anxious. Suddenly, the screams weakened. The door opened. They were allowed inside. Blood was all over the floor. Clouds of black mist floated through the room, but there was no sign of Malakin. Asterisk huff asterisk. She wiped the sweat from her forehead. Misha stepped out of the corridor. She saw her companion. Her eyes widened for a moment. Then she shrugged. You're all gathered here. What are you watching? Looks like Queckental already told you. If you're here to blame me, that's not what we meant. You understand Malakin better than we do. That's why you chose to operate, right? That guy. Is he okay now? For the moment, yes. But it'll take a few more. We can't let our guard down yet. That evil smile from earlier was gone. Her face was full of exhaustion. Others might not notice, but as Soderet's contractor, Jean could feel it. How much spirit energy she'd used that day. The powerful aura she had at their first meeting had faded significantly. It meant she had given everything. In the treatment, I'm exhausted. Need to eat and rest a bit. We'll prepare something right away. Lady Misha, is there anything you'd like in particular? To Geely's surprise, Misha answered like this. Strawberry pie. If there's none, a pie with any fruit will do. Siblings really are siblings. Every day at noon, Misha would begin treatment and continue until midnight. This continued day after day, until a whole week had passed. As time went by, the human screams from surpassed the frequency. Today is the last day. Because of that dumb little brother, Jean. I've really had enough. Misha looked exhausted as she watched Jean and the others, whether they could overcome this or not. Starting today, Murakin would become a dragon again, together with his comrades. As the treatment began, more intense than ever before, screams echoed continuously. However, The cat's cries vanished completely. That was because Muraken's unstable state between man and cat had finally stabilized. Time unknowingly passed into the night. Everyone nervously stared at the tight. Even if Muraken had lost his powers, their attitude toward him would not change. But Muraken himself, could he really accept that fact? That doubt kept everyone uneasy. Young master, it's almost midnight now. I hope you're safe. At that moment, the screams from inside came to a halt. At the same time, the sound of medical tools also gradually faded. A man with long black hair appeared. It was Muraken. The moment he saw his companions, he smiled. Long time no see, everyone. Muraken. Lord Muraken. Unlike before, his voice carried a certain threat. When Jean saw Muraken, he remembered the first time they met, in the basement. Back then, young Jean had felt the overwhelming presence in his eyes and demeanor. The operation was a success. Even before Misha announced it, his companions had already sensed it. That's right. I am Muraken. Suddenly, because his laughter contained immense power, just from his laugh, a crack appeared in the far wall of the corridor. This was something the Muraken from 40 days ago could never have done. This is the feeling. This is me. Muraken's neck was twisted a little. If it were a normal person, it would have been fatal. As Misha walked out, she smacked him hard on the back of the head. Are you crazy? Who told you to be so noisy? All week long, your screaming has been ringing in my ears. I'm practically deaf now. Muraken turned to look at Misha and laughed again. Anyway, let me give you a hug. Come on, just a little closer. Get lost. Fine. I was just kidding. I don't like it either. All right. You can go home now. I'm going to celebrate with my friends. Revenge. I'll send it to you later. Stop nagging. You regained a bit of strength, and now you're full of yourself? Snap out of it. Watch your mouth. Still not leaving? Misha's punch sent Malakan's body flying across the corridor. Her fists and kicks had at least 80% of their full force. Even after taking all those hits, Malakan didn't shed a drop of blood. The companions couldn't tell whether to be shocked by Misha's violence or impressed by Malakan's endurance. You've only recovered 40% of your strength, kid. Keep acting cocky, and you'll get what's coming. After over 20 blows, Misha tossed Malakan aside and said coldly, you intentionally only recovered 40%. If you had fully recovered, I'd be weaker than you. Cut the crap. I'll give you 5 seconds. Get down and thank me, or I'll turn you back into a cat. Why? Just as Malakan was about to yell this out, Jean and Geely grabbed him at the same time and forced him to the ground. Thank you for everything, Lady Misha. You all worked hard too. Though I'm annoyed, I have to leave now. You're leaving? Right now? I'm not as free as this guy. Fixing this took longer than I expected. I can't delay any further. Misha stepped on Malakan's head as he lay down, then shrugged. Malakan could feel her foot on his head. He tried to stand up, but couldn't resist her strength. With only 40% of his power, he was completely subdued by Misha's foot. The companions couldn't tell just how strong Misha truly was. Asterisk thump, thump, asterisk. While Malakan struggled, Misha calmly continued speaking. Don't be too sad. The reason I've been busy was fundamentally because of you. Misha suddenly announced she was leaving her companions stunned. But Quaikentil didn't seem surprised, as if he had expected it all along. I don't feel resentful. I just feel a bit sorry. Accepting help and then leaving, just like that. That's not how it'll be. Now that you carry my shadow as well, we can meet again, whenever you're free. Unlike Malakan, Misha has many responsibilities. Besides protecting his contractor, especially in Sodaret's absence, he had to take Sodaret's place and handle all his duties. He also had to search for Sodaret's whereabouts, so he barely had any personal time. Even on the first day, when he was drinking with Quaikentil, he was already prepared to spend the whole night treating Malakan. Is there anything I can help with? Misha looked at Jean briefly. Not at the moment. What matters most now is your healthy growth. There was a look of contentment in Misha's eyes. When do you plan to return to the family? Probably in the 19th year. Can't you come back any sooner? The time I agreed on with my father was originally 20 years. Going back a year earlier, even in the 19th year, would already break that promise. So going any earlier is difficult. That's a shame. If you went after becoming a knight, it might be easier for him to accept. You could bring the Guardian Knights too. You mean? To save Outram? To save Outram. To save Outram. Once the former capital of the Holy Nation, now the headquarters of the Dark Mage Society beneath Mount Kinzerlo. It's also the legacy of Lur Jaipur, the location of the grimoire titled Annihilation of the Dark Salt Domain, Final Form. That grimoire was left behind by your former contractor, Lur Jaipur. Only the returned Jean knew of this information. However, Jean had already heard from Sodaret about the annihilation of the Dark Salt Domain, Final Form. Therefore, for Misha, the Black Dragon of Sodaret, to know this was no surprise. It's now the headquarters of the Dark Mage Society beneath Mount Kinzerlo. I know. That's why I originally wanted to wait until you became a knight before going. But 19 years would be too late. However, even though this guy regained some strength, he still couldn't handle it if we went now. Seems like Lady Misha knows a lot about Kinzerlo. They once cooperated with Jaipur using mana stones to gather contractors. Since Misha was always involved with Malakan, he could roughly infer Jean and Malakan's actions. Moreover, Kinzerlo and Jaipur had always been under his watch, because Sadaret suspected they might be the cause of Sarah Jean's condition. If there's any information about them that you need to know, I'll send you a letter. In any case, it's best to retrieve Lure Jaipur's grimoire as soon as possible. Is someone trying to claim that grimoire? Misha nodded. Yes. Recently, I discovered a mage is trying to claim it. Her name is Arya. Arya is a girl from Orhut. Like you, she carries a special fate. The companions thought that the mage Misha was referring to would be someone famous or a rising star. However, Arya, Orhut. No one had heard that name before, except Jean. To think Master had already set his sights on the Annihilation Grimoire at this point. Arya, Orhut. That was one of Valeria's many former aliases, from a past life, one where he believed he held the heart of the Grey Owl. That was the most genuine of all his aliases. In his past life, Jean never obtained the final form of the grimoire. Instead, he received the incomplete second form, and showed it to Jean. A special fate. If you're the child chosen by Shadow, then Arya is the child chosen by history. If you ever meet her one day, please encourage her. From the bigger picture, she is your ally. There seemed to be more Misha wanted to say, but couldn't speak aloud. Arya was not someone belonging to the Shadow. Therefore, Misha had limited chances to interfere. She feared that carelessly revealing information about Arya might alter Arya's destiny. Her master had set recovering the magic of the history of family as a guaranteed goal, chosen by history. Could it be related to this? As that doubt surfaced, Aunt Misha stomped on Muraken's foot. Ouch. We can't delay any longer. Let's head back already. Hey Muraken. Why? Muraken stood up, glaring angrily at Misha, but he didn't dare attack rashly. Despite sensing the power gap, he feared recalling that nightmare even more. You'd better take good care of Jean. Did you hear me clearly? Compared to Misha, Muraken had done much less. That's where the phrase, being favored, came from. Humph. Spare me the lecture. I'll handle it myself. Honestly. You're such a pain to look at. Geely. Yes. Lady Misha? For the next month, absolutely no strawberry pie. Got it. Strawberry pie doesn't take orders from you. Understood. Lady Misha. Muraken's face instantly went pale. Alright then. See you all later. After Misha left, a week went by. Though he had regained his power, Muraken was sulking in the garden corner every day. The reason? He couldn't eat strawberry pie, although before, he had it often. Being forbidden from it now was torture, especially because of Misha. Wow, nice. Young Jean. How can a dragon be like this? He's acting more and more like a child. Jean, who couldn't take it anymore, finally brought him strawberry pie. Oh. 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 As Jean handed him the pie, Muraken's color returned instantly. Who would have thought? This was the same black dragon, who had lived for over 3,000 and just regained 40% of his prime power. As he held the pie basket, Muraken hugged Jean tightly. You really are the best, kiddo. Raising you was totally worth it. At that moment, Muraken took out 2 strawberry pies and handed one to Jean with trembling hands. Though he didn't want to share, he reluctantly followed etiquette. I'm good. You go ahead and eat. Whoa. Muraken opened wide and bit into the strawberry pie. Jean quietly watched him eat. Sir Casimir brought news about Lonnie. He helped us and was released 2 days ago. Really? That's lucky. Though I hate to admit it, without his help, I wouldn't have come out unscathed. I might have ended up That guy, just thinking about it pisses me off. Not long after Misha left, Muraken said this. We owe that paladin a debt we must repay. It was something Jean had been thinking about as well, but hearing Muraken say it outright still surprised him. Aren't you at least a little grateful that your sister treated you? If you knew what Misha did to me as a kid, you wouldn't say that. That wasn't a dragon, that was a demon. Anyway, Lonnie said, things aren't looking good right now. Not good. For some reason, he changed drastically after his punishment ended. He drinks all day like a total wreck. Shortly after that, he caused trouble at the temple and got arrested again. Now he's awaiting judgment for additional punishment. In past life intel, Lonnie Salome was often called a debauched adopted daughter. And from what Casimir says now, Lonnie is becoming more and more like that. What? That woman's personality was always like that. Muraken fainted when he saw Lonnie. So he never spoke to her directly. But from what I saw, that's not true. The Order of the Dawn, Guardians of Doctrine, are more disciplined than any other group in the Holy Kingdom. So if a Holy Knight messes up even slightly, they're expelled. But for some reason, Lonnie wasn't. Because she's the adopted daughter of the Holy King, so it was swept under the rug. That's possible too. When Lonnie caused trouble at the temple, the Holy King was holding a blessing ceremony for the people. In other words, she caused a scene right in front of the Holy King. Daughter-obsessed Holy King. That nickname wasn't just for show. Micklin has always adored his daughter deeply. Lonnie also deeply respected Micklin. But ever since the Santel incident, they've drifted apart quickly, like a rebellious teenager. That's what I suspect. After the Santel incident, Lonnie realized the Holy King sided with Jipple. That made her feel deeply betrayed. and confused about her own identity. Is what I should do to blind the people? To spread lies? To disguise evil and become ugly through power? Looking back on Lonnie's strong faith, this narrative actually makes sense. After a brief thought, Mirakan met Jin's gaze. In any case, we need to meet that woman and help her however we can. My life's worth at least that much, right? Chapter 233. Chapter 233. Chapter 75. Lonnie Salome 2. December 14th, 1797. Jin and Mirakan traveled to the Holy Kingdom to meet Lonnie Salome. In the Holy Kingdom's Bankila, the arrival festival was being held, commemorating Ayula's descent. It's the Holy Kingdom's grandest celebration, lasting a full week. All over the streets, symbols of Ayula, the holy volcano, were drawn. Colorful flags fluttered everywhere. Holy volcano, huh? Every time I see it, I think, what a perfect symbol for humanity. Ayula, the god of peace, is worshipped in Bankila. In Mirakan's memory, he was gentle and kind, but when angered, he burned everything. They say that when any miracle causes too much chaos, Ayula would request a meeting, a veiled threat. It said he once wiped out a being before I was born. That being was the god of blessing. Really? Some say, among dragonkind, it's believed, the god of hope, Numulus, was destroyed by Ayula. In short, he's a radical. Every street was filled with joyful melodies. Laughter and cheers echoed all around. It wasn't just Holy Kingdom citizens or festival goers. There were many journalists too, and the largest crowd gathered at the center of the capital's Grand Plaza. An elegant old man stands atop a pedestal, waving to the crowd, holding a golden cane and wearing the crown of Mount Huval. His neatly aligned teeth sparkle. This old man is none other than Holy King Miklin. Your Majesty the Holy King. Your Majesty. The public's admiration for Miklin is absolute. A holy king who broke the interests of the privileged class and shared them with the people. That is rare in the history of the holy nation. So it's only natural. Normally, the holy king would thank the archbishops who supported his rise and grant them even more privileges. Two people in the plaza watched him for a while. That man is Holy King Miklin, Lonnie's father. In his past life, he had never seen Miklin from this close. That guy is the current holy king? Keep your voice down. Malakan will be in trouble if someone hears you. He seems more ordinary than I imagined. Really? You think so? Jean felt the same way. How should I put it? The holy kings I've seen before always had an extraordinary presence. Not so much power, but a kind of sacred aura that made them untouchable. But this one, I'm not so sure. He seems to glow. It also doesn't. Lonnie's trial has currently been postponed due to the holy king. However, it wasn't because the king used his power to block punishment. It was because of Advent Week. During Advent Week, it is a tradition in the holy nation not to judge criminals, but he always plays a key role in Advent Week. The Holy King's Blessing Ceremony. As the name suggests, it is a ceremony where the Holy King personally blesses each citizen. It is the main event of the Advent Week, and ever since the age of 15, Lonnie has never missed performing the blessing prayer in his stead, so Lonnie's sudden absence would look bad publicly. That's why the Dawn Committee temporarily released Lonnie. Before the trial is over, we might have a chance to meet him. This was something Casimir told them before they came to the Holy Nation. For Jean and Malakan, it was fortunate. If the verdict goes badly, it'd be hard to see him again. It still doesn't make sense. Asterisk crunch asterisk. Jean bit into a candy shaped like Mount Huval he had just bought from a stall, staring at the Holy King. The two of them had dyed their hair red using blood gold dye, pretending to be tourists. What? Lonnie caused a commotion at the Holy King's blessing ceremony not long ago. Yet the Holy King still insists on using him for the main blessing? That's contradictory. It's probably for appearance's sake. He's read the blessings every year, after all. Still, something feels off. If Lonnie causes trouble again during the ceremony, that would be a major incident. Not something that can be easily covered up like last time. Since the commotion was directed at local citizens, Lonnie's actions at the temple were never reported in the media. Unless you had top-tier informants like Casimir, you wouldn't even know it happened. But this time, the audience isn't just a few tourists. If Lonnie acts out again, it would ruin both the Holy King and the nation, that's for sure. Surely they've prepared something? Or maybe Lonnie just had a temporary lapse, and still has a good relationship with the king? We'll find out when we meet him. Lonnie's residence is near the holy capital, beside the great Ayula temple. A small house next to it, but because so many followers of Lonnie and Miklin visit daily, it's rarely used. Lonnie and Jean actually live at the East Ayula temple. That place is currently under renovation. Entry is forbidden except for staff. Of course, the two of them didn't care. Let's go check out the East temple. They stepped into the teleport gate heading east. Wow, still not used to it. As soon as the teleport ended, Malakan began vomiting. He was still sensitive to teleportation. Damn it. Even with 40% of my strength back, I still can't fly freely. Hang in there. Once I become commander of the Knights, at the very least, I can fly freely over Hughesdead. There's no need to search for the East Ayula temple. As soon as you exit the portal, you'll see the tallest building. Compared to the festive downtown area, the eastern side feels desolate. During the Advent festival, even the merchants head to the city center to set up stalls. It's only natural. After crossing a hill, They finally arrived at the East Temple. Unlike the holy knights clad in heavy armor guarding the city, only a few yawning soldiers were stationed here. Not a single temple repair worker was in sight. They'd gone to the central celebration too. In this holy nation, no one dares to enter the temple without permission. And for tourists, there's nothing worth seeing in the East Temple. The important relics were long moved to the central temple, so tight security isn't necessary. Jean took out a small glass vial from his pocket. He opened the lid. Inside was a sleeping drug made by Kutong. Apologies, but this isn't a dangerous poison. Jean looked at Malakan. He first wore a look of reluctance to go through with it, then sighed. Malakan transformed into a cat. Meow. With the vial in his mouth, the guard's attention was naturally drawn to the vial in the cat's mouth. Before they could examine it closely, Malakan scattered the sleeping drug right in front of them. What is this? My body. It's, sorry. After tossing them a few gold coins, the two casually passed through the gates and entered the temple. Lonnie's room was at the end of a hallway on the 3rd floor of the temple. The closer they got, the stronger the smell of alcohol. Fortunately, there were no other soldiers inside. The group safely met Lonnie. Lonnie, Salome, didn't expect you to be so blunt. Jean gently closed the door and spoke. Only then did Lonnie look up at him, even though he didn't intentionally conceal his presence. Until that moment, he had gone unnoticed, as if he had given up on everything. Jean, Lunkade, those eyes that once shone with firm resolve and pride in Santel, were gone. What replaced them was grief and sorrow. Lonnie stared blankly at Jean, as if unable to believe it. Clearly, he hadn't expected to be found so soon. How? Didn't we agree? I came to repay a debt. Asterisk thud asterisk. Malakan turned back into human form, standing before Lonnie, seeing him safe and sound. Lonnie put down the bottle, eyes widened. Long time no see. Cleric, thanks to you, I survived and was able to find you. Looks like you're in trouble. The mighty black dragon, Malakan, will take care of everything for you. How about a toast first? Malakan smiled, naturally taking the cup from his hand to stop him from drinking more. Lonnie froze for a moment, then burst into tears. He clenched his teeth, trying not to let his sobs be heard. The two quietly waited for him to stop crying. Don't cry. What happened? Father. My father. Your father. The holy King Miklin. They took my father away. Jean and Murakan glanced at Lonnie. What do you mean? Priest. We just got back from the central plaza. The holy king was standing there just fine. Whatever trick they used, it was a fake. Jean. My father was kidnapped. What? The holy king was kidnapped. A fake. Hearing those words, one person came to mind. The sculptor from Jinzero at Bubel. Gaston. At that moment, Jean understood why Lonnie was always the one reciting the blessings. At the holy king's coronation, she must have been threatened. The ones holding King Miklin captive are threatening Lonnie. If Jean wants to keep Miklin alive, he'd better act like nothing's wrong. At that moment, she couldn't bear the humiliation and caused a scene during the blessing held by the imposter. That led to her arrest, and now she's awaiting judgment. Lonnie, Salome. Do you know who kidnapped the holy king? Jinzero. Of course I knew. That name would come up, because they used Bubel's transformation technique. However, the name Lonnie gave was not Jinzero. It was Jippel. They were the ones who kidnapped my father. Jippel. Are you sure? I'm sure. Though it seems other forces may be involved. I don't know the full details. There's so little I can do. Lonnie gripped her hair tightly, her body trembling. It's okay. Lonnie, drink some water first. Let's calm down and talk things through. That's the only way we'll find a way forward. The alliance between Jippel and Jinzero was supposed to be over. Did they team up again? In an instant, that doubt flashed through Jin's mind. Thud, 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 thud. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from outside the door. Clearly, someone had noticed Jean and Murakan's intrusion. But that sound was not made by human feet. Chapter 234. Chapter 234. Chapter 75. Lonnie. Salomeson. If it's not human, then what is it? A monster? A beast? Or something else entirely? In any case, the heavy footsteps outside were full of hostility. Murakan stared at the shut door. Kid, be loud with your battle cry, Murakan said. But he didn't set down his wine glass. Got it. Whatever it is, take care of it quietly. Thud. Thud. In front of Lonnie's door, the footsteps came to a stop. Click. Then, Murakan opened the door first. He wore a faint smile, but the moment he saw them, his expression froze. The source of the footsteps, he walked upright on two legs, with all limbs intact, but they were neither human nor monster, at best. They looked like powerless, unfortunate humans. These were the same beings Jean had encountered at the Colon ruins, before becoming a provisional knight. Body gargoyles. Suddenly, Murakan recalled the faces of the soldiers, knocked out by sleeping gas. Those two ordinary soldiers, who'd been casually on duty, they didn't deserve this fate. The first time in Colon, when they encountered, it was the same. Mercenaries who were knocked out suddenly turned into body gargoyles. They attacked Jean. Those transformed mercenaries had once said this. Please, kill us, Jippel. Those maniacs. Just as Jean gritted his teeth, the razor-sharp claws of a body gargoyle swiped at Murakan's face. Since the Colon incident, over the past few years, Their attacks had grown faster and fiercer. If it were the old Murakan, he might have allowed them to leave a few scratches. But for the current Murakan, their speed was as slow as drifting clouds. Whoosh! Murakan lightly waved his hand, and all 4 limbs were severed at once. Before the severed arms hit the ground, Murakan thrust both hands forward. Crack! His hands, blackened with aura, aimed directly at the gargoyle's dantian. Murakan instantly saw through it. That was their core. The heart. Let's go. We can't leave any alive. With a gentle clench of Murakan's fist, the heart shattered, and the bloated body rapidly shrank. Only a black shell remained. There was no longer any sign they'd once been human. The 3 were silent for a few seconds, staring at the corpses. There was no doubt. The one most shaken was Lonnie. She gagged a few times. Barely keeping her trembling body in check, she reminded herself of who she was, the adopted daughter of the Holy King, a holy knight of the Order of Dawn, and the daughter of Ayula. Lonnie took out her sacred book from her bosom, opened it, and knelt beside the dead. Ayula, these poor brothers have found peace. May they return to your embrace. Please watch over their souls, and comfort their innocent and empty deaths. A faint blue glow flowed from her body, wrapping the corpses. The wax-like light soon turned into Ayula's sacred flame, burning their bodies into ash. Lonnie held back her nausea. She finished a brief eulogy, and looked towards Sarajian's daughter. The shattered fragments of the heart Murakan crushed remained on the floor. Body gargoyles. Even seeing them with my own eyes, it's hard to believe. How could such things exist in the Holy Kingdom? Did we come to the wrong country? Murakan picked up one fragment and examined it closely. Jean also observed the shard carefully. Inside it swirled a cluster of pale, arcane energy. Although a chill ran through them, this wasn't the time to dwell on it. Ronnie Salome. We should move to a safer place first. They'll be sending more people soon. Blinking her eyes, Ronnie nodded. Understood. Please follow me. They left the cold hallway and followed Ronnie's lead, but didn't leave the Eastern Temple. If they find out I'm Sarajan, there'll be no place to hide in the Holy Kingdom. This might actually be the safest spot. Ronnie began to climb. They'd never expect I'd boldly climb Ayula's body. Almost no one knows about this secret passage. Since childhood, she had a knack for hiding things. After becoming the adopted daughter of the Holy King, to escape malicious bullying and unsettling stares, she naturally honed this skill. Creak. Ronnie twisted the statue's massive neck. Ayula's head shifted to one side, revealing the space inside the statue. They entered and closed the head again. Darkness enveloped them. Inside the statue was a passage that connected to the Eastern Temple's drainage system. After walking for a few minutes, they reached the drainage system. Ronnie staggered slightly and leaned against the wall. At this moment, her heart felt like half her faith had just been completely shattered. Her father, Holy King Mike Lane, was kidnapped by Jeeper. Bankila had fallen so far. It was no longer a Holy Kingdom. The Holy Kingdom is finished. Jean said nothing. He just met her gaze. She was on the verge of a breakdown, and he completely understood her collapse. However, no words of comfort would help. To someone who had lost her only family, her nation, and her faith, what comfort could Jean give? However, Jean could offer something concrete. Make your choice. Ronnie. Salome, if you're too exhausted, and don't even want revenge, I can send you to a quiet place to live out your life. Ensure your safety for life. Give you plenty of money, so you won't need to work, as long as you come with us now. Then, Jean looked straight at Ronnie. But if that's not what you want, pull yourself together. Tell us something useful. How many enemies are there? When did they take over the Holy Kingdom? Who else inside the kingdom can still be trusted? Back in Chantel, I did help you, but I can't use that as a reason to ask you to save my father and fight Jeeper with me. Why not? Ronnie was at a loss for words. Would you risk your life for me in the kingdom? Is it really you? Lunkade. Yes, I am Lunkade. So then, Jeeper is my enemy. Helping you is also to repay a debt. And as a member of the Lunkade family, it's about influencing the Holy Nation's future. Letting Jeeper rule the Holy Nation would ultimately harm both me and my family. Kid. You're not wrong. But don't you think that's a bit cold-blooded? Those religious fanatics are in real pain right now. So, act with a bit of reason yourself. Make a deal with me. As the heir to the Lunkade family, and to the Holy King, Malakan understood Jean's intention, and looked at Lonnie with a serious gaze. As the stench of the sewer slowly became bearable, Lonnie spoke again. Forgive my earlier outburst. Jean. Lunkade. Alright. I'll take your advice. I'm willing to make a deal with Lunkade. In just a short time, Lonnie's heart had gone through many changes. This Lunkade's successor, who looked much younger than himself, was clearly not someone who loved the Holy Nation as deeply as he did. But what shamed him was Jean cared more about the peace and future of the Holy Nation than he did. That fact made him feel deeply ashamed. Alright. What I must do is rescue the Holy King, or drive Jeeper out of the Holy Nation. What you must do is earn the support of me and Malakan. Especially this guy. He's much stronger than when you first met him. Use him as you wish. Jean let out a quiet sigh of relief. If Lonnie had chosen to give up and walk away, he honestly wouldn't have known where to start. If they could get rid of Jeeper, he could not only help his benefactor, but also return to his family with pride. First, let me explain what I've learned. As early as a few years ago, Jeeper had already started buying off key figures and groups within the Holy Nation. The first group he corrupted was the Doctrine Guardians of Dawn. That includes Lonnie and the Holy Knight Order that Salome belonged to. That's why my father sent me into the Guardians. Besides me, he had no one else he could trust, so he had me infiltrate and observe. Until not long ago, even my father wasn't completely sure. But once the Holy King learned about the Santel incident, he must have been convinced. Exactly. Right after I finished my report, Jeeper immediately kidnapped my father. At first, he even tried to trick me with an imposter. That guy mimicked my father's voice and mannerisms almost perfectly. However, there was one fact only those closest to the Holy King would know. The Holy King couldn't move his left index finger. When Lonnie noticed the King's divine power and during a meal saw the imposter freely using his left index finger, he questioned him. Jeeper then cut off the real King's left index finger and sent it to Lonnie's room through a trusted fellow Holy Knight. It was at that moment Lonnie fell into despair. What a twisted move. Sick bastards. Did you keep the finger? Jean asked. Lonnie shook his head. After confirming it, I burned it. It was reduced to ashes. Fire sealing magic. Huh. Only those connected to could use such a spell. Kellic, Jeeper, or Ketan might have done it. In other words, their enemy is Jeeper, but the real threat is Kellic. Even though Malakan has regained his strength, he alone is not enough to defeat them. But taking on all of Jeeper is clearly impossible. But if it's not a physical fight, but a battle of public opinion, then it's a different story. Things change. Though the King's finger has turned to ashes, Jean still holds a fragment of the golem's heart. A body golem's heart fragment, body golems, and transformation magic. These will become your greatest obstacles. When Jean took out the heart fragment, Lonnie understood his plan. You intend to use this evidence to accuse Jeeper of turning Holy Nation soldiers into body golems? That's right, I'm the only witness. No, I've also disrupted Jeeper's body golem experiments before, and there's a journalist ready to expose it. What? But that's still not enough. We need more solid evidence to expose Jeeper's true nature, and it must all come out at once. Who else knows that the Holy King cannot use his left index finger? Chapter 235. Chapter 235. Chapter 75. Lonnie. Salome. 4. Even with Dino, Jagrin, and the Kalan natives, the golem heart fragments alone aren't enough to start a campaign. We need to at least prove they kidnapped the Holy King and used a puppet to deceive the people. Archbishop Montiano, Archbishop Kinio, and the Holy Knight Commander, Sir Batura. Who among them is the most trustworthy? None of them. Lonnie replied flatly, then continued. Both Archbishop and Archbishop Kinio have been bought off. When I discovered the imposter, I went talk to them. All they did was smile and wish me luck. With the trial after the festival, these two were clearly bribed. Just from that, that's not enough to say they were bribed. No. I even mentioned the finger. They just smiled and didn't answer. As if to say, you're all... These two being bribed was especially devastating for Lonnie. Montiano and Kenia had been Mike Lane's closest friends since childhood. They'd known each other since they were 10. And within the Holy Nation, they were second only to Mike Lane in power. When I became convinced they were I realized there was no hope left. Montiano controls the nation's laws, while Kenia oversees its administration. In other words, the Holy Nation's law and administration are entirely in their hands, and the Holy King has been made it's a hopeless situation. This thought suddenly flashed through Jin's mind. The Holy Nation has fallen to Jeeper. What is Lung Kade doing? Does he know? And is simply standing by? Or has he not yet realized the current situation? The latter seems more likely. The battle between Murakan and Carton in Santel hasn't been made public yet. And besides, Santel is territory of the Shawl Principality. Due to the great distance, Lung Kade did not station any personnel here. Jean was also attacked by Malakan near Chantel and met Lonnie there. That's how he learned about the current situation. If not for all these coincidences piling up, he might still not know the truth of the Holy Nation. Sir Batura, commander of the Holy Knights. He was the last one to know the secret of the Holy King's body. He was the only one who wasn't part of Miklin's inner circle, but still knew the truth about the Holy King. I've never met Sir Batura, but he's always been politically opposed to my father. He always talked about bringing him down, with very strong words. Is that why you never met him? And he often insisted that we should establish friendlier ties with Jeeper. I thought he just hated my father, but now it seems he may have been colluding with Jeeper all along. Your Highness, the administration has completely fallen into their hands. It's truly despairing. Kid, go see Batura. Didn't you hear what I just said? I heard you. Batura is different from the other two archbishops. You haven't confirmed that for yourself. My father also really disliked him. It's said that during formal occasions, whenever he saw Sir Batura, he would grit his teeth in anger. Even at banquets, he absolutely refused to invite Sir Batura, as a foreign monarch, especially the Holy King, to go to that extent. Shows just how much. Because of that, I was influenced too. I never liked Batura either. No, I'd say I despised him. Jean seemed to remember something, and exchanged a glance with Lonnie. Lonnie, how did your father treat Archbishop Montiano and Archbishop Kanyu? Of course, at both banquets and meetings, he always had the two sit by his side, and discussed almost all governing matters with him. Whenever he had time, they'd even go for walks together. If you were the Holy King, and the Holy Nation was in a state like now, being eroded from the foundation by Jeeper, what would you do? Lonnie, if I were you, I'd cozy up to the enemy's spies, so they wouldn't suspect that I've noticed them. At the same time, I'd pick fights with those who might help me, at least on the surface. Lonnie blinked, then shook her head. That's possible, but even when it was just the two of us, Father always said he disliked Serbitura. If he thought there were spies in the castle, that could also explain it. Of course, it might be overthinking, but it doesn't hurt to confirm, just to be sure. What if we go find him, and get caught? If Serbitura is working for Jeeper, of course they'll lock me up. Before, they believed, they held Father's life in their hands, so they thought I wouldn't escape. But now, from their perspective, I've already killed those biopuppet soldiers, and escaped. Malakan locked the umbrella compartment. With me here, why worry about getting caught? Those holy knights of the Holy Nation, how could they possibly stop me? Lonnie had no idea, not at all. How strong has Murakan become? In his memories, Murakan was defeated by Cardon, and barely escaped with his life. That was only natural. However, what matters isn't whether Murakan can subdue Batura and the Holy Knights. That's not the real issue. Even if the two of them can defeat the Holy Knights, then what? We'll become the most wanted fugitives. And they will. Father, Lonnie couldn't bring herself to continue. After kidnapping the Holy King, Jeeper kept Lonnie alive, for one reason only. To make use of the symbol of father and daughter. Therefore, they let him recite the blessings at the Ayula Dissension Festival. If he couldn't fulfill his role well, or made any mistake, they would threaten to kill Nikolai. But thinking calmly, the odds of the Holy King still being alive are nearly zero. They've already taken over the entire Holy Nation, and have the perfect replacement. There's no reason to keep him alive. Lonnie was merely used appropriately. Once the holy citizens see him collapse, and begin to turn their backs on, they can discard him. Father is probably no longer in this world. Lonnie wasn't unaware of that. She just didn't want to accept it. Tears welled in Lonnie's eyes. Lonnie wiped away her tears, gritted her teeth. Crying won't solve. According to Confucius, I will go meet with Serbitura, but please promise me one thing. Go ahead. It seems Confucius plans to launch a war of public, but if Serbitura is truly, as I suspect, a spy, then the war of public opinion won't work. That's also why Confucius wants to meet Serbitura. Although according to Lonnie, there's still a possibility. But if Batura really is a spy, Jean must win over other forces. He's willing to defy Migung or the Nameless, and even go against Luncade's loss, to seek help from Luna. Letting the Holy Nation fall to Jeeper is something that Jean will never allow. So if things go wrong, after I become captain of the Knights, please help me restore the Holy Nation. Not just Lord Confucius and Murakan. I want the support of all of Luncade. Jean nodded. Understood. Summoning Serbitura alone is impossible, even as an adopted daughter. Lonnie is merely a second-rank knight of the doctrine-guarding Dawn Society. After some discussion, they decided to go directly to his residence. Either way, whether summoning him or meeting at his residence, if he's a spy, the result is the same. Who's this? Lonnie Salome, daughter of the great Holy King, the problem child of the doctrine-guarding Dawn Society, aren't you? Batura sat arrogantly in the center of his spacious study, with a clear smirk on his face. Behind him stood his personal Holy Knights, the Golden Shield Order. Their eyes were sharp. Who are these people? Batura pointed at Jean and Murakan. They're my friends. Friends. The ones who killed our soldiers at the Eastern Temple and helped you escape? Heh. Lonnie Salome, I've been looking for you. You're the one who's supposed to recite the blessing in a few days. How could you just disappear? This is bad. Jean and Murakan had the same thought at the same time. Lonnie's judgment was right. Damn it. The reason the Holy King hated him was because he was a scumbag. Did the Holy King really know nothing and still get deceived? Murakan had regained 40% of his power. Escaping shouldn't be hard. You should know. This could cost your father his head. Looks like you came to your senses halfway through the escape. Well done, regardless. Sit down. Expressionless, Lonnie sat in the seat in front of Batura. Jean and Murakan stood silently. Timing *SSSHD*. Batura smiled as he poured tea. Kane. Yes, my lord. The Holy Knight called Kane, stepped forward and responded. Take them away. Lock them in the underground prison. We've got a lot of questions for them. Then inform Jeeper that Lonnie is in our custody. Understood. Kane and 3 other Holy Knights strode toward Jean and Murakan. Jean and Murakan had already surrendered their weapons upon entry. Of course, handling these people wouldn't be a problem, but it's a hassle to retrieve their swords. How annoying. Swoosh, the sound of a sword being drawn. However, it wasn't the Holy Knights of the Golden Shield who drew it. It was the captain of the Holy Knights, Batura. Belth. That was the sound of his beloved sword being drawn. Swoosh, but where he pointed his blade was at the subordinates who had just passed him. With a single slash, the heads of the 4 Golden Shield Holy Knights were severed, the sound of metal clattering on the ground. Helmeted heads rolled across the floor. The Golden Shield were his direct subordinates, each around level 7 or 8. But the captain's sword striking from behind, was something they couldn't avoid, especially since his power was nearly level 9. The headless bodies of the Holy Knights twitched. Don't shout, Lonnie. End it. You chose right. All this time. You must have suffered a lot. Lonnie instinctively stood up. Batura covered her mouth. Jean and Murakin looked at Batura in stunned silence. Captain of the Holy Knights, Batura Belth, was not a subordinate of Jeeper. Come over here, Jean, Duke of Luncade. He even recognized Jin's face. Chapter 236. Chapter 236. Chapter 76. Didn't expect you to recognize me, Sir Batura. Jean walked up to Batura and said, I attended the narrow bridge party. I was drunk in a corner. It's no wonder you didn't notice me. Batura looked bitterly at the fallen golden shields. My holy knights. My direct subordinate. Most of them fell into those bastards' hands. Lonnie. I'm truly grateful that you're still safe. Sir Batura, I once suspected you. Please forgive me. Lonnie said, bowing her head. Batura shook his head. If it were me, I'd have done the same. Your father and I were political rivals for years. Besides, I always appeared to side with Jeeper. Did I not? Holy King Micklin and commander of the Holy Knights Batura Belth were known public adversaries. They clashed fiercely at every national council meeting. But in reality, it was all to maintain political balance. Micklin played the role of a righteous force opposing vested interests, while Batura took the role of the opposing faction. Since Micklin became Holy King, their opposition was actually cooperation now. Only they knew this truth. There were many stories about it, but Batura felt this wasn't the time to explain it all to Lonnie. They had more pressing matters to discuss. Lonnie, you and Duke Jean coming to me. Jeeper will find out very soon. Right now, in this manner, there are few people I can trust completely, and they're all under surveillance. Jeeper already thinks you've been bought out, sir. Hearing Jin's words, Batura nodded. They would assume bribery first. Those people started planting spies in the Holy Nation 20 years ago. 20 years ago, Jean hadn't even been born. Back in his previous life, when exiled, he had no power at all, so he hadn't known. But even then, the Holy Nation had already fallen under Jeeper's control. Now the Holy Nation is split into two factions, one supporting Jeeper, and one opposing them? No, one supports Jeeper, and the other supports Kinzello. The Holy King's downfall was orchestrated by Kinzello's side. Even now, I can't believe it. Kinzello actually has shapeshifters. Lonnie's eyes widened. Not only is the Holy Nation under Jeeper's control, but Kinzello also has a hand in it. To him, it was a shocking revelation. He had always seen Kinzello as a third-rate terrorist group, nothing compared to Jeeper. But if even Kinzello could control half the Holy Nation's forces, anyone would be shaken. Jean remained calm. Murakin shrugged. The Duke didn't seem surprised by the name Kinzello. Even your prejudice says so. That wasn't prejudice. Murakin was about to respond, but paused. The day we left Storm Castle, we were attacked by shapeshifters. They were fanatics of Jeeper. Since then, I traced their identities. I found that Kinzello and Jeeper were working together. Is that so? But they're no longer allies. Not long ago, they were still in an alliance. But for some reason, they've completely broken ties. Batura had pretended loyalty to Jeeper while observing everything. Archbishop Montiano, Kinyu, and other influential nobles and their factions had all completely submitted to Jeeper. So there wasn't much he could do. And now that two allied forces had become enemies, Batura believed this was the only chance to reclaim the Holy Nation. He anticipated that the Holy Nation's unity would weaken. However, the Holy Nation also fractured as a result. The moderates supported Jeeper, while the radicals supported Kinzello. The traitors believed Jeeper's Kalak and Kinzello's leader were greater than Ayula. Though I've never seen Kinzello's leader in person, Kalak's power alone is enough to shock those without faith. Even after the alliance collapsed, they each occupied half of the Holy Nation and continued to pursue their own goals. Although some loyalists, like Batura, still remained, compared to the traitors, they were insignificant in number. At the very least, one side, either the moderates or radicals, must be willing to reclaim the Holy Nation, or else there's no point in fighting. While Batura briefly explained all of this, the scent of blood from the fallen gold shields and the Holy Knights permeated the air. The biogargoyle experiments. When did they begin? When I returned from the East Temple of Delaney, I found that there were already Holy Nation soldiers turned into biogargoyles there. Jean pulled from his chest a fragment of a biogargoyle's heart. His body trembled slightly. Those people have been conducting experiments within the Holy Nation for over half a year now. Every month, over 100 citizens and soldiers were taken to their base for experimentation. Lonnie's expression twisted, though his eyes were open. He had known nothing of this, and it was driving him mad. Lonnie, this isn't your fault. It's mine and your father's. We didn't tell you the truth in time. When you say their base, you mean the Lutro Magic Federation? Jean naturally assumed the experiments were Jeeper's doing. Not Jeeper. It was Kinzello. Unlike Cologne, the biogargoyle experiments on citizens of the Holy Nation were Kinzello's atrocities. Kinzello carried out the biogargoyle experiments. Kinzello is an organization closely tied to beast folk, White Wolf Tribe, Red Fox Tribe, and other warrior races. All serve Kinzello's leader. And within the heart fragment, that swirl of blue arcane energy sent a chill through Jean. Are those Kinzello people? trying to resurrect the Netherlord clan? The bio-gargoyle hearts seen in the Holy Nation were extremely similar to the frenzied hearts of the Netherlords. Malakan seemed to have the same thought, and brought his face closer to the heart fragment. But how could they possibly do it? Our brethren disappeared completely from the world 5 millennia ago. There are no records left about the frenzied hearts, and the Netherlord blade was lost as well. Jean recalled a certain news report, the one from Bamel, describing how to control lightning in detail, and in that same incident, some Kinzalo members had survived, and someone had witnessed the Netherlord blade. Could it all be because of that report? An indescribable sense of dread and foreboding pressed down on Jean's heart. Kinzalo took Holy Nation citizens to Old Ortran, the headquarters of the Dark Magic Council, also where Lurie, the legacy of Jeeper, was located. That's where the bio-gargoyle experiments were conducted. Was Jeeper also conducting experiments on citizens in the same way? At least for now, no. Jeeper wants to use our sacred relics, and the demon relics we safeguard, but they haven't experimented on Holy Nation citizens. Most likely, they're considering public opinion when the time comes to fight Kinzalo for the title of sole ruler of the Holy Nation. With a heavy heart, Vitura nodded. On one hand, he was also surprised that the conclusion he had reached after years of observation was accurately deduced by Jean. In just a few words, Commander of the Holy Knights, the situation has come to this. Why haven't you asked Lunkade or any other power for help? Murakan said with some helplessness. Vitura looked at the cold air. If at this moment, Lunkade is allowed to, what will be left of this land? In Jin's opinion, this is the right decision. Jeeper and Kinzalo will at least operate in secret, while Lunkade will seize the chance to wage war, turning the Holy Nation into ruins, then only taking the saints with outstanding healing power and the treasures from the Eternal Vault. Strictly speaking, what Lunkade wants is not the neutral state Bankila, but the saints' healing ability. That's true. Kid, what are you thinking about? Jean folded his arms and remained silent for a while, a way to drive both Jeeper and Kinzalo out of here without major sacrifices. Ever since the news broke that the body mimicry experiments were done by Kinzalo and not Jeeper, he'd been thinking about it. That is to say, how to properly teach those guys a lesson. What? I more or less understand the situation, Kinzalo. Fortunately, for now they haven't caused much impact outside. Sir Vitura, please speak. Young Master Jean, the upper ranks of the Holy Nation have either betrayed us, or, like you, are loyal, but essentially powerless, right? Yes. However, the deities know nothing about this. Hundreds of deities every month, or even more, are used as test subjects, and they don't know that either. Gradually, Vitura's eyes widen. You plan to tell the deities about this? Yes. But just telling them, they won't believe it, so we need evidence. This friend and I will go to Otheron 5 to rescue the abducted deities. I've considered that too, but they are Kinzelos. 8 and 9-star mages are waiting. I know. Under Kinzelo Mountain are mages from the Dark Magic Society. Regarding this matter, I've done quite a bit of research, but even so, can the two of you really bring the believers back? Though he wanted to ask, Vitura decided to wait and see. The broken believers would serve as the most effective evidence. Unfortunately, upon rescuing those from Otheron 5, very few believers are likely to still be alive. Most have become biopuppets, or are in the process of being transferred to Jean. In this way, we'll show the truth to the remaining believers of the Holy Nation. If we can bring back the believers used as test subjects, it would be the best approach. However, the current strength of the Loyalists makes even reaching Otheron 5 impossible. Yes, I plan to do it, and all responsibility will be shifted to Jeeper. I'll say that the believers who were taken as experimental subjects were taken away by him. It was found in one of Jeeper's 4 towers. In one of Jeeper's 4 towers? Isn't that a lie? Even if it is a lie, it doesn't matter, as long as the fact that believers were taken, even turned into test subjects for puppet experiments, spreads across the Holy Nation. Jeeper will have to explain itself. Losing the stars will make ruling extremely difficult. The believers still don't know that the Holy Nation has already fallen into Jeeper's hands. However, once the truth that Jeeper experimented on the believers comes to light, Jeeper will have to exhaust all efforts to stabilize the lands it already controls. At the very least, those who publicly uphold justice won't be able to cover this up so easily. If one of the Tower Masters speaks personally, that alone will be proof. So you already have a plan. Currently, one of Jeeper's 4 Tower Masters, Carl, is not in Jeeper or the Lutro Magic Federation. That friend of ours is currently imprisoned as a captive of Kinzalo, and Kinzalo, as the world knows it, is nothing more than a third-rate terrorist group. When Jean returns to the Holy Nation with the captured Starbringer, Jeeper will have to make a choice. Either admit that Carl, Calyx Heir, was captured by a no-name terrorist group, or take responsibility for the biopuppet experiments in place of Kinzalo. If they choose the former, their status will plummet. If they choose the latter, their image will collapse. Let Kinzalo use force, and let Jeeper use reputation to capture. Chapter 237. Chapter 237. Chapter 76. Rotting Chinzhou. Part 2. Jeeper will likely decide to take on the blame. The Jeeper clan, not only powerful within one nation, but influential across the entire world, will never give up its status, even if their image as a family that upholds justice and light is severely damaged. They'll simply push forward a few scapegoats to take the fall. Their reputation can be rebuilt, but once authority is lost, it's hard to recover, especially with a like Lunkade around. Currently, Jeeper's 4 Tower Masters are imprisoned by Kinzalo. I personally convinced Kinzalo's mage, Chuktid, to make it happen. Batura added briefly regarding how Jean reclaimed the compass. Of course, the details of the compass remained a secret to Batura. This was nothing short of one shock after another. So, you intend to use Carl, Jeeper, and its 4 Tower Masters. Now I understand your plan. If things go as you say, Jeeper will choose to take the blame for Kinzalo. Of course, things might not go as I hope, but as things stand, there's no better plan. This way, we can bring the reality of the holy nation into the light and force them to retreat. Batura, at a loss for words. Originally, Batura had planned to lead the cautious loyalists into action, launch the final resistance. His ultimate goal was, in the process, no matter what, to ensure Lonnie survive and seek protection from Lunkade, the secret palace, or even the nameless ones. As for afterward, whether Lonnie planned for a hopeful future or lived the rest of her life in hiding, that would be her own choice. However, Jean appeared. Perhaps this boy was sent by Ayula. Though said to be from Lunkade, he was merely a trainee knight under 20. In normal times, no matter how extraordinary Jean was, Batura would never have lent a hand. After all, he was far too young, unsuitable to bear such a heavy burden. Master Jean, please give the order. Sir Batura, please tell me, what should Lonnie and I do? I'll head to Old Ortrim immediately. Please, until I return, continue pretending to serve Jeeper and protect Lonnie. You must not hand Lonnie over to anyone. Otherwise, she could face drugging or torture. Jeeper and Kinzalo still want Lonnie by the fake Holy King's side. For the final act of the Advent Festival, I share the blame for this. Because of that, they'll go to any lengths to force the escaped Lonnie to fall in line. You don't have to worry about that. And about Kinzalo, please list and categorize those who are aligned with Jeeper, so when I return, it can be announced immediately. At the same time, gather the remaining loyalists. There may be skirmishes or betrayals. Understood. Master Jean. Lonnie walked up to Jean. A brief encounter. Yet it touched the fate of Antikira. All she could do now was sit quietly and wait for Jean's safe return. But she would definitely repay this kindness. Hey, you zealot. Save your thanks until we've brought the believers of the holy nation out. It's not too late then. For now, just pray and wait. Also, your name is Batura, right? Now act like you've been injured. We're leaving. Damn you. Before Jean could say anything, Batura suddenly cut off his own arm. Lonnie panicked and instantly used holy power. But Batura pushed her away and shook his head. He also had to appear injured. To explain the deaths of the Gold Shield Holy Knights, Batura, astonishingly, cut off his arm just like that. Jean knew. Batura handed his sword to Jean. Take my sword and run. Your sword. It should be in the chest at the center of the first floor. I'll send out a pursuit squad. Right after you leave. I'll return before the Advent Festival ends. Good luck. After retrieving his sword and shaking off the pursuers, Jean fled the holy nation. It took an entire day. Because he was now a wanted man, he couldn't use teleportation checkpoints. There were 5 days left before the end of the Advent Festival. Jean had to rescue the believers and return to the holy nation. Within that time is a bit tight. Huff huff huff. Malakin's massive wings slice through the air. Since Ortrim doesn't belong to the Lutro Magic Federation, therefore, Malakin's flight was unrestricted. In the desolate land beyond the holy nation, people believed this area was no longer fit for habitation. Ortrim is now an unprotected zone and the ancestral ground of the Dark Magic Council. Even wielding the Spirit Sword and Netherlord Blade, even at Jean's level of strength, it was impossible for him to enter alone. Andre, Jeeper's archenemy. Ralt, whom Jean killed, brother of Joe. Cold-hearted Joe, elder featurin of Monk Academy. Hensek, Archmage Chukt of Ans. Tordler, Susan, head of the Lilistha family. Lilistha. These 4 were confirmed to be 9-star mages of the Dark Magic Council. In addition to them, how many 7 or 8-star mages were present was unknown. And what traps were hidden, no one could say. Getting nervous, kid. Jean laughed softly. With you here, what's there to be afraid of? Exactly. With me here, no matter how many mages there are, there's nothing to fear. Seriously though, Misha has restored Malakin's power. If all the 9-star mages gathered at once, could Malakin suppress them on his own? Of course, but the chances of all 9-star mages gathering is slim. Aside from Cold-Hearted Joe, the others each lead their own factions or families. Unless there's something major, they wouldn't stay at the Dark Magic Council's headquarters. Well then, let's just go find out. This guy's so confident. I guess it'll be fine. It was a night without even moonlight. Looking down at the land below, there was only darkness. In this uninhabited, lightless wasteland. Who would imagine? This was the headquarters of the Dark Magic Council. From somewhere in the distance, the cry of an unknown creature echoed. Malakin gradually increased his speed. Kid, Looks like we're getting close. Those human mages. They've set up something cute. Something cute. They've set up a barrier. One with both illusion and alarm effects. I see. I expected there'd be a barrier. Can you break through it? Malakan laughed again. We already passed through it. Huh. Didn't you notice? Liar. Just as Jean was about to say that, he looked back and gasped in shock. In the void they'd passed, traces of a barrier remained. Hidden magic circles, torn and floating in the air. There were too many to count. Just how many magic circles were there? And they passed through them so silently. Among the flickering magic formations, a black aura stirred, giving off an ominous feeling. It was the spiritual trace left behind by Malakan's destruction of the barrier. That aura was now absorbing the surrounding formations, growing larger. The Dark Magic Council. The Dark Magic Council has occupied Outram for 50 years. During this time, they've poured the mana of countless mages into maintaining this great barrier. But to Malakan, it's just an ordinary wall. This level of aura was released without any preparation time. And yet, what is this? It's not just one spot. It's not just where we passed earlier. Somehow, those aura clusters have appeared all over the sky. We don't know when they were placed, but those aura clusters are spreading like mold. The entire Great Barrier is vanishing. Jean's mouth hung open in shock. He looked back and forth between the back of Malakan's head and the sky. Why are you so surprised by something this trivial? A contractor of a millennium. This too is within your capabilities. If I had enough time, I could also create a rupture in the Great Barrier once. That much I could do. But he swallowed the rest of his words. The Dark Magic Council's Great Barrier had already completely disappeared. There it is. That castle. That must be their headquarters. With the barrier gone, a castle situated in the middle of the Dark Plains was now clearly visible. The mages inside that castle probably have no idea that the barrier has already been breached. Kid. We go in directly. There shouldn't be any experimental victims around the outer wall. I'll destroy the outer wall. You go in and find the followers. Once you locate them, fire the signal flare immediately. Got it. If, during the battle, you find any civilians, besides the followers, you must rescue them too. They're key witnesses in exposing the true face of Gipple. Don't worry. Hold on tight. I'm going to drop at full speed now. Hoo. As Malakan hovered in the sky, he took a deep breath. The aura that destroyed the barrier gathered in his mouth. The Dark Magic Council's castle was about 300 meters away, a bit far for a breath attack. However, for the current Malakan, that distance was more than enough. If there were no followers inside, he was confident he could destroy the entire with a single breath. Whoa! A black breath streaked across the sky like a meteor. It tore through the heavens. Boom! As their gaze naturally followed the impact point, Malakan's breath had already struck the outer wall, tearing through layer after layer of barriers. Rumble! As the outer wall collapsed, Jean stood up. Dust instantly filled the air, engulfing the lower half of the castle. There was no time to marvel. The moment the breath hit the wall, Malakan had already begun his descent. He moved so fast that the skin on his cheeks was pulled back. In the blink of an eye, Malakan pierced through the crumbling outer wall. Screams rang out. The mages of the Dark Council guarding the outer city, and the followers of Kinzero. Screams erupted. Some fell toward the ground. Some barely grabbed onto the collapsing debris, and some just sat dazed on the ground, in sudden confusion. Huff! Then, from Murakan's wings, hundreds of spiritual tendrils extended. The spiritual energy pierced through the throats or chests of the lucky survivors of the outer wall collapse, confirming their death. Murakan's attack had lasted less than 10 seconds, and already over 200 mages and believers were dead. The castle was nearly destroyed, its original shape unrecognizable. Murakan, with only 40% of his power restored, still had such destructive force. Even Jean hadn't expected it. Those still alive, prepare to meet your end. No one can escape me. As Murakan shouted those words, Jean leapt from his back into the chaos of battle. Chapter 238. Chapter 238. Chapter 76. Great Defeat and Lone Defeat. 3. Help. A mage standing on the outer wall tried to raise a shield, but his body was sliced in half. He was cut down by the blades of spiritual energy floating in the air. Not one or two, but hundreds of black blades, all moving with Murakan's will. Every time the blades swung, screams rang out. Some died instantly. Some were torn apart. Some were crippled. Even the brave White Wolf warriors could not look away. They could only stare dumbfounded at the slaughter. I told you, you cannot escape, Murakan said in a low voice to the mages trying to flee the outer wall. As soon as he spoke, the black blades struck their backs. After a few short screams, several mages were dead. These black blades tore through 7th level mage shields with ease. Murakan's figure was like that of the Grim Reaper. Ha. A roar. Just hearing it sent a chill through their stomachs. It was as if their bodies were melting from fear. Murakan's roar drove humans to their knees instantly. White Wolf and Red Fox warriors instinctively raised their weapons, not to fight, but just to shield their bodies. It was pure instinct. Unlike the White Wolf clan, the Red Fox clan could at least keep their eyes on Murakan now. but their legs trembled like frightened dogs. The Sky King, the name other dragons once called Muraken. Indeed, Muraken displayed the majesty worthy of that title. If it had just been mindless slaughter, the battle would have ended long ago. He only stopped the destruction to save the believers, not because he lacked power. Insane. Jean looked at Muraken in disbelief. Is this really the same silly black dragon who searched through Spring Flower Collection, looking for strawberry pie? Now I see why he spoke of a perfect form. He really did once have this level. If he regained full power, not even Father or the stone-throwing brothers could beat him. Before arriving at Otherin, I actually had doubts so. Even if Muraken recovered, the two of us might not be enough. But now, there's no need to worry. Even if all 4 9th-level mages were here, Muraken and I wouldn't be cornered. The only concern is the condition of the captured believers. Batura said. They began experiments in the Holy Nation 6 months ago. Each month, over 100 believers and soldiers were taken as test subjects. According to Batura, so far, at least 600 followers have been brought here, maybe more, and yet, very few of them survived. Some mentally sound individuals must be left alive. If everyone has turned into biological puppets, and we can only kill and remove them, we gain nothing substantial. He started to move. Jean, wearing a black robe, activated the runes of Muerta. He looked like an intruder. But the panicked mages fleeing didn't stop him. The black dragon's sudden attack. The castle collapsing. All they could think about was survival. Instead, Jean stopped one of the fleeing mages. He tackled him to the ground, held a blade to his neck and asked, "Where are the followers being held?" I don't know. Thwack. Without hesitation, Jean stabbed him. He showed no sympathy or mercy for the mages under Kanzero. He questioned and dealt with 3 mages this way, but none of them knew. Low-ranking mages didn't know the location. Gritting his teeth, he passed through the collapsed outer wall and saw humans and followers coming out of the inner city gate. Among them were 2 familiar faces, Chook, Toddler and Susan, and Lalista. Their faces were flushed red, shouting loudly, issuing commands. All mages above level 1, prepare chain spells. Anyone trying to flee will die by my hand. There's no escaping the eyes of that black dragon anyway. While I'm setting up the shield, find a way to draw its attention. We must hold out until Zhao Jin is ready. Susan and Chook were drenched in sweat. Far more than the 200 mages who died on the outer wall. They could feel the terrifying power of Malakan. The cold Zhao. Seems he's in this castle too. Whatever Zhao is preparing, it likely won't pose a threat to Malakan. Jean avoided their line of sight, moving through the shadows. Just as he entered a corridor, he ran into a group of Red Fox warriors charging out. 1, 2, 5. As he counted them, he released the deathly aura of the Netherlord clan he usually suppressed. The Red Fox warriors were ready to strike, but backed off immediately. Sigmund was already engulfed in lightning. Zap! A bolt of lightning struck down. The Red Fox warriors began to panic and scatter, already frightened by Malakan outside. Now overwhelmed by Netherlord aura, they stood no chance of resistance, for were burned alive. One had his arm cut off. Jean asked the same question again. Where? The underground shelter. But right now, Zhao is gathering the test subjects. What do you mean by that? You have the same aura as the test subjects. The aura of the Netherlord clan. The ominous hunch was confirmed. Kanzero. They're trying to resurrect the Jean glared furiously, grabbing the enemy by the collar. Mercy, please, spare me. I told you everything. Take me to the shelter. Yes. The enemy drooled white foam and crawled on the floor. Jean looked around. Although someone might try to stop him, no one grabbed Jean, because once Muraken started his attack, most of the forces inside the castle had already rushed out. This place. I manage these people. No, not anymore. The hallway to the underground shelter was covered in footprints. Human footprints. There were traces of hundreds moving at once. These were Coldlet's traces, leading them away. The entrance to the shelter was wide open. After severing the enemy's head, he jumped down to check the situation inside, then prepared to follow the footprints. The interior resembled various potion bottles and books were scattered everywhere. Iron cages were all over the place. It was even more spacious than the central hall. Just as he was assessing that everyone had already been taken, a woman's voice rang out. Are you someone sent by the Holy King? The black dragon outside? Though fear was in the woman's eyes, they revealed a unique resolve prepared for death. I'm the one asking questions. Tell me, what happened to the believers? Did Coldlet take them away? Judging by her pristine white lab coat, she had likely been conducting experiments on the believers. The moment Jean raised his sword to threaten her, she raised both hands. I am a saint of the Dawn Carriage Society. My name is Machali. Sheila is a first-class inquisitor directly under the Holy King. Following His Majesty's order, she infiltrated the Dark Magic Society 3 years ago. She now works here as a researcher. After becoming a researcher, the secrecy was so strict that she couldn't contact the homeland. And I'm supposed to believe all that? The woman immediately opened a pendant and showed him an emblem. The dormant volcano, the symbol of the Holy Nation. Jean glanced between the emblem and the woman. I have many questions too, but now's not the time to talk. An explosive spell has already been activated inside the lab building. Look at the floor. A pure white magic circle was forming on the ground. It was designed for situations like this by mages of the Dark Magic Society as a defense measure. In 5 minutes, the lab building will vanish completely. We must save the remaining believers. Where are they? There is a secret underground passage, known only to researchers. Out of the 823 captured believers, 813 have already been taken away, turned into battle-type bio-puppets. What? Once the lab shuts down, the magic infusion devices will also stop functioning. If that happens, the remaining 10 won't survive either. Damn it. Machli opened the floor, revealing a hidden space. Inside the secret underground passage, known only to researchers, 10 unconscious people, drooling from their mouths, came into view. They were believers of the Holy Nation. We have to save them. We can't return to the Holy Nation empty-handed. This might be our last chance. If we can't bring these survivors back. If what Machli said is true, then these 10 believers are the only ones left to testify. Should I trust this woman? Maybe she's just doing what she must to survive. As he hesitated for about 3 seconds, a familiar voice suddenly came from outside. Asterisk thump, thump, thump asterisk. Though the sound seemed distant, Jean instantly recognized it. The sound of lightning being summoned. It was nothing like thunder in nature. Are those Joa's resurrected Netherlord biological puppets? Yes, it's them. Joa has begun deploying the puppets. No matter how powerful the black dragon is outside, he won't hold for long. You might not know this. Joa treated the followers as blueprints to create those puppets in the image of the Netherlord clan. How do you know that? Don't tell me. Has your kingdom already learned this information? Asterisk psi asterisk damn it. Fine. Machli, Shira, I'm trusting you. No matter what, we must save those 10 witnesses. Any ideas? Just move the mana infusion device to the secret passage. This one. Jean pointed to a steel container connected to transparent pipes. Machli nodded in confirmation. It truly was the Holy King's chamber, now facing a sudden assault. With the lab destroyed, and the only witnesses at risk of death, he could only wait anxiously. To him, this heavy device was completely immovable. Even a 5-star dancer's strength couldn't budge it. But then Jean lifted the device and easily moved it into the passage. You should go in and wait a while too. Now we can only pray to Yahello that the black dragon doesn't get trapped. I'll pour all my mana into the followers' bodies. When it's done, you lead them to escape. No, I need to go out. You stay and protect the followers. Wouldn't it be better to escape quietly? While the black dragon doesn't know, he can fly. There will be a chance to escape later. Without the black dragon, how could we possibly escape with 10 people? Those are magic beasts trained by the Dark Magic Council. You can use them. Machli knew that sending Jean to escape, to ensure Malakan's safety, was a shameless act, but he believed it was the last chance to get the witnesses to the Holy Kingdom. There was no other choice. The Holy Kingdom may be important, but to me, he's more important. I can't just help the Holy Kingdom and ignore the possibility of something happening to Malakan. I understand. I spoke out of turn. I get it. I'll be back as soon as I can. May Yahella's gaze shine upon you and the black dragon. Asterisk clank, asterisk. Jean shut the entrance to the secret passage. He turned and left. The power of the Netherlord clan. He knew it better than anyone. If all 813 biological puppets truly replicated the Netherlord clan, even Malakan would be in danger. As he returned outside, what he saw was thousands of lightning bolts covering the sky. Chapter 239. Chapter 239. Chapter 76. Ajo language domination. 4. The entire sky was dyed purplish blue. Amid deafening noise and blinding light stood figures, no longer human. Victims of the 813 biological puppet project. They had all fully transformed, their bodies engulfed in lightning, just like when Netherlords used the power of the yellow star. Chaos erupted. Every time a puppet's light intensified, lightning in the sky began to spread. Murakan's figure was hidden by the lightning, no longer visible. The lightning from the bio-puppets, at first glance, seemed incredibly powerful. Its visual effect was certainly striking, but in reality, it did not reach the overwhelming level that Machli had feared. Although the usage was similar, the lightning from Jean and the Underworld clan was not comparable at all. At the very least, Murakan wouldn't lose to those puppets. Jean rushed out in haste, because he feared the bio-puppets might possess combat power comparable to the Underworld clan. Machli had also said, even a black dragon might not withstand them. Machli wasn't entirely wrong. If all 813 lightning-wielding bio-puppets were joined by 3 9-star mages and hundreds of Dark Magic Society mages, as well as White Wolf and Red Fox clans, even renowned warriors or dragons, in such a situation, any famous warrior or dragon would have to retreat. But Machli didn't understand the true strength of the black dragon Murakan, nor did she know about the power of Jean and the Underworld clan, turning innocent believers into monsters, even defiling my brethren, you bastards. From the moment Jean drew the Dark Magic Society's segment, they were destined to be erased from this world today. Murakan. Jean shouted his name with all his strength. In the middle of the blue sky, a black vortex appeared. Murakan's figure re-emerged, except for the bio-gargoyles. Every member of the Dark Magic Council turned toward Jean. That guy. Why is he here? The one who shouted in fear was the great archmage of the shadows, Chuck, Toddler. The moment he saw Jin's magic helmet, he recognized him. Seeing Chuck instinctively retreat, the remaining 9 great mages frowned in confusion. Lord Chuck, do you know him? The thin, deep-eyed man. Cold let Joe. He's the one who stole the compass from the Belladou Rear Nation. Careful. The lightning he uses far surpasses that of the bio-gargoyles. Just as Joe and Susan were about to respond, Murakin spoke. Is everything confirmed? Regarding the civilian's location and evidence to bring back to the Holy Nation? Jean nodded. In that case, there's no need to waste any more time. What should we do? Kill all the bio-gargoyles and those small fry. As for the 9 great mages, cripple and capture them alive. That's a complicated spell. Can't we just kill them all instead? No. Then just capture Cold Let Joe alive. Murakin gave a slight Understood. This little task won't be hard. Fools who don't know their place. You small fry. Do you think you're Shilong, Lunkade, or Kellic, or Jeeper? Bang. Cold Let Joe slammed his cane hard on the ground. A loud rallying cry. Then a sudden attack. The castle collapsed. The lab was sealed off. That alone was enough to throw things into chaos. And now a mortal dares to provoke them. It made him furious. Susan, Lalista reacted similarly. She believed this was just a single attack. The Dark Mages Council would never fall apart just because of a dragon and some nobody. Only Chuck, who had witnessed, looked grim. Of course, he too knew Jean was no ordinary man, but he believed all of them facing him together was still hopeless, even though the black dragon hovering above was mighty. If Joe and the others resisted, this place wouldn't have been utterly destroyed. That should have been the case. So why this ominous feeling? Just as Chuck tried to take a deep breath to calm the anxiety in his chest, Malakin's wings unleashed spiritual energy like a tsunami. In an instant, the spiritual energy filled the skies. It swirled into a vortex, devouring the lightning. Quickly, the ground twisted into darkness. The creature-sensitive ghost still called down lightning. However, even lightning that shot into the sky would vanish the moment it hit the edge of the spiritual field. As expected, hidden schemes. Let's see how long his confidence lasts. Tree warriors. Grab him. At Joe's command, the nearby tree warriors raised their weapons. With fierce eyes, they marched toward Jean, crackling lightning, wrapped around Sigmund's pale blade. Guided by Jean's will, it surged violently. The sharper tree warriors instinctively took several steps back. The others felt that Jean's lightning was no different from the ghost creatures. They immediately raised their energy levels. From Sigmund's blade, the lightning formed into columns, radiating in all directions. Meanwhile, Malakin mocked Joe's ignorance and released the spiritual energy cloaking the sky. Spiritual release, in the language of primal spirit. As Malakin's amber eyes glowed, the surroundings plunged into utter darkness. It wasn't just perception. Everyone present, except Jean, saw their vision turn completely black in an instant. Though it lasted just a moment, the sudden darkness was terrifying for anyone. Just now, my eyes, when vision returned. The mages of the Dark Council and the Tree Warriors instinctively touched their eye sockets, confirming each other's faces. Did your vision just black out too? They all had the same look. Everyone thought nothing had happened until they saw their own shadows beneath them, moving on their own. Ugh. What is going on? Shadows. The shadows are being torn apart. Their original distorted shapes from the light vanished completely. Now, they were being ripped and stretched, some even fused with those of others nearby. An experience they'd never had before. A bizarre sight beyond imagination. Instantly brought a chill to the air, sending shivers down their spines. Not everyone's shadow had turned like that. Among the remaining 600 or so mages and druids, about half experienced the same phenomenon. But even those unaffected were deeply disturbed. Looks like we'll need to reduce the numbers a bit first. Watching those squirming things pile up was anything but pleasant. After Murakin finished speaking, screams rang out across the ground, followed by dull cracking sounds. Help! Those affected by the spirit unleashing field began to change. Nearly 300 bodies twisted, torn apart, shattered like statues struck by hammers, scattered in pieces. What they suffered was exactly what their shadows experienced. As they transformed, those whose shadows were beheaded were truly beheaded themselves. Those whose shadows were torn apart, their bodies were too. Corpses collapsed helplessly to the ground. The shadows detached from the dead were drawn into the sky, gathering toward Murakin. The same happened to Joka and Susan. By that point, they sensed something was terribly wrong. Even after decades of studying magic, even as archmages, they had never heard of such a thing. Chuck had already raised his defensive arm, and Joe and Susan began preparing spells. However, their eyes were drawn for a few seconds to the carnage caused by those few seconds would cost them for life. Because in that moment, Jean had already finished his preparation. Sigmund was thrust into the ground, and the shadows once again died. The entire force blew. Divine Spear of the Head. For swords, Chi-Shur. All followed Sigmund. The thunder pillars floating around them drove into the ground. Jin's thunderous aura spread across the terrain. All 813 stone gargoyles, just like when Murakin used his power and dyed the sky blue. But this was no ordinary thunder. Even without having seen it firsthand, the 9-star mages could sense the overwhelming power of Jin's thunder. 10-star Knight. Vanessa. Even Arson instinctively wanted to evade Qingshir's thunder. Ordinary orc warriors couldn't possibly endure it. The thunder pillars in the ground began to summon lightning. Across the pitch-black sky, Jin's thunder surged. Get out of the way. Those orcs still staring at Jin shouted to the others. They raised their staves, but it was already too late. The thunder beneath the brilliant blue arc had already killed over half of the orcs near Jin. Boom. The protective spells, cast by Qiao and Chuk. Jin wanted the others to at least barely survive, but even those who dodged the thunder stood frozen, staring at the ground. What Jin radiated was fiercer than any previous aura of the Netherlord clan. It left their bodies paralyzed. So, those are Jin's two swords, while Sigmund continued to corrode. Bradamani drew her blade from its hilt. The blackened blade reached for the necks of the orcs, huddled beneath their protective shield. Each time the blade slashed, a head dropped to the ground. Jin locked eyes with Joe. Around 500 biogargoyles remained. Take him down, Joe roared. The biogargoyles charged toward Jin together. He didn't actually believe these incomplete biogargoyles, rated between 4 and 5 stars, could take down Jin. He only wanted to buy a little time before Jin charged at him. No matter how many biogargoyles there were, before Jin and Malakan, they were useless. He realized as much. Jin and Malakan's power was far beyond his comprehension, especially Malakan's strength. They should have fled, not gathered all these troops. Foolish. It's too late for regrets now. Huff, huff. Jin summoned ties. Pushing away, the unfortunate civilians turned biogargoyles and walked toward Joe. It's time you paid the price for insulting my brothers. Susan and Chuk were busy fending off Malakan's follow-up attacks. Joe looked at the biogargoyles, ruthlessly consumed by blue flames, and recalled what Jin had said. The word emotion, just one word, but it meant surrender was the only way to live. As long as he survived, the captain would save him. Chapter 240. Chapter 240. Chapter 76. Side versus solo translation. The oppressive flames now spread more fiercely than at any moment before. Disgusting. The biogargoyles engulfed in fire had just recently been civilians, and the Netherlord brothers had been humiliated. All of this deeply upset Jin. You think I don't know? You're using these people as shields to buy time. Archmage Sarah, aren't you ashamed? Come out. Joe, my urge to kill you grows stronger by the second. Stop. Stop. I'll go with you. Just stop. When Joe raised his staff to surrender, Chuk and Susan's eyes widened. They were still desperately fighting, yet their leader Joe suddenly surrendered, and he was the one who had provoked Malakan first, saying he was the real schemer. Now he had suddenly changed his stance. It was hard to believe. Lord Joe, what's going on? Are we surrendering? Faced with Susan's question, Joe scolded her instead. Ugh, you still don't get it. You saw the Black Dragon's power, and still don't understand. We are no match. If this keeps up, total annihilation is only a matter of time. Surrender is the only way. But what? My lords, please show your intent to surrender too, before he changes his mind. Forget pride and dignity. Looking at the situation, Joe wasn't wrong. Chuk and Susan also. They couldn't possibly fight back against these monsters. This was a feeling they hadn't experienced since reaching the 9-star level. Stop talking nonsense. Lord Xiao, what's wrong with you? Surrender? Is that something a leader should say? If we surrender obediently, do you really think that demon will spare us? That's just foolish. Chuk suddenly shouted. Lord Chuk, what did you just say? The one we can't handle is the Black Dragon, not that blood freak. If we capture him as a hostage, the Black Dragon will back off. No guardian dragon would let their contractor die. Chuk was the only one who had seen Jin before. So, when Jin first appeared, only Chuk felt a subtle sense of danger, though Jin's power far exceeded his age. What made him even more uneasy was that intuition for mental combat. When they met on the floating isle of the Belladou Duchy, he had thought Jin was just a magic swordsman. Never imagined he'd be connected to Soul Dread or the Black Dragon. Magic beyond level 7. Swordsmanship beyond level 8. Terrifying lightning and spiritual power. Even 9-star mages wouldn't want to face that. If Lord Xiao surrenders now, there will be no hope for the future. We must capture that guy and bargain with the Black Dragon. Ever since learning Jin was a contractor, Chuk had thought this way. As long as they caught that monster, the battle would be theirs. Don't give up, Lord Xiao. Capture that guy. Lord Chuk is right. Lord Xiao, no matter how strong he is, he's just a monster. If we work together, even Lord Xiao alone, we can subdue him. Susan joined in as well. She, momentarily ashamed, couldn't speak, because what they said made sense. What a disgrace that he hadn't thought of such a simple solution to this crisis. He had only thought of relying on the captain. Xiao wasn't stupid. Chuk was right. That guy is dangerous. He had been overwhelmed by the pressure of that kid. It was simply that Xiao, more than Chuk and Susan, had instinctively yielded to fear, leading to this shameful mistake. I lost my mind for a moment. That's right. Even if the Black Dragon flies or vanishes, capturing the contractor still makes a difference. We'll try to bind the Black Dragon. Not for long. But please capture him quickly. The battlefield was drowned in the screams of gargoyles and mages. Because of the noise, Jin and Murakin couldn't hear the 9-star mages, but Jin noticed. They were talking among themselves. Then, unexpectedly, Xiao's attitude changed once again. His staff surged with magical energy. His usual vile, cruel, and frivolous nature masked the truth, but he was still a grand mage who had long opposed Andre and Jeeper. Out of my way, you useless things. The remaining bio-gargoyles obeyed Xiao's orders and scattered to the sides. As the path opened up, Tice unleashed a breath toward Xiao, and Xiao responded with a spell befitting his icy title. Frozen face. Wherever Tice's breath swept across, the ground exploded. Pillars of ice shot up from below. Unlike ordinary ice magic, these ice pillars radiated an ominous purple glow. Crack. They looked like pillars, but in truth, they were cannon muzzles made of ice. They were something he had crafted himself. The cannon muzzles of another stone gargoyle. The opened cannon muzzle bit into Tice's long breath. The ground cracked open once more. The true form of the gargoyle was revealed, growling, slightly smaller than Murakin. It had 10 ivory tusks. If a purple ice statue existed, this would be it. What looked like tusks were in fact cannon muzzles biting into Tice's breath. Like a beast devouring a serpent, it tore through the breath with an unpleasant roar. The sudden gargoyle emerging from underground left Jean in disbelief. It had even appeared after devouring Tice's flame. Even Jean had to momentarily retreat. What the hell is that? It was hidden underground? Not only Jean, even Murakin was surprised. Borik, capture Tice's flame and protect me. Unlike the recently made, unfinished bio-gargoyles, this gargoyle, named Borik, was a completed creation. An ice gargoyle resistant to fire. To create Borik, he dug into ancient glaciers seeking white statues, kidnapped young demons, and used 5 phoenix hearts and wings. It came from his vain dream of surpassing Andre and defeating Kellic. After nearly 20 years, it was finally completed. It could be said, this was the masterpiece of the cold and ruthless Archmage Xiao. This is also the reason why, even though Chook and Susan were both 9 stars, they still considered Xiao to be superior. With Borik's appearance, the blue flames spreading across the battlefield began to fade. At the same time, Xiao unleashed his personal magic creation, his specialized frost element magic. From his staff, shards of purple ice crystals swiftly encircled Jean. It was as if hundreds of archers had all aimed at him, truly worthy of being called Andre and Jeeper's nemesis. So this is the reason. Jean calmly took a stance, ready to strike the ice away. At the same time, he quietly observed Chook and Susan. If Tice's flames didn't work, facing a monster like this alone was too risky. Besides, Xiao had used the bio-gargoyles as shields to conserve most of his mana. Meanwhile, Jean had exhausted more energy, summoning Tice and launching devices. Defense type. The name wasn't random at all. Its defensive power was shocking, even among the 2 9-star mages. One of them was Murakin, famous for his defense magic. Even at 40% power, he couldn't easily break through Xiao's shield. Therefore, Murakin couldn't just recklessly attack Jin's position with full force. He had to wait for Murakin to deal with the others first. Jean didn't know much about Xiao's specialized magic, just as he decided to fight more cleverly. This is insane. Only ignorance would lead someone to do this. That bastard. Murakin's eyes widened, and he shook his head. The majestic voice unique to dragons echoed clearly across the entire battlefield to bring out a gargoyle made from phoenix flesh before the Lord of Flame and try to revive the Netherlord race that way? You lot. You're the true source of all this disaster. Asterisk whoosh 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 asterisk. Malakin ceased his attack and landed beside Jean, then transformed into human form, unleashing a spiritual shield that enveloped both himself and Jean. That master has gone mad. We can't stop him recklessly now. From this point on, he'll temporarily ignore his contract with you and forcibly use all your power, no matter how much he cherishes you. That's something even he can't bear. A whisper. What? Ordinary. Jean swayed and fell to one knee. Just as Malakin finished explaining, Jean's entire strength vanished. I'll treasure you deeply. I won't touch your lifespan. Not your lifespan, right? You won't touch it, right? Damn it. I'll explain the details later. Jean's eyes slowly closed. An irresistible wave of drowsiness swept over his entire body. Malakin rubbed his forehead irritably. In the next instant, with a roar from Tice, the battlefield turned into a blue hell. As the roar echoed outward, the turquoise flame spread as well. The remaining hundreds of bio-gargoyles were reduced to ash in under 30 seconds. The warlocks and mid to low tier mages shared the same fate, other than the 3 9-star mages. The entire Dark Council was annihilated. What the hell is this? Joe ran toward Chook's barrier. Looking back, he saw his masterpiece, Borik, being devoured by Tice's flames. It wasn't just burning or engulfing him. He was devoured, just like Borik once devoured Tice's aura. Joe, Chook and Susan all staggered back in fear. They knew Tice was one of the most powerful phoenixes, but this was beyond anything they knew. On the other hand, Malakin, seeing this scene, breathed a sigh of relief. He finally calmed his temper. He was worried that Tice might destroy the whole area at any cost. Quite rational, wasn't it? Borik vanished without a trace. Not even footprints remained. Only pale blue ash drifted in the air. Of course, Tice was far from satisfied. He began targeting the 9-star mages. Malakan feared Ties would lose control from rage. Let's go back already. Look, the kid's passed out. If this goes on, things will go very badly. Very badly. I'll make sure that guy suffers for real. Deep breath. Wait a sec. What's that? Where Malakan pointed was the ruined outer wall of Jean's city. A blurry, ghost-like figure stood atop the wreckage of the outer wall. Before we head out, let's go check that thing out. You know what it is? Something feels off. No idea. Let's go. Please take care of that kid. Ah. Alright. Very thoughtful. Trust me. Hurry and get inside. Chapter 241. Chapter 241. Chapter 76. No Retreat. Part 6. Huff. When Tice returned to the flame system, Jean regained consciousness. However, the overwhelming sense of disconnection made it hard for him to even stand. Get up. Kid, what a mess. That was Tice's doing. Jean reactivated the wooden tower's room and muttered around him. In the few minutes he was unconscious, not only had the elephant-like unknown statue vanished, hundreds of humans, orcs, and bio-gargoyles had all turned to ash. Though Tice had already left, remnants of her blue flames still burned throughout the area, radiating heat. The 3 9-star mages completely lost their will to fight. Their faces blank. This can count as your achievement too. After all, that being essentially borrowed your power. It's just that, with godlike insight and experience, he used that power in a far more explosive way. But right now, that's not the point. Look over there. Jean looked up at the city wall and saw a figure standing there, slowly descending to the ground. What is that? Jean looked up in confusion. The 9-star mages also turned to look, but the moment they saw that blurry figure, they quickly looked down, their faces bearing expressions of resurrection. Captain sir. The mages dropped to one knee and shouted in unison. Jean and Muraka now. That's Kinzello's captain. A massive, unidentified figure appeared suddenly. Although Jean had imagined his appearance many times, it didn't match what a terrifying organization like Kinzello should look like. Maybe it was because of the light. He looked like a god descending to earth. The captain's hazy shone with a dazzling light. What kind of thing is that, eh? So blurry, yet still glowing? Feels like I'm looking at a giant firefly. Murakan commented blandly. Jean shrugged. Yeah, kinda feels like that. Though they said that casually, both of them grew tense. As the leader of an elusive, low-profile force, Kinzello's captain must possess matching strength. They hadn't noticed at all when he had arrived. Yeah. This guy is definitely dangerous, but he doesn't seem to be solid, eh? He's like a ghost, lacking any sense of weight. The captain landed firmly, in the center of them all, but didn't look at the mages. He turned toward Jean. The distance between Jean and Murakan was about 30 steps, a distance a powerful being could close in the blink of an eye. Humph. Murakan stepped in front of Jean, activating aura, ready in case the captain launched a surprise attack. A low, powerful voice spoke. And Murakan now. Long time no see. I'd heard you'd awakened some time ago. Ah, looks like Bummer is one of the Lungcade. No wonder it felt so abrupt when he suddenly showed up. What, you know me? Of course I do. I'm the one who saved your life. Huh. What kind of new gimmick is this? Savior? Who the hell are you? You from a comedy troupe or something? I've lived long enough to hear all kinds of nonsense. When Timeout went berserk and tried to kill you, I was the one who stopped him. Malakan. You don't remember? Timeout. Lungcade. Hearing that name, Malakan's eyes instantly filled with killing intent. Malakan gathered his energy, ready to lunge at any moment, but then he let out a chuckle. This guy, daring to name drop like that, looks like he's an old demon who's lived a while. But there's no way Timeout would associate with trash like you. And as for going berserk, you must have picked up that info from somewhere. The one who went berserk that day, wasn't you? It was Timeout. The captain smiled calmly. To be precise, rather than a smile, it was more like the mouth on his blurry face curved like a crescent moon. Not recognizing me is one thing, but blaming that battle that day, if he knew the truth, the dead him, would feel so wrong. You can't even imagine. Say Tamel's name one more time. I'll kill you right now. Along with those scum from Jinzalot. Send all of you straight to hell. The only reason Malakan didn't charge right away was because of Jean. If Jean had been in good shape, he wouldn't have hesitated to fight. Even at your peak, you still wouldn't stand a chance. More importantly, I'm curious. Jean's memory seems off. He truly believes it wasn't you. But Timeout who went berserk, are you just suicidal? Or did you intentionally alter his memory to benefit yourself? Shut up. Judging by your reaction, it's the latter. Just as Malakan was about to transform, Jean grabbed his shoulder. From the conversation just now, Jean realized that the captain knew Malakan extremely well. Down to his weakest spot, Malakan, filled with rage, was breathing heavily. Jean could feel Malakan trembling with anger. He judged that Malakan had already fallen into the captain's provocation. It's just provocation. Don't fall for it. That bastard. How dare he say that? What the? Malakan's gaze turned hazy, as if he were half entranced by something. Calm down. Jean, he's the captain of Jinzalot. If we attack without preparation, we could lose, especially with you in such an agitated state. Even though normally, Malakan wasn't the calm and rational type. He had never crumbled so easily, just from a few words. This was a first. Jean had never seen. I understand. Everyone has truths they don't want to accept. Even if memories are altered, The pain of losing Time still remains. In a way, I actually feel sympathy. Malakan, Jean gathered all his strength and slapped the back of Malakan's head. Though nearly drained of power, it still felt like a hammer swung by an ordinary man. Malakan turned back in shock and stared at Jean. Kid, why did you hit me? You crazy? To wake you up? What? Suddenly. Malakan shook his head. Damn it. That snake-like bastard. He managed to throw me off. How embarrassing. The captain of Jinzalot didn't use hypnosis, nor mind magic. Yet still, his tampering with Malakan's fragile memories was even more effective than those spells. If only it had been this easy to stop the berserk back then, before Malakan could erupt again. Jean spoke up first. Hey, the way you just showed up and kept rambling, it's really annoying. Malakan and I wiped out all your subordinates. If you're the leader of Jinzalot, shouldn't that be your first concern? Stop obsessing over Time and think about all your men that just died. You really are royalty, huh? You're right. It's been a while, old friend. I did act a bit rashly. Now that you realize it, why don't you go ahead and avenge your men? Cut the crap. Kid. Weren't you just saying earlier that we shouldn't fight so easily? Malakan gave Jean a look. Of course. Jean didn't care at all. He spat at the captain and made a provocative gesture with his fingers. What? Not gonna move. Time out. If a Lunkade successor could stop you, you'd be impressive. If you're not bluffing, you should have no You really are entertaining. I'll let the silent ones enjoy the fun. Malakan's right. You really do seem like a comedy act. Have you even met Time once? Someone like you has no right claiming you stopped him. You just put on a show. But when it came time to act, you chickened out. Jean's childish provocation was actually a gamble. True powerhouses don't talk much. When they want to speak, they subdue first. Every truly exceptional fighter Jean had met was like that. Shilong, Talaris, Luna, Orda, Misha. Before speaking to anyone, they always beat them half to death, or forced them to yield completely. Provocation, on the other hand, was a tool of the weak or those playing tricks. In that sense, the captain of Jinzalot's way was far from that of a true powerhouse. The captain seemed to be waiting for Malakan to strike first, as if a trap had already been set. Alright then, just now, you casually analyzed Murakan's memories, like some cheap therapy session. Now it's my turn to guess what you're thinking. You came here to save those 3 people, and set some kind of trap. But now, you're uneasy. Because we don't seem to be falling for it. What are you laughing at? You bug. Was I wrong? How are you planning to devour me? Answer me. Even after all this, the captain still hadn't attacked. He simply stood there, watching Jean. Clearly, Jean felt the initiative tipping toward him. Due to the blurred face, he couldn't read the captain's expression. It looked both ashamed and pleased. That strike was indeed effective. You're right. Jean, you got it. Almost all right. Right now, I can't deal with you properly yet. After all, I don't even have bones in this body. So give me a few more minutes. Once I figure out what kind of trap you've set, I'll personally crush it. Didn't I say? Almost. Shoo. Suddenly, metal fragments rapidly gathered in front of the captain. These fragments, coming from who knows where, quickly formed a sword. This wasn't arcana, but a sword made by Jean. Swish. The captain pointed his sword toward the mages. Captain. Swish. The captain closed the distance in an instant, and cut down Susan in one strike. Her tower-like head fell to the ground. She couldn't speak anymore, only glare at the captain, with eyes full of hatred. Next, the captain pierced and twisted Chook's chest. In this situation, not even his own master could have blocked the fatal blow. Sorry, I couldn't save you all. As Chook fell, embracing death, just like the sword's creation, metal flew from nowhere and instantly formed a door. The captain was planning to escape through it. To the captain, Xiao was an irreplaceable person. Xiao also knew, as long as he lived, the captain would come for him. Let's hope next time we meet, it's more pleasant. After the captain stepped through the door, it closed behind him. The metal fragments forming the door dispersed like smoke. Chapter 242. Chapter 242. Chapter 76. Convenience and Poison Overlord. 7. The place the door led to was the Orc territory, the current great warrior of the White Wolf clan, Balakt, Sidric's residence, which also served as Kinzello's headquarters. Captain, sir. As the captain and Xiao stepped through the door, the humans and orcs all bowed their heads in salute. At the same time, several orcs quickly stepped up to support the captain. In the end, because both the captain and Xiao returned safely. Xiao, even if you die, you must never forget the captain's kindness. For someone insignificant like you, the captain risked his not yet recovered body. Was it worth it? Balakt glared at Xiao as he spoke. Xiao didn't dare meet his eyes. He lowered his head. The captain's rescue of Otherin was purely accidental for Kinzello. It was never intentional. Although the greatest threats, Jeeper and Lunkade's factions, showed no movement. No one expected Jean and Murakan to attack the Dark Council headquarters. It would have been fine with just Chook and Susan. But even worse, the headquarters also housed the critical mist bridge from the Great General Project. If Xiao died, the project's progress would be delayed, which meant the grand plan's fulfillment would also be delayed. Therefore, the captain took the risk to personally rescue him, because in a race against time, he was the only one capable of spatial teleportation. Don't be too tense. Balakt, We made it back safely. Next time, no matter what, you must take care of your own safety. Captain, for the many comrades who look up to you, I will be cautious. However, I received some interesting information. What information? Bamiel. He's Luncade's eldest son. Jeeper? What? Before the captain could finish, a man shouted in shock. Vice Captain, why are you so surprised? Kinzello's Vice Captain, Bishkiel. Ibrino, known for his composure. He reacted with such intensity that all eyes naturally turned to him. No, it can't be, my lord. That's truly surprising. Captain, to think that Jean Luncade is actually Bamiel. Through Zhou's eyes, we saw. He used both magic and power of the Underworld clan, and is even a contractor of Soldret. This violates the alliance with Jeeper. It seems the Luncade family has decided to go to war with Jeeper. We must also prepare. Besides Jean, the captain knows the Underworld clan's power best. That power. Bishkiel's heart pounded violently. He couldn't calm down. At that party on the narrow bridge, tangled with Bubel, he found the sculpting studio months ago. Was it all deliberate? He knew who Bubel and I were. If that's true, then when exactly? And how did he find out? Cold sweat dripped down in streams. Jean couldn't have discovered their identities alone. It had to be the Luncade family that provided information and gave orders. They knew our knights had spies embedded among their forces, so they used the reserve knight Jean to monitor our movements. They counted on us not to notice a mere reserve knight. Reserve knight Jean. Bishkiel's imagination raced with possibilities. He clenched his teeth. Bishkiel believed all of this was his own failure. From the moment he sensed something strange between Jean and Bubel, someone should have been assigned to Jean. That's the duty of a vice captain, especially during our last meeting. That day, he used Bubel as an excuse to challenge me. Jean's behavior was clearly abnormal. Since becoming a reserve knight, he's fought many people, but for some reason, he had never felt that sense of urgency like he did when fighting Lord Bishkiel. That feeling of unleashing a new technique. I admit my arrogance and rudeness, Lord Bishkiel. I'm still just a kid unworthy of dueling you. However, insulting Luncade is another matter. Even if you take one step, I will cut you down. Bubel. He tried using harsh words and actions just to get my attention. Back then, I thought that was just Jean being an immature kid. But now Bishkiel understands why Jean did it. That's right. The day Jean left, when I discussed compass retrieval with Bubel, I did feel a faint presence. Jean went out of his way to grab my attention now, so he could plant a spy in the carving workshop. Everything we discussed that day about compass retrieval is coming back to me. The recovery location, the date, and the broken alliance with Jippel, all top-level confidential memories. And on June 1st, a date known only to Jippel and Jinzalat's officers, Wammel. The identity just revealed as Jean Luncade appeared. After the failed compass retrieval, how many emergency meetings were held inside Jinzalat? How many investigations and accusations? Trying to identify the leak and its channel for Bishkiel. It was a blood-freezing realization. He had to take responsibility. Captain, there's something I must say. Just as Bishkiel was speaking, a voice full of dread came from him. Ah, damn it. The captain suddenly held his forehead and sighed. Captain, what's wrong? I left that thing behind. Damn it. It was such a hectic situation. I forgot. Sigh. What a blunder. What is it? Don't tell me. Facing Balak's question, the captain bowed his head deeply. He sighed. The final execution spell to annihilate Dark Heaven Prison. I forgot to bring Lear Jippel's relic, the one kept at the Dark Mage Association headquarters. Did you bring it? Please tell me you did. You brought it, right? Sigh. That, Captain. I was caught off guard too. You useless idiot. Joe, you're the president of the Dark Mage Association, and you forgot that thing? Do you expect the captain to handle everything? Balak grabbed Joe by the collar, his eyes wide with rage. General Balak, let go and let me explain. I wanted to bring it, but everything happened so fast. Take him away from my sight. Don't let me see him again, or I'll kill him. That guy. Jean. Balak instinctively lifted his foot, wanting to crush Chow's head lying on the ground. Wait, General, that's the person the captain worked so hard to save. Please calm down. Fortunately, the other mages stepped in and blocked him. Otherwise, Chow's skull would have become Jean's watermelon. Even after the situation calmed down, Balak was still panting heavily, unable to suppress his rage. This time we really took a major hit. We lost an important trump card against Jeeper. It's infuriating. Originally, we planned to eliminate the final threat of the Dark Heaven Prison and make a trade with Kellic. Damn it, these humans. Not a single one is competent. Humph. Balak's gaze fell upon Bishkiel. Of course, the vice captain is an exception. If those human insects had even half the vice captain's ability, I wouldn't be this angry. Why is the gap so big between humans? The captain seemed to agree with him too. He nodded slightly. While watching Chow being dragged away by the mages, Bishkiel felt a heavy pressure in his chest. But still, what's done is done. Balak, send our fast to Autherin. If Jean didn't take the magic book, there might still be hope. Understood. Captain, I'll send someone right away. Bishkiel. From now on, you'll personally oversee Jeeper the Bladesmith. If we can't retrieve the magic book this time, at the very least, bring him back for negotiation. Bishkil nodded. In agreement. Right. Didn't you say you had something to tell me? Bishkil. The moment his eyes met the captain's, a flurry of thoughts flashed through Bishkil's mind. In this tense atmosphere, would admitting his mistake be the right thing? The answer was hidden in what the captain said seconds ago. What's done is done. We can only make up for it. I shouldn't expose my mistake now. What matters most right now is resolving Kinzello's current crisis, weighed down by guilt. Bishkil began to speak. It's about the Holy Kingdom. Jian. That guy might reveal Authorin's secret to the Holy Kingdom. He could expose the experiments on biological magic. For Lunkade, this could be the perfect opportunity to interfere in the Holy Kingdom. Oh, as expected of the vice captain, you're absolutely right. They will definitely try to leverage this politically. If they cooperate with the Sword Court, things might spiral out of control. What should we do? I believe the reason he attacked Authorin without warning is because he accepted a commission from loyalists of the Holy Kingdom. And during that process, the Holy Kingdom may have discovered the truth about our split with Jeeper. Continue. From Lunkade's perspective, the Holy Nation would prefer to drive out Jipple first. After all, we've released too little information to the public. Even if we mentioned that biological golem experiments were conducted, no one would believe us. So you're saying Jean might try to pin the experiments on... Yes, that makes sense. After all, Jipple has done biological experiments in Cologne before. That's a well-known fact. For now, we should wait and see. Let him set the pace. If everything goes as I expect, even if it's frustrating, we must support his actions. If we want to take control of half the Holy Nation, the reason Balakt values Bishkil so highly comes down to this. His bluntness and sharp insight gradually calmed Balakt's anger. The vice captain's right. Even if we have to move to that guy's rhythm, it's frustrating, but we have no better option. It's the best choice we have. They stared blankly at the still burning blue flame. What exactly was that steel gate? Did they really escape? They used spatial teleportation, just as they questioned each other. In the center of the blue flame, a dazzling white light was spreading outward. Since Jean and Malakan didn't understand the captain's ability, they thought the light was some kind of attack spell or trap. But it wasn't an attack. The light formed a simple protective barrier. What is that? Jean's eyes widened, and he rushed toward the light. Final form of exterminate. Dark Heaven Flame Prison. The magic book Misha told him to find was glowing inside the blue flames. The light wrapping the book was a protective spell, inscribed 2 generations ago by the head of the Jipple family to prevent its loss. Quick, hurry. Malakan. Put out the blue flames. Malakan dove toward the flames near the book. Act hot. Though some of his hair got singed, Jean still managed to grab the book before the protective barrier disappeared. Chapter 243. Chapter 243. Chapter 76. Chapter 8. Just like your master, even your flames are insane. I thought I was going to go bald. Malakan gathered spirit energy in his palm to smooth his hair. Surprisingly, the scorched parts recovered completely under the power of spirit energy. Why didn't you just use spirit energy to control the fire? Yeah, why didn't you? I panicked, okay? Damn it. MMH. Anyway, good job. You just did something that'll go down in magic history, even if I'm the only witness. If someone writes your biography in the future, make sure they include this story. Got it. The final form of exterminate. Dark Heaven Flame Prison. Got it. The final form of exterminate. Dark Heaven Flame Prison. Jean's eyes sparkled as he held the spellbook. They gleamed with light. In his previous life, he had encountered many rare spellbooks, and in this life, he personally engraved the books of Qin Mei and Gidad Hall. Lior, Jibber's legacy was a true masterpiece in magical history, one of the strongest mages of his time, and one of the greatest in all history. His magnum opus, as a mage. Nothing could be more joyous than this. Though he wanted to read it right away, he carefully tucked it into his robes. The joy hadn't faded yet, when a deep voice suddenly called out, Ugh. Chook toddler. Unlike Susan, Chook barely survived. Under the protection of wind-type magic, his barrier activated the moment the captain's blade struck, shielding his heart, but up close. It was clear he was beyond saving. The barrier only temporarily delayed death. His face was already pale. He was dying. Jean said the words a saint would typically say. Chook toddler. Any final wishes? Ha. Cool. Chook coughed out bloody foam, his eyes filled with resentment. My spellbook. With just those few words, Jean understood. Like Lior, he wished to leave behind a legacy no mage would want. Their achievements to vanish into nothingness, especially not when dying in betrayal. Even to his enemy, he wanted to entrust the book. Where is it? Eternal. 3. Lokra. 8. Storage room number 3 in the Eternal Warehouse. The password is Lokra 8. Once Chook spoke those words, death claimed him. Jean gently closed his lifeless eyes. Storage room number 3 of the Eternal Warehouse. Sounds valuable. The defensive magic was impressive. Malakan shrugged as he spoke. Neither Jean nor Malakan felt any sympathy for Chook's bequeathed spellbook. This wasn't his first time involved in experiments on civilians. He should be grateful. His final words were even heard. Let's go. They quickly made their way through the ruins, back toward the city. They now had to escort Machali and the survivors back to the Holy Nation, handle today's events, and prepare for the next battle. Jinzalat has discovered my identity. That captain now. What exactly is he? Was Malakan referring to a demon? The power to form iron. Such an ability has never been heard of. It might be acceptable for making ships, but to teleport? That's unheard of. That captain clearly has lived over 1,000 years. Perhaps. He even existed back in the era when the Netherlord clan ruled the world. The resurrection plan of the Netherlords was clearly under his command. He knew that my brothers rescued Shachio as a vital piece for that revival. And at the same time, he seemed to have some connection with Time Owl as well. The one he took away wasn't Time Owl. It was you. Those words from the captain provoked an unusual reaction from Malakan. As if facing a past he didn't want to remember, he fell silent. These past few days, I had occasionally asked why Malakan fought with Time Owl. Malakan never seemed willing to talk about it. Therefore, Jean didn't press the matter. If he wants to talk, he'll tell me in time. And if it's something about Time Owl that I need to know, he'll let me know. As I was thinking that, we had already entered the city. Unlike the time we searched for the stone, this time much of the city was in ruins. Malakan's relentless attacks continued, which was only natural given the situation, clearing away piles of debris. I made my way to Machali's laboratory. After the explosion magic, not a single piece of equipment related to the experiments survived. As a result, finding the entrance to the hidden passage wasn't easy. Machali, over here, here. But the voice wasn't Machali's. It came from unfamiliar men shouting from afar. We followed the voices, pushing aside rubble, lifting the ground, and when the hidden passage opened, we were met with the sight of surviving believers, faces filled with fear and tears. And the mana injector Jean had teleported over, and Machali, sitting cross-legged, eyes closed, hands clasped. The saint gave his life to save us. He has returned to Ayula's embrace. Please take the saint's body back to our homeland. He poured all his life energy into the mana injector for us, and finally returned to Ayula's embrace. As a saint, he fulfilled his mission. So to save them, he had to sacrifice himself. That's why he so earnestly wished for us to retrieve him. Machali was a saint, not an ordinary healer. His sacrifice was understandable. The believers bore signs of the experiments on their bodies, hearts exposed, arms turned into gargoyles, tails grown out. They could no longer be seen as ordinary humans. Their condition was critical. To save them, he had to pour all his life force into the mana injector. He told me to deliver this to you, to give it personally to his When we unwrapped his body from the robe, a follower handed over a book and a pendant. It was Machali's pendant. The book was a diary. Under the Holy King's orders, he became a spy in the dark foreign land, risking his life every day to document everything here. Let's leave this place. On the last day of the Advent Festival, as if blessed by Ayula, the capital of Banhala was bathed in radiant sunlight. The square was packed with people. At its center stood a grand, pure white carriage. Jamaklane and Lonnie stood atop the carriage, waving to the crowd. For protection, 30 golden ton rank knights encircled the pure white carriage. Behind them marched the saints. To those attending the Advent Festival, it was a grand spectacle. The square was filled to the brim. Believers seeking the Holy King's blessing, commoners from all nations, and nobles all awaited the ceremony. Your Majesty the Holy King, Your Majesty. Many were moved to tears just by glimpsing the Holy King's figure, especially the gravely ill commoners, for the sick and the poor. The Holy King's blessing ceremony is a hope for extending their lives, because receiving a blessing means being freed from illness. However, each year during the Advent Festival, only a few people receive a direct blessing. Roughly 50 people are able to directly receive the Holy King's divine power. The rest receive only verbal blessings, although the latter has no real effect on fate or condition. Many still long to speak with the Holy King. When the Holy King stopped waving, the noisy square instantly fell silent. Dear children of Ayula, and all of you who have come from around the world to see me, thank you for coming. I am the Holy King Miklin. Whoa. As in years past, today's blessing ceremony will be conducted with the help of my beloved daughter, Lani Salome. Please give a round of applause for my daughter with the hoarse voice today. The false Holy King gently patted his daughter's shoulder, showing fatherly affection. He played the role of a loving father, Miklin, to perfection. Asterisk applause asterisk. After the applause faded, Lani began reciting the blessing. We now begin His Majesty the Holy King's blessing ceremony. As the carriage moves, please follow in an orderly manner to avoid accidents. As always, those receiving the direct blessing have already been chosen, but very few people know who they are. As the carriage proceeded, it stopped at the locations of the selected recipients. Each time it stopped, the Holy King stepped down, kissed their foreheads, and bestowed his blessing. Lani would then recite the prayer. May Ayula's will, spirit, and love be with you. In this way, around 40 believers received the direct blessing. Those with crippled legs were able to walk again. Those with blurry vision could see clearly again. The onlookers who witnessed all this were deeply moved, tears streaming down At that moment, a group of robed believers rushed out from the crowd and blocked the carriage. Your Majesty, please hear us out. Boos echoed from all around. However, such interruptions during the blessing happened every year. People didn't pay them much attention. The Holy King greeted the intruders with a gentle smile. Lonnie whispered softly in his ear, "Please bless them, Father. You stepped down last year for intruders too." The false Holy King nodded. He and Gibber believed that Lonnie had given up resisting and submitted to their arrangement. They thought this was the result of mental torment inflicted on her by Batura during captivity. They believed this was the result of the psychological torment inflicted on her during Batura's imprisonment. The Holy King stepped down from the carriage to meet them. "Very well, children of Ayula. Why have you come to me in such sorrow? Tell me your story." The intruding believers raised their once lowered heads. "Your Majesty the Holy King, we." Then suddenly the followers lifted their heads and removed their robes, revealing their bodies, horribly deformed, due to biological experiments. "Oh my God, what is this?" The spectators, seeing the terrifying figures, let out sighs and screams. At that moment, the false Holy King finally realized something was wrong. Lonnie bit her lower lip and turned away. He looked into the distance, in front of the Golden Rank Knights. Batura was calmly watching everything. The 30 Golden Rank Knights surrounding the carriage also gritted their teeth and stared at Batura. "We were dragged into a lab by force and turned into this. Who did this to you?" The false Holy King asked, trying to stay calm. If he showed panic now, it would be a great disgrace for him. The people responded. "Commander of the Holy Knights, Batura, he sold us to Jippel's lab and turned us into this." "Silence!" The commander, Batura, roared as he drew his sword. Lonnie couldn't look away, holding back her tears. Chapter 244. Chapter 244. Chapter 77. Villain. Part 1. Last night. "Lonnie, you must defeat me." When Jean returned to the Holy Nation with the survivors, Batura said these words. While he was away, Batura had already made up his mind how to eliminate the invaders and traitors quickly and flawlessly. No, it wasn't a decision. It was a resolve. "Lord Batura, what do you mean by that?" Duke Jean brought witnesses and evidence. And now, because of the Advent Festival, countless eyes are watching this. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to completely deal with them. We need a villain willing to be sacrificed. You've got to be kidding. Lonnie asked with a trembling voice. Batura shook his head. "No. I've already made up my mind. Why does it have to be like this? We already have irrefutable witnesses, and the saints of the Holy Chariot Order recorded the evidence in their suffering. Even if Lord Batura did not go along with them, that should be enough." "That's naive thinking, Lonnie. Salome, facing that great family that rules the world. Do you think just this much can take back the nation? Why not? Whether it's Jippel or Jinzalot, no matter how strong they are, how could they deny the miserable state of the survivors? Besides, according to Duke Jean, Jippel is vulnerable because of Jippel's benevolence. Of course, with Duke Jean's help, we can drive them into a corner. And after that, they'll just cut off a few scapegoats, like cutting off a tail, and once again, devour this land. Even so, Lord Batura must not be branded a traitor. That must never happen." In the brief silence, Lonnie's uneasy breathing was especially noticeable. "Lonnie, what do you think? What does the Holy Nation need right now?" Lonnie was unable to answer. "A leader. The Holy Nation needs a leader who symbolizes hope, someone who makes people believe the Holy Nation hasn't fallen, someone who can execute traitors before the people and proclaim to the world that only a child of Ayula may rule the Holy Nation." "Are you asking me to play that role?" "Yes." I see. Then, why not have Lord Batura kill me as a traitor? Then he can become the leader." "Lonnie, in the end, compared to him, I've done nothing. It's only because I'm the Holy King's daughter that the people love me. What right do I have to lead them? I'm not capable of that." "Miklin, she brought you here to raise you as the Holy King. Father, I swear in the name of Ayula." Miklin received a revelation from Ayula that you would become the Holy King's. That's so sudden and absurd. Look at this. There's nothing about state affairs in here. Only personal thoughts and religious reflections. In the middle section, there's an entry about you, Lonnie, and the Knight of Ayula. There's no way Lonnie doesn't recognize Miklin's handwriting. If you can't understand it, then accept it as Ayula's will. Weren't you always the child who followed Ayula's words most faithfully? Even if God chose me, this still isn't right. It really isn't right. I've long been seen as pro-Jippel. In truth, I've spent all this time pretending to be their lackey. Execute me through your own hands, and tell everyone that Ayula's volcano still stands. There must be another way. Lord Batura, even before the Holy King was kidnapped, Lonnie secretly disliked Batura, so it was harder for him to accept his proposal. To him, Batura was not a loyal subject, but the first to become a lackey of Jeeper, his father's greatest political enemy, and an obstacle to the Holy Nation. However, in truth, Batura had a deeper bond with Michelin than anyone else. He always referred to himself as the villain guarding against internal and external threats, the most faithful of all loyal subjects, in a life where he could never repay his sins and debts. In the end, Batura still bore the burden alone. To Lonnie, it was a painful thing. I have no confidence. Lord Batura, no. You can do it. Be rational. You know deep down. There is no better way. Even Duke Jean, who has nothing to do with us, has made great sacrifices for the holy nation. By comparison, killing me is not difficult. Aside from us, no one will understand your sacrifice. Instead, they will blame and insult you. In history, your name will become that of a terrible traitor. Do you do good only for reward? Do you hold to your beliefs just to be acknowledged? Do you choose to sacrifice for the sake of calculation? Ayula and the great saints never taught us such things. But, Lonnie, Salome, don't be like that child. Don't disappoint me again. Like me. You must also endure. Will you tarnish my resolve for the sake of your own pain? In the end, Lonnie fell to his knees and cried out in agony. He clutched at his chest in despair and slammed his head to the ground, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. At that moment, Jean and Murakan saw Lonnie's body suddenly emit a glow. It was a very brief light, almost like an illusion. A moment later, Batura patted his back and turned to Jean. Jean and Murakan had been silently listening to their conversation. They were pondering whether there truly was a better way. If there had been one, they would have spoken up already. Unfortunately, Batura's sacrifice really was the strongest method to stabilize the holy nation. Although they were outsiders, of course, Jean also felt that Batura's sacrifice was unfair. From a personal standpoint, it might have been better to expose the corruption and flee to Huspist, or to cooperate fully with Jeeper. That would have been easier. However, to question the decision of this iron-willed man would be the height of disrespect. Duke Jean. Yes, Lord Batura, I owe you a debt I can never repay. For all you've done for the holy nation, I will never forget, even in death. Unlike you, my lord, I only started this for the reward in the future. Even so, it was no easy task. Sir Batura, please speak. I will make sure that your future family can live peacefully in Hustet. If Batura's plan succeeds, Lonnie won't be able to care for his family. The Holy King doesn't protect traitors' families. Furthermore, Batura's family would never survive without someone else's help. Jipal, who suffered great losses, would he really let them go? The citizens of the holy nation, though they reflect Ayula's mercy, would not strike first, but neither would they step up to protect the traitor's family. I only brought it up to express thanks, and now I owe you a favor. At the source of the sword, as a dancer, I hope you'll understand. This is a sign of respect for those who dance before me. These wretched heretics. What nonsense are they babbling now? Doctrine Guard, Dawn Society, drag them out immediately. Batura shouted in a voice full of rage. His roar made the square fall into an eerie silence. Everyone could sense something was off. 10 believers bearing signs hurriedly pointed fingers at the Grand Commander of the Holy Knights, and the terrified fake Holy King. All of this left the people with a strong sense of alienation. Scrape, scrape, scrape. The Doctrine Knights beside Batura, the Holy Knights of the Dawn Society, immediately formed battle positions. The crowd instinctively stepped between Batura and the Holy Knights of the Dawn Society. The Holy Knights shoved through the crowd violently, pressing forward. Your Majesty, these people are heretics. Stay away from them. Golden Shield order. What are you doing? Drag these heretics away from His Majesty. The Golden Shield ignored Batura's orders and continued to surround the carriage. As the fake Holy King looked visibly troubled, Lonnie glared at Batura and shouted loudly, Commander, on what basis do you call them heretics? And why do you draw your swords so freely? Before His Majesty gives the order, stand down. Everyone in the square knew full well about the political alliance between the Holy King and Batura. To them, Batura's actions looked like Jipal's lackey, trying to clean up the mess. I am the Grand Commander of the Holy Knights. The right to judge heretics lies with me. Lonnie, Salome, if you still have eyes, look at these people. Do they look human to you? They must be in league with demons. That's for His Majesty to decide. Your Majesty, please order Sir Batura to stand down. The fake Holy King only disguised himself with Bubel's help. He is not with Jinzalot. He belongs to Jipal, and he doesn't know what to do. Your Majesty, I've said this many times. They are heretics. Before the authority of the holy nation is damaged any further, they must be restrained. Proceed with the blessing ceremony. Speak out again, and you'll be branded a heretic too. Ronnie, Salome, everyone step aside. Make way. Batura and the paladins of the Doctrine-guarding Dawn Order gradually approached the followers. Paladins of the Golden Shield Order drew their swords and stood in their way. Please do not come any closer. Lord Batura, you are my direct subordinates. How dare you block my path? Direct subordinates. Unlike those who were beheaded when they encountered Batura, these 30 knights of the Golden Shield Order remained loyal to the end, with the resolve to bite off their tongues. They pointed their swords at Batura. Without the Emperor's orders, drawing your sword is an act of rebellion. Commander, please stand down. Spear. Batura fiercely swung his sword at the Golden Shield Paladins. At the same time, the Doctrine-guarding Dawn Knights began their assault. First style, 4 swords. Batura charged at the survivors, like he was possessed by a demon, as if by killing them, today's problem would be solved. Batura and the 50 knights of the Doctrine-guarding Dawn Order, and Lonnie with 30 Golden Shield Knights, all plunged into chaotic battle. But Batura truly displayed his strength as commander. He fought to break through the Golden Shield Knights, closing the gap with the survivors. These heretical scum. I'll cut off their heads. The closer Batura got to the 10 survivors, the more they clustered around the false Holy King. Clearly, this was prearranged. Within seconds, all the survivors were screaming as they surrounded the false Holy King. Lonnie stood in front of them. The first to reach Lonnie was, naturally, Batura. The Golden Shield Order resisted fiercely to prevent the doctrine-guarding Dawn from harming Lonnie. Lonnie and Batura's eyes met, outwardly glaring at each other, but inwardly full of pity. Lonnie, you're a heretic too. You'll be severely punished for this. Your Majesty, I'm coming. I will rescue your Majesty from these heretics. Huh. Lonnie and Batura's swords clashed together. The two began the sparring they had trained for overnight. Lonnie only needed to dodge his attacks, while Batura had to push him away, pretending to attack the survivors, but actually targeting the false Holy King. Spear, trap. When catching Batura's sword, Lonnie felt as if he was being comforted by the blade. It's okay. Thunk. With wild eyes, Batura swung his sword past Lonnie again. What happened next? Looked like Batura had made a mistake. Ugh. Batura's sword pierced through the false Holy King's neck. In the brief moment of disbelief, as he prepared to strike at the survivors again, Lonnie, who had just stood up, drove his sword into the back of Batura's neck. Chapter 245. Chapter 77. The Villain. Part 2. Death. The sound of a blade slicing through a neck rang out. Batura's head fell to the ground. Lonnie paused in his sword-swinging stance. He bowed his head. The moment lasted only a second, or half a second, but to him, it felt like eternity. Lord Batura. He wished this moment would never pass. He wanted everything to stop, because now, who he needed to mourn was no longer the man who burned himself for Ayula's children, but the hideous puppet of Jipple. Phew-hack. Scalding blood spurted from Batura's neck stump, splashing across Lonnie's face. A few droplets hit directly onto his eyeballs, tears mixed with blood, streaming from tightly shut eyelids. Father, Lonnie cried out in a heart-wrenching voice. He looked toward the fake Holy King, but the father he was calling to was actually the true Holy King, Miklang, resting in Ayula's embrace. Father, no. This can't be real. Father, why? Lonnie rushed toward the fake Holy King and immediately cast a holy healing spell, but the wound on the fake Holy King's neck was beyond anything human hands could mend. Batura had truly struck to kill. The fallen fake Holy King's Hua volcano crown was soaked in blood. The clash of metal against metal. The Holy Knight's cries and screams echoed through the panicked crowd. Lonnie's sorrowful cry stood out above all. Loyalist, traitor, believer. No matter their identity, everyone could feel a foreboding chill. From the sound of Lonnie's voice, to those who knew the Holy King was fake, and to those who didn't know the truth, the scene was equally shocking. Your Majesty. His Majesty has fallen. Commander Batura. Belt has attacked His Majesty. Saints, heal His Majesty now. Find one of the Dawn Society's chapter leaders. Even though he knew the fake Holy King was already dead, the reason he shouted that was to make the saints in the ranks obey. Now that both Batura and the fake Holy King were dead, Jipla's loyal hounds had only one task left, to eliminate the biomagic survivors from the experiments. They had to silence the worst evidence that could restrain Jipla, so that later, when blamed for the Holy King's death, they could at least shift some of the guilt. Now that everyone had seen the king die with their own eyes, Jipla would no doubt protect those who had made clear contributions. Move aside. His Majesty needs healing. The saints behind the carriage began moving toward the battlefield. However, the believers who witnessed the fake Holy King's death rioted, making the chaos even worse. Ahead of Lania, the Golden Shield Order and the Holy Knights of the Doctrine Guard clashed. They were fighting. The Dawn Society wanted to capture all the heretics alive. And at that moment, Lonnie's act of crying over the fake Holy King ended. Golden Shield Order. No matter what, do not hand these people to the Dawn Society. Batura and the Dawn Society would rather commit treason, and also the reason they must die. Lonnie. Salome, what rebellion are you talking about? It's because you failed to protect His Majesty. That tragedy befell him. So who's the real traitor? You worthless bastard. Paladins of the Golden Shield Order. Follow the words of Lonnie and Salome. Stop the traitors. Protect the believers near Lonnie. The loyalists of the Golden Shield Order regrouped. Since they were carefully chosen by Batura, they remained united even in the chaos of battle. Golden Shield Guards. Look closely. What you are doing is true rebellion, even if not for the believers, at least for the saints. You should open the way to check on His Majesty. He may still be alive. If he dies because he can't be treated, His Majesty was struck down by Belt under Batura's order. You who obeyed him will pay for His Majesty's death. Attack. Though outnumbered, the Golden Shield Order still overwhelmed the Doctrine Guarding Dawn Order. However, it was the Golden Shield side that was surrounded. Thud, thud, thud. A rumble came from outside the square. Heavily armored knights galloped toward the scene. Things had escalated to this extreme. It was inevitable. They were all under Jeeper's command. Hey, kid. Blending into the crowd, Murakan called out to Jane. If the religious faction can't hold out, should we intervene? If that guy Not only will I fail to repay my debt, but Batura's sacrifice will have been in vain. That won't happen. Those guys, the religious faction can't stop them. No way. If in the Holy Nation, no one else can help Lonnie. Just as Jean finished speaking, another group of doctrine guarding dawn, paladins and soldiers arrived. At a glance, there were over 100 paladins, and a considerable force of soldiers to control the civilians, kill the traitors, Wujwalani, Salome, and the heretics. With a shout from the new commander, the paladins quickly formed an assault formation. Soldiers used spears to disperse the followers, but the followers could not accept this situation. Anyone could see clearly that the ones inciting rebellion were the doctrine guarding dawn order. If it were just a clash between them and the Golden Shield order, it would be one thing, but Batura killing the false holy king was decisive. The dignity of his majesty must be preserved. Lonnie Ching must not be spared. Hurting his Now they go after Lonnie Ching? You filthy dogs of Jeeper, have you no shame? Block them. Use your bodies. Suddenly, the commoners in the square rushed toward the battlefield, to the Saint Queen, beloved by the people for so long. From their perspective, the Dawn Order, on a holy day, in front of a daughter's eyes, was murdering her father. Those bastards. Since the start of the incident, Lonnie and the Golden Shield Order have always acted in a peaceful and rational manner. The Dawn Society, on the other hand, openly showed intentions to capture the survivors, even claiming they could heal the clearly dead Holy King, demanding people make way. Although Jipal and Jinzalat do control the upper echelons of the Holy Nation, they haven't completely ruled all its people. Because their alliance is fractured, their attempts to dumb down the populace were delayed by Jean. We must win the hearts of the people. I will make myself into a complete villain. Jean's conversation with Batura last night, though Jean wasn't aware, in his past life, at this moment, the preparations of the mysterious ones had already finished. As a result, Lonnie, who had become a wreck, drew no attention. Both Lonnie and Batura became disheartened from fighting alone and eventually gave up on the Holy Nation, disappearing silently. But now, because of Jean's existence, history has changed. All the conditions to reveal the truth about Jean are fully in place. What are you doing? Harboring heretics? You should know. What a serious crime that is. Move aside. Move aside. I'm warning you. The previously arrogant and shouting leader of the Dawn Society had a face that gradually darkened, because those blocking the Dawn Society's reinforcements were not just a few holy knights. The entire plaza was filled with believers standing for Lonnie. The armed soldiers were being pushed back. The holy knights were at a loss, repeating the same line over and over. Move aside. If it weren't Advent Day, if it were any other day, they would have marched forward even if innocent believers' blood stained the streets. But now, doing so would result in a backlash worse than anything from the survivors of the biomagic experiments. Many eyes were watching all of this, not just one or two. Hundreds of journalists from many nations had their eyes on this moment. In such a situation, to massacre one's own people, right in front of them, would be sheer madness. Even if backed by Jipal, they couldn't afford the consequences. Lord Lonnie, Golden Shield Order, we are here. Don't worry. Face this with courage. Protect the children who were taken into Jipal's lab. Yahello will judge you all. Nothing is more terrifying than a furious crowd. The Holy Knights of the Doctrine Guard, Dawn Council, did not dare to approach. They just watched from a distance. Lonnie no longer wept. Dried streaks of blood tears marked her eyes. Soon, her piercing gaze fell upon Batura's severed neck. There was a faint smile on Batura's face, amid the countless chaotic voices that filled the square. Lonnie slowly knelt beside the fake Holy King. Death shall bring peace. Those who labored under heavy darkness shall find their souls freed. In Ayula's vast embrace, all past pains shall turn into joyful tales, to make you smile. A nearly inaudible whispered prayer. However, it was like a breeze passing by, just as grass sways in the wind. The sinful believers, one by one, sat back down. They closed their eyes. Past suffering will one day become a joyful tale, to make you smile. The burdens left behind will be inherited by those like you, and become stories of the morning. Those who share the weight will also be people like you. Not a single believer was unfamiliar with that island pattern. It was a scene of Jean. Even outsiders were moved by the pattern. They closed their eyes or bowed their heads, each expressing their mourning in their own way. The Holy Knights of the Golden Shield Order also sheathed their weapons and knelt down. Not long after, the observing Holy Knights of the Dawn Society also joined in prayer. If not for the bloodstains and shards of metal on the ground, no one would believe a battle had just taken place here. As the prayer neared its end, a man quietly approached Jean. Young master, he's here. Dino, Reg Len. Now he is a widely recognized young journalist. After receiving Jean's summons, he immediately rushed to the Holy Nation. Machali, the records Shira left are ready to be released. They focus on sections similar to the cloning tragedy and highlight the actual losses of the Holy Nation. Good work. Does Jipal have any way out? None. Even if they send out a few decoys, there's too much evidence showing direct involvement of Jipal's upper ranks. Just as you said, the biggest issue is Jinzalat guaranteed Jipal's safety. Dino smiled and continued. Perhaps this event will mark the end of the era in which Jipal was called the kindest. Chapter 246. Chapter 246. Chapter 77. The Villain. Part 3. The prayer started by Lonnie didn't end until midnight. The people gathered in the square maintained a solemn posture throughout. They prayed. During this time, as news of the Holy King's death spread, foreign nations sent urgent condolence envoys. The news spread everywhere, reporting the Holy Nation's tragedy. People might believe the prayer was in memory of the Holy King, but Lonnie, Jean, and Malakano have held this prayer every year. On the anniversary of a great holy knight's death, the factions in the Holy Nation loyal to Jinzalat decided to accept a new god beyond Yahello, while those loyal to Jipal chose to worship Jipal's power and order. Lunkade had long known about the carving up of the Holy Nation, but he had neither the justification nor the reason to interfere. Any attack on the upper infiltration would be seen as aggression. To recklessly provoke Jipal and Jinzalat could trigger a great war. War itself is not frightening, but once it begins, believers would view Jipal as a just family helping the Holy Nation, and Lunkade as a mad invader. In such a situation, even attacking the Holy Nation, even if they captured some saints, they would never win the trust of the believers. Therefore, the Holy Nation had become a dilemma for Lunkade. But now, the opportunity had come. Big brother, it's Luna. Among the condolence envoys, there were also people from Lunkade. Given the death of the Holy King, Luna of the first generation, Lunkade, Joshua of the second generation, Lunkade, and Lundia of the third generation, all came to the Holy Nation. After receiving contact from Casimir, Luna temporarily left the envoy group to visit Jean. Long time no see. Sister, you've gotten stronger. Of course. She instantly saw Jean's growth. No need for a duel. No need to understand what the Netherlord sword technique is. No need to know the power of the spirit sword. The strong can sense the strong. Just a look was enough. The last time they met, Luna cried in front of Jean, like a child. The death of Time Owl, to her, was like a part of the world being erased. But now, Luna's gaze had regained its former pride. From the return of that gaze, it wasn't hard to imagine how much pain and loss she had gone through. You've gotten stronger too, sister. The siblings exchanged a knowing smile. I was going to playfully say, I missed you, but you've already pulled off something big. Lord Casimir has already filled me in. So, how can I help? Jean pointed to the carriage in the distance. Please take care of them. Inside the carriage were Bikra and Belt's family. They had disguised themselves as corpses from the previous battle. Understood. Luna replied simply ill. She already knew about Bikra's situation. Please stay in the Holy Nation until the trial over the Holy King's murder ends. Ensure my credit isn't stolen by Joshua. To Jean. Once the trial began, Jipal's image in the Holy Nation would plummet instantly. Now, because of Bitura's sacrifice, the people were already seething with rage. The Holy King's funeral hadn't even begun, and demands for Jipal's explanation were rising. Not just in the Holy Nation. The whole world would learn of Jipal's atrocities. The fact that the Lunkade delegation remained after the inspection would become a symbol. A symbol that Lunkade was watching over Jipal. A symbol that the one power capable of opposing Jipal's family was watching them with open eyes, balancing their enormous power. As the prepared scapegoat, Jean couldn't be, of course, including those who would later learn through letters. Like Shilong would acknowledge Jean's actions, but externally, the credit must be claimed by others in Lunkade. Naturally, Jean hoped to hand that credit to Luna. If he, as always, chose to avoid attention, the credit would go to second-rank knight Joshua. What do you mean by that? When Jean revealed Joshua's secret, Luna's pupils widened. He had no idea about the prophet's existence. No wonder. Joshua would sometimes take dangerous missions, without concern for his safety. Turns out, he used a body double every time. Father must have known, right? He did indeed. There was nothing within the family that Father didn't know. Absolutely nothing escaped him. Then, if he didn't intervene, he must have had his reasons. Perhaps just like how he turned a blind eye to your spirit weapon. No need to overthink it. If he allowed violations of the rules, it was because he believed it was for the family's benefit. Luna placed her hand on Jean's shoulder, as if to comfort his conflicted heart. Still, we should investigate this matter. Let this younger sister of yours look into that man. Dig deeper into his background. You just focus on handling things in the Holy Nation. Understood, sister. The next day, all knights of the Doctrine Guard, Dawn Council, were locked in the underground prison. Jipal tried his best to stop the arrests, but the incident where they vowed to kill the Holy King was too decisive. Moreover, even putting aside the testimonies of biomagic survivors, what mattered most was the list of names Lonnie revealed from Bitura. That list was impossible to cover up. Please categorize those affiliated with Jinzalat and Jipal, and make 2 separate lists. I want them ready to publish the moment I return. Also, gather the remaining loyalists. A military conflict may occur. This was the list Jean asked Bitura for. Before heading to Old Outram, Bitura had made 2 separate lists, one for Jinzalat and one for Jipal. The Jinzalat list was held by Lonnie, while the Jipal list was made public. Jipal's true face was exposed to all. Even so, Jipal couldn't simply declare that it was a fake Holy King who died, or that the biomagic experiments weren't their doing, but rather Jinzalat's. Although he couldn't reveal the name of the hero who saved the survivors, he claimed instead that the biomagic experiments were conducted in one of Jipal's 4 towers. We demand Jipal make an official statement on this. Lonnie and the believers still refused to leave the plaza, even though all of Jippel's subordinates had been arrested, until the full truth was revealed. The believers would never let Lonnie bring the fake Holy King's body into the royal grounds. Aside from the Dawn Council Knights, others on Batura's list were still preparing for the Holy King's funeral. It was hard to accept from a logical standpoint, but considering that high-ranking figures like Archbishop Mondiano were still vying with Jean for power within the Holy Nation, it wasn't surprising. They needed irrefutable evidence to handle Jippel properly, unlike how the Dawn Council acted. Unfortunately, Batura's list wasn't entirely complete, but Jean had expected that, until Jippel gave a full explanation. I will not hold a funeral for my father, not until his injustice is addressed. They must come clean. Let the Lords of the Four Towers explain themselves. If it were only Lonnie and the believers calling out like this, they could have been ignored. However, envoy delegations from across the world and countless reporters were present. Jippel had no choice but to hurriedly strike a deal with Jinzalot to return Carl and take all the blame himself. Everything went just as Jean had predicted. Rather than confess that Carl had been abducted by a third-rate terrorist group like Jinzalot, it was wiser to shoulder the blame. Once reputation and prestige are damaged, they're incredibly hard to restore. But the former can be repaired with money, while the latter demands an unimaginable price. In the end, Jippel issued a statement before lunch. His family had interfered in the politics of the Holy Nation, and in the process, with the assistance of colluding officials, conducted biomagic construct experiments. However, the part regarding the homunculus experiments had nothing to do with political interference. It was entirely the personal action of Carl, Lord of the Four Towers, and of Jeeper himself. Today, Carl and Jeeper personally will arrive in the Holy Nation with magical restraints, and, in accordance with family law, both Carl and Jeeper will be strictly punished. As for the Holy King's death, we express deep regret, and we promise to offer maximum compensation. However, regarding rumors and malicious defamation, we will respond according to our family's regulations. Our family intervened in Holy Nation politics at the request of Holy Nation officials, not from any ambition of our own. Unlike usual, Jeeper's tone in this statement was very firm. Though the wording seemed gentle, it essentially meant all punishment would be handled internally, not by the Holy Nation. Of course, when reporters delivered the statement, the fury of Holy Nation's believers erupted to the heavens. They deliberately provoked the believers' anger, so that Carl and Jeeper would be stoned to death when apologizing, regardless of the motive. If Carl and Jeeper died on Holy Nation soil, Jeeper could turn it around and threaten the Holy Nation. From the world's perspective, a rational evaluation, the Holy King's life was not more valuable than Carl's or Jeeper's. If the entire Holy Nation went to war with the Four Towers of Jeeper, the victor would surely be the Four Towers, abandoning Carl, who was handed over by Kinzello. Jeeper was simply trying to escape this situation. What price did Carl pay for that? Jeeper still hoped to survive by cutting off the tail. However, this time it was a pure-blood Jeeper, offered as the sacrifice. Unlike the situation in the Corlin incident, where Jean had already been declared dead, this time, Jeeper personally named Carl the criminal. Once Carl was dead, the Holy Nation could no longer pursue responsibility for the homunculus experiments. As for political interference, though the world would still condemn them, that could be resolved over time. And with money. In Jin's eyes, it was actually a decent strategy, if only they hadn't acted hastily, without fully understanding the enemy. Jeeper still didn't know that Jean was behind Lonnie, only vaguely suspecting that he might be one of Luncade's knights, or someone from Baymont. The Jean who defeated the Dark Magic Council HQ with Kinzello. Luncade's intel. Bamiel would never share it with Jeeper. Dino. Yes, young master. Carl. After Jeeper arrived in the Holy Nation, he immediately dropped all charges related to Kinzello. In fact, he had been captured by Kinzello days earlier, due to Bamiel's actions, and the place Bamiel brought the survivors was not one of the Four Towers, but a place called Otherin. Tell them Carl had nothing to do with it. Jeeper would definitely deny it with all his might. This will be interesting. If they can't deny it, Kellic might sell out his own son to escape responsibility, becoming utterly shameless. Jean had no intention of helping Jeeper. If forced to choose between reputation and image, he planned to make him lose both. Chapter 247. Chapter 247. Chapter 77. Villain. 4. Originally, Jean couldn't win a war of public opinion, even if he successfully struck Jeeper's weakness. The gap in media control between them was vast. Jeeper had long maintained a righteous image. That control seemed nearly unshakable, but now, Jean had gained such power too. At the moment, all of the world's media had gathered in the Holy Nation. Even Dino was among them. Many were regarded as top journalists. Most worked for Luncade, Jeeper, or Baymont, but some belonged to neutral press. It was like a barrel filled with oil. Jean scanned the reporters in the square, and thought to himself. Soon, that oil would ignite, set aflame by Dino's spark, burning uncontrollably. Even Jeeper wouldn't be able to handle it. Jeeper. Kinzello. Looking back, since leaving Storm City, he had been entangled with them nonstop. Suddenly, he recalled when he had just left Storm City, when Jeeper, helped by Kinzello, was attacked by a crazed follower. Perhaps from that moment, Their conflict was inevitable. After all, after reaching the peak of Lunkade, the targets to defeat naturally emerged. 3 p.m. What's that? Someone's voice made the furious crowd look to the distant sky. There hovered Jeeper's massive airship, Kajek, calmly flying above the capital. Seeing Kajek again after so long, Jean clenched his fist without realizing. Aboard Kajek was Jeeper's elite mage force, White Knight and the swordsman of Jeeper. Kajek. TCH. What the hell is he here for again? Seeing Kajek, Murakin immediately squinted. Since Lunkade had stationed knights in the Holy Nation, Jeeper needed to show off as well. It was also a signal to Lunkade to not assassinate the swordsman of Jeeper. I really want to destroy him right now, young master. Then I'll go make preparations. Alright, thanks for your effort. After Dino left, Kajek cast its shadow over the square. The crowd looked up at the massive airship blocking the sun, with anxious and furious eyes. Boom boom. Soon, a beam of light poured from Kajek's underside, forming a staircase down to the ground. As the passengers began to descend, the restrained figure of the swordsman of Jeeper appeared. He wore gray clothes like a common prisoner. His face was haggard. As he approached step by step, the furious crowd loudly demanded answers. Boo! How could you treat our brothers and sisters like this? Turning humans into experimental subjects. Do you not fear the gods? You lunatic mage. Shameless scoundrel. That man, the master of Jeeper's magic tower, a pure blood noble, was now being cursed by the common folk. Over the past decades, nothing like this had ever happened, whether on a family level or personal conduct. Jeeper always sends non-pure blood envoys to handle the aftermath. Anger is contagious. The people who had temporarily backed down at the sight of Kojak now seemed ready to tear the swordsman apart. The swordsman lowered his head in silence. The White Knight mages behind him remained expressionless. Lonnie did not try to suppress the overheated crowd. Ping. A citizen watching Lonnie's reaction threw a fist-sized rock at the swordsman. The stone cracked the swordsman's forehead open. Blood splattered. The crowd immediately fell silent. The swordsman still bowed his head. Drip, drip. Blood kept pouring from his forehead. Yet the White Knight mages behind him didn't react. Clearly, this was tacit approval. No matter what was done to the swordsman from Jipple, the Jipple family would not intervene. Just as Jean had predicted, Jipple planned to act officially only after the swordsman was injured or dead. Say something. Come on. Ping. Ping. So, as the swordsman stepped down the light stair created by Kojak, stones began flying from all directions. He was knocked down 5 times and got back up again. Just as the journalists were busy recording this brutal punishment, Divines, please stop for a moment. Lonnie slowly stood up and shouted. The stone throwing ceased at once. The swordsman shakily stood again. Swordsman of Jipple, before hearing your confession, I want to ask a question. What question? Tell me. Was the biological golem laboratory conducted under your leadership? To the swordsman. This question clearly meant, was it you alone, not the entire Jipple family? Therefore, he could only answer, as instructed by his father, Kalik, of the Jipple family. Yes. Can you swear it? You want to pin all my crimes on the family? Then you're wrong. Of course, from your point of view. This might be Jipple's way of cutting ties, but as one of the 4 Tower Lords, a pure blood noble, besides me, there are many others who could be scapegoats. Then why did you come in person? Couldn't you have sacrificed someone else? Because my death is the only way to redeem myself after disgracing my family. Even if you show mercy to me, the family will never take me back. So, please kill me. You want too easy a death. You abducted 3,000 innocent divines. Swordsman of Jipple, unless you confess in full, you will not be granted death. Lonnie cast healing magic, treating the swordsman's wounds. The wounds healed quickly. However, swordsman, is something wrong? What do you mean? The divines taken weren't 3,000. They were 823. So he is one of the 4 Tower Lords. Even when deceived by Lonnie's trick, his expression didn't change. Bitura. Belt sent that many divines. I had no knowledge of it. Lord Swordsman of Jipple. Someone called out his name, calling for the swordsman. He stepped forward. It was Dino. Jagle. Sir Swordsman, you weren't the main figure in that vile experiment. Why lie? Why take the blame yourself? In an instant, all eyes in the square turned to Dino. Who is that? A dog of Jipple's? Shut up and get lost. Divines. Please forgive my rudeness. I'm a journalist. My name is Dino. Jagle. Some of you may know me. I'm not Jipple's mouthpiece. I was the first to report the tragedy in Clone. The one who exposed Jipple's bioconstruct experiments. Buzz. I. Dino. Jagle. Swear on my name as a journalist, and as Clone's original witness. I don't know about the other Jipple executives, but Sir Jipple the swordsman had no part at all in this bioconstruct experiment. Dino pulled a stack of flyers from his bag. The sharpest reporters rushed forward first. They picked up the flyers and read, but within a few lines, their eyes widened. They glanced back and forth between Dino and the swordsman. The spark had caught. Jean let a smile flicker across his heart. Just moments ago, it was only the swordsman Jipple who was struggling alone in the dirt. Now the entire Jipple faction was about to be dragged into the quagmire. The Dark Mage Association under Jinzalot, the ones who rescued the survivors, were not from the 4 Towers, but from the Dark Castle in Old Outrim. that so-called third-rate terrorist organization, which had been destroyed by Lior. Now names of groups deemed insignificant compared to Jipal were being brought up. At the same time, he revealed that 6 months ago, a mysterious master named Bamel disrupted a meeting between Jipal and Jinzalat, and during that event, a sword was snatched away by Jinzalat's side. Dino. Jagal, what is this story all of a sudden? One reporter shouted at Dino, even skimming the flyers. Made it difficult to grasp the full situation. This young man who suddenly appeared earned few trusting looks from the crowd, but Lord Lonnie said that the one who saved them, missing line restored below, was none other than the well-known rising star, Sir Bamel himself. What are you saying? It was the clone that inspired me to become a journalist. In that report, when I described the hero who rescued the natives, a passerby, that passerby was none other. From that day forward, Sir Bamel and I became close friends, and I began documenting his heroic deeds. At that moment, Jean was too embarrassed to raise his head. Malakan barely suppressed his laughter. Dino, thick-skinned as ever, wore a grave expression as he met the crowd's gaze in the square. He continued his warning. That man has always been tracking Jipal's crimes. Jipal even used the natives of Clone for human experimentation. During his investigation, Sir Bamel, on the abandoned island of Jean, witnessed the transactions between Jipal and Jinzalat. What does this have to do with the current situation? Please look at the top of page 2 in the newspaper I gave you. Kinzello is not what you imagine. A third-rate terrorist group. It is the greatest allied force of Jeeper. Sir Bamiel deliberately lied to Sir Lonnie, saying there were survivors from the 4 towers. The reason? Sir Bamiel is convinced that the annexation of the Holy Nation and the experiments on believers were not carried out by Jeeper alone. Therefore, he wants to use Jeeper's kidnapping by Kinzello as an opportunity to wipe them all out. Dino's prepared speech was cut short. I can't bear to listen anymore. Die. One of the White Knight mages standing behind the sword fired a beam of energy at Dino. The beam flew straight for Dino's head, so fast, it was nearly undetectable. Swish? But someone from the crowd rushed in instantly. Only when his vision suddenly changed did Dino realize it, and instinctively stepped back. I thought in the Zuf's culture, it was you who silenced people, not others. I find this story quite interesting. Why not tell me more? The mages of Jeeper. It was Joshua who saved Dino. Lunkade. People still hadn't recovered from the shock of Jean's giant reappearance. When Lunkade wasn't even directly attacked, so why draw his sword so rashly? Sheath your weapon. Second night order. Luna shook her head and stood in front of Dino. No. Actually, Joshua had already stepped in front of Dino before slashing through the White Knight mage's energy beam, and with bare hands, he perfectly cut through another energy beam flying from another direction. Chapter 248. Chapter 248. Chapter 77. Malice. None whatsoever. Jean let out a quiet breath and lowered her hand from her waist. At the moment Dino was attacked, Jean instinctively prepared to fire a magic beam, but thankfully held back. If one's training is insufficient and strikes rashly, they'll only draw attention and humiliate themselves. Though she had considered that if there was an attack, they even tried to kill Dino, proving that the White Knight mages are highly sensitive to Dino's words. Those who cast the energy beams struggled to maintain neutral expressions. However, in the eyes of Jean and Lunkade, they saw the truth. Inside those people burned the flames of darkness. To the White Knight mages, that attack was undoubtedly a risky move. Even if they succeeded in killing Dino, they'd face condemnation from the world. Even someone as domineering as Lunkade wouldn't casually kill a journalist. Of course, compared to Jean's identity being exposed, this might have been the better option. That said, Sister is truly a monster. To block with bare hands, how many people can cast an 8th-tier magic beam, especially in a sudden ambush like this? No matter the situation, Luna's overwhelming power made her shiver. Silren. Joshua obediently sheathed his sword. Before sheathing it, he bowed to Luna, admitting his mistake. Though he felt defiant inside, he knew well that in such a setting, there was no need to embarrass Lunkade. Bzz. The White Knight's sudden attack sparked murmurs in the crowd, but even more surprising was the appearance of Luna and Lung. Though famed far and wide, she rarely appeared before the public. People often praised her poetic tales, describing Luna as a proud warrior with overwhelming beauty and skill. When Luna removed her winter cap, the crowd nearly held its breath. It wasn't because she looked as beautiful as the lyrics claimed, but because of the dignity in her youthful gaze and her calm, unshaken demeanor facing the White Knight and Kajek. That's what truly mesmerized the crowd. In this unbelievable silence, few seconds slipped by. Are you alright? Yes. Thanks to you. Thank you, Lady Luna. And Lord Joshua. You made quite an interesting point. I'd like to hear more of your story in detail. Please come find me later at the Lunkade delegation. Of course. Though Dino and the Cologne people stayed on Luna's land, they pretended not to know each other. Welcome, White Knight mages and swordsmen of Jeeper. I am Luna, of Lunkade. Then, Luna's gaze turned toward the White Knight mages. Welcome, Lady Luna. I'm captain of White Knight Team 2. Mal. Hensk. Mal, captain of White Knight Team 2. Overlooking all this from the sky. Was it you? Looks like while I was gone, Team 2 has a new captain. Your predecessor, Drew, Lord Malaga, has retired. If it were Drew, he'd have stepped down from that stair before I even greeted him. Mal's expression stiffened. It was obvious at a glance. He was much older than Luna. Yet with no superior present now, he could be seen as Jeeper's representative. However, he had been overwhelmed by Luna from the start. When Luna and Mal's eyes met, tension instantly blanketed the plaza. Everyone was awed by the standoff between two great houses. Even breathing became cautious. Not just the crowd, but even the White Knight mages were extremely tense. In this heavy atmosphere, only Luna, Jean, and Murakin remained composed. The reason they stayed calm was simple. Mal Hensk actually made such a basic mistake in front of my sister. After today, White Knight's Team 2 may have a new captain again. Before answering Luna, he should have first shown proper etiquette. Even if he's senior in age to Luna, he belongs to the Jeeper family. As White Knight's second captain, how dare he look down on a knight of Lunkade? That's impossible, especially in front of a foe he couldn't even hope to defeat. He made such a mistake. In Joshua's eyes, he glared at Mal, full of killing intent. Even though he was in a foul mood, he still paid Luna his respects. But White Knight's second captain, when someone like that makes a mistake, how can one not burn? Lord Mal, if you're having trouble stepping down, I can help you remove that sword. Did you not hear the voice of a knight? Joshua said softly. Mal's face turned bright red. Humiliation and frustration made his whole body tremble. Fortunately, Mal was not a foolish man. Pardon me, Lady Luna. Mal stepped down the stairs. The other mages riding Kojak followed behind him. The onlookers, unfamiliar with the situation, struggled to understand the mood. Wasn't the Jipple family the top household in the world? Lunkade came only second. Why then was Mal so humiliated and acted so meek? But those who paid attention to these two families, especially the nobles, thought this was justified. Now we may speak. I have something to ask. Lord Mal, why did your men attack this reporter? On orders from the head of Jipple, we came to apologize. One of Jipple's 4 tower lords has come in person to atone with his life. This person twisted the facts and insulted Jipple. Twisted? Though he may have offended me. You also obstructed Jipple's matters. A conflict between families only leads to mutual destruction. We want to take this reporter named Dino with us. Mal composed himself and said calmly, though subdued by Luna and clearly humiliated, he still spoke for Jipple. Backing down incorrectly would mean more than just shame. No way. Why not? Didn't you hear just now? I clearly said, let that man visit the Lunkade envoy. In other words, from now on, Dino Jagle is my guest. This isn't a personal matter. A personal matter? Is that something you should say in front of Lunkade knights? Think you've said enough? If you won't back down, we'll be forced to use strength. Though he tried to speak calmly, neither Mal himself nor anyone else here believed the White Knight mages could take on Luna and Joshua. Lord Mal, life is precious. That hunk of iron in the sky, to Jipple, is likely more valuable than your life. If it returns damaged, wouldn't that be worse? Luna let out a cold laugh. Mal's mind swirled with thoughts, consumed by pain. Could that reporter's expose have been part of Lunkade's plan to create this exact situation? How much does Lunkade really know? If we fight Luna and Lunkade, without a doubt, it would end in total annihilation. There wouldn't even be a proper battle scene. Before we could even get back on Kojak, everyone would be struck down by Bell. Even if we relocated to a proper fighting aboard Kojak, victory would still be uncertain. Even so, we cannot retreat. Even if it means total destruction, we must uphold Jipple's dignity. Dakar wasn't the reason Jipple came here, to defend its dignity. Please, both of you calm down. Just now for Carl. Lonnie, who had just finished healing Jeeper, spoke. Lunkade and Jeeper, everyone knows, they possess strength beyond that of our holy nation. But both of you, we haven't even begun His Majesty's funeral yet. Is this really the place to act like this? To Mal, Lonnie's words sounded like a voice of salvation, giving him a reason to back down. Just as he was about to feel grateful toward Jean for this, the Knights of Lunkade really did something big. They almost punished an innocent man. Innocent man? Listen to me, Lonnie. Salome personally sent out one of the 4 tower masters, her own son, even knowing he might be stoned to death. You think the words of a journalist can tarnish the head of Jeeper's decision? No. Jean poked Murakin in the ribs. Why? Don't speak. Tell him to shut up. What? If anyone speaks up, it'll throw this place into chaos. Ever since Mal threatened Lonnie, the faces of the Holy Nation's followers turned red. He wanted to block out the sky. Only a fool wouldn't see through it. But the problem is, Jeeper's palm truly can cover the sky. That kind of thing. Why don't you do it? I'm a dragon. My voice. Joshua will hear it. It'll draw attention. So I'll go over there for now. At that moment. Shut up. You filthy Jeeper scum. Are you still trying to insult Ayula's second feathered disciple? A woman suddenly shouted out. She seemed disabled, sitting in a wheelchair, wearing a priestly robe bearing the sigil of the sacred volcano. I don't need to speak up anymore. That's right. She helped right on time. Following her lead, other believers raised their voices too. You must not kill a journalist who stood for the holy nation. Not until the truth is clear. You cannot do this. If you want to kill us first. Even Lunkade wouldn't do something like that. Jean watched the scene for a moment and suddenly felt something was off. So he turned his gaze toward the first woman who shouted. Come to think of it, she looked kind of familiar. That woman. Where had he seen her before? No. Did she just look alike? Jean stared intently at the woman. Though she couldn't have noticed his gaze, she slowly turned to look at Jean too. Well done, she seemed to say, with a smirk on her lips. That woman's smile. As if asking a question, he remembered now. That woman was Kair's younger sister, Margila Ibrino. In the past, she was the one who goaded Kair into a duel at Luncade's single-plank bridge party. At first, he hadn't recognized her due to makeup, but those blood-red lips and her signature expression were unmistakably Margila. Young Master Jean, that was too harsh on the weak. That one who fell was our friend. Are we just going to stand by? Brother, this little brother is disappointed. Are you asking me to duel young Master Jean? Yes. I hope you'll teach him a lesson. In a more honorable way than he just did. More dignified. At that moment, the conversation between Margila and Kair back then also resurfaced in his mind. Vamiel. Wasn't it? Margila narrowed her eyes and mouthed those words. Chapter 249. Chapter 249. Chapter 77. Villain. 6. Back at the single-plank bridge party, Margila deliberately put Kair in a difficult spot and seemed to enjoy it. She wasn't very likable. It was thought she was just a prankster. Turns out that woman was part of Kinzello too. That was unexpected. She wasn't particularly strong and had a physical disability. Who would have thought she belonged to a terrorist group? No. Jean categorized Kinzello as a cult. And yet right now, why would she reveal herself? Kinzello wants to help me and begs me to go easy. If it's just to pass a message like that to Jean, any other member would do. Not only because Margila was disabled, but because Kair was a high-ranking officer in Kinzello, and she was his only true sister. Jean knew well how ruthless he had been with Kinzello, yet they sent such a precious sister to him. This, Jean couldn't understand. In any case, that woman might be like Yona and Bubel. Just one investigation would reveal the truth. No matter how hard you rack your brain, it's useless. Jean decided to respond to her, not by mouthing words back, but with a universal gesture. Me. Jean pointed to himself with his index finger. He intended to feign ignorance of Margila's message. Kinzello wants to help you. Margila repeated the gesture again. Jean once again responded, with a gesture meaning, me. Then glanced around as if clueless, and shrugged. As a result, Margila seemed a little flustered. She tapped her chest. Was it possible someone from Luncade couldn't read lips? She tried again, but got the same result. From the fourth time on, Jean simply stopped looking at her. Margila eventually concluded Jean hadn't gotten her message. It was an outcome she hadn't expected. She wanted to approach Jean and speak aloud instead of mouthing words. But because of her wheelchair, it wasn't so easy. Jean deliberately played dumb. No matter what I do, Kinzello's going to help me anyway. Since they're so eager to appear, there's no need to play along. Their reason for helping is obvious. Jeeper already arranged everything. Naturally, I should watch carefully. Jean. What? Mirakin. That woman in the wheelchair. She keeps trying to talk to you. Now, take a closer look at that woman. In a bit, we need to meet her. Your type. No. She's with Jins a lot. Once the crowd disperses, quietly bring her over. So it's a doomed love story, huh? Can you do it? Of course. It's a piece of cake. Don't kill the reporters. Expose Jean's truth. The angry crowd kept yelling. Half were cursing Jipple. The other half supported the Luncade who stopped them. Luna and Joshua suppressed the White Knight mages with just Jipple's side appeared lost and disoriented. Some people in the crowd were scribbling furiously. They caught Jean's eye. They were reporters. It was a fast. Jipple, once a symbol of justice, was now under fire, while Luncade, long deemed evil, gained support. This was exactly what Jean had hoped for. Even if it was just the central square of the holy city for now, she wished it could eventually change the world's perception. She didn't want to become the new idealist justice to replace Jipple. She didn't believe she could be that kind of person either. She just never wanted to see Jipple's hypocrites continue ruling this world. It seemed Jipple's people could only retreat for now, unless they wanted to fight Luna and massacre the crowd. Mal shook her head. She shared Jean's thoughts. There was no longer any reason to force them to execute Jipple. White Knight began retreating to their base. They shouted angrily at Mal. The White Knight mages felt the same as Mal did. Since becoming elite special mages for Jipple, this was their first taste of such humiliation. Wise decision, Lady Mal. Luna waved with a smile, bidding farewell to Mal's retreating back. As Mal and the White Knight mages stepped onto the light staircase leading below Kojak, Luna turned around too. Let's go too. Second rank knight. Understood. Dino. See you later. The two of them put their winter hats back on and slowly melted into the crowd. Luna deliberately didn't say goodbye to Lonnie. She was worried her words might be misinterpreted as Luncade meddling in the holy nation. That name, Luncade, sounded cooler now somehow. After all, it would soon be the name held by her ruling partner. The once furious believers now burst into cheers. It was a cheer for the Luncade Knights and for their success in forcing Jipple's retreat. A sense of victory washed over them, and amidst it all, Jipple, still bound, remained silent. White Knight did not take her sword when they left, because bringing it back to their base would mean admitting Jippel's swordsmanship was submission. Lady Jippel. One last question. Are you truly connected to the human experiments? Lonnie looked her in the eyes and asked, kill me. I don't want to defend myself. If it's proven that you're a criminal like Jean, you'll of course be executed. But if this is a false accusation, you'll spend the rest of your life in the Holy Nation's dungeon. Golden honor seat. Imprison Lady Jippel. The reporters in the plaza that afternoon got the biggest exclusive scoops of their lives. So starting that evening, news exploded around the world. Jippel's confession, Nino's expose, Jinzalot's identity, the confrontation between White Knight and Lunkade, and more. The biggest in nearly a decade. An event in a single country has never spread across the world so quickly. A war between the Huspist United Nations, representing Lunkade, and the Lutramo Magic Federation, representing Jeeper, is raging fiercely. Lunkade claims that White Knight was defeated and forced to retreat by two of their knights. On the other hand, Jeeper describes it as an act of mercy from White Knight. However, from the very beginning, the war has leaned in Lunkade's favor. The first to expose the truth, Dino, was from Huspist. White Knight's failure was all but expected. Neutral news agencies rushed to speculate who the real identity behind the body of truth was, though they merely echoed the information Dino spread. It was enough. What people were most interested in was the name, Bamer. Who exactly is Bamer? What was his purpose in exposing Jeeper's corruption, rather than the pain of the Holy Nation? People were far more curious about this man, even if it meant caring more about a juicy story than someone else's suffering. Damn it. That guy. What the hell is he? Meanwhile, Mirakin has been venting his anger ever since leaving the plaza. He lost track of Margila. Even though he was right on his tail, the moment they entered the alley, he vanished like smoke. I understand. No one's blaming you. Why get so angry? His pride was wounded. He's regained 40% of his strength and still let that human slip away. Besides, for him to vanish like that means he knew from the start Mirakin was chasing him. I think Margila also has some kind of special power, like Miss Yona, Yuba too, or Commander Kinzello. They're not gods. So why do they keep using strange powers? Magic stones were originally Kinzello's creation. Maybe they want to become gods. Losing Margila is certainly a shame. However, it's understandable that Mirakin didn't expect him to escape. It's only natural. No one would casually release a sister so convincingly real. In any case, the revenge is nearing its final stage, even if it's difficult to fully resolve the hostage case. After the trials and investigations end, the path for Lonnie's ascension will be fully paved. Since the death of the false Holy King, Lonnie has been the core of the Holy Nation, though the traitorous officials still do not side with him. With Jeeper's corruption exposed, they no longer hold power, because power comes from the people. With the news spreading, Batura's list has also been broadcast worldwide. The people remember the names of the traitors. Jeeper can no longer empower them. It's over. On the contrary, the people have given Lonnie their wholehearted support. He still hasn't left the plaza, and more people have gathered in the plaza than when Karl Jeeper arrived. To be exact, not just the plaza, but the entire capital of the Holy Nation was filled with people, all there to protect him. So many that even the vast plaza couldn't contain them. Besides the citizens of the Holy Nation, there were many outsiders who simply came to share in the grief. Not everyone is just chasing stories. That being said, can that religious fanatic kid really handle this? So many huge events have occurred. It's more than an ordinary person could bear. We'll need to look out for him more. If he needs others to care for him, he's not fit to be king. Even in this situation, he hasn't lost faith. So cold-blooded. Yeah, you're right. In the human world, that's what it means to be a king. I've lived 3,000 years, and most of the rulers I've seen weren't true kings. The trials are about to begin. The trials for Archbishop Montiano and Archbishop Kinyu, among other traitors, will be presided over by the last loyal ones. They can't escape the death penalty. Batura lost his honor and life, even his future after death. Those guys should at least pay the same price. After the trial ends, nearly 90% of the Holy Nation's officials will face execution. The injuries and deaths are to honor the victims. Jin's memorial will follow afterward. By the way, it's still unclear how Kinzello plans to help me. Jean suddenly recalled Margila's message. When the sun rose the next day, that question was answered. Chapter 250. Chapter 250. Chapter 77. The Villain. 7. 500 sailing ships approached the eastern port of the Holy Nation. This was not the return. More than that, the owners of the fleet weren't even friends of the Holy Lake. They were led by Balakt of Sidrik, a great warrior of the White Wolf tribe. The White Wolves brought with them the Waterfolk fleet. Without permission, they sailed 500 ships into territorial waters. The Holy Nation could only regard it as a declaration of war. However, to everyone's surprise, all 500 ships flew mourning flags of black and white on their tallest masts. Moreover, every ship had dismantled its cannons. On every bow stood a member of the White Wolf tribe waving a giant black flag. Waterfolk warships. They came to mourn, not to wage war. It was an unprecedented large-scale diplomatic funeral fleet in history. Are they crazy, sending 500 ships under the pretense of mourning? Mirakin shook his head. Because of Dino. Kinzello's name had surfaced. This was a show of power, a message that they weren't some third-rate terrorist group. Whoever came up with it was clever. Kinzello said he'd help me, but if people think they're just some third-rate group, then no matter what they offer, it'll be hard to earn trust. Yeah, good point. We are an organization great enough to send 500 ships, just to mourn. That's the message they want to send. The human journalists must be thrilled. Kinzello, who had long hidden their strength, has made quite the dramatic entrance. Could it be they've decided they no longer need to hide, or perhaps they just hadn't had the chance before? Either way. For Jeeper, it was an infuriating situation. To cover up the fact that he was captured by a third-rate terrorist group, he had already abandoned his public image. But Jinzalat officially demonstrated their might. The Holy Nation allowed only. Not only was it unable to accommodate all the ships, such a condolence felt rather insulting. From the one docked ship descended Balak and his 5 aides, along with about 20 bound humans. Balak's enormous frame drew the eyes of all. His aides were renowned warriors, even among the waterfolk. But compared to Balak's aura, they seemed insignificant. They immediately used a portal to enter the capital and head to the square where Lonnie was. Every time Balak took a step, the crowd instinctively backed away, as if wild beasts meeting their natural predator. Most dared not show support for Balak. Balak, too, ignored formal etiquette. It was a stark contrast to Kojak's arrival earlier. Balak soon stood before Lonnie. The holy knights of the Golden Honor seat stood tense, awaiting his words. Little one, Jean and Malakan were watching the scene too. That guy's pretty strong. Even your big sister might not beat him, said Malakan, commenting on Balak. Commander of the Jinzalat Revolutionary Army, a great warrior of the White Wolf clan, Balak Sidric. He had come to mourn the passing of Holy King Miklin. Thank you, Balak Sidric. Lady Lonnie, you may not know this, but I owe a debt to the king of the city from 30 years ago. I was gravely wounded in a battle, and Miklin happened to be training in my clan's territory. He healed my wounds. My father once mentioned that during that time, he endured hardships in the waterfolk lands. I see. He was the most upright human I have ever known. Please accept my humble condolences. The people were stunned. The White Wolf clan, who always viewed humans as insects, had not only sent a great warrior, but one so gentlemanly in speech. It was truly unexpected. Lonnie's gaze fell on the bound humans. They were dressed in soiled Jipple robes. Those bound people were prisoners of Jipple we once captured. When we were allied with Jipple, these people, under Jipple's name, conducted human experiments in our lands without permission. Well, if you like, have them confess for themselves. May your country soon find peace from this grief. The crowd was buzzing. Jean again grew curious about whoever orchestrated this within Jinzalat. First they showed off power, then subtly treated Lonnie as the head of the nation, and finally blamed the experiments on orders from Kalik. And beyond that, they pinned all the guilt on Jipple. No matter how you saw it, the framing of Jipple was already turning into chaos. From that perspective, Balak's statement was a perfect strike against Jipple. But thinking about it, the experiments were a joint effort between Jinzalat and Jipple. Saying this now was truly shameless. Getting Jipple out of the Holy Nation was the top priority. As for Jinzalat's crimes, those would be judged once the country stabilized, at the very least. The name Jinzalat had now surfaced in the public eye. As Lonnie considered her response, Balak spoke again. My staying longer would only cause trouble. Let's end. We did ally with Jipple, and we will take responsibility for that in due time. The prisoners Balak brought were confirmed to be mages from Jipple Academy. They revealed the full extent of the experiments conducted on Holy Nation citizens by Jipple. Their testimonies closely matched the records left by Machali, and even included details of experiments Jipple conducted alone. Because of their testimonies, news spread that there were other experiment sites within the Holy Nation. The entire world soon heard of it. Jeeper set up secret laboratories in several cities in the northern capital of Chung Nation. This is the key point. Lonnie and his people were shocked to learn that Jeeper had labs inside Chung Nation too. They were all stunned. Jean was the same. They originally thought that exposing Jeeper's tail, ruining its image and forcing it to retreat, would be the best outcome. But now it seems things have changed. No one expected there to be facilities in Chung Nation too. So-called kind and just mage families are a thing of the past in Chung Nation. However, Jeeper has yet to make any official statement. Kinzello really did provide great support. No, kid. Should I say you made good use of them? Exactly. They won't just sit. If things continue to unfold like this, Kinzello will come out. They kidnapped Jeeper's Magic Tower Lord, captured Jeeper's mages, and built a successful organizational image. Though the Dark Mage Society was destroyed, and they lost Lior, as well as Jeeper's magic books, things are far from over. That's not enough. They must understand that Kinzello is no different from Jeeper. They're both despicable. Now that the Holy Nation has used them enough, it's time to discard them. What do you plan to do? Just as Jean was about to respond, someone urgently knocked on their room door. Young Master Jean. The anxious voice belonged to Casimir. Lord Casimir, what happened? Jeeper has been killed. Jean and Urakan stood up reflexively. What? The underground facility. Wasn't it guarded by loyal Golden Shield members? The assassin broke through the Golden Shield's defenses. It must have been sent by Jeeper. TCH. Jeeper can't die now. Only if he lives can we prove that Kellic used his son. Moreover, if Jeeper dies, the Holy Nation will lose leverage to pressure him, because it will seem like the Holy Nation killed the key perpetrator behind the human experiments. From Jeeper's perspective, he can claim that Jeeper's death has repaid the debt, even though it wasn't the Holy Nation that killed him, but Jeeper's own assassin. That doesn't matter. Jeeper's media pawns can start spreading rumors today, saying Jeeper is already dead, yet the Holy Nation is still demanding an apology. If we don't want our tail cut off, then we can't really cut the tail. Jeeper's media has already started acting. They're claiming that Jeeper has already paid for its crimes. Humans may be ignorant, but would they really believe this nonsense? Fools. It's obvious Jeeper killed Jeeper. Of course, no one inside the Holy Nation would believe it, but outsiders might believe that Jeeper was tortured to death by the Holy Nation for intel, that the Holy Nation staged the assassination to cover up the truth of Jeeper's death, because Tassinal sighed and continued, Jeeper. They left something behind at the crime scene. Bamiel. That name. Jean and Murakan's eyes widened. Using your blood to fuel the Holy Nation's hatred. Bamiel. After killing Jeeper, the assassin carved these words with a sword on the wall at the shelter entrance. Reporters have already confirmed it, that it was Jin's message carved on the wall. They deliberately carved it at the entrance, instead of inside Jeeper's cell. Obviously, they wanted everyone to see it. I know their intention, reputation, dignity, because I made them lose all of that. They want to force me to reveal myself. I think so too. Young master, the assassin who killed Jeeper called himself Bamiel. Just as Murakan said, no one would actually believe it. However, if Jean doesn't publicly clarify that he is not Bamiel, then the Holy Nation can no longer hold Jeeper accountable. After all, Jeeper really is dead. On the other hand, if Jean appears publicly as Bamiel and proves he's not the killer, then Jeeper's image will plummet to the ground, not only in the Holy Nation, but across the globe. Luncade's symbol, its evil and tyranny, may become synonymous with Jeeper. What do you intend to do? Since they're working so hard to play the villains, I'll just cooperate a bit. I'm going to make a formal announcement that I've never done such a thing. What you say is important, young master, but in my opinion, revealing your identity is too dangerous. You've already lost credibility and image. Instead, we could find Bamiel and show him what happens to those who defy Jeeper. Right? Jean gave a faint smile. On the contrary, if someone who defied Jeeper survives unharmed, that would deal a huge blow to them. That's even better. Exposing my identity while teaching Kinzello a lesson. Chapter 251. Chapter 251. Chapter 77. Malice. Bah. Jeeper is now focused only on killing Bamiel to restore his family's honor. As for the reputation that's already fallen to the bottom, he doesn't care. Too many atrocities were exposed to the world because of Bamiel. If Bamiel isn't eliminated, Jeeper's reputation as the top family will suffer a huge blow. Of course, if Jean doesn't reveal his identity, he can use Carl's death as an excuse. Anyway, I'll soon become an official disciple. As long as I endure until then, everything will be fine. Besides, there's also a good place to hide. Jean looked at Casimir. By the way, wasn't Jeeper way too cruel to his own son? Not only did he send him to die by air, he even tried to assassinate him to uncover his identity. That's inhuman. There's even suspicion that Bubel and Gaston were replaced by imposters created by— That must have been Jin's sword, right? Lord Casimir. If they are fakes, and that's exposed during interrogation, Kinzello's side will also be in trouble. After all, they've already become enemies of Jeeper. There's no reason they'd go that far, unless they truly are cold and dirty masters of magic. That's how Jean defined Kellic. Jippel. And yet, even with all those negative accusations, he was still a pinnacle figure, a level Jean absolutely couldn't compete with at present. Even Shilong wouldn't dare provoke him lightly. The thought that he was about to learn Jean's true identity brought an uncomfortable chill up from Jean's spine. If it weren't for the things Jippel was involved in, the Holy Kingdom's opposition to Kellic, Jean would never have revealed his identity. Otherwise, before finding a safe hiding place, he would have been caught and killed by Kellic. On the other hand, he was also a little excited. A Lunkade apprentice, winning his first showdown against both Kellic and Jippel. What a triumph. It would stir up quite the sensation. Since Kale's death, Jippel had given no explanation regarding the Holy Kingdom's involvement. Lonnie and the Loyalists, even knowing Jean had come from the responsible nation, could do nothing to punish them. Day after day, the investigation into Jean's background was endlessly delayed. International media attention gradually cooled. Meanwhile, reporters from the Lutramo Magic Federation published large volumes of pro-Jippel articles for days. Of course, journalists from Hughes Tet responded with hit pieces attacking Jippel, but it didn't make much difference. After all, they weren't the Holy Kingdom. They were waging war through newspapers every day. Each faction's families, on their own turf, already saw the other as a mortal enemy. The outside world's attention cooled rapidly, especially the nobles of various countries no longer appeared in the squares where Lonnie and her people gathered. They believed drawing Jippel's attention brought no benefit. Jippel killing Jippel and paying for it with criminal consequences was clearly unjust. However, Those massive powers had the ability to make injustice even more unjust. As long as they made up their minds, they could easily erase the voices of weak victims, even punish those who quietly supported them from the sidelines. The neutral factions understood this well. Therefore, they began observing Jippel's actions once again. At the same time, in the hearts of the neutral camp, a calculation was forming. This Holy Kingdom incident would undoubtedly be a major stain on Jippel, but no one is spotless, and supposedly, Jippel would ultimately remain silent, offering gold and favors to win over the neutral powers, filling both their pockets and their mouths. So long as you look the other way, I'll take care of you. Whenever trouble arose, Jippel always used this approach to placate the neutral camp, whereas the Lunkade always ruled through terror politics. The two great families had different leanings and vastly different methods of world control. Without a doubt, in this Holy Kingdom incident, Jippel's approach proved more effective. Jippel's merchant ships, loaded with gold coins, were sailing into Holy Kingdom waters. This wasn't about Jippel's death. Rather, it was compensation to those who followed Jippel for interfering in internal affairs. The amount of compensation was beyond imagination. If they accepted the money, the Holy Kingdom could ensure 30 years of budget stability. However, Lonnie of course rejected this compensation. The loyalists were left grinding their teeth, weeping blood. Those bastards. What do they take the holy nation? No, what do they take humanity for? The public was also burning with anger, condemning them in unison. Jeeper remained completely indifferent. They quietly unloaded gold at the holy nation's port, as if they didn't care who took it. As if tempting anyone to become envious at the sight of that gold. As if inviting anyone to steal the gold. As evidence, Jeeper didn't assign a single guard to watch over the mountain of gold bricks, piled high in the center of the port. They shone brightly. Ordinary people, even monarchs of nations, might never see so much gold in a lifetime. This goes beyond desire. It's suffocating. Even if the holy nation refuses to accept the gold, Jeeper won't take it back. What a grand gesture. Jean crossed his arms, carefully observing the gold. In his eyes, he saw, if the holy nation doesn't accept the gold, what might happen in the future? Even in the gold-hoarding nests of yellow dragons, you wouldn't find this much gold. Hey, with all this gold, how many spring blossom collections could you buy? Are you nuts? What did you just say? Asterisk spring blossom collection asterisk. How could that cross your mind? It's just. Jean shook his head. At the very least, for 30 years, if used wisely, this gold could support the holy nation's budget for 50 years. Most likely yes. In other words, if we don't accept this gold, we'll struggle financially for the next 50 years. If we do accept it, and bury this incident quietly, just keep tabs on the troublesome Jean family, and the holy nation will become wealthy. Otherwise, they'll cut off all funding to the holy nation. Just as Jean said, the gold piled in the port conveyed that very message. Abandon your pride and thirst for revenge, and you'll live in luxury. But if you resist, this gold will fall into the hands of neutral powers. Jeeper will obstruct the holy nation's trade and make you regret not accepting it. Right now, public support for Jeeper is at rock bottom. But how long will that last? Most ordinary people, unlike Lanina and Batura's loyalists, don't have unshakable convictions. Ordinary life is made of labor, the survival that comes from it, and small fragments of joy scattered through unending days. When the nation is poor, its people suffer too. The harder you work, the less you earn. The labor grows heavier, but life quality doesn't improve at all. When that happens, will the people still support Lanina and the loyalist decisions? Clearly, they won't. In the end, responsibility for the people's hardship will no longer fall on those who brought ruin to the holy nation. It wasn't Jippel who suffered the worst economic blow, but the top brass of the holy kingdom. Politically, in times like these, collapse comes swiftly. The situation grows more unstable by the day. Lonnie and her loyalists could hardly find a way out. Eventually, they would be seen as tyrants or incompetent rulers. I don't want to dwell on such upsetting things, so I thought of the Spring Blossom anthology. Of course, there's also the Lunkade. While the Holy Kingdom is in turmoil, he won't just stand idly by. But whether he'll be like Jippel, spending huge sums of money to stabilize the Holy Kingdom, is highly uncertain. There are plenty of impoverished regions within Husted itself. Prioritizing the Holy Kingdom just isn't feasible. It might even trigger internal divisions. In the end, if it turns into a financial battle, the Lunkade would be even more exhausted. Let's go and put an end to this farce. December 24th, 1797, Lonnie made the decision to begin the Jean Memorial for the Holy King and the victims of the 10 demon trials. Though the trial had not yet ended, the Jean Memorial could not be delayed any longer. The false Holy King's corpse, maintained by the saint's divine power, and the body of Bikra, one of the test subjects, had decayed terribly. Moreover, the memorial had to be completed before the neutral press left. It was necessary, though the trial wasn't over. For Jean, it still provided a minimal level of protection. The Jean Memorial was expected to last 3 hours. Of course, Lonnie personally read the guidance scripture for them. Please be seated, Lonnie said as she stepped up to the platform. Her voice was soft, but everyone in the square knelt down and sat on the ground, closing their eyes. Horatia, your most devoted daughter Lonnie, and Salome, Now pray for the innocent. Holy King Micklin and the gods, please answer our prayer. Let us, through your voice, recall their final moments in the Holy Kingdom. The Gene Memorial was often called a harmonizing prayer because the divine power of the gathered would converge and glow. At that moment, even those with low divine strength could emit a distinct golden light. The golden radiance emitted from the gathered bodies represented the level of their divine power. Thus, Jean and Malakan couldn't help but reflect once again on Lonnie, on Salome, how she once protected Malakan on toxic lands. Her divine strength had long been known. The entire square now glowed in golden light. As Lonnie read the scripture, her trembling body channeled divine words into thousands of souls. As people said, it was like harmony flowing across the earth. The journalists believed this was the final special report they could take from the Holy Kingdom. It had been years since the Holy Kingdom held a Gene Memorial of such scale. And so, today, the children of Eurasia hoped they could return peacefully to your embrace. May this light reach you. May it bless their eternal life. After the prayer ended, Lonnie staggered and grabbed the podium. It was a flawless Gene soul rite. However, what people didn't know was, Lonnie's Gene soul rite had gone beyond perfection. It had created a miracle. Bitura's corpse, once decayed and buried, was restored to its original state. Even Lonnie herself didn't know this secret. Only Eurasia and the soul of the deceased Bitura knew. Huff, huff. After catching her breath, Lonnie looked toward the crowd. The Gene soul rite had ended. Today, I, Lonnie Salome, will introduce to the gods an outsider who sacrificed for the holy nation. The gods looked at Lonnie in confusion. Normally, after the Gene soul rite ends, one should thank the gathered crowd and step down from the podium. But the reporters sensed something unusual, the scent of Bamiel's imminent appearance. Friend, please step forward. As the gods looked around in confusion, Gene slowly stepped forward. He took off his hood. Golden hair was revealed. Then, Gene spoke without hesitation. I am Gene Luncade. Chapter 252. Chapter 252. Chapter 78. The final page of Prejudice. 1. No one expected that this name would suddenly appear. The moment that dazzling blonde hair emerged from the hood, and the flamboyant, decadent face was revealed, everyone thought the introduction of Bamiel was about to begin. However, Gene Luncade was Lonnie's. In that instant, the entire plaza fell silent. People doubted their own ears. They waited for Gene to continue speaking. Gene Luncade was not Bamiel. He was Gene Luncade, a prospective knight of Luncade. The reporters were stunned, exchanging looks of disbelief. At the edge of the square, the Luncade delegation members nearly popped their eyes out. Seriously? This guy? This guy? Not a single word of warning beforehand. Were we supposed to just go along? Luna hadn't received any prior notice either. However, Luna believed that as the firstborn, he must have had confidence in himself to do this. She almost cursed out loud for a moment, but she didn't forget that as the firstborn, she was his witness, a sword she could wield freely, anytime, anywhere, reliably. Since that was her role, she decided not to panic. She would read the firstborn's intent and follow his lead. Standing beside Luna, Joshua was staring at Gene with a pale face. Gene, you bastard, you really stirred up this mess. To Joshua, revealing his identity now was basically suicide. Jeeper had sacrificed so much to execute Bamiel, the family's prestige and reputation. They threw it all away. They even created a fake assassin. No matter what, they were determined to kill him. Jeeper had been deeply wounded. They wouldn't let it go easily. Asterisk click. Asterisk. Joshua clenched his jaw, veins bulging on his neck, precisely because he understood why that damn brother was revealing his identity now. I'm certain, even if it defies family law, I won't let you die. I believe in your brilliant will, your aura, the power Joshua longed for most. If Gene died, Joshua couldn't claim it. Therefore, Joshua judged that Gene was using his aura as leverage, pulling Joshua into the mess. Even if others realized it, they couldn't do anything about it. But for a prospective heir to reveal his identity, that was the ultimate taboo. Likewise, any members of the Sword Origin who aided a prospective heir also violated the rules. This showed that using Luncade's name for personal fame was absolutely intolerable. It was also a blatant act of rebellion for the world to see. So, in a place where all eyes were watching, if both the prospective heir and heir broke that rule together, then whether they were executed or expelled from the family, such were the harsh decrees. And yet, it was Gene, and Joshua was the next family head. Mother would never truly punish me, and I wouldn't suffer punishment either. That sly bastard. He must have known that the Black Panther, Rosa Luncade, would protect Joshua, no matter what. No matter how powerful Rosa was, she had no reason to punish Gene alone. To Joshua, that was the most infuriating part. Even though he knew the eldest son's scheme, he had no choice but to play along. Although things are going your way for now, you won't stay on. Having finished calculating, Joshua calmed his racing thoughts. The Guardian Knights readied themselves for battle. In a low voice, Joshua gave his orders to the knights behind him. If Jipple attacks Gene, they are to protect him immediately. Yes, sir. Understood. The Guardian Knights responded quietly but firmly and heightened their vigilance. Gene, trying to keep a straight face, secretly glanced at Joshua. Joshua and Gene exchanged a brief look. Jean, with a faint smile, thought loudly in his heart, act like you're expressionless, but I can already see through your thoughts. Joshua, you have no choice but to help me. That thought must be eating at you. You can't do anything to stop me. Jean kept his smile and addressed the crowd. As you all know, I am a probationary knight of the Lunkade family. I've held that status since 1795, and I have used that identity several times. Today, as Bamer. Are you really Jean Lunkade? To my knowledge, Jean Lunkade has black hair and black eyes, a journalist asked loudly. Then, Jean took a handkerchief from his chest and wiped his face and hair. As the handkerchief moved, his makeup faded, and the golden hair returned to its natural black. In news reports around the world, Bamer was often described as a man with dazzling golden hair and handsome features, but Jean Lunkade's true appearance remained unknown even after the Demukio party. However, the eldest son of the Lunkade family was indeed known to have black hair and black eyes. Gasps of awe spread through the crowd. Some people recognized Jean's face. That's Jean Grey. Oh, it's Jean, the champion of Cosmos Arena. Grey. Some nobles from the Beladu Principality, who had come to mourn, recognized him. The one who shouted the champion's name aloud was a noble who had profited greatly thanks to Jean at the time. That's right. He's the young emperor I saw in the kingdom of Middle, among the condolence envoy group that came to the Holy Kingdom. Members of the Black King mercenaries recognized. I knew it. Master Jean will shake the world someday, even at the Demukio party. He stood out from the rest. Huh. John from the Dragon King Knights, upon seeing Jean again, laughed heartily. Other family knights, who had attended the Demukio party and come to mourn in the Holy Kingdom, reacted in much the same way. Participating in Jean's wedding was the final ceremony of the memorial. At this moment, the square was filled with all the foreign delegations. At the same time, the reporters, upon hearing the Beladu nobles mention the name Jean Grey, that name, it triggered a memory. That mysterious swordsman who had killed him had also left the name Jean Greyley. The reporters' instincts ignited. More than the assassination of the Holy King or the internal affairs meddling of Jippel, this was the kind of once-in-a-lifetime scoop. We must raise the question immediately, because in the eyes of the reporters, it would be reasonable for Jean to die here. Very soon, the mages of Jeeper will come to arrest Jean and surround this plaza. At that time, will the Knights of Lunkade and Huspist help Jean? The reporters don't think so. Young Master Jean, Marquis Jidad, were you also the one who killed him? Why did you risk your life to come here? Aren't you afraid of Jeeper? Tell me. Why did you violate the rules of a probationary knight to help the Holy Nation? Was it your family's order? Tell me. What is your relationship with Lord Lonnie of the Holy Nation? The reporters suddenly shouted crazily. The dancers of Lunkade and Huspist, though wide-eyed, could tell. If they didn't ask now, they might never get a chance to ask Jean again. Once the mages of Jeeper arrive, the plaza will become a battlefield. Before that happens, they must get an answer, no matter what. Then they must leave immediately. Watching the shouting reporters like a school of fish, Jean suddenly felt a wave of disillusionment. Though he had expected the reporters to swarm him, he hadn't expected them to lose all decorum in such a solemn plaza. Shut up. I won't answer any questions, Jean shouted with all his might. The reporters were startled, then fell silent. I came here, not to satisfy your curiosity. From now on, any reporter who speaks without my permission will never get another chance. The murderous intent in Jin's eyes said it all. He wasn't just bluffing. Seeing the reporters go quiet, Jean restrained his killing aura and spoke again. As a probationary knight, I sought to build merit and fame for when I become a formal knight. So I searched for opportunities everywhere. In the process, in the past, I witnessed Jeeper's human experiments and discovered that Jeeper wasn't the only one involved. The terrorist group Kinzello was too. The reporters recorded every word of Jin's statement. Moreover, I didn't know the Holy Nation had already been infiltrated by Jeeper and Kinzello. Because of me, their alliance broke down. As a result, within the Holy Nation, these two forces started all sorts of hidden moves. I feel somewhat responsible for that. Jin's calm voice made Lonnie show a pained expression. At the same time, I saw this as a chance, as a probationary knight, to expose foreign corruption and attack the rivals of House Lunkade. Isn't that a good display of loyalty? This was a pre-planned statement. Jean helped the Holy Nation, not out of gratitude, but for personal gain. Therefore, I went to Kinzello's territory, rescued citizens of the Holy Nation, and handed them over to Lord Lonnie. Lord Lonnie promised to report my achievements to my family, but at the last moment, Jeeper grabbed my ankle. I didn't kill Jeeper. That would only hurt me, Jean said with a shrug. Sighs echoed from all around. In other words, I came here to stop myself from becoming the assassin known as Bamiel, who killed Jeeper. At the same time, revealing the crimes of Jeeper and Kinzello is my personal tribute. Everyone. Until we meet again, alive. Standing there was a group of Jeeper mages in cloaks. They had just completed preparation for offensive magic. The Guardian Knights moved to protect the prospective knight. Just as Joshua was about to shout that order, Luna raised her voice first. Lunkade's Guardian Knights, and all knights under Huspist, Protect the civilians. Anyone who tries to assist the prospective knight, I will personally behead them. Hearing Luna's command, Jean gave a satisfied smile. Luna had perfectly grasped his intent. Good. Chapter 253. Chapter 78. The Prospective Knight's Tale, in 2. The magic beam was cut apart, scattering everywhere. The sudden attack made the civilians in the square scream instinctively. The paladins of the Golden Shield Assembly rushed toward the platform. Protect Lady Lonnie. Everyone get down. You'll get caught in the blast. The Golden Shield paladins surrounded Lonnie, shouting to the civilians. Fortunately, most civilians followed the instructions and got down, but not everyone did. Many panicked civilians were disoriented. If they made a wrong move, the attacks from Jeeper's mages would hit civilians. The mages attacking Jean were at least level 7 or higher. A single graze on an ordinary person would mean serious injury or death. The mages showed no concern for civilian lives. They continued casting spells. Even if dozens of innocents died, they wouldn't stop until Jean was taken down. Jeeper no longer cared about their image as a symbol of justice, but if they failed to kill Bamiel, that is, Jean Luncade, they would be looked down on for a long time. No, the scorn they'd face would be far worse. Letting Bamiel escape now would mean that the rebellion of the prospective heir would bring shame to Jeeper. They had to prevent that from happening. They had to take down Jean Luncade before he left the plaza, force him back to the center. The mages were going all out. If they let Jean escape now, they knew the family would never forgive them. Jean calmly assessed the mages' positions. 4 on the left, 6 in the center, 10 for now. That's all on the plaza. But if you include those outside, there may be several times more mages. If reinforcements arrive, not only will escape be impossible, but innocent civilians will be caught in the battle. That was something he absolutely wanted to avoid. Of course, before revealing his identity, he had considered that civilians might get caught in the crossfire. But this was still the best option. The judgment was made that only by revealing the identity, in the presence of as many neutral media, third-party forces, witnesses, and assistants as possible, could they deal a heavy blow to Jipple. Lonnie had earnestly requested, if innocent civilians were to die because of his request, then the identity must be revealed in the square, and he would take full responsibility for all consequences and guilt. Although using civilians as bargaining chips made him uncomfortable, he did not refuse, because he trusted Luna. Worried that innocent civilians might get hurt, Jean snuck a glance at Luna. It seemed that wouldn't happen. As expected, she is indeed his sister. Under Luna's command, the Luncade Guardian Knights and the warriors of Hustet wielded their weapons without hesitation. Surprisingly, whenever magic attacks targeted civilians, they were able to block them all. They were Guardian Knights dispatched to carry out first, second, and third-rank missions. Each one of them possessed power second only to Execution Knights. The other warriors of Hustet were also the elites of their respective families. Today, if even one innocent person of the Holy Nation dies, the honor of Luncade and Hustet would fall into ruin. Block them and spread out. There must be fighting outside the square too. Charge! The Guardian Knights and Hustet warriors fought as if their own families were under attack, desperately defending the civilians of the Holy Nation. To carry out a mission with Luna was a tremendous honor to them. The noble Platinum, the greatest legend after the Dragon of Auras, was a name revered by the warriors of Hustet. They didn't know when they'd again get the chance to fight alongside Luna. At this glorious moment, they must not let her down. Meanwhile, Luna thought, Big brother, seeing your satisfied expression, I must have understood your intentions well. Successfully completing her first mission as Jean of Luncade filled him with excitement. At this moment, he couldn't imagine, besides their father, who else could lead Luncade, if not his big brother Jean? Luncade, countless spells were cast, but they all flew toward Jean. Under Luna's protection, the civilians evacuated in order. Some journalists risked their lives to record the scene. First-rank knight, now's not the time. Joshua found Luna. What is it? Weren't we supposed to refuse help to the Jadeback Knight? Though it violates family regulations. If the Jadeback Knight dies at Jipple's hands, what will become of the family's prestige? Second-rank knight, the death of the Jadeback Knight and Luncade's prestige. What do they have to do with each other? This matter, according to the Jadeback Knight herself, compared to her own safety, maintaining friendship with the Holy Nation was more important. Then, why don't we dispose of the Jadeback Knight ourselves? Isn't that more important than protecting civilian safety? Please make your decision carefully. Luna's eyes instantly filled with killing intent. There's no Black Knight here for you. What gives you the right to talk back to me? Watch your tone. Otherwise, you'll only disgrace yourself. Joshua's face turned pale instantly, though Luna claimed there were no Black Knights. In reality, she had brought Execution Knights, disguised in the square. They lay in wait. Therefore, even disobeying Luna's command was entirely possible. No matter what Luna ordered, they would prioritize her own orders. As a result, it would be Luna who lost face, not him. However, Joshua decided not to argue with Luna. He couldn't let momentary humiliation jeopardize his coming takeover of Luncade. Besides, defying the eldest sister would cost him the trust of the other 5 families. Internal strife must remain internal. In a formal setting like this, clashing with Luna would only undermine Luncade's authority, despite Luna's arrow, which burned him up inside. It wasn't worth doing something foolish. Understood. Joshua responded in a calm voice, though he worried something might happen to Jean, which could affect the Soldret contract. He turned and saw that the worst-case scenario was unlikely. Boom. A bolt of blue lightning struck from the sky. The underworld sword met the thunderbolt directly. It was this power that made people believe Bamiel was Fiaiter's contractor. 6 mages in the center of the square were struck by lightning, and all fell at once. Is this the power of the underworld clan? Back at the Azure Isles, she didn't even use this power, and still showed overwhelming strength. Unless a high-level mage could strike Jean effectively, she'd be hard to deal with. The prophecy pointed to her, but why would the heavens favor Jean so much? It was hard to comprehend. Humph. Each time lightning struck, the plaza cracked open. Stones and mages were... Since it was confirmed that Luna had perfectly protected the followers, Jean didn't need to do anything more. The 6 mages died in an instant. The underworld sword was terrifying. Without genius, one would fall immediately upon first encounter. Of course, to become a mage of the Jeeper main family, but in Jin's eyes, they were just mortals. Compared to the powerful foes she had fought before, they were nothing. Stay calm. Fight like she would a thunder-type mage. Keep casting spells, and stop her from approaching. The 4 mages to her left, by Jin's standards, were also geniuses. They skillfully blocked lightning with shields, and closed in gradually. At the same time, they cast various ice-type spells to disrupt Jin's vision. In an instant, the surrounding ice pillars made it hard to predict where the lightning would strike. Relying on Huspist's knights to cut down all the ice pillars was also a viable choice. But after crossing the central area, there was no need to linger in the square. Whoosh! Jean pulled out the red orb from her cloak. Buzz! The red orb began to glow. Shuli leapt out of it. What is that? Cat! Cat! Even the genius mages this time, their eyes guarded their hind legs. It was their first time seeing a cat bigger than a carriage. Anyone would react like that, let alone the fact this cat could fire magical beams from her eyes. Meow meow meow. Shuli leapt up, letting out a strange cry, and fired a beam at the mages. Jean used an ice pillar as a stepping stone, and leapt towards Shuli. At the moment he landed on her back, the mages were too busy raising shields to block the whoosh, gracefully landing. Shuli roared again. The terrified civilians and the reporters desperately recording everything all collapsed to the ground. They were so frightened by Shuli's roar that their legs gave out. It was a controlled roar, meant to be bearable for trained warriors. Is this really just one of Luncade's pawns? Not only the warriors of Hustet, even the fallen civilians and surviving Jippel mages were thinking the same thing. What they were witnessing felt like something out of a fairy tale. Once the civilians collapsed, the road instantly cleared up. Shuli ran lightly, dashing through the open road. Despite her incredible speed, she didn't step on a single civilian. Meow. Shuli asked, which way should I run now? Jean pointed toward the mobile checkpoint. She was heading to the port, where mountains of gold bars were piled. She planned to melt them all, and that was Jean's final move. Reaching the mobile checkpoint took only a moment. The Jippel mages outside the square couldn't catch up to Shuli. As soon as Jean and Shuli entered, the loyalists of the Holy Nation already waiting there activated the checkpoint. Much appreciated, young Lord Jean. Good luck to you. Same to you. After reaching the port, Jean encountered someone unexpected. Jean. It really is Jean, with wide eyes. The white-haired young man recognized Jean. It was Belotten, Jippel's next head. Jippel. Belotten seemed to have just arrived at the port, and behind him, roaring flames. The gold bars were burning. Chapter 254. Chapter 254. Chapter 78. The last page before the opening move. 3. Belotten. Jean, who had just gotten off Shuli's back, also widened his eyes. This guy? Why is he here? And all this gold? What's going on? The flames consuming the gold were enough to be called a firestorm. These gold bars could support the Holy Nation for decades. The burning scale was staggering. Was this your doing? Just as he was about to ask, another familiar voice spoke up. Lord Belotten, it's on fire in the back too. We need to run now. Huh, Jean, is it really you? A short figure with a hoarse voice. It was Danding. Hylon. When he was checking the fire behind the gold bars, he didn't notice at first that Danding was also there. Danding's appearance also left Jean speechless in surprise. Why do these people always show up in the most unexpected places? Every single time. When leaving Storm City, the duel arena, the nameless city, Samir, and now here too. Jean gathered her thoughts and carefully examined the two. There was joy shining in their eyes. Didn't expect to meet here. Looks like the three of us really share some kind of fate. Exactly. Huh. Hey. Last time you caused trouble in Samir. This time it's our turn. By the way, what's that cat? It's huge. Also, why are you riding the red jade cat? How did you form a bond with a spirit beast? Anyway, I'm really happy. Huh. Danding and Belotten both pointed at Shuli as they spoke. Seeing the two so cheerful in front of burning gold bars, Jean felt a headache coming on. Why didn't you two run earlier? This fire, was it your doing? To be precise, Danding pointed at Belotten, like a kid caught doing something bad, telling on someone. No, You're the one who set the fire, Belladin declared seriously, but didn't point at Danding. He pointed at Jean. Jean widened her eyes and pointed at herself with her finger. What? Me? When did I set the fire? Lord Belladin, this friend just arrived. You definitely started the fire. Well then, let's just say Jean did it. After all, he's a provisional knight of House Loncade. Count it as a good deed. Asterisk snore asterisk. Just as Danding waved his arms, a gold bar fell out of his pouch. Jean looked between Danding and the gold bar on the ground. You two are insane. Did you actually steal gold here? Oh, misunderstanding. I only followed because Lord Belladin said he'd pay me. Danding, did you steal gold behind my back? Belladin's angry shout almost made Danding's eyeballs pop out. Lord Belladin, why do you always say weird things? You set the fire. This is my rightful reward. What a ridiculous mess. Jean sighed and rubbed her forehead. Danding, you idiot. As if you'd be tempted by a little gold. Belladin. Something's off with this guy. His expression seems unstable too. This time, Belladin broke out in a cold sweat and looked around nervously. Danding grabbed his collar and loudly demanded an explanation. Why are you falsely accusing me? Whatever the case, I don't know anything. Just say this wasn't Jean's doing. Otherwise, we'll both be in trouble. Danding, that's not what you said. When we came here, that was just because I was angry. I lost my head. Lost your head. We took a 3-day boat ride to get here. During that time, you were completely normal. You said you couldn't forgive the crimes of the family. Like a broken wind-up toy. He twisted his body. Belladin, shut up. Let Danding explain the situation. We're running out of time. The Jipple mages. We'll catch up soon. Jean. What's going on? It was me. I exposed the truth behind this Holy Nation incident. I revealed, fought the attacking Jipple mages, and escaped. What? Are you saying? You're bummer. You're bummer. Danding and Belladin leaned in close to Jean. All three of them were shocked. Only Jean barely managed to stay calm. If he joined these fools' antics too, the situation would become even more absurd. And I also revealed that I'm a lunkade, in line for knighthood. So Jipple must eliminate me. Escaping here was to destroy the gold funds Jipple was sending to the Holy Nation. Jean. We really are fated partners. Danding clenched his fist passionately. We share the same goal. Although right now Lord Belladin seems a bit unhinged, he too came to us seeking help. Because he couldn't forgive his family, he said, as the next head of Jipple, he must take responsibility. All three of them had come to the port with the same goal in mind. Belladin and Danding were furious after learning the truth about the Holy Nation through a tabloid. Belladin decided to act personally to correct the family's wrongdoings. Jean and Danding, as heirs to noble families, understood just how noble a decision that was. Though hesitant at first, Danding decided to help Belladin, moved by his resolve. Even though that feeling faded during the chaos after the operation, still. Say I set the fire to the gold. Without you guys, Jean. Belladin's expression turned serious as he looked at Jean. Our mages attacked you to cover up the truth and protect the family's reputation. Jean responded with a silent nod. Belladin's gaze turned grim. And they're still chasing you. Yes. Those bastards. Shameless scum. I'll kill them. Belladin's hair began to float as if blown by wind. He was drawing magical power, 8th rank, or even higher level. Sensing Belladin's mana, Jean inwardly gasped. When did he become so strong? In her past life, he supposedly reached level 9 at 30. Jean had always believed Belladin's mana was stuck at level 7, even being able to teleport. At level 7, he was already stronger than most level 8 mages, but apparently not anymore. The mana surging from Belladin now was clearly close to level 9. Jean, make your choice. Belladin, the family's threat. How many innocent people must die for the sake of maintaining empty titles? Suddenly she recalled the first time she met Belladin. All right, pretty impressive, but as a senior, here's my advice. Next time you meet other Jipers, don't go around cutting fingers. Each family's had enough stress. All right, that's quite the joke. Belladin Jeeper. Why? If we and the Lunkades started fighting over every little issue, the world would have ended by now. This is also for the sake of the common people who suffer in war. Back then, inside the Midder Kingdom transport checkpoint, Jean had stopped Belladin from cutting off a finger. She had always thought Belladin was an unpredictable guy. As the future head of house, he couldn't possibly be unaware of Jeeper's crimes. But now it seemed Belladin really knew nothing of their evil deeds, just acted oddly. Maybe Belladin was someone completely different from the Jeeper he knew. Jeeper, a name that didn't define him. Do you know what this gold bar means, Jean? Accepting it means letting the Holy Nation's decades of poverty go. It means millions of civilians can rejoice. Now, Belladin once again showed the same sincerity that moved Danding before. Jean seemed to understand why he was so erratic. It was fear. Belladin was angry at his family's sins, but also afraid of what might happen next. But when he heard the Jeeper mages were attacking Jean, his rage overwhelmed the fear. To be precise, because Jean was the one attacked. Now all that remained in Belladin's mind was fury. Logic and emotion had vanished if the roles were reversed, and Jean made the same choice, regardless of reason. Lungcade would cripple her and exile her from the family. To maintain their authority, the whole family would act decisively, and an heir toppling the situation out of justice was simply not possible. I know that too. So even after revealing your identity, you... Jean calmly said, in this case, if I make a move and you make a move, it's not the same. I can provide a third-party reason to reject the holy nation's gold coins, then run away. But you? If you personally kill the mages who came here, what will you do afterward? My father will understand my will, though it may sound strange coming from me. Your brother, Carl, of Jeeper was killed by an assassin your father sent. He was used as bait to summon me. You really? Fire broke out. The gold is burning. That guy's shout started the fire. It's clearly obvious. Catch him. We must capture him. Suddenly, a voice shouted from the distance. The mages chasing Jean had already reached the port. Enough, Jean. Danding, you two go first. I'll hold them off. Belladin said softly. His hands unleashed new flames. Annihilation, first form of dark sky salt jade. Unlike in Samir, the incantation formed perfectly. Duke Belladin, it's been a pleasure. Huh. Jean sighed. Is this a late-coming adolescence? She could understand the emotion, but anger that leads to mistakes has its limits. You're not a moth rushing into flame. In Jin's view, if we run. What about Duke Belladin? Danding turned his head and shouted loudly. But you tried to stop me and failed miserably. Asterisk smack asterisk. Jin's right fist landed squarely on Belladin's. Ugh. Asterisk thud asterisk. Then Jean rammed her shoulder into Belladin's chest. Belladin coughed blood and collapsed. Jean stepped on the back of Belladin's head on the ground, pressing it hard into the dirt. The sudden attack caused his mana to reverse flow. Asterisk gurgle asterisk. Asterisk gurgle asterisk. Blood foam poured from Belladin's mouth. Jean, this too. Don't speak until I give the signal. Shuli. Bite down. As Jean lifted Shuli again, Shuli bit onto Danding. Chapter 255. Chapter 255. Chapter 78. The Tale of the Provisional Knight. Part 4. Due to his small frame, he could be fully wrapped in a cloak. If it were a regular adult male size, it'd be impossible to cover even the shoes. Asterisk poof asterisk. Wait, was that a stabbing sound? Probably just my imagination. Even if it wasn't, there's no getting Danding out now. Jean looked down at Belladin on the ground. He looked like he'd pass out any second. The best way to break through Jeeper's mage net was to use Belladin as a hostage. But if she carried him like a banner to force the mage's back, then the injuries he sustained would become officially recorded. Countless reporters would witness it. Belladin's unconsciousness could only be treated as internal information within Jeeper. If possible, could he really cause trouble? After waking from such a beating, even in death, he insisted on doing things his way. That personality, I thought only Danding had it. No wonder the two were so close. Whether it's Danding or Belladin, both would rather die than betray their convictions. Whether it's Danding or Belladin, they'd sacrifice themselves for their beliefs. They don't choose the most efficient people either. Crackle. The flames grew fiercer. The gold bars slowly melted. But the melted gold didn't flow toward Belladin. It flowed into the sea. It was him. He spotted Jean. Lungcade. The mages all turned their eyes to Jean. However, though their voices were urgent, they weren't as flustered as before. Some had set up shields above to counter the Underworld King's sword. Others had coordinated offensive magic at the ready, even with 20 Jeeper mages aiming at him. Jean wasn't nervous, because in the plaza, he had revealed both the name, Lungcade, and Bamer, so he no longer had to hide that he was a magic swordsman. Of course, Jeeper might later use oaths as an excuse to pressure Lungcade. However, Jean thought that's a problem for the family to solve. If Lungcade felt incapable, he wouldn't have revealed himself in the plaza today. No, he wouldn't even aim to be head of the family after returning. Buzz. Jean gathered mana in his palm. The scattered mana in the air condensed rapidly and converged in his hand. The Jeeper mages didn't miss that sight. However, even seeing it with their own eyes, they couldn't believe it. Such mana. How was it possible? The chief mage exclaimed. He was shocked. Not just because Jean had gathered mana, but because he had done it faster than any Jeeper mage could form a spell. Even mages once hailed as geniuses would be terrified. The mana Jean conjured was purer than that of the Jeeper mages. They had such mastery of mana was only possible for pure-blood Jeepers. But now, Lungcade had achieved it. And he was just a young provisional knight. Attack! The chief mage shouted through clenched teeth. No matter what trick that damn Lungcade used, it was humiliating. Just imagining Lungcade casting better magic than him was enough to incite fear. As his words, the mage's staffs unleashed beams of light. Shuli's eyes lit up, and she twisted her body. Asterisk whoosh asterisk, dodging left and right to avoid the mana beams. Those she couldn't dodge, she slashed with her claws. The mages seemed to anticipate this, and calmly prepared their next spell. Lightning summon, flame barrier, frozen prison. Elemental spells surged forth to dodge them all. Shuli could barely stay grounded for a moment. They even set up barriers From Jin's perspective, the Jeeper mages were responding exceptionally well, even with a numbers advantage. They calmly used standard tactics to eliminate variables. More than 3 elemental magics pressed down on Jin in harmony. However, that was all. To someone like Jin, a true genius, the unpredictable wasn't part of their equation, which was expected. Because for them, even if not a genius, it was unimaginable that Jin had far superior insight into magic. Humph. Shuli dodged flames erupting from the ground and leapt high. The Jeeper mages seemed to expect that too, and raised their staffs in unison, aiming at Shuli, just like they did the first time they fired mana beams. Except for the one maintaining the barrier, the other 10 were casting the same spell. Crush him. Hellstorm Wind, the essence of octa-element wind magic, a man-made opaque wind flow, sweeping towards Shuli and Jin. The aura swirled like razor-sharp blades. Its vague form made its path unpredictable. More importantly, Shuli had nowhere to land in midair, nowhere to dodge. Due to the wide range, evasion was impossible. Even blocking with a sword would be difficult. That's why they chose this spell. However, the mages from Jippel cast Hellstorm Wind, just as Jin had hoped. Heaven Reversal. Right before Hellstorm Wind could reach Jin, a tiny crack appeared in the void above his head. It was created to form the Heaven Reversal Sphere, a crack from which magic surged and generated a vortex. The crack expanded into the Heaven Reversal Sphere. To fully cast Heaven Reversal requires level 9 magic power, but Jin usually only uses about level 7 magic to perform an incomplete version. However, this time Jin didn't use his own magic power to cast Heaven Reversal. The 10 Hellstorm Winds devoured Shuli, their magic intertwined, instantly obscuring her completely. Whoosh, crack, boom. Yet what the mages heard was not the sound of flesh being shredded, but a strange noise, as if the magic of Hellstorm Wind was being torn by serrated edges. Though it lasted only, the mages instinctively sensed something was wrong. Whoosh, Shuli and Jin landed unharmed. In less than a second, the initial crack created for Heaven Reversal had grown into the largest sphere Jin had ever formed. The mages felt as though half the sky had gone dark. Whoosh, along with a monstrous roar-like blast. Just as the mages tried to grasp what had happened, Jin deactivated the magic he had cast in the void. Simultaneous Spirit Shield. Heaven Reversal needed only the smallest amount of magic to be activated through the Spirit Shield, using the reverse flow as a shield to redirect the gathered Hellstorm Winds. Thus, the Hellstorm Winds were drawn into the Heaven Reversal crack, becoming part of its full manifestation. In other words, Jin intended to absorb the Hellstorm Wind and return it to Jippel's mages. A Heaven Reversal more powerful than level 9 had begun, but in fact, the magic Jin used was merely to open a reverse flow. Of course, for most mages, this kind of domain is theoretically possible at best. Jin's Heaven Reversal, just now, included at least 5 divine techniques, casting it in seconds, with a strategy precisely tailored to the enemy's number. Simultaneous Spirit Shield, fluid movement gathering, control that let him freely choose the starting point of magic, and confidence to accomplish it all. Even in a potentially fatal scenario, this is the true way to use magic. Jin let a faint smile appear at the corner of his lips, a trace of blood dripping. It wasn't due to overusing magic to form the reverse flow, but from the backlash of the Hellstorm Wind, causing his arm to strike his chin. His mouth went numb. In other words, aside from that, Jin was completely unharmed. Full defense magic. The first to sense the situation was the squad captain, who shouted like a madman. Half the mages didn't even realize what had happened by that point. What exactly happened? Different levels of understanding of magic. The captain looked at Jin and thought, if we had known Jin had and mastered the secret of striking heaven, we would have responded differently. Even without elites or specials, Jeeper had 20 mages. How could they have predicted they'd be outmatched in magic numbers by a Lungcade trainee knight under 20? The infernal wind absorbed by Knighton formally began draining their magic. The first protective barrier began to twist. The attack group was trying to recast protection, but hasty shields are never ideal for mages, and mages caught in backflow kept appearing. After casting a large spell like Infernal Wind, putting up a shield immediately is tough even for geniuses. The moment Infernal Wind was absorbed by Knighton, Jeeper's defeat was sealed. They should have cut their magic and scattered. With luck, some might survive. In past lives, seeing Lungcade's knights and brothers, he often felt inferior and frustrated, but never once envied Jeeper's mages. Back then, Jin only started learning magic at 25, reaching level 5 in 3 years. No need to fear geniuses. He only felt something similar toward Belladin, but even then believed, had he started young, he could surpass him. And now, that belief became reality. Belladin became the only one in Jeeper he had goodwill toward. So, Sigmund drew his blade from its sheath. As the blade gleamed in the sunlight, the mages' hearts felt like they'd been sentenced to death, bound by Knighton, unable to resist. Breakthrough. Shuli crouched low and shot forward. Like an arrow, the mages not yet caught in backflow launched a 1,000-finger attack, but Jin's thunder-infused sword aura shredded them like leaves. This was no longer a fight. but a massacre, of course. Jean had no intention of sparing anyone. No personal grudges. Only hatred for their loyalty to Jeeper. You'll see, Jeeper will kill you for this. Good thing you didn't beg. I'd have been more disappointed. So, wham! Each time Jean swung his sword, the mages' bodies collapsed like puppets with cut strings. A group of journalists who just arrived at the port witnessed the scene and instinctively covered their mouths. What on earth happened? As Jeeper's golden city burned and melted, there stood Jean, slaughtering Jeeper's mages. Starting tonight, the world will be filled with tales of his rampage. Episode 256. Episode 256. Chapter 78. The final night of the trainee night. After killing all the mages, Jean immediately left the port to throw off pursuit. He took several alley detours, then found a pre-scouted cliff, and jumped into the sea. Splash. Meow. Upon touching the water, Shuli let out a happy cry, signaling that no pursuers were nearby. Jean adjusted his breathing and wiped the sweat from his forehead. You can come out now, Danding. Jean took Danding out from Shuli's mouth. After unwrapping the cloak tightly wrapped around him, Jean couldn't help but be startled. That's blood. He got pierced by Shuli's teeth just now. Not only the inside of the cloak, Danding's whole body was soaked in blood. For a moment, it even looked like he had died. No, are you alright? I'm fine. Haha, your shoulder's been pierced. Sorry. It's a bit deep, but it was an animal's doing. Probably no ill intent. Jean shrugged and handed him healing ointment. Danding rinsed the wound with seawater and applied the ointment. His body was covered in scars from training. When Murakan left a mark at the Mytel transport checkpoint, he said something similar. These guys initially seemed completely different, but turned out surprisingly alike. Jean, yeah. What do we do now? Danding asked with concern. Even though he was wrapped in a cloak, he still sensed it. Jean had killed those mages. He also knew Jean had used magic, although Danding didn't know. The pact between Jeeper and Lunkade. He did know that Lunkade strictly forbade magic. What else can I do? We run for our lives first. We can't let our guard down just yet. And you guys, did you really think setting the boat on fire would let you escape? We actually did think that. The small sailboat Danding and Belladin used couldn't possibly shake Jeeper's pursuit. If you hadn't run into me today, you'd both be screwed. Belladin would have been killed by your father, and you would have brought huge losses to Hylon because of it. Jean patted Shuli's back. Shuli swam faster. Still, asking what your plan is now may be inappropriate. At first, I was moved by Belladin's resolve too, and followed him. But thinking back, it really was a foolish act. Still, compared to you, I'm still green. Uffed. The two laughed together, worried about Duke Belladin. Danding forced a bitter smile. He won't die? That level of injury is nothing. I held back appropriately. That's not what I meant. I'm worried he'll stir trouble back home. Impossible. He probably doesn't know why I knocked him out. Still not it. Belladin, that guy, is just like me. He has no clue what Jeeper has done. A moment of silence. Of course, no family is truly clean, but Jeeper has gone too far. Honestly, I always suspected him, that Belladin might have been involved in some of Jeeper's crimes. Do you still think that now? No. As for what comes next, Jean and Danding exchanged a glance. I believe Belladin's remaining future only has two paths. Either rebel against his family and be exiled, or continue being destroyed, submitting to his family, perhaps even getting killed like Jipple. In his past life, Belladin, at the age of 30, reached the level of a 9-star mage. By then, he was already the next head of the Jipple family, a young mage, envied by everyone. He was also a man of great character, loved by the public, but that was just what the world knew of him. What kind of person was Belladin truly at that time? The just and brilliant successor of the Jipple family. Was that image really him? Or had he already given in to the family, just maintaining a beautiful facade? In this life, Jean lived through a youth completely different from that of his previous life. In his past life during this period, he hadn't even reached swordsmanship level 1. He was seen as worthless by his family, but now, he's already a knight in training, traveling across the land. Including what happened today, he has already done many things that shocked the world. He's uncovered miraculous secrets, the truth behind various factions, and the true nature of those around him. He's even made some people he can truly call friends. Among them, Belladin. Jean has always kept a subtle distance from him, because of the fateful bond between the Lunkade and Jipple families. Even though Danding didn't know, Belladin and Jean were destined to one day draw blades against each other, especially after learning about Andre, Jipple's use of magic stones, and the biological experiments. Those feelings only deepened, whether Belladin wanted to or not. In the end, he'd be forced to go along, but that wasn't the case. Belladin felt ashamed of. He ignited his golden power, even ready to die. He intended to kill the mages of his own family, and what drove him to that decision most was the attack on the friend who exposed the truth. Letting that slide just wasn't an option, Jean said, as Danding blinked at him. He had expected Jean to give a more logical response, but then again, it wouldn't be bad to become allies after the fight, just decide a clear winner, and get along peacefully. Who would have thought that the next head of Jipple would say something so soft. Even during the final night at the dueling arena, when the three of them raised their cups in celebration, there was something Jean had difficulty explaining to Bellotten. That question, maybe it's better not to ask. After all, you guys always draw a line between us. You lot. If you didn't draw that line, it'd actually feel strange. Even during the 2 days after leaving the nameless city, Samir, it was the same. But now Jean was saying he couldn't just leave Bellotten alone. What are you surprised about? No, it's just, nothing. It's just that, when you suddenly said, you wanted to save Duke Bellotten, it caught me off guard. Let's hear what Bellotten has to say first. Let's head over there. Where? The base. Shuli, pick up the pace. By the way, why do you need money? That gold ingot that dropped from your pocket earlier gave me quite a shock. As the next head of the Hylon family, you're still worried about a single gold ingot? Well, Danding hesitated for a moment, and continued speaking. Not long ago, I accidentally broke a porcelain piece my grandfather dearly loved. Other things wouldn't matter so much. But that porcelain, he treats it like his own flesh and blood. I have to get it repaired before he finds out. Hiring a famous artisan to fix it is costly. What? Ron's love for porcelain. Among the warriors, it's well known. Some even say that if you want to befriend Hylon, you should start by pleasing the porcelain craftsmen of the Mira Kingdom. How embarrassing. Now that explains it. Understandable. As the next family head, you can't freely use family funds, and if you suddenly spend that much money, you'll attract Ron's attention. So you're borrowing? Danding nodded. Got it. Only you could help me after all. Cutting through the waves, they pressed forward for 6 hours. Luckily, their pursuers didn't catch up. Night fell. The sea around Jean turned pitch black. Only Danding's eyes still gleamed with light. January 1st, 1798. A new year had arrived. On the first day of every new year, hunters would gather to bless one another for the year ahead, or welcome the first sunlight of the new year together. Even just sleeping in, because it was a holiday, was quite common. However, the guardian knight Karn, on the first day of 1796, was still covered in monster blood and viscera. His monster-slaying speed was extraordinary. For 3 days and nights straight, he raced through the central Black Sea, without even a short rest. His face was constantly tense with unease. Master Head, Shilong had already sensed Karn's approach, but only opened his eyes from the ground. After hearing Karn's urgent voice, you look quite flustered. What's going on? The eldest son has finally caused trouble. Shilong, surprisingly, nodded calmly. As if he had expected it, Karn respectfully took something out from his cloak. It wasn't a letter from Casimir, but a pile of intelligence, reporting that a Lungcade knight in training had crushed Jippel's Golden City, a mysterious mutant who wielded magic and lightning. Lungcade. Jean, Lungcade. Who is he really? The eldest son of the Overlord, unveiling the face of true justice. The sinister truth behind the name Jippel. The Jippel, Jinzalot biological puppet experiments. They're clearly preparing for war. The first Lungcade of the 1700s, a knight in training who violated solemn law. Will the demigods tolerate this situation? Lonnie, Salome. During the Holy King's coronation, Jean was mentioned 3 times. Lungcade, a friend. However, apart from the ongoing relief efforts, they remain firmly in seclusion, their resolve unchanged. Still, they announced they will periodically dispatch a holy order to Lungcade, a major accomplishment for the knight in training. The reports are all saying the same thing. As Shilong quietly read through them, his expression grew deeper in thought. He's definitely stirred up huge trouble. Sir Rosa urgently gathered the knights and said they were waiting for the Lord's decision, but were already prepared to release the knights to capture the eldest son. Khan followed up with news from the Lutramo Magic Federation, which was completely different. Kellic of Jeeper declared that Lungcade must be held accountable. From Jeeper's side, they announced that from now on, they would no longer supply daily magic products to the Huspist Alliance nations. Until Jean of Lungcade is returned, the embargo will remain in effect. Starting today, for Jean, a global arrest warrant has been issued. Jeeper has offered a bounty of 100 million gold coins and promised lifetime personal protection. The accusations are baseless. Lungcade is happy to provoke. The Tower Masters issued statements, not hesitating to go to full war with Lungcade. A successor knight of a hegemon threatens world peace. After reading the news from the Lutramo Magic Federation, Shilong smiled faintly. What an impressive feat. Khan lowered his head, waiting for the next words. Letting him go out to build a name ended up not only raising his own fame, but also Lungcade's reputation, while dragging Jeeper's name through the mud. It truly is an impressive achievement. Khan breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that even if Shilong doted on Jean, he wouldn't overlook something this big. Yet Shilong's next words left Khan feeling conflicted. But apart from that, the eldest son has always been someone who takes responsibility. Khan, yes, my lord, issue a special class arrest warrant for the eldest son. From this moment on, searching for the eldest son is the standing mission for all knights, all guardian knights, and all cadets. If he is brought back by outsiders, a reward of 300 million gold and absolute protection, even if it's just the corpse. Chapter 257. Chapter 257. Chapter 79. A father and son's thoughts. The heads of 2 great clans take action themselves. 300 million and 100 million bounties respectively, a level 1 bounty. The first in civilized history, the Holy Nation incident, already in an uproar, is now boiling again due to the bounty. Groups like Black King Corps and Ghost Shadows, top mercenary groups, have started independent hunts. Other mercenaries are forming alliances. Even regular armies and knight orders from small and mid-kingdoms are frantically searching for Jean. After all, 300 million gold coins could revive a nation's economy, so it's a natural reaction. Lungcade and Jeeper, the two great clans, are the most fervently searching for Jean. Thousands of guardian knights, mages, subordinate forces, and allied families tracking squads are all searching for Jean. Young master, I really don't know if you're safe. Geely sighed. Before him lay the arrest warrant for Jean, including him. His companions had all closely watching the situation. In the past, the promise Jean received from Shilong was still valid. Without Jin's permission, no one from Lungcade was allowed to step foot on Daikan soil. Therefore, Lungcade's guardian knights did not come directly to Daikan, but around 50 were stationed nearby. On the other hand, Jeeper's mages, Deckham has already been thoroughly searched. They reviewed records of all global movement checkpoints and tracked Jean, and Bumors, every movement and route used. They concluded that Jean had set up a base in Deckham. Of course, Jippel's efforts were in vain. They ignored the fact that Deckham is a neutral force, and even searched inside Casimir's residence. But they didn't find Jean, because Jean isn't in Deckham. Don't worry. Really don't stress. Strawberry pie. Seeing Geely nodding weakly, Malakan furrowed his brows, not in frustration, but to make him laugh. He deliberately twisted his face into all kinds of expressions. Uffed. Exactly. Don't keep frowning. Because of that little guy, that smile looks so much better. Geely couldn't help but laugh out loud. Malakan smiled too. They're insane. Is that even funny? Bellis watched the scene silently, cursing in his mind, and frowning. But then Kazan, following Malakan's lead, twisted his face at Bellis too. Uffed. Seeing Bellis struggling not to laugh, even Yulian started to feel the same way. Kazan, Bellis, you lunatics, sure seem to be having fun. But when Yulia leaned in and playfully poked his ribs with a finger, Yulian couldn't help but smile. In other words, the whole world is trying to catch Jean, but Deckham remains calm. Just yesterday, this place was a headache. Due to visits from all sorts of powers, young Master Jean, you've really become someone big. You're one of the most famous people in the world now. Casimir ran his fingers through his hair wearily. The way Jippel's mages searched my safe house was so thorough, it was exhausting. But because of that, since we agreed to their request, Jippel's side has had no choice for a while, but to be cautious around us. After all, they had no reason or solid evidence to barge into someone's home. Arisa patted Casimir on the shoulder and said, although Jean did stay here for a while, from Jippel's perspective, Deckham is a neutral force, so there's not much reason to search. Therefore, just like Arisa said, Jippel won't be able to come back for quite some time. Even if Jippel is powerful, they can't do as they please. With neutral forces outside of the Lutramo Magic Federation, when the Beaumont Royal Guard showed up, that really gave us a scare. This time, it was Inya who spoke. Quaikental, standing nearby, also nodded. Although Beaumont didn't search Deckham as thoroughly as Jippel did, these two are still informal fugitives in Beaumont's eyes, especially Jean. After Gray's name became known to the world, Beaumont began tracking Inya under the alias Austin Gray. Back then, the three academy students Jean and Inya led, Chip, Mora, and Oral, still haven't revealed to Beaumont's upper ranks that Austin is actually Inya, so Beaumont hasn't gone as far as Jippel did. Violently search the Daikan area. Oh no. Luckily, Lungcade didn't come. If Lungcade had shown up, it would have been total chaos. Jet shrugged and continued. However, I really don't get why Sildrake suddenly turned so cold. Didn't he always adore Naili? That's why he tolerated so much, and even protected Daikan from Lungcade's invasion. But then out of nowhere, he puts a 300 million gold bounty. Totally caught me off guard. Jet looked genuinely heartbroken. If you're that curious, why not just ask him directly? Humph. That Jet, if Lord Murakan were willing to take me to the Black Sea to find Sildrake, I'd ask him anytime. Are you crazy? Who's taking who? Besides, you can't even keep your eyes open around Sildrake. You can barely breathe. His presence alone crushes the air out of you. But, Lord Murakan, aren't you upset too? I always thought Sildrake would look after our ghost, but now even Lungcade wants him dead, more than the people of Jeeper. It's outrageous. That was his son. He made that decision after careful thought. Didn't I already tell you yesterday? But what kind of logic is that? Humph. I have a son too. If I were him, I'd never do this. I get how you feel. Sigh. Are you taking it out on me now? Hey, you idiot. How do you even raise your kid? But I agree with Uncle Jet. If Duke Jean gets caught by bounty hunters or Lungcade, what do I do? Shouted Inya. Murakan's eyes widened in surprise. What? And what reason do you have to keep living? Duke Jean is my light, my reason to live. A world without the Duke. I can't even imagine it. No, Uncle Jet. Let's go find Sir Sherlong together. Let's do it. Asterisk smack asterisk. Soon after, Enya and Jet left boldly together. They exited the room confidently. Murakan shook his head as he watched them go. The others just smiled and shrugged it off. Queckental, however, let out a deep sigh. Of course, they didn't actually go find Sherlong. They headed to Zaratri's pastry shop instead, planning to eat cookies and sip tea, while gossiping about Sherlong. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Sherlong scratched his ear. The sense of a demigod awakening told him, whenever his ear itches, noisy guests are on their way. Whoa! Ot Mort suddenly opened a dimensional gate. Sherlong, unlike Enya and Jet, this person really came to argue with Sherlong. Princess Talaris of the Mist. As soon as Bindaruma saw Sherlong, she began to scold him loudly. My ears are ringing. I'm about to explode with anger. What the hell is going on? Did you even consider my position? It's about our daughter's position. Even if the engagement hasn't been set, Sirius's position is still undeniably awkward. Even so, Sherlong kept his eyes shut and didn't respond. Come to think of it, Talaris had always been that kind of person. Sherlong, think carefully. Kellic killed Jeeper to cover up the incident. You know how bad the public outcry was. You're not oblivious to that, are you? Jeeper and Luncade's situations are different. Talaris, Jean never harmed Luncade. He actually did them many favors. But instead of being rewarded, they issued a bounty on him. Aside from the vow he broke, there's plenty of reason to protect him. Mort also seemed to sense Talaris's frustration, letting out a deep sob. But when Sherlong looked at him, he immediately turned his teary eyes away, pretending nothing had happened. This decision is final. It won't change. Oh my god. Are you really going to kill Jean? Of course, he answered without hesitation. Talaris was about to scream. She pulled out a cigarette and popped it in her mouth, smoked it all in one breath, then lit another. And so, Talaris smoked 5 cigarettes in a row, then glared fiercely at Sherlong. Sherlong, when you were fighting the kings of the Black Sea, did you lose your mind? Sure, becoming a demigod dulls humanity, but this is just wrong. Unless you've gone insane, you wouldn't do this. Asterisk crackling sound asterisk. Frost began to gather in Talaris's right hand, forming a sword. The sacred blade, chosen by the armory god. What on earth are you thinking? If you're truly lost in madness, then as the wielder of the sacred armory, and as a friend, I can't just stand by. Count to 3. Give me proof that you're still sane, or I'll strike you down. 1, 2. Sherlong looked at Talaris, and smiled faintly. You haven't forgotten our promise. Put away your sword. Talaris, your assumption was wrong. That conversation, just now, was actually a test from Sherlong to Talaris. Talaris summoned the sacred weapon to probe Sherlong's true intentions. If she didn't do this, even as a friend, she wouldn't know what was truly in his heart. At the same time, she also considered that Sherlong might really have lost his mind. Talaris withdrew the sacred weapon, and behind her, on the ground of the Black Sea's center, a massive fan-shaped layer of ice had formed. A vast region was frozen under her power. The once glorious troops of Luncade. Where did they go? Why is there only this odd old man left? Alright then, now tell me. What are you really planning? My father gave me another chance, and that's how you explain it. Looks like you've had peaceful days for too long. Just like Luncade and Jeeper, your father personally issued the bounty notice. This isn't just for show. The message Danding delivered, even if I personally hide you within my clan, I'm afraid it wouldn't remain secret for 2 months. This place, Duke Bellaton's villa, was the same. If both Luncade and Jipple launched a full-scale search together, there might not be a single person in the world who could escape them. No matter where you hide, you'd be found in the end. Especially a celebrity like Jean, a good guy with no hope at all. Exactly. If he gets caught, there's no way he survives. But that's only if he gets caught. On the other hand, if he can last a whole year without being caught and return of his own accord, his name will echo across the world. He'll become the next person after Jipple to make a fool out of Luncade. To Jean, being tricked by Jipple was undoubtedly humiliating, and likewise, being toyed with by Luncade was also a disgrace. But on the flip side, it meant his family's name had reached its peak. So then, does mocking the knights mean your warrant will be dropped? Sir Jean the Squire? Luncade's warrant won't be withdrawn. However, Sir Jean, Luncade's warrant never existed in the first place. I feel like you might pull it off, but to be honest, I'm not sure you can really survive a year while evading both Luncade and Jipple. If hiding in the human world, even for Jean, it's impossible. However, if it's the land of his brothers, things would be different. Father probably knows I'd hide in Lafrelosha. After all, Sir Casimir has already reported it. No need to tell Danding that. Just as he was about to smile instead of answering, through the window, they saw the villa's private portal glow with light. At once, Jean and Danding pressed close to the window, bodies lowered, because the person coming through the portal might be someone else, not Bellaton. Chapter 258. Chapter 258. Chapter 80. Bellaton's memory. Only one person came through the portal, but with a mask and hood. Their face couldn't be seen clearly. It wasn't Bellaton. I think so too, Jean and Danding both said. Even without seeing the face, the body shape was completely different. The person who came out of the portal had the physique of a trained dancer. Also, they carried a long sword on their waist. No way it was Bellaton. My villa's location, everything that happens here, my family won't monitor it, nor interfere. You two can just tell the butler your names, and come see me anytime. Jean remembered what Belotin had said. Could it be the butler? The first time we came here, no one was around. Just as Danding said, they still hadn't seen the so-called steward. The villa was completely empty. The door was also locked. After forcing their way in, they had already waited for Belladin for 3 days. Doesn't really look like a steward. Indeed. From behind the mask, his gaze fell upon the broken door. Crack. Amid the sound of waves, the masked man inspected the damaged door closely. Something was clearly off. A heavy feeling settled over the two. So, the masked man immediately drew his sword. Let's just go tell him straight out. If this masked man isn't one of Belladin's people, then we either kill him or restrain him. You don't get it. If I get caught now, it's big trouble. We can't rule out the possibility that he's one of Jeeper's men. Jean also drew Bradamante, activating Meta's rune. Danding hesitated, then tore off part of his robe to make a mask, and followed behind Jean. The two crept carefully down the hallway, each hiding behind doorways on either side. Soon, they felt the masked man approaching. Unlike the two holding their breath, he walked the hallway radiating killing intent. Just as the masked man passed the room where Jean was hiding, Jean pounced. He swiftly grabbed the man from behind, pressing the blade to his throat. At the same time, Danding rushed in and knocked the sword from the masked man's hand. Don't speak, just answer my questions, or you'll die. It was a perfect takedown. However, Jean felt something oddly off, even with the blade to his throat. The masked man remained completely calm. Who are you? The masked man didn't answer. Don't make me repeat the question. This is your last chance. You are. Just as Jean was about to threaten him again. Whoa. The masked man's body suddenly dissolved. More accurately, his body turned into water. And so, Jean lost his balance for a moment. Danding looked around in a panic. It's a dragon, he immediately realized. The masked man was a dragon, and a water god. A dragon of Etermian. Dragons who roam the human world. Most of them serve under Jeeper. So this water dragon name must also be one of Jeeper's. The water-formed dragon flowed toward the end of the hallway. Jean and Danding immediately gave chase. Even without Jean saying it, Danding knew they couldn't let this dragon escape. But their worries were unnecessary. This bold creature was a Belladin might take interest in him. The water dragon had already regained human form at the end of the hallway. He shrugged. Don't pounce on me again. I just thought you two were intruders, trying to capture my daughter. Jean and Danding exchanged glances. Lord Dragon, why are you here? Did Belladin send you? Jean retracted his weapon. The water dragon nodded. Yes. You could say Belladin sent me. I'm the butler here. Don't look at me with that weird expression. Is there a rule saying dragons can't be butlers? I didn't say anything, and I wasn't looking at you weirdly. Good then. With delicate features and long blue hair flowing over the shoulders, one might mistake him for a woman. Could Belotin be a contract holder of the dragon goddess Idol? In that instant, his mind was in chaos. He had never thought Belotin could be a divine contractor. In his past life, he only knew she was a 9-star elite. Never heard she was a contractor. Besides, there was no such contractor of the dragon goddess Idol in his past life. Of course, the Jean of that life couldn't have known everything. Back then, he didn't have Kikanio, a top-tier intelligence network. His access to hidden intel was limited. More importantly, even if Belotin were a contractor, there'd be nothing shocking. The Jipple family has the most contractors, and contracts are usually based on talent and potential. Belotin, as the most outstanding genius of Jipple's second generation, becoming a contractor is only natural. My name is Tuyong. Looks like you're Jean, Lumcate, and Danding. Hylon, pleasure to meet you. Tuyong. Seems like we have intruders. Before Jean could respond, another figure appeared outside the villa. That affectionate voice referred to the water dragon as the puffing dragon. A long neck dropped down, resting its head in the corridor. Its big eyes gazed down at them. Ah, you're the little ones Belotin mentioned? That's right. Phinia called them Jean, Lumcate, and Danding. Hylon right. Welcome. I've been wanting to meet you all. As Phinia transformed back into human form, she flashed a radiant smile. She is the dragon of Ricta, the earth god. At that moment, even Jean couldn't help being surprised. Danding was completely stunned, staring at Jean and the dragons. You're here to see Belotin? Phinia stepped forward and asked. Yes, Belotin will probably be back in about an hour. We still have a bit of prep to do. You can rest in the lounge for now. By the way, was it you who broke the front gate? The two nodded. Phinia sighed. Next time you come, under the big rock by the entrance, there's a key. If Belotin and I are both out, you can use that to get in. If the key gets damaged, it'll be a real pain getting materials here. Jean and Danding nodded blankly, and so, Tuyong and Phinia didn't explain further, quietly walking toward the storage next to the annex. What they brought out were cleaning supplies. What are you standing around for? Go wait for Lonnie in the lounge. Are we supposed to help clean the place before Belotin gets back? Their thoughts became complicated. Danding clearly felt the same way. He spoke up. We'll help too. What are you saying? How could we let guests like you do chores like this? Belotin would scold us for it. Tuyong summoned flowing water and began mopping the floor. Phinia gently pushed them forward. Jean and Danding had no choice but to sit in the lounge. They felt deeply uneasy. Are the dragons really cleaning the house? 2 dragons acting as butlers, tidying up the annex, before Belotin arrives. Yes, still. At least they're not more of Jippel's henchmen. It's a bit awkward, honestly. They sat quietly, waiting for the cleaning to end. Danding looked painfully uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Jean was thinking about, who else could be Belotin's guardian dragon? Who? Was it Big D? Who was it really? That question was answered an hour later, when Belotin arrived at the annex. My friends. It's so good to see you again, truly. I thought that was going to be our last meeting. My guardian dragons. Were they a bit rude? Guardian dragons? Belotin did indeed call them that. The two dragons lowered their heads respectfully to greet Belotin. Though it was a shocking sight, Jean chose not to be surprised anymore. Whether he'd signed contracts with two gods, or was hiding other secrets, his resolve to resist Jippel had never wavered. Likewise, Jean had many secrets of his own. He didn't expect Danding to show up here. But Jean too. Were you worried about me? I'm touched to the point of tears. Look. My eyes are getting misty. Feeling better now? Yeah. Thanks to you. Back then, I nearly lost it. If it weren't for you, I might have died at my father's hands. I really thought I was going to die. The mana backlash was too severe. Still having headaches? Belotin tried to speak in a relaxed tone. The three of them went quiet for a moment, looking at each other. At that moment, the dragons brought tea. Jean, you've got a plan, don't you? Belotin's eyes held a subtle gleam. The reason he asked that was because he couldn't find any way to help Jean. Something reckless like burning a treasury, a defiant act with no consequences in mind, was meaningless. It made Belotin feel powerless. Jean had saved him, but he couldn't help Jean in return, even just for the sake of his own family. He'd already died once, in a way. What's more, Luncade was hunting for Jean too. Belotin saw no path for Jean's survival. That expression, why so serious? Belotin, I'm not like you, throwing everything away. I've already paved my own road to survival. Really, so you don't need to worry. I have a proposal for you. What proposal? Abandon the name Jippel. Danding spit out the tea in his mouth, and he even dropped his teacup onto his thigh. It burned so much he couldn't even speak, because Jean's words were just that shocking. I plan to completely destroy Jippel. Besides, that name doesn't suit you. Your brothers and uncles whom I killed were involved in horrific human experiments. So it's true, you're the one who killed Uncle too? Meowloin. The cause of Jippel's death has now been revealed. It was Baymur and Jean. When Dino reported on the Holy Nation incident, he also re-exposed the cloning tragedy. How much do you know? Know what? Jippel. What your family has been planning. Belotin gave a bitter smile. I don't know. How much I actually know. You're asking me on purpose, and I'm answering on purpose too. Jean, Luncade, have you ever experienced this? You want to write in your diary, but when you glance at yesterday's entry, you realize the content doesn't match your memory at all. What? My memory was altered. Someone was pulling the strings? I thought it was my uncle's doing, because after he died, it never happened again. But then, look at this. Belotin took a notebook from his coat and opened it. It was dated December 25th, 1797, the day after Jean's identity was made public. December 25th, 1797. If not for that brat yesterday, I would have died. Though I was disappointed in my family's judgment, I never thought I'd lose my mind like that. He punched me in the jaw. It still hurts from that blow. Thanks to him, my life was saved. He made the right call. If I had killed the family's mage, my father might have killed me. We almost had a falling out. Both of us need to make it out alive. Though no names were written, it clearly referred to Danding and Jean. This diary was written right after his mana reflux treatment. However, after the follow-up treatments, I lost all memory of that day. Even the moment I burned down the vault, I can't remember it. When I said I didn't know you'd be here, it was actually based on this diary and the coverage. Chapter 259. Chapter 259. Chapter 81. The Trackers, Part 1. Record. Memory manipulation. What does that mean? Danding's eyes widened. Jean also felt a chill. Exactly what it sounds like. My family has been casually altering my memories. Memory manipulation is possible in magical theory. Belotin's claim is theoretically plausible. It's said that the Romani Task Force also secretly conducted memory manipulation, but in practice, only the Jippel group actually has this ability. Danding realized Belotin wasn't joking. He looked completely stunned. It was unbelievable. Why would they alter your memories? What do they want? That, I can't say. Ever since my uncle died, this is the first time. It might be the elders. Belotin frowned. He paused for a moment. They must have manipulated my memory, on my father's orders. As for the reason behind it, I have no idea. I'm completely clueless. It's not like I saw something I shouldn't have. Our family covered up the St. Beau incident with money. That's already common knowledge. Maybe the memory manipulation wasn't perfect, Jean said calmly as he listened from the side. Belotin's eyes widened. Oh, makes sense. Maybe they originally intended to erase another memory, but ended up touching that day instead. Even for our family, doing this perfectly isn't easy. Is such a casual answer really appropriate? Still, we've finally found some clues. Thinking about it that way, it's acceptable. But what memory were they trying to erase? There was nothing special in my recent diaries. That's just speculation. Still, it sounds plausible. Even so, you know better than I do what your family wanted to erase from your mind. Sigh. Just as I started to think, my head began to ache again. Jean recalled. The day Zaratri returned to Taiken. Young Master Jean, there's something to report. About 3 hours ago, my guardian dragon returned. Zaratri is back. Yes, but strangely, he seems to have no memory of his time missing. He's now with his daughter, but seems very confused. Wasn't he kidnapped? No. Lord Quekental personally extracted a confession from back then. Jean also felt Zaratri's memory was abnormal. I expected Zaratri's memories would be erased by Jeeper. I didn't expect Belladin's memory to be manipulated too. Maybe Belladin is lying, or just confused. However,
吉恩决定排除这种假设。拉特里先生的记忆显然是因为魔星石被抹去了。
all memories from the kidnapping period were erased. They chose memory manipulation instead of simply killing to avoid issues with Asmer's contractor. Then, Belladin's memory manipulation might also be connected to the Demon Heart Stone. That guy risked his life to ignite the gold mine, not just because of anger over the Holy Nation incident. Before setting the mine ablaze, Belladin had already seen the Demon Heart Stone or other atrocities committed by Jeeper. While troubled by this, the truth of the Holy Nation incident came to light. He impulsively rebelled against his family. Thinking this far, Jean sighed in his heart. His current headaches and unstable behavior during the Holy Nation incident may all be side effects of memory manipulation, but asking whether he knows about the Demon Heart Stone isn't a good idea. Now that he knows Belladin's memories are incomplete, he needs to be extra careful. If Belladin is angry because of the Demon Heart Stone, mentioning it rashly could cause new trouble. Until he's sure Belladin can stay rational, it's best to keep him in the dark. Belladin, I believe there's only one reason Jeeper manipulated your memory, to mold you into the ideal heir in their eyes, and the one truly behind all this wasn't the elders, but Kellic. Jeeper, your father. Jean was now certain of it. Belladin from the previous life was just a thoroughly cultivated heir. Back then, Belladin, though contracted with 2 divine beings, no matter what power he possessed, it was all to serve Jeeper. In a world without reincarnators or unique beings like Jean, Belladin had no reason to rebel against his family. Until he was 30, he never knew what the family had done, nor what he had experienced himself. So it was true, huh? Damn it. I thought I was the perfect heir. Turns out in father's eyes, I still wasn't enough. I've already contracted with 2 divine beings, and my magic is nearly at level 9. Tuyen and Phineas said nothing. They finished cleaning and sat by the window sipping tea. No one in history had ever contracted with 2 divine beings at once. Belladin was the first, but because of the shock from memory manipulation, even Danding hadn't noticed this point. Jin's gaze briefly fell upon the dragon's form. Belladin smiled faintly. By the way, why didn't you ask? Ask what? How I managed to contract with 2 divine beings. You had the potential. Of course you could do it. Given the situation now, is that really a good question to ask? True. Compared to my double divine contracts, the fact that you wield the demon sword is far more surprising. It's kind of depressing. Look, that guy in the Grand Hall of Zidar, you're the one who killed him, and then took the heaven-defying sword. Just as Jean was about to respond, Belladin continued. Also, you're the one who impersonated me in the kingdom of Azan. Danding, what do you think? I think having your memory manipulated is nothing. This guy's been lying to us all along. That's way more shocking. He's basically a fraud. We should report him. There he goes again saying whatever he wants. Jean shrugged. Danding nodded awkwardly. Young Master Belladin, don't force yourself. Force myself. Pretending everything's fine. Danding's words made Jean break out in goosebumps. Belladin felt the same. He blinked, then shook his head. Not at all. I'm fine right now. You got your memory manipulated. How can you be fine? That's your own family you trusted. To us. You can be honest. We're your friends. Yeah. Jean, you seem okay. After a short, awkward silence, Danding's ears turned red. He gave a few dry coughs. Still, they manipulated your memory, but didn't touch your diary? Those are managed by them. Belladin gestured with his hand. Your guardian dragons know too. About the memory manipulation? They do. Actually, almost no one in the family knows that I'm a contractor, or that I have 2 guardian dragons. Then why aren't they doing anything? Etermian and Licta haven't said a word. The 2 divine beings believed memory manipulation wouldn't harm me. In fact, they hoped I would be tamed smoothly and become the head of the family as soon as possible. Becoming the head of the Jeeper family means becoming the most powerful person in the world. The 2 beings who chose Belladin were of course thrilled. Their status would also be elevated. They could even command the family's other contractors. Though he couldn't fully grasp the minds of those 2 deities, Jean still felt somewhat disgusted. The overly respectful attitude of the guardian dragons also made him uneasy. Up it. The word suddenly popped into his mind. Belladin wasn't living for himself. He was living for someone else's wicked will. Are you thinking I look like a puppet now? A lunatic? How did you know? Jean and Danding looked at each other, in shock. Danding had the same thought as Jean. So then, what do you plan to do? Jean asked seriously. What? Leaving Jeeper? That won't be easy indeed. Once you become a knight, take me away as a prisoner. That might be the only practical way, but it could spark an all-out war. And your brothers will be waiting for you nearby. Jean adjusted his breathing and wiped the sweat from his forehead. You can come out now? Danding, Jean took Danding out from Shuli's mouth. After unwrapping the cloak tightly wrapped around him, Jean couldn't help but be startled. That's blood. He got pierced by Shuli's teeth just now. Not only the inside of the cloak, Danding's whole body was soaked in blood. For a moment, it even looked like he had died. No, are you alright? I'm fine. Haha, your shoulder's been pierced. Sorry. It's a bit deep, but it was an animal's doing. Probably no ill intent. Jean shrugged and handed him healing ointment. Danding rinsed the wound with seawater and applied the ointment. His body was covered in scars from training. When Murakan left a mark at the Mytel transport checkpoint, he said something similar. These guys initially seemed completely different, but turned out surprisingly alike. Jean, yeah. What do we do now? Danding asked with concern. Even though he was wrapped in a cloak, he still sensed it. Jean had killed those mages. He also knew Jean had used magic. Although Danding didn't know the pact between Jeeper and Lunkade, he did know that Lunkade strictly forbade magic. What else can I do? We run for our lives first. We can't let our guard down just yet. And you guys, did you really think setting the boat on fire would let you escape? We actually did think that. The small sailboat Danding and Belladin used couldn't possibly shake Jeeper's pursuit. If you hadn't run into me today, you'd both be screwed. Belladin would have been killed by your father, and you would have brought huge losses to Hylon because of it. Jean patted Shuli's back. Shuli swam faster. Still, asking what your plan is now may be inappropriate. At first, I was moved by Belladin's resolve too, and followed him. But thinking back, it really was a foolish act. Still, compared to you, I'm still green. Uffed. The two laughed together. Worried about Duke Belladin, Danding forced a bitter smile. He won't die? That level of injury is nothing. I held back appropriately. That's not what I meant. I'm worried he'll stir trouble back home. Impossible. He probably doesn't know why I knocked him out. Still nodded. Belladin, that guy, is just like me. He has no clue what Jeeper has done. A moment of silence. Of course, no family is truly clean, but Jeeper has gone too far. Honestly, I always suspected him, that Belladin might have been involved in some of Jeeper's crimes. Do you still think that now? No. As for what comes next, Jean and Danding exchanged a glance. I believe Belladin's remaining future only has two paths. Either rebel against his family and be exiled, or continue being destroyed, submitting to his family, perhaps even getting killed like Jipple. In his past life, Belladin, at the age of 30, reached the level of a 9-star mage. By then, he was already the next head of the Jipple family, a young mage, envied by everyone. He was also a man of great character, loved by the public, but that was just what the world knew of him. What kind of person was Belladin truly at that time? The just and brilliant successor of the Jipple family. Was that image really him? Or had he already given in to the family, just maintaining a beautiful facade? In this life, Jean lived through a youth completely different from that of his previous life. In his past life during this period, he hadn't even reached swordsmanship level 1. He was seen as worthless by his family, but now, he's already a knight in training, traveling across the land. Including what happened today, he has already done many things that shocked the world. He's uncovered miraculous secrets, the truth behind various factions, and the true nature of those around him. He's even made some people he can truly call friends. Among them, Belladin. Jean has always kept a subtle distance from him, because of the fateful bond between the Lunkade and Jipple families. Even though Danding didn't know, Belladin and Jean were destined to one day draw blades against each other, especially after learning about Andre, Jipple's use of magic stones, and the biological experiments. Those feelings only deepened, whether Belladin wanted to or not. In the end, he'd be forced to go along, but that wasn't the case. Belladin felt ashamed of. He ignited his golden power, even ready to die. He intended to kill the mages of his own family, and what drove him to that decision most was the attack on the friend who exposed the truth. Letting that slide just wasn't an option, Jean said, as Danding blinked at him. He had expected Jean to give a more logical response, but then again, it wouldn't be bad to become allies after the fight, just decide a clear winner, and get along peacefully. Who would have thought that the next head of Jipple would say something so soft? Even during the final night at the dueling arena, when the three of them raised their cups in celebration, there was something Jean had difficulty explaining to Belladin. That question, maybe it's better not to ask. After all, you guys always draw a line between us. You lot. If you didn't draw that line, it'd actually feel strange. Even during the 2 days after leaving the nameless city, Samir, it was the same. But now Jean was saying he couldn't just leave Belladin alone. What are you surprised about? No, it's just nothing. It's just that, when you suddenly said you wanted to save Duke Belladin, it caught me off guard. Let's hear what Belladin has to say first. Let's head over there. Where? The base. Shuli, pick up the pace. By the way, why do you need money? That gold ingot that dropped from your pocket earlier gave me quite a shock. As the next head of the Hylon family, you're still worried about a single gold ingot? Well, Danding hesitated for a moment, and continued speaking. Not long ago, I accidentally broke a porcelain piece my grandfather dearly loved. Other things wouldn't matter so much, but that porcelain, he treats it like his own flesh and blood. I have to get it repaired before he finds out. Hiring a famous artisan to fix it is costly. What? Ron's love for porcelain. Among the warriors, it's well known. Some even say that if you want to befriend Hylon, you should start by pleasing the porcelain craftsmen of the Mira Kingdom. How embarrassing. Now that explains it. Understandable. As the next family head, you can't freely use family funds, and if you suddenly spend that much money, you'll attract Ron's attention. So you're borrowing? Danding nodded. Got it. Only you could help me after all. Cutting through the waves, they pressed forward for 6 hours. Luckily, their pursuers didn't catch up. Night fell. The sea around Jean turned pitch black. Only Danding's eyes still gleamed with light. January 1st, 1798. A new year had arrived. On the first day of every new year, hunters would gather to bless one another for the year ahead, or welcome the first sunlight of the new year together. Even just sleeping in, because it was a holiday, was quite common. However, the guardian knight Karn, on the first day of 1796, was still covered in monster blood and viscera. His monster-slaying speed was extraordinary. For 3 days and nights straight, he raced through the central Black Sea, without even a short rest. His face was constantly tense with unease. Master Head, Shilong had already sensed Karn's approach, but only opened his eyes from the ground. After hearing Karn's urgent voice, "You look quite flustered. What's going on?" "The eldest son has finally caused trouble." Shilong, surprisingly, nodded calmly. As if he had expected it, Karn respectfully took something out from his cloak. It wasn't a letter from Casimir, but a pile of intelligence, reporting that a Lungcade knight in training had crushed Jippel's golden city, a mysterious mutant who wielded magic and lightning. Lungcade. Jean, Lungcade. Who was he really? The eldest son of the Overlord, unveiling the face of true justice. The sinister truth behind the name Jippel. The Jippel, Jinzalot biological puppet experiments. They're clearly preparing for war. The first Lungcade of the 1700s, a knight in training who violated solemn law. Will the demigods tolerate this situation? Lonnie, Salome. During the Holy King's coronation, Jean was mentioned 3 times. Lungcade, a friend. However, apart from the ongoing relief efforts, they remain firmly in seclusion, their resolve unchanged. Still, they announced they will periodically dispatch a holy order to Lungcade, a major accomplishment for the knight in training. The reports are all saying the same thing. As Shilong quietly read through them, his expression grew deeper in thought. He's definitely stirred up huge trouble. Sir Rosa urgently gathered the knights and said they were waiting for the Lord's decision, but were already prepared to release the knights to capture the eldest son. Khan followed up with news from the Lutramo Magic Federation, which was completely different. Kellic of Jeeper declared that Lungcade must be held accountable. From Jeeper's side, they announced that from now on, they would no longer supply daily magic products to the Huspist Alliance nations. Until Jean of Lungcade is returned, the embargo will remain in effect. Starting today, for Jean, a global arrest warrant has been issued. Jeeper has offered a bounty of 100 million gold coins and promised lifetime personal protection. The accusations are baseless. Lungcade is happy to provoke. The Tower Masters issued statements, not hesitating to go to full war with Lungcade. A successor knight of a hegemon threatens world peace. After reading the news from the Lutramo Magic Federation, Shilong smiled faintly. What an impressive feat. Khan lowered his head, waiting for the next words. Letting him go out to build a name ended up not only raising his own fame, but also Lungcade's reputation, while dragging Jeeper's name through the mud. It truly is an impressive achievement. Khan breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that even if Shilong doted on Jean, he wouldn't overlook something this big. Yet Shilong's next words left Khan feeling conflicted. But apart from that, the eldest son has always been someone who takes responsibility. Khan, yes, my lord. Issue a special class arrest warrant for the eldest son. From this moment on, searching for the eldest son is the standing mission for all knights, all guardian knights, and all cadets. If he is brought back by outsiders, a reward of 300 million gold and absolute protection, even if it's just the corpse. Chapter 257. Chapter 257. Chapter 79. A father and son's thoughts. The heads of 2 great clans take action themselves. 300 million and 100 million bounties respectively. A level 1 bounty. The first in civilized history, the Holy Nation incident, already in an uproar, is now boiling again due to the bounty. Groups like Black King Corps and Ghost Shadows, top mercenary groups, have started independent hunts. Other mercenaries are forming alliances. Even regular armies and knight orders from small and mid-kingdoms are frantically searching for Jean. After all, 300 million gold coins could revive a nation's economy, so it's a natural reaction. Lungcade and Jeeper, the 2 great clans, are the most fervently searching for Jean. Thousands of guardian knights, mages, subordinate forces, and allied families tracking squads are all searching for Jean. Young master, I really don't know if you're safe. Geely sighed. Before him lay the arrest warrant for Jean, including him. His companions had all closely watching the situation. In the past, the promise Jean received from Shilong was still valid. Without Jin's permission, no one from Lungcade was allowed to step foot on Daikan soil. Therefore, Lungcade's guardian knights did not come directly to Daikan, but around 50 were stationed nearby. On the other hand, Jeepers mages. Deckham has already been thoroughly searched. They reviewed records of all global movement checkpoints and tracked Jean, and Bumors, every movement and route used. They concluded that Jean had set up a base in Deckham. Of course, Jippel's efforts were in vain. They ignored the fact that Deckham is a neutral force, and even searched inside Casimir's residence. But they didn't find Jean, because Jean isn't in Deckham. Don't worry. Really don't stress. Strawberry pie. Seeing Geely nodding weakly, Malakan furrowed his brows, not in frustration, but to make him laugh. He deliberately twisted his face into all kinds of expressions. Uffed. Exactly. Don't keep frowning. Because of that little guy, that smile looks so much better. Geely couldn't help but laugh out loud. Malakan smiled too. They're insane. Is that even funny? Bellis watched the scene silently, cursing in his mind, and frowning. But then Kazan, following Malakan's lead, twisted his face at Bellis too. Uffed. Seeing Bellis struggling not to laugh, even Yulian started to feel the same way. Kazan. Bellis, you lunatics, sure seem to be having fun. But when Yulia leaned in and playfully poked his ribs with a finger, Yulian couldn't help but smile. In other words, the whole world is trying to catch Jean, but Deckham remains calm. Just yesterday, this place was a headache. Due to visits from all sorts of powers, young Master Jean, you've really become someone big. You're one of the most famous people in the world now. Casimir ran his fingers through his hair wearily. The way Jippel's mages searched my safe house was so thorough, it was exhausting. But because of that, since we agreed to their request, Jippel's side has had no choice for a while but to be cautious around us. After all, they had no reason or solid evidence to barge into someone's home. Arisa patted Casimir on the shoulder and said, although Jean did stay here for a while, from Jippel's perspective, Deckham is a neutral force, so there's not much reason to search. Therefore, just like Arisa said, Jippel won't be able to come back for quite some time. Even if Jippel is powerful, they can't do as they please with neutral forces outside of the Lutramo Magic Federation. When the Beaumont Royal Guard showed up, that really gave us a scare. This time, it was Inya who spoke. Quaikental, standing nearby, also nodded. Although Beaumont didn't search Deckham as thoroughly as Jippel did, these two are still informal fugitives in Beaumont's eyes, especially Jean. After Gray's name became known to the world, Beaumont began tracking Inya under the alias Austin Gray. Back then, the three Academy students Jean and Inya led, Chip, Mora, and Oral, still haven't revealed to Beaumont's upper ranks that Austin is actually Inya, so Beaumont hasn't gone as far as Jippel did. Violently search the Daikan area. Oh no. Luckily, Luncade didn't come. If Luncade had shown up, it would have been total chaos. Jet shrugged and continued. However, I really don't get why Sildrake suddenly turned so cold. Didn't he always adore Naili? That's why he tolerated so much, and even protected Daikan from Luncade's invasion. But then out of nowhere, he puts a 300 million gold bounty. Totally caught me off guard. Jet looked genuinely heartbroken. If you're that curious, why not just ask him directly? Humph. That Jet, if Lord Murakan were willing to take me to the Black Sea to find Sildrake, I'd ask him anytime. Are you crazy? Who's taking who? Besides, you can't even keep your eyes open around Sildrake. You can barely breathe. His presence alone crushes the air out of you. But, Lord Murakan, aren't you upset too? I always thought Sildrake would look after our ghost. But now even Luncade wants him dead, more than the people of Jeeper. It's outrageous. That was his son. He made that decision after careful thought. Didn't I already tell you yesterday? But what kind of logic is that? Humph. I have a son too. If I were him, I'd never do this. I get how you feel. Sigh. Are you taking it out on me now? Hey, you idiot. How do you even raise your kid? But I agree with Uncle Jet. If Duke, Jean, gets caught by bounty hunters or Luncade, what do I do? Shouted Inya. Murakan's eyes widened in surprise. What? And what reason do you have to keep living? Duke Jean is my light, my reason to live. A world without the Duke. I can't even imagine it. No, Uncle Jet. Let's go find Sir Sherlong together. Let's do it. Asterisk smack asterisk. Soon after, Inya and Jet left boldly together. They exited the room confidently. Murakan shook his head as he watched them go. The others just smiled and shrugged it off. Quekental, however, let out a deep sigh. Of course, they didn't actually go find Sherlong. They headed to Zaratri's pastry shop instead, planning to eat cookies and sip tea, while gossiping about Sherlong. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Sherlong scratched his ear. The sense of a demigod awakening told him, whenever his ear itches, noisy guests are on their way. Whoa. O.T. Mort suddenly opened a dimensional gate. Sherlong, unlike Inya and Jet, this person really came to argue with Sherlong. Princess Talaris of the Mist. As soon as Bindaruma saw Sherlong, she began to scold him loudly. My ears are ringing. I'm about to explode with anger. What the hell is going on? Did you even consider my position? It's about our daughter's position. Even if the engagement hasn't been set, Sirius's position is still undeniably awkward. Even so, Sherlong kept his eyes shut and didn't respond. Come to think of it, Talaris had always been that kind of person. Sherlong, think carefully. Kellic killed Jeeper to cover up the incident. You know how bad the public outcry was. You're not oblivious to that, are you? Jeeper and Luncade's situations are different. Talaris, Jean never harmed Luncade. He actually did them many favors. But instead of being rewarded, they issued a bounty on him, aside from the vow he broke. There's plenty of reason to protect him. Mort also seemed to sense Talaris's frustration, letting out a deep sob. But when Sherlong looked at him, he immediately turned his teary eyes away, pretending nothing had happened. This decision is final. It won't change. Oh my god. Are you really going to kill Jean? Of course, he answered without hesitation. Talaris was about to scream. She pulled out a cigarette and popped it in her mouth, smoked it all in one breath, then lit another. And so, Talaris smoked 5 cigarettes in a row, then glared fiercely at Sherlong. Sherlong, when you were fighting the kings of the Black Sea, did you lose your mind? Sure, becoming a demigod dulls humanity, but this is just wrong. Unless you've gone insane, you wouldn't do this. Asterisk crackling sound asterisk. Frost began to gather in Talaris's right hand, forming a sword, the sacred blade chosen by the armory god. What on earth are you thinking? If you're truly lost in madness, then as the wielder of the sacred armory, and as a friend, I can't just stand by. Count to 3. Give me proof that you're still sane, or I'll strike you down. 1, 2. Sherlong looked at Talaris, and smiled faintly. You haven't forgotten our promise. Put away your sword. Talaris, your assumption was wrong. That conversation, just now, was actually a test from Sherlong to Talaris. Talaris summoned the sacred weapon to probe Sherlong's true intentions. If she didn't do this, even as a friend, she wouldn't know what was truly in his heart. At the same time, she also considered that Sherlong might really have lost his mind. Talaris withdrew the sacred weapon, and behind her, on the ground of the Black Sea's center, a massive fan-shaped layer of ice had formed. A vast region was frozen under her power. The once glorious troops of Lunkade. Where did they go? Why is there only this odd old man left? Alright then, now tell me. What are you really planning? My father gave me another chance, and that's how you explain it. Looks like you've had peaceful days for too long. Just like Lunkade and Jeeper, your father personally issued the bounty notice. This isn't just for show. The message Danding delivered. Even if I personally hide you within my clan, I'm afraid it wouldn't remain secret for 2 months. This place, Duke Bellaton's villa, was the same. If both Lunkade and Jipple launched a full-scale search together, there might not be a single person in the world who could escape them. No matter where you hide, you'd be found in the end. Especially a celebrity like Jean, a good guy with no hope at all. Exactly. If he gets caught, there's no way he survives. But that's only if he gets caught. On the other hand, if he can last a whole year without being caught and return of his own accord, his name will echo across the world. He'll become the next person after Jipple to make a fool out of Lunkade. To Jean, being tricked by Jipple was undoubtedly humiliating, and likewise, being toyed with by Lunkade was also a disgrace. But on the flip side, it meant his family's name had reached its peak. So then, does mocking the knights mean your warrant will be dropped? Sir Jean the Squire? Lunkade's warrant won't be withdrawn. However, Sir Jean, Lunkade's warrant never existed in the first place. I feel like you might pull it off, but to be honest, I'm not sure. You can really survive a year while evading both Lunkade and Jipple if hiding in the human world. Even for Jean, it's impossible. However, if it's the land of his brothers, things would be different. Father probably knows I'd hide in Laferlosha. After all, Sir Casimir has already reported it. No need to tell Danding that. Just as he was about to smile instead of answering, through the window, they saw the villa's private portal glow with light. At once, Jean and Danding pressed close to the window, bodies lowered, because the person coming through the portal might be someone else, not Bellaton. Chapter 258. Chapter 258. Chapter 80. Bellaton's memory. Only one person came through the portal, but with a mask and hood. Their face couldn't be seen clearly. It wasn't Bellaton. I think so too, Jean and Danding both said. Even without seeing the face, the body shape was completely different. The person who came out of the portal had the physique of a trained dancer. Also, they carried a long sword on their waist. No way it was Bellaton. My villa's location, everything that happens here, my family won't monitor it, nor interfere. You two can just tell the butler your names, and come see me anytime. Jean remembered what Bellaton had said. Could it be the butler? The first time we came here, no one was around. Just as Danding said, they still hadn't seen the so-called steward. The villa was completely empty. The door was also locked. After forcing their way in, they had already waited for Bellaton for 3 days. Doesn't really look like a steward. Indeed. From behind the mask, his gaze fell upon the broken door. Crack. Amid the sound of waves, the masked man inspected the damaged door closely. Something was clearly off. A heavy feeling settled over the two. So, the masked man immediately drew his sword. Let's just go tell him straight out. If this masked man isn't one of Bellaton's people, then we either kill him or restrain him. You don't get it. If I get caught now, it's big trouble. We can't rule out the possibility that he's one of Jeeper's men. Jean also drew Bradamante, activating Meta's rune. Danding hesitated, then tore off part of his robe to make a mask, and followed behind Jean. The two crept carefully down the hallway, each hiding behind doorways on either side. Soon, they felt the masked man approaching. Unlike the two holding their breath, he walked the hallway radiating killing intent. Just as the masked man passed the room where Jean was hiding, Jean pounced. He swiftly grabbed the man from behind, pressing the blade to his throat. At the same time, Danding rushed in and knocked the sword from the masked man's hand. Don't speak, just answer my questions, or you'll die. It was a perfect takedown. However, Jean felt something oddly off, even with the blade to his throat. The masked man remained completely calm. Who are you? The masked man didn't answer. Don't make me repeat the question. This is your last chance. You are. Just as Jean was about to threaten him again. Whoa! The masked man's body suddenly dissolved. More accurately, his body turned into water. And so, Jean lost his balance for a moment. Danding looked around in a panic. It's a dragon, he immediately realized. The masked man was a dragon, and a water god. A dragon of Etermian. Dragons who roam the human world. Most of them serve under Jeeper. So this water dragon name must also be one of Jeeper's. The water-formed dragon flowed toward the end of the hallway. Jean and Danding immediately gave chase. Even without Jean saying it, Danding knew they couldn't let this dragon escape. But their worries were unnecessary. This bold creature was a Belladin might take interest in him. The water dragon had already regained human form at the end of the hallway. He shrugged. Don't pounce on me again. I just thought you two were intruders, trying to capture my daughter. Jean and Danding exchanged glances. Lord Dragon, why are you here? Did Belladin send you? Jean retracted his weapon. The water dragon nodded. Yes. You could say Belladin sent me. I'm the butler here. Don't look at me with that weird expression. Is there a rule saying dragons can't be butlers? I didn't say anything, and I wasn't looking at you weirdly. Good then. With delicate features and long blue hair flowing over the shoulders, one might mistake him for a woman. Could Belladin be a contract holder of the dragon goddess Idol? In that instant, his mind was in chaos. He had never thought Belladin could be a divine contractor. In his past life, he only knew she was a 9-star elite. Never heard she was a contractor. Besides, there was no such contractor of the dragon goddess Idol in his past life. Of course, the Jean of that life couldn't have known everything. Back then, he didn't have Kikanio, a top-tier intelligence network. His access to hidden intel was limited. More importantly, even if Belladin were a contractor, there'd be nothing shocking. The Jipple family has the most contractors, and contracts are usually based on talent and potential. Belladin, as the most outstanding genius of Jipple's second generation, becoming a contractor is only natural. My name is Tuyong. Looks like you're Jean, Lumcade, and Danding. Hylon, pleasure to meet you. Tuyong. Seems like we have intruders. Before Jean could respond, another figure appeared outside the villa. That affectionate voice referred to the water dragon as the puffing dragon. A long neck dropped down, resting its head in the corridor. Its big eyes gazed down at them. Ah, you're the little ones Belladin mentioned? That's right. Phinia called them Jean, Lumcade, and Danding. Hylon right. Welcome. I've been wanting to meet you all. As Phinia transformed back into human form, she flashed a radiant smile. She is the dragon of Ricta, the earth god. At that moment, even Jean couldn't help being surprised. Danding was completely stunned, staring at Jean and the dragons. You're here to see Belladin? Phinia stepped forward and asked. Yes, Belladin will probably be back in about an hour. We still have a bit of prep to do. You can rest in the lounge for now. By the way, was it you who broke the front gate? The two nodded. Phinia sighed. Next time you come, under the big rock by the entrance, there's a key. If Belladin and I are both out, you can use that to get in. If the key gets damaged, it'll be a real pain getting materials here. Jean and Danding nodded blankly, and so, Tuyong and Phinia didn't explain further, quietly walking toward the storage next to the annex. What they brought out were cleaning supplies. What are you standing around for? Go wait for Lonnie in the lounge. Are we supposed to help clean the place before Belladin gets back? Their thoughts became complicated. Danding clearly felt the same way. He spoke up. We'll help too. What are you saying? How could we let guests like you do chores like this? Belladin would scold us for it. Tuyong summoned flowing water and began mopping the floor. Phinia gently pushed them forward. Jean and Danding had no choice but to sit in the lounge. They felt deeply uneasy. Are the dragons really cleaning the house? Two dragons, acting as butlers, tidying up the annex before Belladin arrives. Yes, still, at least they're not more of Jipple's henchmen. It's a bit awkward, honestly. They sat quietly, waiting for the cleaning to end. Danding looked painfully uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Jean was thinking about who else could be Belladin's guardian dragon. Who? Was it Big D? Who was it really? That question was answered an hour later, when Belladin arrived at the annex. My friends. It's so good to see you again, truly. I thought that was going to be our last meeting. My guardian dragons. Were they a bit rude? Guardian dragons? Belladin did indeed call them that. The two dragons lowered their heads respectfully to greet Belladin. Though it was a shocking sight, Jean chose not to be surprised anymore. Whether he'd signed contracts with two gods, or was hiding other secrets, his resolve to resist Jipple had never wavered. Likewise, Jean had many secrets of his own. He didn't expect Danding to show up here. But Jean too. Were you worried about me? I'm touched to the point of tears. Look. My eyes are getting misty. Feeling better now? Yeah. Thanks to you. Back then, I nearly lost it. If it weren't for you, I might have died at my father's hands. I really thought I was going to die. The mana backlash was too severe. Still having headaches? Belladin tried to speak in a relaxed tone. The three of them went quiet for a moment, looking at each other. At that moment, the dragons brought tea. Jean, you've got a plan, don't you? Bellatin's eyes held a subtle gleam. The reason he asked that was because he couldn't find any way to help Jean. Something reckless like burning a treasury, a defiant act with no consequences in mind, was meaningless. It made Bellatin feel powerless. Jean had saved him, but he couldn't help Jean in return, even just for the sake of his own family. He'd already died once, in a way. What's more, Luncade was hunting for Jean too. Bellatin saw no path for Jean's survival. That expression, why so serious? Bellatin, I'm not like you, throwing everything away. I've already paved my own road to survival. Really, so you don't need to worry. I have a proposal for you. What proposal? Abandon the name Jipple. Uft. Danding spit out the tea in his mouth, and he even dropped his teacup onto his thigh. It burned so much he couldn't even speak, because Jean's words were just that shocking. I plan to completely destroy Jipple. Besides, that name doesn't suit you. Your brothers and uncles whom I killed were involved in horrific human experiments. So it's true, you're the one who killed Uncle too? Meowloin. The cause of Jipple's death has now been revealed. It was Bamer and Jean. When Dino reported on the Holy Nation incident, he also re-exposed the cloning tragedy. How much do you know? Know what? Jipple. What your family has been planning. Bellatin gave a bitter smile. I don't know. How much I actually know. You're asking me on purpose, and I'm answering on purpose too. Jean, Luncade, have you ever experienced this? You want to write in your diary, but when you glance at yesterday's entry, you realize the content doesn't match your memory at all. What? My memory was altered. Someone was pulling the strings? I thought it was my uncle's doing, because after he died, it never happened again. But then, look at this. Bellatin took a notebook from his coat and opened it. It was dated December 25th, 1797, the day after Jean's identity was made public. December 25th, 1797. If not for that brat yesterday, I would have died. Though I was disappointed in my family's judgment, I never thought I'd lose my mind like that. He punched me in the jaw. It still hurts from that blow. Thanks to him, my life was saved. He made the right call. If I had killed the family's mage, my father might have killed me. We almost had a falling out. Both of us need to make it out alive. Though no names were written, it clearly referred to Danding and Jean. This diary was written right after his mana reflux treatment. However, after the follow-up treatments, I lost all memory of that day. Even the moment I burned down the vault, I can't remember it. When I said I didn't know you'd be here, it was actually based on this diary and the coverage. Chapter 259, Chapter 259, Chapter 81. The Trackers, Part 1. Record. Memory manipulation. What does that mean? Danding's eyes widened. Jean also felt a chill. Exactly what it sounds like. My family has been casually altering my memories. Memory manipulation is possible in magical theory. Bellatin's claim is theoretically plausible. It's said that the Romani Task Force also secretly conducted memory manipulation, but in practice, only the Jipple group actually has this ability. Danding realized Bellatin wasn't joking. He looked completely stunned. It was unbelievable. Why would they alter your memories? What do they want? That, I can't say. Ever since my uncle died, this is the first time. It might be the elders. Bellatin frowned. He paused for a moment. They must have manipulated my memory, on my father's orders. As for the reason behind it, I have no idea. I'm completely clueless. It's not like I saw something I shouldn't have. Our family covered up the St. Beau incident with money. That's already common knowledge. Maybe the memory manipulation wasn't perfect, Jean said calmly as he listened from the side. Bellatin's eyes widened. Oh, makes sense. Maybe they originally intended to erase another memory, but ended up touching that day instead. Even for our family, doing this perfectly isn't easy. Is such a casual answer really appropriate? Still, we've finally found some clues. Thinking about it that way, it's acceptable. But what memory were they trying to erase? There was nothing special in my recent diaries. That's just speculation. Still, it sounds plausible. Even so, you know better than I do what your family wanted to erase from your mind. Sigh. Just as I started to think, my head began to ache again. Jean recalled the day Zaratri returned to Tychon. Young Master Jean, there's something to report. About 3 hours ago, my guardian dragon returned. Zaratri is back. Yes, but strangely, he seems to have no memory of his time missing. He's now with his daughter, but seems very confused. Wasn't he kidnapped? No. Lord Quekental personally extracted a confession from back then. Jean also felt Zaratri's memory was abnormal. I expected Zaratri's memories would be erased by Jeeper. I didn't expect Bellatin's memory to be manipulated too. Maybe Bellatin is lying, or just confused. However, all memories from the kidnapping period were erased. They chose memory manipulation instead of simply killing to avoid issues with Asmer's contractor. Then, Bellatin's memory manipulation might also be connected to the Demon Heart Stone. That guy risked his life to ignite the gold mine, not just because of anger over the Holy Nation incident. Before setting the mine ablaze, Bellatin had already seen the Demon Heart Stone or other atrocities committed by Jeeper. While troubled by this, the truth of the Holy Nation incident came to light. He impulsively rebelled against his family. Thinking this far, Jean sighed in his heart. His current headaches and unstable behavior during the Holy Nation incident may all be side effects of memory manipulation, but asking whether he knows about the Demon Heart Stone isn't a good idea. Now that he knows Belladin's memories are incomplete, he needs to be extra careful. If Belladin is angry because of the Demon Heart Stone, mentioning it rashly could cause new trouble. Until he's sure Belladin can stay rational, it's best to keep him in the dark. Belladin, I believe there's only one reason Jeeper manipulated your memory, to mold you into the ideal heir in their eyes, and the one truly behind all this wasn't the elders, but Kellic. Jeeper, your father. Jean was now certain of it. Belladin from the previous life was just a thoroughly cultivated heir. Back then, Belladin, though contracted with two divine beings, no matter what power he possessed, it was all to serve Jeeper. In a world without reincarnators, or unique beings like Jean, Belladin had no reason to rebel against his family. Until he was 30, he never knew what the family had done, nor what he had experienced himself. So it was true, huh? Damn it. I thought I was the perfect heir. Turns out in father's eyes, I still wasn't enough. I've already contracted with two divine beings, and my magic is nearly at level 9. Tuyen and Phineas said nothing. They finished cleaning and sat by the window sipping tea. No one in history had ever contracted with two divine beings at once. Belladin was the first, but because of the shock from memory manipulation, even Danding hadn't noticed this point. Jin's gaze briefly fell upon the dragon's form. Belladin smiled faintly. By the way, why didn't you ask? Ask what? How I managed to contract with two divine beings. You had the potential. Of course you could do it. Given the situation now, is that really a good question to ask? True. Compared to my double divine contracts, the fact that you wield the demon sword is far more surprising. It's kind of depressing. Look, that guy in the Grand Hall of Zidar, you're the one who killed him, and then took the heaven-defying sword. Just as Jean was about to respond, Belladin continued. Also, you're the one who impersonated me in the Kingdom of Azan. Danding, what do you think? I think having your memory manipulated is nothing. This guy's been lying to us all along. That's way more shocking. He's basically a fraud. We should report him. There he goes again saying whatever he wants. Jean shrugged. Danding nodded awkwardly. Young Master Belladin, don't force yourself. Force myself. Pretending everything's fine. Danding's words made Jean break out in goosebumps. Belladin felt the same. He blinked, then shook his head. Not at all. I'm fine right now. You got your memory manipulated. How can you be fine? That's your own family you trusted. To us. You can be honest. We're your friends. Yeah. Jean, you seem okay. After a short, awkward silence, Danding's ears turned red. He gave a few dry coughs. Still, they manipulated your memory, but didn't touch your diary? Those are managed by them. Belladin gestured with his hand. Your guardian dragons know too. About the memory manipulation? They do. Actually, almost no one in the family knows that I'm a contractor, or that I have two guardian dragons. Then why aren't they doing anything? Etermian and Licta haven't said a word. The two divine beings believed memory manipulation wouldn't harm me. In fact, they hoped I would be tamed smoothly and become the head of the family as soon as possible. Becoming the head of the Jeeper family means becoming the most powerful person in the world. The two beings who chose Belladin were of course thrilled. Their status would also be elevated. They could even command the family's other contractors. Though he couldn't fully grasp the minds of those two deities, Jean still felt somewhat disgusted. The overly respectful attitude of the guardian dragons also made him uneasy. Puppet. The word suddenly popped into his mind. Belladin wasn't living for himself. He was living for someone else's wicked will. Are you thinking I look like a puppet now? A lunatic? How did you know? Jean and Danding looked at each other, in shock. Danding had the same thought as Jean. So then, what do you plan to do? Jean asked seriously. What? Leaving Jeeper? That won't be easy indeed. Once you become a knight, take me away as a prisoner. That might be the only practical way, but it could spark an all-out war. And your brothers will be waiting for you nearby. Could Jean have gotten him killed? There's been no word for half a year. All they found was a sword. It's really unsettling. That black dragon went way too far. He helped, but didn't say a thing. Celeste didn't respond. She just gazed out the window at the blooming secret palace legends. Time passed once again, and it was now February of 1799. Runcandle and Jeeper had yet to lift the wanted notice. However, Jin's death had already become a fact. Once the famed Runcandle firstborn, he was slowly fading from memory. Even mercenaries who came for the Grand Goose Bounty, knights, and mages no longer searched for Jin. Journalists had also stopped writing about him. Now and then, only the tavern regulars and wandering poets would speak of his name. The world, it seemed, carried on just fine without his presence. However, since Jin exposed Sarajian, or rather, since he tore off Jeeper's tail fan disguise, a new massive force, Kinzello, had surfaced, and the world had, indeed, changed drastically. What? Beg for mercy. Say it again. You worms. Heh. I love watching your mind shatter. Exactly. We'd love to let one of you live. But what can we do? This is our job. Daytona and Haytona looked down at the group of bound humans and said, they became knights last summer and earned the nickname Hellworms. Across many missions, they achieved remarkable results, especially in cleansing operations. After Jeeper's true face was exposed, they began acting openly, killing many fanatical followers of Jeeper. Alright, we'll only let one of you live. As for who, we don't know either. Anyway, whoever survives must tell your friends. No matter where you hide, we'll find you. Like squashing cockroaches, we'll kill every last one. But, didn't you say just now, you'd let us live? Cockroaches can't talk. Cockroaches don't speak human. If you talk, what do? Stab, slice, great swords and training swords, ruthlessly slashed through the fanatics' bodies. Right. We were gonna leave one alive, but we killed them all. No big deal. Hey Tona. Just go catch another batch. Daytona. Still, it's weird. These guys clearly got direct support. Where did they even get those suicide bombs? Fanatics have been raging all over the Huspist region lately. They've been frequently carrying out terrorist attacks, kidnappings, and acts of incitement. Daytona had, at some point, started laughing maniacally whenever killing someone. He only stopped after seeing enough blood. We have to obtain proof that Jeeper is backing them. That's our mission. To do that, we need to leave someone alive to track. It's fine. We'll just catch another batch. Last time we managed to leave one alive, but he suddenly committed suicide by poison. It really feels like someone is pulling the strings, like a puppet. MHM. I often get that feeling too. Let's head back first. Meow. And those damn guys are probably waiting at the base now. Most likely. Just thinking about the excuses they'll use to pick a fight gives me a headache. Just as the two expected, Meow and Den had already arrived at the source of the sword this morning. And not just them. All Run Candle Knights had gathered there because the family head, Sherlong, had returned from the Black Sea. Back to the base. Yo. Who's this? Isn't it the Tana trash? You became knights, and now you think you're our equals? Trying to act tough now? As soon as Meow and Den saw the Tana brothers, they started arguing. To be precise, it was more like one-sided bullying. The Tana brothers were still afraid of them. Sisters, long time no see. Scared. What? We bring bombs with us. And no way. No what? You hell were morons. What did you say? Joshua, passing by, spoke quietly. Brother Joshua. The butler just called and said, Father will arrive in 2 hours. Everyone must wear ceremonial armor and line up to welcome him. Understood. Everyone at the source of the sword was preparing to welcome Sherlong. Usually, when he came to the source of the sword, there would be a grand ceremonial guard, but mobilizing the trainees was rare. This time, Sherlong's return was highly significant. Ever since Jean exposed Sarajan, tensions between Runcandle and Jeeper had been escalating. As the head of the family, he needed to personally inspire Runcandle's members. Just his presence could instantly calm the unrest in Runcandle and Huspist. He is the Genesis Knight, Lon N, the world's top swordsman. That is the kind of presence he holds. 2 hours later, the formation was dismissed. Lona, Joshua, Lundia, IPS, Lonan, Melly, and Daytona, Haytona, excluding Yona and Samir. There were 11 knights in total, holding the engraved courage and the black sword under the banner of loyalty. They stood at the front lines. Following them were the elders, enforcement knights, and guardian knights from various divisions, each taking their respective positions. The trainees were also uniformly equipped in ceremonial armor. However, not a single regular soldier appeared. There are no ordinary soldiers in the Garden of Swords. Only knights. Knight candidates and trainees can be part of the main force of the garden. Soon after, Shilong's unit entered the Garden of Swords. The Patriarch has entered the garden, Luna shouted loudly as she stepped forward with force. The neatly lined up knights marched a beat later. Formation, sword alignment, formation, sword alignment. In response to Luna's voice, the knights responded in unison. Sword alignment. This was a unique formation of the Luncade family. Thousands of swords embedded in the Garden of Swords are a resting place reserved only for those who have defended and prospered the family. Only they may rest here. The knights spread out, each standing before a sword alignment post, though it looked like they had disrupted their neat formation. This was actually the core of the Luncade ritual. Loyalty. Salute to the Patriarch. Loyalty. Salute to the Patriarch. The knights' morale surged. They raised their swords in salute. Their voices unified and majestic, as if spoken by one. Shilong and Rosa sat on horseback, overlooking the crowd. Behind him, 10 active black knights knelt on one knee. Very good. Withdraw your swords. At Shilong's command, all sword-bearers sheathed their swords. Only the swords embedded continued to gleam under the sunlight, and Shilong fell silent for a moment for some reason, because he sensed something was descending from the sky, approaching the Garden of Swords. At this moment, only he, as the Creation Knight, could sense it. Even Luna and the Black Knights could not perceive it. It was still far away. It seems someone else has come to greet this old man. Patriarch, what do you mean by that? Rosa, you've dulled too. A powerful presence is rapidly approaching the garden. Rosa's eyes widened. Moments later, Luna and the Black Knights also felt the same. Other knights and high-ranking knights noticed it slightly later. Patriarch, shall we prepare for defense? Luna asked cautiously. Shilong shook his head. No need for that. Knight number 1, whoever comes, all of Luncade, must not panic. I was Shilong's words are true. Right now, the Garden of Swords is in a state where no one can shake its foundation. All the power of the Lungcade family, including Shilong, were steadfastly guarding the source of the sword. In such a situation, to react so sensitively to just one presence was a bit much. Over 10 seconds passed. Above the source of the sword appeared a massive black dragon, Muraken. His shadow covered the entire garden. The knights barely managed to suppress their sighs. No matter how sudden the situation, to act rashly in front of Shilong was impossible. But what truly frightened Luna, the Black Knights, and some of the more perceptive knights, wasn't the black dragon's arrival. It was what Shilong had said. That powerful aura wasn't from the dragon. Muraken only looked imposing. He had actually hidden his aura completely. Not a trace was released. Muraken slowly descended onto the source of the sword. Everyone saw a figure on his back. That person was the one who possessed the approaching aura. Aside from the new trainees, everyone at the source of the sword recognized that face. 19-year-old Jean Runcandle. He calmly looked at his father and gave a greeting. Father, probationary knight Jean Runcandle has returned from training. Chapter 264. Chapter 264. Chapter 84. The Kindling. 1. Returning from his training. Upon hearing those words, everyone gathered at the source of the sword trembled as if under siege. Everyone stared in shock at the bold fugitive. Those who saw Jean, including the elders, the pure blood members of the Runcandle clan, had never experienced a moment more shocking than this. How dare he be so bold? With two massive clans having issued kill orders, he still came knocking on their door. How dare he? Do you know where this is? Restrain him. The elders and his brothers all wanted to shout in unison. Normally, they would have, but this time, they instinctively realized they absolutely could not speak before Shilong. Rosa also held back her surprise. Watching Shilong's reaction, she believed Shilong would surely execute Jean. Just like the other pure bloods, Jean got off Muraken's back, stood tall, and faced Shilong. Shilong, too, quietly met his eldest son's gaze. In this terrifying silence, no one could decipher what the father and son were thinking. In Jin's eyes shone a confident light, and in Shilong's gaze it was profound emotion. Within that gaze lay emotions the giant Shilong was experiencing for the first time in his life. Watching his son grow up, a father's heart filled with joy, because his son had become the most unique and strongest person in the world, and now stood before him. This was no illusion born of longing. Though he had 13 children, the only one he'd embraced with pure joy was Luna. However, Luna had ultimately betrayed his expectations and abandoned the throne. Just like that, she treated the other children as if they were stones. Until finally, she saw a tiny spark in Jean. And now, that spark has turned into an unstoppable blaze, transforming into a thick mist, rushing toward the source of swords, with the resolve to burn down the sacred land of sword demons, and ignite once more the tip of this cold blade. How magnificent! Shilong's brief but intense emotion was not conveyed to others, not even to Jean. A few seconds passed, and Jean too was swept into a strange feeling. Even though there were thousands of warriors and 11 siblings nearby, he felt as though he was face to face with his father alone, and only his father, Shilong, Lungcade, was the one he had to surpass. Of course, there were many warriors stronger than Luna, Rosa, the Black Knights, but they were all people he was destined to surpass eventually. Only his father wasn't. That wasn't inevitable. It required a will to defy fate, to make it possible, to surpass, and surpass again, until he crossed over. Father and son both swallowed their fleeting emotions. First, to react was Shilong. Silren, he dismounted his horse, and drew his sword from in a past and during the selection ceremony. The one Jean chose was that sword, the beloved sword of Lungcade, the founding patriarch Timar, the snow-white blade of Belazada, bathed in sunlight. Soon after, when Shilong raised his aura, suddenly the trainees knelt down, as their legs gave out. To the trainees, withstand Shilong's aura was impossible. The lower-ranked Guardian Knights trembled all over, barely maintaining their posture. The mid-ranked Guardian Knights were clenching their teeth inside, resisting the crushing pressure. Only those who collapsed before Shilong were granted leniency for their visible immaturity, except for the Tana brothers, the Black Knights and Trusted Knights, and Guardian Knights of high rank and above. Elders and Rosa all maintained their composure. Jean ignited his fighting spirit with all his might, ready to strike back. Here it comes. Father's sword, to withstand one of Father's strikes, was the source of confidence he had ever since his first visit to Lafra. In fact, after dying countless times, Jean had finally understood how to withstand a strike from one of the projectors, and had proven it to Vanessa and Orson, former Black Knights. However, what Shilong was preparing now was clearly a different kind of strike. This wasn't the usual, casual or sweeping slash. It was a strike imbued with the essence of Shilong the demigod, the legacy of Lungcade, a single strike containing it all. This strike was incredibly slow. Even a 3-year-old could perceive its speed. Anyone could easily dodge it by taking a step. It was falling toward Jean. There was no sound of wind. Barasada, like a ship, slowly sinking, gradually tilted. However, who could dare say this sword was slow? Even a dancer, not yet at their peak, would only think of one word upon seeing Shilong's strike. Divine technique. A theoretical move achievable only by divine power, beyond human understanding. A shocking strike defying the laws of nature. When Barasada was just 2 inches away, Jean took a deep breath. At this moment, Jean's whole body was soaked in sweat, muscles tense, bones and blood, filled with arcane energy. Unless he gave it his all, he wouldn't be able to block this slow yet unpredictable sword. Fourth child, Sigmund's pale blade, slid out from its scabbard, its body infused with lightning power. Jean gripped Sigmund tightly with both hands and raised the blade, preparing to block Barasada. 2 swords would clash in seconds. Before the moment of impact arrived, those gathered at the Garden of Swords were filled with countless thoughts. Jean, Luna worried whether her successor could withstand it. Father believed she could endure his sword. Joshua felt uneasy inside, his hands trembling. His opponent had grown, returned, and now seemed destined to survive and threaten her life. Most of the brothers shared feelings similar to Joshua. Even so, that successor, that knight candidate, that successor who was destined for execution, had returned once more to challenge for the title of Sword King, eyes wide open, ready to pass the final trial. If they could block the strike, then all of the successor's past mistakes. Shilong, are you truly going to cast Lunkade into chaos and flames? Rosa, the eyes of the Lunkade family narrowed slightly. She too loved the successor she had given birth to with such hardship. After her, as the next family head, she was flawless, if not for her mistakes. Even if those mistakes were of cleverness and imitation, as long as they weren't exposed, she would have surely become the next family head. However, now that the mistakes, for the sake of Lunkade's future, the successor must be forsaken. Rosa believed this firmly. Even so, she could not deny the patriarch's judgment. The will of the Lunkade patriarch must be carried out absolutely, now and always. If one questions the patriarch's judgment now, and lets doubt shake this situation, it would mean, when Joshua becomes family head, others could also overthrow him the same way. The absolute authority of the patriarch would lose all meaning. Thus, she wanted Joshua to become patriarch as soon as possible. Rosa believed, to protect the vast Lunkade family, there was no better heir than him. No one could replace Joshua. Numerous enemies. Lunkade's future was shrouded in darkness. There was no way back. So why look back now? Just as Rosa bit her lower lip, Barasada and Sigmund's blades collided. Clang. The sound of steel striking steel rang out carefully, like a shell cracking. Having completed the strike, Shilong did not withdraw his sword. While Jean's bloodshot eyes widened, blood trickled from his ears and lips. The aura within Barasada surged into Jean like a scalding stream, like a tsunami crashing through her veins. Her muscles and organs were torn apart by an agonizing force, yet Jean stubbornly held her stance. Shilong's aura circled through Jean's body and dispersed into the ground. SZZT. The earth trembled instantly. The ground beneath their feet cracked open, yawning helplessly from the fissure in the earth, as if the ley lines had erupted. Blinding light gushed out. It was the arcane energy of Shilong contained within Barasada. In that surging arcane force, lightning flickered, proof of how desperately Jean resisted his father's strike, proof of how hard Jean fought back against his father's sword, proof that the Lunkade family's eldest withstood the sword in the end. The cascading arcane waves gradually subsided. Shilong's gaze remained fixed on his battle-worn son, and the black dragon behind him, watching closely. Truly, an exceptional guardian dragon. Damn it. What a ruthless father. As emotions clashed between Shilong and Malakan, suddenly, Jean coughed up black blood, momentarily losing balance. At that moment, whether those who loved him, hated him, or were simply curious, because if he fell now, it would be the end. If he fell now, Jean's name on Lunkade's execution list would be crossed out. Jean thrust his sword into the ground, barely holding himself up, and let out a roar. Like a madman. Jean pounded his chest, roaring again. That desperate scream shook the Garden of Swords. In the end, Jean stood back up, facing Shilong. Though his body was battered and bruised, he clearly still had some consciousness left. Seeing this, Shilong, for the first time, showed a faint smile, though it lasted only a moment. Everyone present clearly saw him smile, and that smile carried so much meaning. Jean, the magic swordsman, had passed the final trial to enter the garden's core. It was Shilong himself who declared it. Luna nearly burst into tears from joy. Even those who weren't close to Jean couldn't help but feel deeply moved. After that smile, Shilong said calmly, "Take Jean Lunkade to the infirmary. As soon as he wakes up, we'll hold his official knighthood ceremony." As Jean collapsed, Shilong had just finished speaking. Chapter 265. Chapter 265. Chapter 84. Buddha Seed 2. Jean was tormented by a nightmare, as if a black tentacled monster was pressing down on him. Especially that horrible sensation clinging to his face made him let out a low moan. When he barely opened his eyes and got up, Jean realized the true source of his nightmare. Meow. Meow meow. Malakan was lying on his face, rubbing against it. Why does this scene feel so familiar? Get down. Come on. He gently pushed Malakan away and checked the condition of his body. Not a scratch. The medical skills of the Lunkade are indeed impressive. But to withstand an attack from Shilong and wake up this was a rarity. Jean knew that perfectly well himself. Thanks to my brothers, I've become a lot stronger. Without the training in Rosa, I wouldn't have survived that sword strike. He looked around. A familiar sight came into view. It was the same room he used as a trainee. Moments later, he felt someone approaching. You're awake, young master. Geely. After Jean took that hit from Shilong, just like during his trainee days, Geely stayed by Jean's side. Geely, long time no see. Geely gave him a bright smile. They were meeting again. After about a year and 2 months, since leaving Rosa, Jean had only seen Misha and Malakan. I missed you. I missed you too. The others have missed you as well. Jean nodded, and naturally glanced at Geely's wrist. It was gone. The iron pin used to suppress his power. The Lunkade medical staff had removed it right after he returned. Geely scratched the back of his head, a bit embarrassed. You've been through a lot, Geely, as the Lunkade's caretaker. It's something we all go through. Because of you, young master, I was able to finish the prejudiced life of a caretaker with ease. Then, Geely looked at Jean with solemn eyes, then slowly dropped to one knee. He bowed his head in salute. Caretaker Geely, from now on as Macroland, will also serve as the 12th caretaker of Jean, Knight of the Lunkade. I will serve with full devotion. To be able to serve you again is my greatest honor. Jean's heart was filled with emotion. In his past life, because of him, Geely had also been sealed away and exiled. But now, he had become a knight, and Geely had become his caretaker. A warm surge welled up in his chest. Now, no one could destroy Geely's life again. Jean held back his emotions and smiled. To me, you are my greatest pride. Don't be so formal. Get up. Yes, young master. Asterisk poof asterisk. Malakan transformed into human form and helped Geely up. What is this? We're the Strawberry faction. Why are we pledging loyalty like this? Strawberry faction? Don't you miss this version of Malakan? So sad. Do you only love the little one? Am I just a dragon you happen to know? Moo. Lord Murakan. How could you say that? Of course I miss you too, Lord Murakan. If that's true, why are you treating me so coldly? No. But, Lord Murakan, it was just a week ago. We were still living together in Taiken. So you're saying, what strawberry pie meant is that, because I was only gone for a week, there's no reason to be so desperate to see me? Is that it? Is that so? When Geely responded like that, Murakan was left speechless. After all, a week apart wasn't really a big deal. Murakan and Geely still weren't in a romantic relationship. Even so, why pick on strawberry pie over something so small? It's Geely. Besides, this is the imperial capital. You can't just transform like that so freely. It's not allowed. You should keep your identity hidden, like during your student days as Butterfly Lunkade. What are you talking about? You brat. I'm your guardian dragon. The whole world knows it. Why would I hide my identity as a cat? Is that so? Speaking of which, Geely, how long was I unconscious? About 3 hours. Young master. Oh, 3 hours. What? Jean looked out in surprise. The memorial ceremony for Shilong was held around noon. The sun was still brightly shining on the Garden of Swords. To think such severe injuries had healed in just 3 hours. Truly a vampire. Who knows how much blood he drained from the Godhead brothers? Seriously, what Baron Boris of La Ferosa said during training last year came true again. Jean had indeed received transfusions from the Godhead, and not just once, but twice. Each transfusion was immense, filled with their energy passed on to him, though it weakened them a bit. Jean himself, with his blessed body and strong heart, grew even stronger. Even after being struck by Shilong, he could wake up within 3 hours. The head physician may have expected this, but most believed the young master would need at least 3 days to wake up. Then, what about the knighting ceremony? Since the order came from His Excellency, there's a good chance Jin's ceremony will be today. Young master, you should see His Excellency first. Geely opened the wardrobe. Inside hung Jin's prepared Lunkade knight uniform, a black coat embroidered with golden patterns. Geely handed the coat to Jean with teary eyes. Seeing the young master wear this uniform, it makes me envious. Please be careful on the way. Ah, do you have any orders? Murakan, make me a strawberry pie. He was singing happily the whole way here. Understood. After a quick wash and combing his hair, he adjusted his outfit, and as soon as he stepped into the hallway, he sensed someone watching him. The servants passing through the hallway, the guardian knights, the students. None of them dared to look at Jean directly, but one by one, they couldn't suppress their curiosity and secretly glanced at her. And coincidentally, some of her siblings passed by. Long time no see. Sister Meow. Sister and Meow and An were on their way to report on a night mission to Rosa, and just happened to pass by Jin's room. Ah. The two stopped walking. However, they probably wouldn't ignore me like before anymore. They looked at Jean and stopped walking. For a moment, no words came. It was like they had seen something they shouldn't have. Both of them blinked. He woke up this quickly and got father's sword. Did I see that right? They alternated between glancing at each other and at Jean, as if trying to confirm their memories. Jean wasn't in a that much was obvious without much time to confirm. You. Forget it. Let's go. And Meow was the first to speak. She simply frowned. She didn't seem like she wanted to talk to Jean. Sister, seeing that, and was instead surprised, although she was also shocked by Jean. since they had run into each other. She originally planned to mock him harshly. After all, in the future, between them and Jean, there would be a fierce battle for succession, and Anne believed there was no way they would lose. Even if Jean was strong, there were plenty of ways to win a succession war outside of one-on-one duels. Seeing that guy, who was still a wanted man this morning, now wearing a knight's coat, and walking past like it's nothing. How out? I'll shred her to pieces right now. Let's go. Young Master Jean. As Meow responded, a high-pitched voice rang out from behind. That voice was filled with joy and flattery, clearly intended as strong praise. Its owner was none other than the Tana brothers' nanny, Emma. Nieltro stood next to her, with a vacant expression. They were by the news of Jin's recovery. As soon as I heard the young master had awakened, I came right away. During this time, have you been well? Seeing the eldest young master safe and sound. Oh my. Truly. My mind's a mess. What should I call you now? From now on, I should call you, right? As she spoke, she rubbed her hands together, showing a groveling attitude. Emma. Nieltro, are you crazy? We're having a conversation. How can you just barge in like that? I'm sorry. Missin, but Lord 12th Knight, you've really grown. I always believed you'd turn out to be someone great, young master. Emma nudged one of the Tana brothers with her elbow. It was her way of telling him to greet Jean. Big young master, it's been a while. How have you been? Are you feeling okay? You blocked father's arrow. Everyone was shocked, right? Hey Tona, of course. Daytona. Jean's really amazing, right? Seeing the Tana brothers' exaggerated gestures and endless chatter, their father laughed out loud. But on the other hand, he felt a bit chilled by Emma's sense of judgment. Emma had always believed that he would become the pillar of the family. Even if she didn't truly believe it, she wanted to believe it, because the Tana brothers had no one else to rely on. Now, she was trying to flatter me, hoping to secure their future. Back during the Storm City days, she openly observed me, to the point I had to warn her once. Back then, Emma, while flattering, still hoped the Tana brothers would always outrank me. If I were ever weaker than them, she would have ordered them to step on my head, or make me their underling. But now it's different. Emma admitted that the Tana brothers couldn't challenge royal power, and so she began to seek out allies who could help them survive the coming war. The truly capable brothers never even gave the Tana brothers a glance. People like Meow and En kept looking for chances to devour them. It gave Emma constant headaches. Then Jean returned like a comet, and in a way that everyone recognized as powerful. Seems like Meow is smarter than En. She realized they couldn't treat Jean lightly anymore. Serves them right. Thanks to young Master Jean, I feel vindicated too, even if they weren't humiliated outright. When Meow and En were talking, and got interrupted by Emma, Emma was absolutely fuming, thinking about how Meow and En used to torment the Tana brothers. Even drinking their blood wouldn't quench her rage. I'll swear loyalty. Just say the word. Young Master Jean. Of course Jean saw through Emma's intentions. Since she was the first one to come to me, let me have a little taste of revenge. Emma, the Tana brothers might be useful someday. With that decision made, Jean smiled slightly in his heart. Are these people crazy? Hey, Emma, what is wrong with you? I'm asking you. Where did you learn such shamelessness? Sister En, you're being too harsh, though it was a bit rude. Emma is the caretaker of the 10th and 11th Knights. She served the family for a long time. With so many eyes around, you shouldn't speak like that. Jean cut her off. Anne's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 266. Chapter 266. Chapter 84. Ember 3. Just as Anne was about to slap Jean in the face, Meow grabbed Anne's shoulder. Let's go? Anne. The tone was almost a command, and knew that disobeying Meow at this moment would do no good. Although they were usually close, and not so concerned with formality, in truth, their hierarchy was clearly defined. 7. And suddenly turned around. Sister Meow is smarter than I thought. To attack or provoke Jean now would be a very foolish act, not just because they hadn't fully grasped Jin's strength. More importantly, Sherlong had personally announced that once Jean woke up, there would be a discrimination appointment ceremony. If Jean were injured, or something unpleasant happened, what then? That would be defying Sherlong's orders. Moreover, before one of Sherlong's banquets in the past, Meow and En had been forced to carry out a therefore, they had to be even. Crack. Meow clenched her teeth, although she felt angrier than En. She was even more unwilling to get dragged in and suffer. She couldn't even say a word of congratulations. Go see your father. Okay. Sisters, and Emma. Nieltro, don't do anything you'll regret. This is the final warning. Meow and En were banned from passing by Jean. The Tana brothers' jaws dropped even wider. These lunatics are actually afraid of the young master. What did I just see? At the same time, Emma held back the laughter rising from her heart. The brothers had their jaws practically fall off. Better close your mouths. Thanks. The Tana brothers hesitated and took turns hugging Jean. Thanks to Jean, they realized that Meow and Anne's pride had been hurt. To them, it felt like something from a dream. How have you been, brothers? Jean naturally spoke to the Tana brothers, recalling the mirage in the desert that day and how it devoured the brothers. Though he didn't want to admit it, Jean did feel a sliver of emotion, similar to brotherhood, toward them, though it couldn't compare to Luna or Yona. Since Storm City, they had built some bond. Watching the two approach cautiously, Jean found them a little cute. We're doing fine. Sisters meow and entreat us a bit too harshly every day. We thought we'd never again see an old monster like you. It's really great. Yeah. Is that so? I don't think it's that great, Jean replied coldly, causing the Tana brothers' shoulders to tremble slightly. Yes, we're sorry. We were too nervous. Jean gave that answer for a reason, but still. From now on, we can take our time to get to know each other. I don't dislike you that much, because he needed to convey a message to Emma. From now on, no matter the time or place, she must not use others without permission, and she must show even more unwavering loyalty. The clever Emma immediately understood Jean's intent. She lowered her head in acknowledgement. In contrast, the Tana brothers seemed to only be moved by Jean's words. Take our time to get to know each other. Those words deeply touched them. They nodded firmly. We'll be taking our leave. 12th night, sir. Just call me young Master Jean. Emma. Yes, young Master Jean. If you ever crave the taste of fine tea, please come to my room anytime. I'll have rare tea prepared that's hard to find outside the Sword Garden. It was an invitation if he wanted to learn more about the family. Because of that, Jean exchanged a glance with Emma. I'll stop by soon. Make sure you prepare tea that satisfies. After Emma and the Tana brothers left, the servants who had been lingering nearby quickly returned to their duties. The Guardian Knights saluted Jean and also departed. Now that she was a knight, her status was above that of ordinary Guardian Knights. The Western Building's office was located in the inner court, but before heading to the inner court, Jean intended to visit another place first, the sacred underground tomb, deep within the Sword Garden. Before seeing his he should go there first, to pay respect to the heroes who protected Luncade. Of course, Jean did have that sentiment, but she had decided to go to the Hall of Heroes first for two main reasons. First, Shilong hadn't ordered her to meet him yet. Second, until now, not a single brother had ever gone to the Hall of right after finishing night training. That second reason mattered more. Just by choosing to go there first, she could win the favor of some elders. Many elders valued formality highly, and were very sensitive to history and tradition. To Jean, the current Sword Garden, if he wanted to defeat Joshua and claim the throne, he needed allies, and a great many of them. Since a simple gesture could earn the goodwill of elders, there was no reason not to go to the Hall of Heroes. When he was still a trainee, Jean wasn't allowed access to the Hall of Heroes, but now things were different. Walking through the corridor into the inner courtyard, he saw more and more people. However, he didn't run into any of his brothers. Jean arrived at the Hall of Heroes without issue. The underground chamber was filled with stone coffins. He remembered again. There was no grave for Taimao here. Vow. Ever since Taimao the second Luncade passed away, a humiliating vow was made between Jippel and the Luncade. The contents of that vow were simple. They would no longer worship their ancestors who used magic, never use magic again. Because of this, ever since then, every time Jean met Jippel, he would hear stories of people breaking that vow. He had seen a few of them. People who went mad from breaking the vow. But even after Jean was exposed, Jippel couldn't move against the Luncade. That fact made it clear what it all meant. He feared opposing the Luncade, and there was only one reason. Shilong Luncade, the only living Gun Saint Knight in the world. If Shilong were gone, Jippel would never hesitate to deal with the Luncade. In other words, as long as Shilong lived, Jippel would continue his current stance. Jean had been worried those guys would launch a war at any moment, but now it seemed there wouldn't be a full-scale war anytime soon. As Jean was silently reflecting in front of the tomb, he sensed someone approaching from outside. Someone had entered the Hall of Heroes. You're here, father. It was Shilong. Even though he had been in his office, as soon as Jean awoke, he had sensed it and came to the Hall of Heroes to speak with his son. At that moment, arrangements were already being made outside for the night appointment ceremony on Shilong's orders. Such a disappointment. That was Shilong's first line. Disappointment. Jean had heard that line countless times in his past life, but this was the first time in reality. But Shilong wasn't scolding him. It was more like a father joking with his son. Because of that, Jean felt relieved. He was able to respond. Was it because I woke up too late? The opportunity one gave you, in front of everyone, you only get once. You should have used every means you had to get a better result. Contrary to Shilong's words, Jean had made a powerful impression by withstanding his father's blow in front of everyone at the Sword Garden. Even so, Shilong still found it lacking. To be precise, he believed Jean's training and growth were still insufficient. Even he himself at 19 couldn't have done better than Jean. Are you saying I should have used a spiritual weapon? Jean hadn't used a spiritual weapon at all. When facing Shilong's sword, he had only used Arcana and the lightning aura of the Netherlord clan. Had he used a spiritual weapon, the outcome might have been different. Of course, even so, he wouldn't have been able to strike back at Shilong, but at least he wouldn't have blacked out. Why didn't he use a spiritual weapon? From the very beginning, Jean had no intention of revealing all his cards to his enemies. At the moment, other than Luna, everyone else was his enemy. All they knew was Jean was Soderet's contractor and had power far beyond his age. But what they didn't know was his true strength. That's how battle always works. The less your opponent knows about your trump cards, the better. His father believed he should have used a spiritual weapon to display overwhelming strength. Shilong didn't answer. He quietly closed his eyes, standing in front of a stone coffin, silent for a long time. Jean didn't find this silence uncomfortable. What his father gave him wasn't a reprimand or command, it was advice. And that alone made Jean feel deeply anxious, because it meant he had been acknowledged. My firstborn son, yes, father, appointing you as a knight is a great loss to Lunkade. Jean didn't respond. He only bowed his head. I'll be watching to see if you can make up for that loss. Understood. To me? Shilong turned away and said, time is running out. In 1 hour, the appointment ceremony begins. Stay here until then. Then come out. Before Jean could respond, Shilong had already left the hall. Watching his father walk away, Jean fell into deep thought. Father said, time is running out. What did he mean by that? Illness. That couldn't affect the body of a creation knight. Aging. That meant little to Shilong now. For a moment, Jean's mind went blank. That wasn't something said lightly. But since Shilong didn't want to say more, he dared not ask. Though he didn't know why Shilong's time was running short, he understood what those words imply. He had to become head of the family before his father's time ran out, and father had said he would no longer offer opportunities or help for some reason. As Shilong walked out of the shrine, his back looked strangely forlorn. For the first time, Jean felt something toward Shilong. An emotion none of the other brothers had ever felt, only those who had fought beside him. The generations of Black Knights and young Rosa ever felt something similar for Shilong. Gathering his thoughts, before leaving the shrine, Jean used his mana to light a small flame on the shrine's candelabra. Then, he walked toward the Knight's Corridor. Chapter 267. Chapter 267. Chapter 85. Night Appointment Ceremony. The Knight's Corridor. This enormous corridor sat on one side of the Sword Garden. It was longer than any building in Lunkade. The walls on both sides were covered in carvings. The names of Lunkade knights across generations, those with particularly great achievements, had even their portraits hung. As Jean walked through the corridor, he read the names carefully and couldn't help but smile. Amazingly, he could recall most of the names from the past 1,000 years. Just how many books on knights did he read in his past life? Now, his name would one day be carved at the end of that long list. The closer he got to the end of the corridor, the more powerful the presence became. It was Shilong, Rosa, and the 11 knights, and the power naturally radiating from around 100 knights. At this moment, he felt excited like a child. In the 1,000-year history of Lunkade, the only pure-blood Lunkade who failed to become a family knight was Jean in his previous life. Not only that, his entire life was denied by the family, and his records were erased. Eventually, he was exiled, and now, he was walking down this corridor with pride. It actually took him 47 years to reach this point, 28 years in his previous life, plus 19 years in this one. All of a sudden, his nose felt a bit sore. After going through one full cycle of life, he had finally reclaimed his rightful place. His body began to tremble uncontrollably as he approached the end of the corridor. Jean adjusted his facial expression and breathing. Shilong and Rosa. Rosa stood at the center of the corridor's end. 11 brothers stood before her, all in uniform. Hundreds of knights stood in a circle. The family scribes and painters were also observing the scene. Jean Runcandle, one of the 12 knights, stepped forward. Rosa was the first to speak. She wore a satisfied smile, but Jean knew that smile wasn't for her. Her mother was the greatest enemy. Standing before her was Joshua Runcandle, her eldest brother. The foundation of her power was Rosa. Suddenly, a question arose. How much did mother know? Rosa wanted to curse her, to take her contract away, and behind her stood a prophet who used incomprehensible dark powers to create a copy of Joshua. Could Rosa really be unaware of this? Mother wouldn't submit so easily. In my previous life, 2 days after I was exiled from the family, she stopped eating. Maybe out of guilt for the curse. Rosa not only knew what Joshua did, she may have even led part of it. Despite the disgust welling up, if Rosa was involved in the curse, it was because in her judgment, it was for Runcandle's sake. This detestable family was always, everyone pursued what they believed was best for Runcandle, and in doing so, sentiment like familial love had no place, even if it meant cursing a baby into becoming crippled, no matter how excessive it was. As long as it benefited the family, and the outcome was as expected, it was acceptable. It was exactly because of Mother and Joshua's judgment that I survived so strongly. So Mother's decision was right. If I hadn't seen with my own eyes at 1-year-old, the sight of bats covering my cradle, perhaps Jean wouldn't be this strong today. Revenge and hatred. They're sometimes the greatest motivators in life. What Jean didn't know was that Rosa once considered her as the next family head after Joshua. That judgment, at the time, in Rosa's eyes, was also for Runcandle's good. Of course, now that I've returned, Mother and Joshua must answer for it. Just as I respect Mother's disgusting judgment, she must also respect mine. Even if Rosa wasn't directly involved in the curse, to Jean now, it no longer matters. Regardless, Rosa would never give up on making Joshua head of the family. Jean smiled back at Rosa, then stepped forward in front of Shilong and Rosa. The knights drew their swords in unison. Swish. The knights formed 2 lines, creating a path with their swords. Luna, Joshua, Lundia, IPS, Lon, Melly, and Bona brothers. All 11 siblings were hiding their feelings toward Jean. The king of this detestable family will be you. I will make sure you become king. In the end, everything will follow the fate of the prophecy. Jean, Luna and Joshua's inner voices. Demonic sword Sarah. Didn't expect this guy to shake Runcandle's foundation. I was expecting him to challenge me, but now I have to challenge him. IPS and Melly. So brother Joshua didn't suppress him for no reason, and must be conflicted too. Lon and, damn it. Time to crush him. This guy needs brother Joshua's strength. Should have killed him back then. Meowing, but even if he's the boss, our official status is higher than his, right? Would the boss really give us a hard time like Meow and in? Let's just follow what Emma suggested. Make a good first impression on the boss. Tana brothers. Jean seemed to read his brother's thoughts, except for one, Lundia. What on earth is Sister Lundia thinking? I really can't tell. Lundia. The only sibling Luna finds troublesome. In fact, only 3 words crossed his mind. What a hassle. With Jean's return, Lundia could already sense a storm of bloodshed brewing in the family. He was deeply annoyed. At the same time, he also hoped his eldest brother would stay quiet like he did. Sister Yona is probably doing fine. Since I disappeared, he must have been worried. The only sibling not present, looking at the scene like a beast's den, he oddly felt at ease. Because after all, Jean was one of them. Soon after, Shilong and Jean exchanged a glance. Come in. Jean slowly stepped into the path formed by the night swords. Each time Jean passed by, a sword would fall on each side, as if the door was halfway closed. Finally, only Luna lowered her sword alone. As all knights lowered their swords and held their positions, the knights in prayer raised their swords together. Jean knew, the Luncapped family has finally gained the right to raise its banner at any time. From this day forward, Jean Luncapped will serve as the 12th knight of the family, and bear the responsibilities and powers that come with it. But remember, should you ever tarnish the family's honor, all of this can be taken away. 12th knight Jean Luncapped. Engrave this in your heart. Please return the knight's swords to their places. This is the most crucial step in the inauguration ceremony, to lift the swords of the fallen knights back up. While the swords of the guardian knights must be laid down again, the knight's swords must be raised, while the guardian's swords must be lowered. Jean must complete this. Even if he fails this part, it won't affect his knighthood, but it would leave a stain on it. At this moment, his brothers typically wouldn't resist a new knight's sword. Jean turned and slowly drew Sigmund. First, he had to lift Luna's Krantle. The heavy axe-blade sword seemed brimming with power, standing firm and steady. With a faint grin, Luna showed a hint of a smile. He was playing a prank. Of course, Jean had more than enough strength to lift the Krantle pressed down by him. That was his little prank. Clang. When Jean raised Sigmund, a loud clang rang out. Luna barely held back a flinch, and naturally raised his sword. Hey, was that really necessary? My wrist hurts now. That guy. Krantle was raised once again. Jean gave Luna a smile as he passed. Seeing that, the other brothers, who had planned to go against tradition, silently gave up. Meow and had wanted to mess with him too. Melly also wanted to break tradition, to test Jean's strength. The remaining 10 knight swords were raised effortlessly. Next up were the swords of hundreds of guardian knights. They must be lowered. All of them were high-ranking guardian knights. The guardian knights were untouched by the sword of a new knight. It was customary to lower one sword, but instead, appropriate guardian knights were assigned based on a knight's achievements. This was the usual practice among the Tana brothers. More than half were low-ranking guardian knights. This was only slightly below the average level of Runcandle knights. The guardian knights gripped their swords, holding their stance without moving. All these hundreds of swords had to be lowered, but for Jean, who had passed Garmin's trial, this was no difficult task. Fix, frame. Every time Jean struck, the guardian knight's swords fell to the ground. The guardian knights showed no panic. They simply endured Jin's strikes in silence. At this level, they probably wouldn't be surprised anymore. Contrary to Jin's thoughts, the guardian knights were deeply shocked inside, especially those who tried their best to block a single strike. It was hard to accept that Jean had not even reached adulthood yet. The knights' swords flew again into the air, and all the guardian knights' swords dropped. The process lasted for over 10 minutes. After the ceremony ended, Jean returned. Rosa had a satisfied smile on her face. The appointment ceremony was coming to an end. Now Jean Runcandle had to walk through the knight's corridor to meet with the elder council chair, to appear before the elders of the family. The ceremony was over. Jean had officially become the 12th knight of Runcandle, and gained the right to meet the elders as a knight. To meet the elders as a knight, instead of as a cadet, or prospective knight, because it was the elders who passed down to the knights of Runcandle the chronicles of family duels and ultimate techniques. Mother and Joshua had probably already greeted the elders. I'll likely face some awkward situations. Hopefully at least one elder will willingly step up and teach me. The elder council hall. Its scene resembled the courtroom of the high justices of Beemit. The first thing that caught the eye was the spacious central hall and the 3 heavy, massive wooden podiums. They gave a suffocating feeling. On the podiums stood the 3 elder chiefs, the vice elder chief, and the elder council secretary. Behind them sat the other elders in their chairs. The 3 figures on the podium represented the Black Sword Order, the Protectorate Council, and the People's Council. 3 groups under the Elder Council. These leaders were considered the core of the Elder Council. The Protectorate and People's Councils, as their names suggest, represented Runkandle's laws and the protection of the citizens of Shupist. The Black Sword Order, on the other hand, handled internal vendettas within Runkandle. They determined who must die and who must be protected, and carried out the appropriate actions. The Elder Council wielded considerable power within the family. Among them, the Black Sword Order stood out the most. If they decided within Shupist that someone must be eliminated, even if that person was innocent, they would still become a traitor. Even with merit, one could still become a traitor, whether commoner or noble. In Hustat, these old ghosts can silently make people disappear from the world. Of course, even though they hold supreme power, they are not completely unchecked. Both the Patriarch and the 12 Knights can restrain their actions, especially the Patriarch's orders. They are absolute. Even if an execution order is issued, as long as the Patriarch opposes it, the name must be immediately removed from the list. Just like today, Jean's name was removed from Luncade's kill list. Jean Luncade. Yes, Elder Sir. Age, 19. Since January 1st, year 1798, your name has been on the Luncade kill list. And on February 9th, year 1799, at noon today, your name disappeared from that list. Elder Yuanshine, head of the Black Sword Association, Zordon Luncade, was extremely displeased. His brows furrowed tightly. With a voice that was unusually thin and neurotic, not fitting for a Luncade, he revealed clear discontent, and with a thin white beard on his chin, he completely lacked any external air of authority. Though he looked plain, he was not someone to be underestimated. He once competed with the current Patriarch, his father, for the seat of head, and in the end, he survived and seized power. Normally, the Patriarch's children would only compete to become knights. However, in exceptional circumstances, like during succession, if the heir eliminates competitors too early, or if close relatives of the Patriarch end up holding actual power, the situation becomes different. Zordon's case included both scenarios. He stood out at a young age, and as a knight, he waged a sequence war against Jean and Shilong. Of course, compared to Shilong, he was as far apart as a sparrow is from a phoenix. But if not compared to Shilong, but to ordinary pure bloods, then Zordon would be the phoenix. In other words, without Shilong, he might have become the Patriarch. How does it feel? Pretty good. MHM. It's something to be pleased about, but to me, this has been quite an unpleasant experience. A wanted criminal becoming a knight? Zordon openly expressed his displeasure with Shilong's decision. Everyone in the family knew. Elder Zordon always felt fearful and inferior to his father, which is why he developed a twisted personality. But no one expected that he'd be so reckless. The reason for his recklessness was clear. In the Council of Elders, he held the highest authority, and no elder would report such trivial words or actions to Shilong. Moreover, Zordon was a trusted confidant of Rosa. Though they were all elderly, what benefit would ordinary elders have from him? Elder Sir, please calm down. I also believe Jean becoming a Luncade Knight is unusual, but at the very least we should welcome him today. Vice Elder Chief, President of the Guardian Council, Lin Makano. He spoke in a gentle tone. He was once the head of the Makano family, and also one of Rosa's people. This means the Black Sword Society and the Guardian Council, the two pillars of the Elders Council, both support Joshua, Secretary General of the Elders Council, head of the Citizens Council, Tylot, Runkandle, silently watched Jean. The family has produced its 12th knight. That's something to celebrate. Very well. Congratulations, Jean. Runkandle. Zordon casually waved his hand as he spoke. That was his way of telling him to leave. Although expected, it was still too much. Who would have thought? They wouldn't even pass on the Duel Chronicles. Normally, when a knight visits the Elders Council for the first time, every elder would offer congratulations and pledge to teach the Duel Chronicles and secret techniques. However, Zordon had so openly expressed his refusal that the other elders couldn't easily speak up. In any case, Jean hadn't had much hope to begin with. Still, Jean kept his eyes on an elder who had looked furious since the very beginning. Zeed, Runkandle, this uncle who had once taught him during his student years, now seemed like he wanted to rip Zordon apart. But he couldn't. He could only hold it in. There was no helping it, because when his student was disrespected, admit that. He himself was also— I should prepare a small gift for Uncle Zeed. Jean calmly met Zordon's gaze. Thank you for the congratulations, Elder Sir. Enough. Go now. What are you still standing here for? If it weren't for the Elder Sir, I probably wouldn't be alive today. The moment Jean finished his words, Zordon's eyes flared with rage. Bang. Zordon slammed his fist onto the platform. He glared at Jean in fury. What did you just say? The reason for his rage was the same as Zeed's. He had been slighted, and by a young man who had only just— If it weren't for the Elder Sir, I probably wouldn't be alive today. That statement implied the Black Sword Society was incompetent, and that's why he had escaped and survived. In truth, the Black Sword Society and the Runkandle Knights weren't incompetent. They simply failed to capture Jean. At that very moment, Zeed suddenly burst out laughing. Everyone's eyes turned to Zeed, who had suddenly stood up. What's so funny? Elder Zeed. The elder head got clubbed in return. Back when this guy first joined the ultimate class, I got roasted a few times myself. I guess it's a sense of shared suffering. So I laughed. Don't take it personally. We old fogies in the back halls, we always act all harsh and strict. It makes the new knights feel displeased. I get it. In fact, when I learned he was a magic swordsman, I felt more betrayed than anyone. Elder Zed. What are you trying to say? Facing Lin's question, Zed pointed at Jean. In your eyes. He may seem like he's just provoking the elder head, but think carefully. Jean took a blow from the patriarch. 3 hours later, when he woke up, what was the first thing he did? With no one answering, Zed continued speaking. He went to the spirit temple, not the medical ward, not the dining hall, not even the patriarch's office, but the temple, at the very least. This shows he's not someone who lacks reverence. Among the current knights, is there anyone like Jean, who goes straight to pray to the family guardian deity? None. What's so great about that? Why are you praising him like that, even if he was your student? This is too much. It is something worthy of praise, especially from the perspective of the Elder Council. Someone with reverence like that, once they gain power in the future, will still take care of us old folks in the back halls, be it the Black Sword Society, the Guardian Council, or the Civil Protection Assembly. Many regular elders nodded in agreement with Zed. In truth, there are few knights who truly respect ordinary elders. Although Joshua once showed utmost respect to the elders, once he gained power, he began acting like a true superior. That's too much. If the 12th knight had even a little courtesy, he wouldn't be so rude to me. TCH. You're going too far, Elder Chief. Seems no one really wants to pass on ultimate techniques to him. However, thinking of when I grow old and weak, someone like him may look after me. So I plan to teach the 12th knight an ultimate combat technique. Suit yourself. However, Elder Zed, you haven't forgotten, have you? Without the consent of over half the Elder Council, many ultimate and secret techniques cannot be passed on. In that moment, Zed's forehead twitched slightly. As a regular elder, known for his tough nature and having many backers, facing the Elder Chief and Vice Chief, Zhuerding and Ling, who the elders would support, was obvious. You think I'm a fool? Like I'd forget such a rule? If you don't agree, I'll only teach what I'm allowed to pass on alone. In that case, let's put it to a vote now. Any elder who wishes to pass an ultimate technique to the 12th knight, please raise your hand. Zhuerding's sharp voice was like a bucket of cold water. The room immediately fell silent. Seriously, these old guys, even for Zhuerding's sake, at least one of them should have raised a hand. Has Jean really done something so wrong? Daring to defy Elder Chief Lunkade. That should be commendable. Yet not a single hand went up. Even Tylot, the civil assembly head they had high hopes for, subtly avoided Zed's gaze. Heh. So that's how it is. Elder Zed. What a pity. You may now cease the transmission of the 12th style. Without Elder Council approval, you can only choose what techniques to pass on yourself. The Lunkade have 7 secret techniques, and 3 arcane. However, the arcane arts cannot be passed down by the Elder Council. As for the ultimate and secret techniques, 8 and 5 of them respectively, require majority approval to pass on. In other words, elders can only pass on the so-called lower tier, ultimate and secret techniques. Zed suppressed his inner rage and nodded. What a pity. Jean. But while Zed thought so, Jean believed this meeting with the elders yielded more than he had expected. After all, some of the duel techniques were based on spear techniques and the sword of the underworld. There was no need to learn them right away. On the contrary, discovering Zed of the Run Candle family as an ally was a pleasant surprise. He had been worried that, if even his uncle sided fully with Joshua, it would be extremely difficult to convince the council. Dealing with Uncle Zordon could wait. What was more concerning now was the head of the enforcement council, Niel Kano. What was this old woman's weakness? Niel Kano. As it happened, there was someone Jean knew well there. Chapter 269. Chapter 269. Chapter 86. The Unwelcome. Honest Disciple. Part 2. After Jean stepped down, everyone gathered around the Elder Chief dispersed. Zed naturally followed Jean out. He poked Jean in the ribs. Uncle Zed, the timing just now didn't allow it. Back in the intermediate class, how did you complete the Mamike mission? So it was magic. That magic back then. Where did you learn it from? Nurakin told you, didn't he? I had no choice. Just to survive. Sorry, you say it so lightly. Zed really wanted to see what was going on inside this reckless kid's mind. Jean. Yes, Uncle. What you did just now did feel great. But Elder Chief Zordon, he's not easy to deal with. He may seem like a petty and narrow-minded man, but he's actually cunning and resilient. I know. He went through the sequence war with my father and survived. That's true. Even if the patriarch went easy on him, since you know that, why bite like a mad dog? I was only following your teachings, Uncle. What? Back in the intermediate class, you taught me every day to fight. I've held on to those words. Provoking the Elder Chief was part of that. Zed was momentarily speechless. Even back then, he thought the kid had guts. But who would have thought he'd turn out to be this crazy? Even the young patriarch wasn't this wild in his youth. Just like back in the intermediate class, Jean once again sparked Zed's interest in an instant. Too much is as bad as too little. If he keeps going too far, I'll teach him. Teach him Jiayin from now on. Thank you. Uncle, I'll remember your kindness today. But the moment I sense you intend to betray me, I'll forget that kindness at once. That's no joke. Looks like even those who show me kindness, to some degree, still see me as a villain. A villain. or a prodigal son returning home. This is how Jean is being treated now. In Lungcade, Jean is facing exactly that. From the start, the only ones who sincerely welcomed Jean were Shilong and Luna. However, Shilong never revealed her feelings, and Luna had yet to publicly support Jean. At least Emma could be considered as someone who welcomed Jean, but she only wanted to use him to ensure her and the Tana brothers' safety, not out of true affection. Discrimination and prejudice, fighting these things, was a daily routine in her previous life. Besides, being treated as a villain now wasn't entirely without reason. As such, she found it easy to accept this reality. After being criticized, she was preparing to return to the room where Geely and Malakan were waiting. Young master, a middle-aged man with neatly slicked back hair, walked in and bowed his head to Jean. Jean glanced at his outfit briefly, then replied, "Congratulations, Petro, on becoming the chief steward. Thank you for your praise. Also, the Patriarch has called for a knight's meeting. I also want to congratulate you, young master. This is your first knight's meeting, right? Please head to the Patriarch's study. Just returned and already accepted Shilong's sword. Held the appointment ceremony. Met with the elders, and now another meeting." At this point, Jean felt his first day back had been quite busy. "Got it. I'm glad you returned safely. I hope I can be of more help to you. From now on, young, thank you for your wishes." At the source of the sword, when we first met, Jean felt that Petro's attitude was unsettling. Not because he sensed insincerity in Petro's words or actions, but simply from a bad feeling. Upon arriving at the study, the gazes of the waiting brothers all focused on Jean. As Jean scanned their rather neutral expressions, he noticed Luna's face was particularly grim. Could it be something happened to Luna? Why does Petro's enthusiasm feel so ominous? Petro belongs to Luna. Everyone's here. Take a seat. Yes, Patriarch. Jean sat at the far end. Without any explanation or preamble, Shilong spoke directly. "Starting today, I will once again head to the Black Sea, though I've returned many times in the past, for various reasons. This time, I intend not to return until I've achieved concrete results." The knights nodded gravely. No one dared ask what kind of results he was seeking in the Black Sea. Moreover, this time's Black Sea mission will include 1 knight and 3 black knights who will accompany me. So that's why Luna's expression was so gloomy. There was a reason after all. Jean deliberately avoided looking at Luna's sudden deployment. However, at a time like this, letting Shilong see how much he cares about Luna would be fatal. Shilong might interpret such subtle behavior as, "I can't do anything without Sister Luna." That's the implication. I've returned temporarily from the Black Sea several times. This shows that during this period, you knights have not met my expectations. Everyone must work harder. Apologies. Patriarch, apologies. As the knights all bowed their heads, Rosa stepped forward. "Since the number 1 knight is often away on missions, naturally your workloads increase. But today, the arrival of the new number 12 knight has filled some of the gap. Therefore, knights must not let down your guard. But there's no need to worry excessively either." Rosa's words both diminished Luna's authority and foreshadowed Jin's future. Her words hinted that the number 1 knight and the number 12 knight were of equal standing, while also indicating Luna's mission would gradually be handed over to Jean. "Looks like you want me dead." But for Jean, this was actually a good thing. Rather than intentionally not assigning him tasks, no matter how difficult the mission, he was willing to accept and complete it. Though there would be various obstacles and misunderstandings, as long as he didn't fail even once and completed every mission, eventually, everything would naturally tilt in Jin's favor. His mother and Joshua would surely use every despicable method to prevent that from happening. Looking back, Rosa's tactics were quite similar to Joshua's, no different in how they pressured Jean. However, even if the methods were the same, if the one using them was Rosa, Jean would need to be much more cautious, whether in intelligence or strength. She far surpassed Joshua. She substituted for Shilong, who resided in the Black Sea, in leading the Garden of Swords. In reality, she had controlled Runcandle for decades. As usual, in my absence, Rosa holds the highest command in the family. Your competition for rank may be important, but always remember, the current situation is not optimistic. For Shilong to personally bring up this dire state in such a comforting tone was surprising. This was clearly giving Rosa wings, while also delivering a message. In the world of knights, there are many things that Jean still doesn't know. Number 3 knight. Yes, Patriarch. Inside the Garden of Swords, how many Jeeper spies are there currently? We've confirmed 97 servant spies, 20 low-ranking Guardian Knights, 12 mid-ranking Guardian Knights, 5 high-ranking Guardian Knights, 15 senior stewards and clerks, 2 knights, 5 execution knights, 7 elders, and 1 black knight. In addition to that, at least 20 others are estimated to be capable of deadly espionage. Hearing Lundia's report, he nearly let out a sigh. What? Black Knight Sarah? Even having 2 knights and several execution knights is shocking, but confirming there's a Black Knight spy is even more so. What about our spies embedded in Jeeper? Among Jeeper's main household, 40 servants, 10 junior mages, 5 intermediate mages, 1 elder, and 1 mage from the Mage Tower. That's all. Jean instantly wondered whether this conversation was some kind of warning ritual, exaggerating the intel war to intimidate him. But Shilong Lunkade would never bother with such petty tricks. In that case, they must truly be using magic and artifacts to maintain a strict security system. Meanwhile, the Sword Court is like a toy in their crystal ball. Patriarch, these are all my illegitimate households. I've been in power for so long, and yet the enemy is still so rampant. Non-knight spies must be eliminated swift. I want the 12th knight to take this on as his first mission. Upon hearing that, only Jean and Joshua remained expressionless. The rest of the brothers, even if just for a second, couldn't hide the confusion in their hearts. They found the order too extreme. Some were secretly pleased, others concerned. What would happen if the eldest brother Malakan Lori used his guardian dragon's power to handle the mission instead? As always. So it was. Those spirit and magic secrets exist. Every time people thought Jean surely wouldn't survive, he always returned victorious. As a result, a superstitious belief began circulating among that Jean might actually succeed in assassinating a Black Knight. I leave the decision to you. Rosa lowered her head slightly. Shilong turned his gaze to Jean. Aside from that, he said nothing more to Jean. Unknowingly, Shilong's personal guidance and care for Jean had now ended. On the flip side, this also meant Shilong trusted Jean. The meeting is adjourned. First, second, third, fourth night order stays. The rest of you, wait for Rosa's instructions. The knights leaving the chamber each returned to their quarters. Outside, Blue River Bugo gave instructions to his steward, then left the corridor. Meow, and then glanced back at Jean with a mischievous smile, then turned and left. The Tana brothers seemed like they wanted to say something to Jean, but couldn't find the words, and wandered for a moment before leaving. Thud. Just as Jean watched the Tana brothers' backs. At that moment, one of the remaining brothers smacked Jean hard on the shoulder. Hey, kid. You actually came back in one piece. I'm impressed. Sister Melly, I'm telling you, the moment I saw you, I got this itchy feeling inside, like my hair was standing on end. Come on, we've got to go collect some money from those coward-hearted bastards, and I've got a bit of a headache. So how? Chat about everything that's been going on lately? Melly immediately frowned. What? What nonsense are you spouting? You think I waited this long just to have a drink with you? Come with. Let's have a match. Jean looked at her and smiled. No can do, sister. Chapter 270. Chapter 270. Chapter 87. Siblings. Part 1. Big Brother. As the Mirashon bright liquor was poured into the glass, Melly looked utterly devastated. As if she had just gone through a breakup. In truth, she was experiencing a similar emotional blow. No way. This can't be happening. I waited so long, only to be rejected like that. How is that possible? How am I supposed to accept this? Is it really that serious? Across from her, Dips shrugged. Melly immediately widened her eyes. Brother, you're being way too casual about this. I'm seriously devastated right now. After the night's meeting had ended, with only the first, second, third, and fourth night orders left, the two were drinking in Melly's room. What's there to be so shocked about? Father announcing his return to the Black Sea. Now that's what shocked Jean the most. The warriors of Husted, who hoped for Father's return, are going to be very disappointed. The knights will be busy from now on. They'll need to pacify them, as Dips said. Among the houses under Lunkade, especially those of medium size, placed great hopes on Shilong's return. Because of Jippel, after the events with the Holy Nation, the Cold War between Lunkade and Jippel was reaching its peak. Even in Karlm, where the source of the sword resides, those with enough strength might remain unaffected, but medium-sized powers and families are being suffocated by the pressure of the Cold War. Though officially labeled a Cold War, in reality, apart from the lack of media coverage, clashes with the Lutramo Magic Federation happen almost daily. These small and medium houses believed that Father's return would finally give them some breathing room. However, the news that Shilong would be leaving again right after returning to them was like a bolt from the blue. So, starting tomorrow, Lunkade's knights must sweat and toil, traveling across all of Husted to stand in for Shilong and ease the worries of the mid-tier powers, taking necessary measures, providing both material and emotional support. That is the knight's duty. Ark, you ungrateful jerk. How could you do this to me? Asterisk crack. Asterisk. Asterisk clink. Asterisk. Fuming, Melly clenched her fist and smashed to pieces of fine glass, crafted by Carano's artisans. Are you even listening to me? This is nothing new. It's an everyday occurrence. Naturally so. Is that more important than how I'm feeling right now? Alright then, let's talk business. Fine. Melly grabbed the bottle from Dip's hand and chugged it down. She hadn't felt this irritated in a very long time. Say, Melly, about the chief, HM. She arrived riding the Guardian, the Black Dragon Malakar. That means she's also Sodaret's contractor. Clearly, she's involved in the battle at the Western Sea, between the Secret Palace and Jippel. Oh, right, the Western Sea. It was a three-way battle between the Secret Palace chief, Jippel, and the Black Dragon. From my perspective, during the Western Sea battle, the chief protected the eldest brother. After that, he must have stayed in the Secret Palace, but Jippel won. So how could he have stayed there for a whole year? There must have been a deal. I believe this is what really happened. The true winner of the Western Sea battle was actually the secret palace. The chief, in order to declare her own defeat, spent the past year ensuring Jin's safety and reached an agreement with Jipple. Melly seemed amused and nodded in agreement. Oh, that does sound reasonable. Ever since Jin's identity was exposed during the Holy Nation incident, Jipple's prestige has been in steady decline. Their move to discriminate against only mocked themselves, yet they never launched a full-scale war. Even with a bounty of 100 million gold, they couldn't capture Jin. That was to be expected. Andre, the Six Wheels, Sword's death, and the Holy Nation incident. None were enough. They even lost to the secret palace. That should never have happened. Jipple would never want their already shaken reputation to fall any further, even if it meant giving up Jin. I've always been curious. I can understand that. But why did the chief care so much about the eldest brother? Do you remember? At the banquet, the eldest brother kissed the chief's daughter. Yeah, I remember. But so what? The secret palace and our family have very different atmospheres. The chief has only one daughter, more precious than life itself. After the banquet, it was discovered that the chief's daughter had never been interested in romance before. Jin was her first love. If Jin died, she would be heartbroken. That's why the chief helped her. That's all. If what you say is true, then the chief might already see Jin as a potential son-in-law. Exactly. And father's influence is behind this too. What? Don't you think? Father acknowledged the eldest brother way too easily. Too easily? You saw it yourself. He caught father's sword strike. Even so, Melly, father clearly knew her strength was enough to block that insight-infused strike. Knowing that, father still did it in front of everyone, on purpose. He let everyone naturally accept Jin. Melly's eyes widened. Dips continued confidently. In other words, father, like the chief, sees the marriage between the chief's daughter and Jin favorably. At a time like this, a political marriage alliance wouldn't hurt either Luncade or the secret palace. Marriage, huh? Indeed, letting Jin live and marry into the secret palace. Luncade would lose nothing. If Jipple decides to pursue accountability in the future, we can nominate the secret palace. Moreover, the issue of the family's legitimacy being undermined will also be resolved if Jin becomes a member of the secret palace. Also, even if we go to war with Jipple, the secret palace will side with Luncade. That's right. So he refused to duel me. For a reason. The master of the secret palace is protecting him for a year, so he can't act recklessly. But, brother, what is it? Mother said. Father plans to entrust Jin to the secret palace, but it seems like Mother intended to force Jin from the beginning. Mother's intentions, I don't quite understand either. If it would hurt our eldest brother even a little, maybe she just wants to get rid of her. After all, he can't oppose father's decisions openly. Dips shrugged. Then continued. My speculation could be wrong. In any case, we need to closely monitor the developments. After all this exhausting talk, I'm even more frustrated now. Sigh. This isn't what I should be worrying about. Worrying, not about what father and mother think, but how I can face him in battle as soon as possible. Because, brother, the topic drifted again. This topic again? Seriously, at this point. Dips couldn't help but raise his voice. Brother, hearing you talk like this now, you actually sound a bit smart. Give me some advice. Dips wanted to yell again, but sighed once more. Yeah. This is my sister, Melly. Simple-minded, loves to fight, and can't stand the fear of losing. Melly believes fighting the strong is the most worthwhile thing in life. Unlike our other brothers, she's not dark inside, nor blindly driven by jealousy. She doesn't drown in inferiority, nor lose herself in arrogance. What Dips likes most about her is exactly that. Sob. Yeah, you're seriously gross. So gross. But maybe there is a way. A way to fight the young master. Oh, what is it? What is it? Melly's eyes lit up, and she grabbed Dips by the collar. Such a gesture wasn't easy to take as affectionate. Let go of that first. There's no chives left. Go cut some fruit. Okay, I'll go cut it. But if anything goes wrong, your head's getting sliced too, brother. Shilong left the source of the sword on May 10th. He arrived with great fanfare, but when he left, because of his fate, no one saw him off. Instead, the knights silently left the outer realm of the source of the sword. Jin stood by the window too, watching until his father disappeared into the Saratai realm. Jin, Luna. She plans to tour all of Hughes Tet within the next month, encouraging her forces before heading to the Black Sea. Yes. Sister, there were so many things I originally wanted to do with you. I never expected it would turn out like this. While I'm away, how many more exciting things will happen to you? So much will happen to you. Now I can't even give you the pendant. Sister, you really are something else. In your eyes, am I still that weak? No, but it's obvious Mother is hostile toward you. The elders won't easily grant you the right to duel, either, and I'm leaving soon. It really weighs on my heart. I don't know what you think of me, sister, but ever since I became a knight, everything has been better than I feared. Is that so? In fact, being thrown into the dungeon right after returning wouldn't have been surprising. However, before I left, Father gave me a chance. Mother seems to have lowered her guard for now. Lowered her guard? It seems she wants to fight me head on. If it were me, the moment I returned to the family, if I disagreed with Father's decision, I'd also insist on having me killed. It's not like it's without reason, undermining the patriarch's authority in front of everyone. In some ways, it damages the family more than betrayal. In your opinion, sister, which is more dangerous for Joshua's Lunkade? Father's authority being undermined once, or my growing influence within the family? Not Lunkade as it is now, but Joshua's Lunkade. Luna quickly reached a conclusion. The latter. Exactly. Mother made a mistake from the start. She missed the best opportunity. Just like Joshua. For a moment, Luna's neck broke out in goosebumps. As usual, Jean was never the one to worry about. Rather, it was making sure Jean wouldn't worry about them. Sister heading to the Black Sea is also a good thing for me. Father and the former Black Knights. What mission were they carrying out there? Father's Lunkade. Why was he so obsessed with the Black Sea? Please make sure to uncover the truth this time. The Black Sea. Shilong's obsession with that land. Even Luna, the chief knight, doesn't know why. He claimed it was for training, but that was clearly only half true. Understood. It's the first time father has taken someone who isn't a comrade to the Black Sea. You must bring back an answer that satisfies you. But first, stay up drinking with me tonight. Tell me stories from the outside. Sister, go on. Brother, only today can we talk this casually. It might be even more of a regret for me than for you. That guy, during the appointment ceremony, actually held his sword that high. Such childish showing off. Now even you have to take me seriously. Huh. You're right, but I'm curious. When will you be able to win everyone's respect? With just your sword, like I did? It won't be long. The siblings drank through the night. Chapter 271. Chapter 271. Chapter 87. Siblings. Part 2. The next day, Lona and a few knights left the source of the sword to encourage the Huaixia family. Jean, though reluctant to part from everyone, but the siblings blessed each other with peace and the Holy Spirit, feeling the bond of brotherhood behind them. This morning, Chief Steward Petro came to see Jean. Chief Steward Petro officially greeted the 12th Knight. From today on, I will serve you exclusively. I will not disappoint you. He was clearly sent by Luna. Obviously, the other knights and their stewards will reject him. Luna did this to make it easier for Jean to obtain information within the clan. I'm counting on you. Petro, just call me young master from now on. Yes, young master. Oh, so this guy is your exclusive steward, Lon. After Murakan turned back into human form, Petro bowed. Murakan sized Petro up and down. Lord Murakan, do you have any orders? From now on, you're mine exclusively. What? Petro wore specialized glasses. Listen up, exclusive one. You'll serve this little guy and obey me too. Understood. Of course, Lord Murakan. That black cat Jean used to see during his apprenticeship. Petro had now seen him transform into a human with his own eyes. Still hard to believe. Alright, not bad. Come here. Petro cautiously leaned his ear toward Murakan. Murakan whispered a few words into his ear. Petro first doubted his ears, then nodded. Understood. I understand. What did he say? Kids don't need to know. Petro, if this black dragon asks anything excessive, tell me. I'll handle it. Young master, just now Lord Murakan instructed. Exclusive. Murakan roared. Jilly chuckled quietly. Jean shook his head, but didn't tell Petro to disregard the command. After all, it was his guardian dragon's precious hobby. Of course, Murakan glared at Petro with clenched teeth. Petro, go investigate how my fellow apprentices are doing. The young master's group has been tracking their status before your return. Out of the 10 apprentices, 1 has already become a guardian knight. 2 are taking their final exams. The remaining 7 are training as senior apprentices. Oh, 1 already became a guardian knight? Must be Mesa or Mercano. Jean thought the leader of the young master's group, Mesa, would naturally be the first to be knighted. But Petro's answer was unexpected. It wasn't Mesa. Mercano and Scott Lyman are taking their final exams. Bellup Schmitz. He somehow ended up performing best. Bellup Schmitz. In his previous life, his timid nature got him expelled from the Sword Garden. Later, he joined Golan and became a Beemit Light Guard. At that time, Bellup turned into a killing puppet, committing various atrocities. He eventually ended his life by suicide, leaving behind a letter repenting for all the bloodshed. Bellup, to think it was him. That same Bellup has now become a proper guardian knight of Runcandle. It's both joyful and proud. Well, he's been dispatched to the snowy mountains of southeastern Mytel Kingdom. Mission duration indefinite. Acting solo. His task is to eliminate mountain bandits. Jean frowned, showing displeasure. The snowy southeastern Mytel region, so cold that it's nearly uninhabited. In that vast expanse of land, there's only a village with less than 100 households, so there are neither bandits nor thieves. Being assigned to eliminate bandits in such a remote place, right after becoming a guardian knight, Bellup is already being suppressed, just because he's part of Jin's faction. What's more, due to this mission, Bellup still doesn't know Jean has returned. All the other faction apprentices lined up to welcome Jean on his return. I see. Should we raise Bellup's reassignment issue at the next night's meeting? No, let's wait. Otherwise, once he comes back, he'll face unnecessary gossip. He should return with merit earned. But there are no bandits there. Even if there are, eliminating bandits was never a guardian knight's duty. That's enough reason. Chief Steward Petro. Yes, young master. Petro's expression shifted, and he bowed his head. We must deliver results that exceed imagination every single time, not just achieve excellence once in a while. We have to catch our enemies off guard, every time. Otherwise, no one will recognize us. Nothing we do can be mediocre. Even the smallest flaw will be seen as a fatal stain, and outstanding results will be dismissed as trivial achievements. Our enemies are always prepared to treat Jean and his people that way, but Jean is ready to earn their recognition, and make them kneel and remember it well. In the night review documents, is there a compiled list of class 1 fugitives and above? Yes. I'll bring it right away. Petro quickly went to fetch the documents. Jean glanced through them, selecting about 5 fugitives from the list. Flock, the renegade knight of Vankella. Jack, the mad dog of Baimansip. Panta, assault captain of the Chitta clan from Glow. Looks like they're still active. As Jean read their names and faces, he smiled. He was reminded of his time as a trainee knight in Samir with Danding and Belotten. Villains are everywhere. Wongmin of Mammoth. Jack, the mad dog of Baimansip. Remnants of the Dark Council in Glow. Flock, the renegade knight of Vankella. Panta, assault captain of the Chitta clan. The 3 of us set off on an adventure to wipe out those. Just thinking about it now makes my heart race. Those guys, maybe by taking on this mission, they'll be excited too. Danding, I hope you've been alright lately. Belotten, I'm a little worried about that guy. I really want to contact the 2 of them right away. However, as soon as I entered Jiantiyuan, I was surrounded by hostile princes. There's no way to contact them until we meet naturally. I can't reach out. Take my list of fugitives. Go to Taikan Free City. There, tell my friends Kazan and Yulia to pick 2 targets they can track. Then lure them toward the snowy mountains in southeastern Mitre. Understood. During the fugitive capture process, there must be no civilian casualties, and the fugitives themselves must not be injured either, nor can Belup or anyone else find out about the operation. The ball must appear to be fully in Belup's hands. I'll deliver the message clearly, but Belup, he only just became a guardian knight. Can he really handle such villains? If he were capable of that level of high difficulty pursuit, those guys would have been captured long ago. They wouldn't still be at large. Petro didn't say that out loud, because from Jean, he felt a strange sense of authority. It was the same presence he often felt when escorting Lady Luna, an aura that demanded respect. But what came from Jean felt different. A power he couldn't describe. A power that would surely come true. Just like Shilong. Just like Luncade's words. Of course. He still wasn't comparable to Shilong. Not yet. But Petro had a gut feeling that Jean carried that same kind of aura. Starting today, throughout all of Husted, reporters will be publishing stories about me, and the ones from media you control must all go through Dino Jagle for final review. Understood. I'll inform Dino. What should we pay attention to? Emphasize the fact that I'm Soderets and Ty's contract. And just use simpler and clearer language than other media outlets. Remove all content related to family traditions. Make it so that even children can understand, but don't oversimplify it. In other words, Jean wants to publicize the fact that he possesses the demon sword Sarah in plain terms. Also, starting next week, envoys from various factions will arrive to offer their congratulations. Pay special attention to those who express goodwill toward me. The Holy King will personally visit. Be sure to receive him properly. Since Lonnie's ascension to the throne, the Holy Nation has remained closed off from the world. However, now that Jean, benefactor of the Holy Nation, has officially become a knight, the Holy King is bound to appear in person. The current Holy King leaving the nation is completely unprecedented. It'll be a historic moment. It's fitting to form an honor guard made up of senior guardian knights, but right now, there are no senior guardian knights at the young master's side. Jean gave Petro some time to think, with all due respect, in order not to let other knights steal the honor of escorting the Holy King. Forming a welcoming team of survivors from Cologne would be ideal, considering that the Holy King's entourage may include survivors of biological alchemy experiments. This would feel harmonious. Jean nodded in satisfaction. That was exactly the answer he wanted. Good. Let's go with that. Jean. Petro bowed once more. Lastly, my sword, Bradamanti. Who has it now? Bradamanti was sent directly to the Second Knight Order's armory after being retrieved from the Frost clan. That was to be expected. No need to be angry. Besides, Jean has already scattered. Who knows how long it will take? You mean to retrieve Bradamanti? Petro spoke in a heavy tone, for he could think of no way to recover Bradamanti. No, big sis Melly showed up with Bradamanti right in front of me. Just as Petro was about to respond, asterisk thud 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 asterisk. Rapid footsteps echoed down the corridor. Asterisk click, bang, asterisk. Then, the owner of the footsteps forcefully pushed open their door. Jean's eyes burned with determination. It was an uninvited guest, looking at his third sister. He nearly burst out laughing. Big sis. Her hair was a mess, her body covered in wounds. And yet, on her waist hung not only her own sword, but also Bradamanti. Sister, why are you here? Boy. This time, you have no choice. This sword, Bradamanti, want it back. Then come with me. I'll give it to you. If you can satisfy me. Jean was so happy inside. He could almost dance. Chapter 272. Chapter 272. Chapter 87. Siblings. Part 3. If I bring sister's sword, Bradamanti, she'll definitely fight me. Bradamanti. Isn't it currently in Brother Joshua's armory? That's why. Listen carefully to what I said. What did I just say? Because of father's situation, the nights will be busy. Starting tomorrow, for a while, big sister can't go to Sword Garden, and you might stay here. Oh, in that case, even if we raid the armory now, it shouldn't be a problem for now. Not for now. Probably, but when she returns, she'll definitely explode. We'll deal with that later. In that case, once Brother Joshua leaves, I'll go find it. Cutting fruit does pay off. Clean up after yourself. Don't worry. If mother tries to kill me, help me out, okay? I trust only you, brother. Well, see you. I'm off. What? Hey, Melly, that girl. Didn't even hear the last part. Melly would do anything. Just to fight strong opponents. Even in broad daylight, she raided the former head's armory. Right after Joshua left Sword Garden, without any warning, she stormed into the armory of her private estate. Get lost. If you don't want to die, get far away. Then she subdued the disobedient guardian knights of Joshua and successfully seized Bradamanti. In the process, over a dozen of Joshua's guardian knights were severely injured. Melly herself was also wounded in many places. For the guardian knights guarding the armory, this was a bolt from the blue. But the truth is, with Jin's return, something like this was bound to happen. Jin had planned all along to use Melly to reclaim Bradamanti. He just didn't expect it to happen so fast. Seriously, Melly is truly no ordinary woman. By the way, what's in that bundle you're carrying? Looks heavy. Jin's gaze shifted to the huge, mysterious bundle on Melly's back. With her thumb, Melly pointed at Bradamanti on her waist. Still refusing? I never said you could eat the phoenix heart for free. A birthday gift is usually free, isn't it? Giving and receiving makes it meaningful, sister. Actually, the reason I didn't fight you was because I didn't want too much attention right after arriving. What? Wait, that, hard to explain. The veins on Melly's neck bulged visibly. So you're saying, you're insulting me now? Our big sister, Uncle Zed, often reminds me, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Asterisk thump, 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 thump asterisk. In the corridor outside, there's chaos again. They found the 7th knight. We must bring him back. 7th knight. Enough. Hand over the sword, please. The sword fiend. He's already caught up. Stop right there, or I'll cut you down. Jin didn't expect things to escalate this far. He had anticipated that Melly would bring Bradamanti, but he didn't expect the guardian knights would also come chasing after them. Now's not the time to play around. Jin infused mana into the crimson orb. Asterisk thump, thump, thump asterisk. Hey you. Suddenly summoned Shuli. Melly's eyes widened in surprise. Let's go first, sister. Jin climbed onto Shuli's back and reached out to Melly. When Melly grabbed his hand, Jin could feel the weight she carried was heavier than expected. At the same time, Jili and Petro quickly opened the largest window so that Shuli could go out through it comfortably. So, the moment Jili and Petro opened the window, Jin felt a little awkward due to her size. Shuli crashed into the window and fell to the floor. Meow. Jin tried to hide his embarrassment. Please forget what you just saw. That was not a pretty sight. I'll guide the way. Follow my directions. Got it. Following Melly's pointing finger, Shuli began navigating through the sword source. Joshua's guardian knights barely held back, the curses rising to their throats as they tried to follow. Are these guys insane? Didn't they see me? This is Muraken's room. If you come in, you're all dead meat. Muraken blocked the guardian knights trying to enter the room. For a moment, Joshua's guardian knights didn't know how to react. Everything they learned never covered this scenario. Is the rank of the 12 knights lower than this black dragon? But the black dragon is the guardian of the 12 knights. No, wait. Should we follow this black dragon or chase after the 7th knight and the 12th knight? While the guardian knights hesitated in confusion, Muraken's expression grew even more vicious. These punks really don't know their place. Your master, that guy Timar, even he wouldn't dare trespass on my territory. Though time passes mercilessly, this body, in Run Candle, I will leave. Lord Muraken. Even though a guardian knight said that, Muraken's mood had already worsened completely. No. Letting you go just like that would wound my pride in a way that can never be washed away. From the beginning, the way you looked at me wasn't respectful enough. Stand down. All of you. Turn around and pursue. At that moment, in Muraken's eyes, a dark energy gathered. At the same time, black scales grew on his arms and face. Wings also emerged from his back. Stop. To display the aura of he only allowed part of his body to transform. The guardian knights, turning away, froze like stone. In fact, 1,000 years ago, ordinary guardian knights wouldn't even dare meet Muraken's gaze. In the era when Timar was still alive, everyone in Run Candle had deep respect for Muraken. Can you still keep your knees straight? At Muraken's next words, the guardian knights all dropped to their knees. Jili and Petro were shocked by the scene, but fortunately, they kept their expressions steady. Although from Muraken, an extraordinary and vast aura was clearly emanating. The knights did not kneel out of fear, because they had just realized they had made a grave mistake against one who had once been the guardian god of their clan. The guardian god, the great black dragon, the servants of Run Candle, had committed a grave sin. Whatever punishment comes, we will accept it willingly. Mirakin gazed at them for a long time, then replied, fine. Since you want accountability, then bring Rosa Run Candle here. The Guardian Knights could say for certain, since Joshua became a knight, they had never met anyone this difficult. The place Jean and Melly arrived at was a plain outside Karen City. This vast open field had been personally designated by Melly as her domain after becoming a knight. It served only one purpose, dueling. Whenever a worthy opponent appeared, Melly would bring them here, until one of them fell. This year, Jean was the first one. It was also her first time coming here. Huff, huff. Melly casually swung her sword to warm up. Jean, meanwhile, carefully observed the traces of blood, organs, and sword marks on the plain. He'd heard that over 100 strong opponents had fallen here by Sister Melly's sword. Indeed, many fierce battles had taken place here. At a glance, numerous stunning sword marks could be seen. Melly took Bradamante off her waist, and then, with all her strength, pointed it toward the far end of the plain. Anyway, even if it was planted nearby, it would just be pulled out and flung away during the fight. Ah, finally, I get to face you properly, right here. I can fight my sister without holding back. Ever since Jean first met her at the source of the sword, he's been provoking her for 2 straight days. As usual, the reason for his provocation was clear, to make it easier to defeat her. Late stage 8-star, or early stage 9-star, not to be underestimated. In the 4 years as a trainee knight, it wasn't just Jean who grew stronger. Melly and the other knights also made significant progress, and Melly even mastered a deadly technique. Sister probably won't use that kind of skill, right? What a pity. Even though I tried to provoke her, she seems to have regained her composure. The flustered expression she had earlier completely vanished. Melly calmly looked at Jean. Big sister, yes, you've already died at least 30 times. That's a strange thing to say. Why would you say that? Melly then pulled a short blade from her sleeve and showed it to her. When I sat behind you, riding that cat, if I had just been a little more ruthless, this blade would have explored every part of your body. I just didn't want our reunion to be so boring. Watching her third sister speak so smugly, Jean, for a moment, didn't respond. Melly, Lunkade, Hughes Tet, the most notorious battle maniac. She's often misunderstood. People think she always seeks honorable and fair duels, but that's not the truth. Melly will do anything to win. Though not skilled at scheming, when it comes to poisons, hidden weapons, or sneak attacks, she never hesitates. In that sense, the fact that Melly held back against Jean was true. To be precise, only half of it was true. That's why I said, you're talking nonsense. You think I wouldn't consider that? All this time, Jean had been watching Melly's short blade. It was the kind of danger that sent cold sweat down your spine. Melly was very pleased with Jean's response. It seemed to bring her immense satisfaction. Feels so rewarding. If those Tana guys talked like you, I'd have smashed their jaws already. As expected, you're very... Doesn't sound like you're bluffing. Thank you. Let's take it slow then. Location. Almost forgot. Melly placed a bag she had prepared onto the ground. Thud. When she opened the bag, even Jean had to believe his eyes. She's insane. Those things. They're magic bombs and top-grade lethal swords. The bag was full of blue stones the size of fists. Each one contained the power of a 7-star level attack spell. Without hesitation, Melly began setting the bombs. They all spilled onto the ground. Rolling bombs quickly filled the gap between the siblings. Though they had safety mechanisms, minor impacts wouldn't trigger them, but during their battle, the shockwaves generated would render those mechanisms meaningless. A long-awaited battle. The stage couldn't be too boring. Last night, I kept thinking about how to make this duel more satisfying. Come on. Location. Page 273. Page 273. Page 87. The mana bombs thrown by Melly rolled far away. From the outside, they looked like small blue marbles, but any one of them could instantly kill dozens of ordinary people. How many are there? She actually said she forgot. About 200 maybe. There probably aren't many people in the world who would dare to duel in a field covered with such dangerous objects. What was once a wide clearing had now become a dance floor of death. Are you scared? You've come this far. Don't let me down now. So, when Jean drew Sigmund, Melly revealed a cold smirk. No matter how high or low your status, seeing that moment would send chills down your spine. Luckily, Jean managed to show a startled expression. That's right. That's how it should be. As Melly slowly gathered her power, her slightly fluffy short hair fluttered in the wind. Her eyes sparkled with light, as if staring at a beloved one, but filled with an out-of-place fighting spirit and bloodlust. Melly wasn't the strongest in the Run Candle clan. However, when it came to battle and victory itself, she was undoubtedly the one who adored and enjoyed it the most. Are you letting me take the first move? Of course. Really? Didn't I say so? Then I'll gladly accept. As Jean gripped his sword and took his stance, Melly felt a sense, as if she were about to soar. This moment, how many years had she waited for it? Their father had once said, that was quite a formidable aura. Indeed. Extraordinary. This thrill, this excitement, this power. Brother. Today one of us is ending up in the hospital. While Melly kept her excitement in check, Jean calmly prepared to attack. Her movements were extremely slow. If Melly hadn't let him go first, he would never have tried such a slow strike, though not like Luna. Both Jean and Melly possessed bodies strong enough to be called elite. However, in a field of mana bombs like this, to fight a duel, hoping to stay unharmed was impossible. It's best to finish in one blow. I don't want to. Meet the doctor again just after arriving. Jean was preparing to unleash the first form of the spirit sword, Battle Soul. Over the past year, Jean had been training soul severance every day in Lava Rosa. Of course, there was still a long way to go before he could cut through someone's soul directly. However, during that training, Jean had made progress with soul severance. He no longer needed to chant the cutting incantation like before, and could now use it in actual combat, at will, and with even sharper precision. Of course, if given enough time to chant the spell and align his energy, he could even pose a threat to supernatural dancers like Luna or Vanessa. That's how strong it could be. Therefore, assuming Melly completely gave him the first move, Jean was confident he could end it with one strike and pierce through her completely. Ugh. Sigmund's pale gradually turned black with spiritual energy, but compared to the thrill he felt the first time he drew the sword, this time felt rather dull. No, not just dull, but too faint. He could barely feel anything. 5 seconds passed quietly. Melly still didn't seem to sense any danger. 10 more seconds passed. She nearly lost it. She wanted to shout, "What the hell are you doing? Huh?" No, it was her warrior's instinct kicking in. Melly immediately realized the spiritual energy building in Sigmund was dangerous. What a strange sword. It gave off no pressure at all, but suddenly her hair stood on end. Melly's instincts had never been wrong. That feeling told her a few more seconds, and she might be taken down in one blow. Melly suddenly closed the distance with Jean. In the blink of an eye, she was in front of him and slashed with her sword. But Jean had to cancel his prepared strike and block her attack. Sis, didn't you say I could take the first move? You don't get it. Should I spell it out? You heartless brat. Whatever you were trying to do, clearly it was a technique even I, your sister, couldn't handle. You got it wrong. I haven't even learned Final Battle Prayer yet. There's no way I have such a technique. In any case, I won't accept a technique that can't be used in real combat. With a sparkle in her eyes, Melly resumed her relentless attacks. Unpredictable and destructive sword techniques shook Jin's field of vision. Damn, not good. She shouldn't have been able to sense the intensity of spiritual energy. Could she have sensed it through instinct? Right now, Jin's spiritual energy had already reached 7 stars. His spiritual power was beyond normal arcana, or the power of about 2 stars higher in mana. In other words, Jin can unleash the power of 9 stars with pure spiritual energy alone. However, the advantage of spiritual energy doesn't stop there. Unlike regular aura, refined spiritual energy has extremely low presence. No matter how powerful it is, it's weightless like a shadow. Even so, Melly still sensed the tremendous power behind this invisible force. Jean had to revise his plan. No, it's actually you, sis, who's being unreasonable. This isn't a duel to the death. What's with all these bombs everywhere? Seriously? Haven't you heard my old nickname? The Mad Woman of the Southern Continent. Melly the Hornet. That suits you better. Indeed, Mad Woman fits you better. Jean swallowed his words, adjusting his stance. Luckily, he was prepared. No loss of control over his spiritual energy occurred. Die. Eat this. Melly formally released her sword aura. Jean immediately retreated, focusing on defense. The mana bombs made him uneasy. If the sword aura isn't completely neutralized, the bombs will detonate. Once one explodes, a terrifying chain reaction will follow. Melly laughed heartily. In the void, arcane lights from both clashed repeatedly. The shockwaves only caused more bombs to scatter around. The constant threat of unexpected explosions made Jean feel increasingly tense. Melly truly deserved the title of Madwoman. Jean formed a defensive shield with arcane energy. Meanwhile, Melly ignored the bombs completely, launching aggressive attacks, as if hoping they would explode sooner. Could it be that Sister Melly is also extremely tough? Like Sister Luna? Just like Luna, who even after erosion training, could Melly also withstand top-level lethal mana bombs barehanded, suffering only minor scratches? Nice block, kid. Take this. Swish. Whap. Soon after, Melly's sword started moving like a whip, swinging with agility. Her beloved sword, Viper, looked like an ordinary longsword, but once infused with arcane power, chains inside the blade unlocked, turning it into a chainsword. The straight flying blade suddenly extended, curving midair. This made things very tricky for Jean. Whenever Jean dodged or countered, the chainsword struck the ground naturally, scattering dirt and stones. The bombs trembled, as if ready to go off any second. An explosion was inevitable. Crack. At that moment, a bomb under his foot began to crack. Everything felt like slow motion. Damn it. Jean swallowed a sigh, gathering arcane energy. Due to the side effects of a failed soul separation, she can't release her spiritual energy. If she had the blacklight armor, things might be a bit easier. However, the blacklight armor is in Laferlosha, undergoing refinement. She can only rely on arcane shields and Muta's runes to defend. Either way, after the bomb explodes, Sister Melly will also take considerable damage. Recover first, then counterattack. Jean's eyes widened sharp. She saw what Melly was hiding beneath her coat. A silver, peerless, legendary armor. The luminous armor, created alongside the blacklight armor. This treasure was also one of the masterpieces of the famous concubine warrior guild. Meow. Even Melly wore an exaggeratedly smug expression. Her tongue was even sticking out. From the very beginning, she had no intention of fighting Jean fairly. The magic bomb wasn't just for thrills. Provocation isn't something you can do alone, kid. Melly smiled. Jean clenched her teeth. Psychologically, she was on the back foot. She'd been reverse taunted. It had been a long time since that happened. She didn't expect Sister Melly to treat her like this. In other words, Jean let her guard down, accompanied by a deafening boom. A chain of explosions began. As expected, worthy of its title as a top-tier killing weapon, the magic bomb prepared by Melly was not only devastatingly powerful, it was filled with sharp metal fragments, just like greenstone. Greenstone was at least meant for training use. Its power was controlled, but not the magic bomb. With the explosion, metal shards flew toward Jean, unstoppable like a storm. Fragments that pierced through the shield, stabbed into her entire body. If not for her blessed body, she would have been torn to shreds. Not only that, she had to block Melly's renewed assault. Thanks to her armor, Melly only needed to guard fewer spots, so she could move more freely. Of course, armor isn't omnipotent. Her body, too, was riddled with fragments, big and small, embedded all over, accompanied by unbearable headaches. Even so, Melly had resolved to sacrifice flesh for victory. Her opponent was at a disadvantage. There's no way this would end so easily for you, but a serious injury is inevitable. From here on, I'll defeat you completely. Step by step, swish, swish. Amidst the explosion, the left chain blade still held its power, charging fiercely at its target. Though her vision was blurry, unable to pinpoint the weak spots, Melly could still feel, every time, the pleasure of her blade slicing flesh. At her fingertips, the explosion raged on for 3 full minutes. Even ordinary people, even average dancers, would have been incinerated. In such a prolonged, powerful blast, Melly panted heavily, waiting for the dust to settle, eager to see her elder sister's disfigured face. Soon, her vision cleared up a little, only to see Jean kneeling on one knee, frozen like a statue, her whole body drenched in blood dripping from her mouth as well. Are you okay? Was that too much? If you feel like you're dying. But Melly isn't the type to say things like that. She immediately relocked the chain blade, injecting fresh arcane energy into it. Until her opponent is completely defeated, she can't let her guard down. Hearing Jean's voice, Melly's pupils flickered again. That's right. My turn. Can I keep going? Jean slowly lifted her head and continued. Not to kill you, siblings. 5. Her head and chest felt like they were boiling with magma, blood rushing violently. She clenched her teeth until her jaw went numb, not because of the pain from explosions or metal shards, but from the sudden rage she felt toward Melly. Pa! She spat out a mouthful of blood, ripped away the scorched, tattered clothing stuck to her body. Her skin was red and burned. The pain was sharp, but compared to the metal shards embedded deep in her muscles, this pain was nothing. Some bones even felt a little loose, but thanks to her blessed body and Lung-Cade bloodline, her organs remained intact. Jean thought to herself. Jean wanted to kill her third sister. Did Melly know what she was thinking? She brushed her messy hair with her hand and showed a naive smile. You want to kill me? A nod. Such lovely words. Where'd you learn them? Come on then. Come on. Melly was thrilled by the intense killing intent from Jean. For some reason, she thought of something Yona might say, but Melly had never hidden her true thoughts from Jean. Aside from the phoenix heart she gave her, Jean didn't owe her much else. Now, her debt was almost fully repaid. Let me ask one question. What is it? Judging by your reaction, you're quite slow. I'll give you a chance to hand over Bradamani now. How about it? Melly immediately dropped her cheerful expression and turned serious. No can do. Satisfied. Far from it. I see. Then consider the debt repaid. I'm also curious. Are you truly insane? Or just playing the fool? If it's the latter, begging for mercy later won't help. Fine. Sigmund surged. With youthful lightning, Melly was pulling metal shards from her body. When she saw the power Jean was unleashing, she nearly faltered. Even though she had only just learned yesterday that Jean was Soderet's contractor, but the incident during the Holy Nation crisis, where she used unknown lightning, had already been reported. Therefore, what Melly really wanted to know was the power of that lightning. Before Bamer's identity was revealed, both Jippel and Bamonte were very curious about how powerful that lightning truly was. Let me see it. So, before the words even fell, a bolt of lightning struck above Melly's head. The Netherlord's sword faced the thunder, just like the Zero Sword, a sword technique honed daily in La Ferlocia. The lightning was also fiercer than before. Crashing down, a crater formed where the lightning struck. Melly instinctively dodged. This wasn't a duel to the death, but a spar between two people. The first to use underhanded tactics was Melly, which happened to be Jean's specialty. Crackle, boom. Melly dodged and deflected the stubborn lightning bolts, ready to close in on Jean again. Big sis, are you planning to fight from afar? If it were me, even injured like this, I'd still control lightning like that, and go for the strategy. Keep attacking relentlessly, and wait for me to expose a flaw, then unleash sword energy. But Melly overlooked one factor. Jean isn't just a dancer of lightning. He's also a magic swordsman. What's going on? Why did he suddenly close in? Does he have confidence in melee too? Or is controlling lightning too exhausting? Ever since Jean left the Reserve Knight Corps, his enemies usually realized, after experiencing his magic, that his spells were the lost techniques of a grand mage. The lost light-filled magic. Flash cannon. Boom. A sudden burst of light from Jean's palm made Melly cry out reflexively. My eyes. I think I'm blind. That's right. This guy. He's a magic swordsman. Even so. In the instant the flash cannon burst, he reflexively shielded his eyes. Back in La Ferlocia, he didn't just train with the Spirit Sword and Netherlord Sword. He also endured countless brutal magical training sessions. Now his magic level has reached late 8-star rank. As a result, the flash cannon's power is nearing the level once wielded by Lermis at his peak. Unless a sword and defenses are set up, no one can withstand it. A genius among geniuses has returned. After countless trials and endless opportunities, a Jean like this, how could he possibly lose to Melly? So, of course, Jean didn't miss Melly's moment of distraction. He immediately shifted momentum, lightning as his suppression, and thrust toward her neck. This guy Jean, he really wants to kill me. The blade grazed Melly's neck, and only then did she realize his words weren't empty threats. Of course, even so, for Melly, it felt no different from winning the lottery she bought years ago. Jean's low kick this time struck Melly's thigh. Her body staggered again, losing her balance once more. And Jean once again, like thunder, pressed the attack. Though struck by lightning, let out a scream. But Melly is also a run-candle knight. She struck Sigmund's side with her fist and rammed her head into Jin's. Her bald head collided with the runes of the wooden tower. The tower's runes can easily deflect a 7-star knight strike, a sacred artifact. Yet surprisingly, Jean could still feel a shockwave inside his helmet, ringing in his ears. Insane. What kind of headbutt was that? If it had been a regular bald head, Jean would have taken much more damage. However, that wasn't all. Even though she trained with the sword, she deliberately used her fist on Sigmund and headbutt Jean, just to set up a more effective strike. Swish, slash. The rebounding training sword sliced across Jin's chest. At the same time, Melly's wrist was also cut, almost dropping her sword. If one were to explain this bloody battle as a sibling duel, after 4 years apart, with no hatred or emotion involved, people would still be stunned. But if you added one more thing, that they are run-candle knights, then some might nod in understanding. This is the true face of sequence war, that the ancestors after time are expected. Prepare to die. Melly glared fiercely and roared loudly, though covered in wounds. Her sword grew even sharper. Jean wasn't backing down either, swinging Sigmund. When Melly swung her sword, blades of energy flew. When Jean swung his, lightning sparked. Offense and defense were evenly matched. In a single second, Sigmund and Viper clashed several times, but neither side landed a successful hit first. One slashed, the other countered instantly. Whoever reached their focus limit first would fall with serious injury. This is becoming a true ice trap, my dear sister. Of course, both sides still had hidden weapons. Melly hadn't used her ultimate combat skill, and Jean hadn't used his divine head technique. If he used that technique, his sister could really die, and he himself might lose to her ultimate move. Run Candle's ultimate techniques, with their terrifying power, could lead to such outcomes. However, what mattered most was that Jin's hand still had more cards to play. During this training, he learned parts from the Sword King and from his comrades. He learned directly the underworld sword technique. He also hadn't used magic. Should he go all out? Did he really want to kill Melly? Maybe not. It's just that their way of expression was too intense, so full of rage it almost seemed murderous. But that was the reality. In truth, Melly was simply acknowledging Jean. From the moment Jean returned to the source of the sword yesterday, Melly had already acknowledged him. Jean is someone you can't underestimate, even when going all out. Therefore, in order to fight Jean, she wanted to win easily for the first time, and use that as an excuse to fight again next time. It wasn't really urgent, but with her simple mind she thought it over all night, and eventually came up with a clever plan. For example, Melly has never looked down on or hated Jean. She simply wanted, as an equal swordsman, an equal warrior, an equal opponent, to enjoy the battle. Of course, this was not like the deep, warm love of Luna or Yona. Jean felt the same, so this wasn't a matter worth arguing over. Killing his sister just because of a bad mood would be foolish. He should turn her to his side to prepare for the war with their mother. When Jean made that decision, Melly was thinking the same thing, although she was itching to unleash her ultimate move and settle things once and for all, ending this awkwardness in one blow. That would just be crazy, and such a waste. Their swords came to a temporary halt. Hey, my little sister. Although Jean hasn't yet, Melly has already developed affection for her sister. That's why she preferred saying, my little sister, rather than using terms like old hag. What is it? I'll return Bradamani to you, but you have to promise me one thing. Another condition? Didn't you say you'd give it if you were satisfied? You're right. I am satisfied, but I want the satisfaction to last a little longer, so let's slightly change the terms. It won't be a bad deal for you either. Just hear me out. Fine. Go ahead. After trading a few blows, I realized if we really want a winner, one of us would have to die, but we have no reason to kill each other. No reason, sure, but a valid justification. This is part of the succession war. Yeah. There's public resentment, but no hatred. So after you get Bradamante back, let's fight like this every day, until one side completely dominates the other. Then we'll have a true winner. Right? Did our family ever have such times? A real fight should end with death. And who was the one shouting, "Die?" just now? Who threw bombs? That was my bad. I only said that because I like you. But I admit, it's easy to misunderstand. That "die" was out of excitement. How should I explain? So you can understand? Why are you even asking me that? Because I'm upset. I don't want it to end in just one round. Sis, don't you enjoy fighting me? She didn't hate it. To turn someone to your side. Either make them submit, or give them what they... However, fighting like this every day would be troublesome for her. Alright then, let's do it this way. Say it. Quick. First, we can't fight every day. You can only fight me when I feel like it. Also, each fight, we use fainting as the victory condition. Whoever collapses first loses. The loser must carry out one command from the winner. Of course, we'll sign a contract to prevent any breaches. I like that. Though signing a contract is kind of a hassle. Also, you got Bradamante. Through force, not proper means. After you return it, make sure to take action, so I won't be held responsible. Even if you didn't mention, I plan to do that anyway. But you have to fight me at least once a week, once a year. No way. Once a month. Once every 5 months. Once every 2 months. Once every 3 months. Let's settle here. Alright. Surprisingly, Melly agreed to the deal without hesitation. In fact, she also knew that if she fought like this every day, her body wouldn't be able to take it. To maintain peak condition in battle, she needed at least a month of rest. Besides, she still had night duties to fulfill. She couldn't just focus on recovery. So, once every 3 months was most suitable. Well then, once we finish this matter, let's sign the contract. Sister, got it. After that, the two of them continued fighting intensely for another 30 minutes. Lancey was taken to the hospital and received a full day of intensive treatment. When the treatment ended, Melly's face wore an expression of bliss like waking from a wonderful dream. Chapter 275. Chapter 275. Chapter 88. A surprising encounter with the envoy delegation. Part 1. My subordinates only greeted you after making a mistake. That was my oversight, Rosa said, setting down her teacup. She came to Jean's room immediately after receiving the Guardian Knight's report. Indeed, it was careless of us. If I'd woken up to find no one from the Sword Court had greeted me, that would have been quite rude. This kind of thing makes me unhappy. From now on, everyone in the Sword Court will serve Lord Malakan as an elder of equal status to the clan's elders. Hearing that, equal to the elders, those words caused Malakan's brows to twitch slightly, because merely being treated equally to the elders was unsatisfying to him. However, Malakan decided not to dwell on the past anymore. He had yet to regain his peak strength, and Timar had left this world over 1,000 years ago, when Timar first awakened the Luncade. Malakan was closer to them than anyone else, but now, he felt more like an outsider. He was even clearly at odds with Rosa, who now held real power. The people and the landscape from 1,000 years ago have changed. Timar. With time, progress is inevitable. Progress. If Luncade had truly progressed, Jipple wouldn't still exist in this world. After losing magic, in the past 1,000 years, you've all changed. I'm just a mortal. All I can do is record, and learn what Luncade once was, even if I can't imagine how powerful Luncade was back then. I simply follow traditions and rules. But don't you know, those traditions and rules were born from the Wormband pact with Jipple? I do. Then why does most of the family reject the eldest sons who could break the pact? Rosa and Malakan exchanged a glance. The elders are unwilling to pass down the final record, and you immediately gave that kid a mission too heavy to bear. I want a reasonable explanation for that, Lord Malakan. First of all, the idea that only the eldest sons can break the pact is incorrect. Anyone who has the power to make Jipple yield can abolish the pact. The bloodline of Luncade carries a curse that seals magical power. Aside from Sodaret's power, no magic or divine authority can lift it. If Sodaret is so omnipotent, then why, over the past 1,000 years, even though Sodaret was once the guardian god of on that point, Malakan was left speechless. What makes a god is protecting the people who believe in them, and doing what humans cannot. In that sense, after Tamar's death, Soldret never became the god of Runcandle. So, you never made a contract with your firstborn? A simple contract might increase the individual power of the patriarch, but if the curse can't be lifted in person, it means little for the whole family. On the contrary, could provoke suppression from Jeeper, or lead to internal chaos, due to a loss of legitimacy. Speaking of legitimacy in front of me is laughable. Rosa took a sip of tea. The family elder's refusal to teach the ultimate techniques stems from this very reason. Besides, there seems to be a misunderstanding. I've never assigned the patriarch an unbearable task. Go on. Killing the Black Knight spies was never a solo task for the patriarch. Given its importance, other outstanding knights will also participate. Since the patriarch has the will to act, I, too, Hope for no mistakes. After all, I know his abilities are exceptional. That sounds like you just want to use his abilities and throw him away. Regardless, the patriarch must constantly stir things up, or he'll never be acknowledged by Runcandle. Even as a knight, the same applies. Is that explanation clear enough? Murakan and Rosa stared at each other for a moment. Alright, one last question. Go ahead. Where is Tamar's grave? I don't know. May I leave now? Before Murakan could respond, Rosa stood up. Regarding the knights who offended Lord Murakan, I will not defend them. After Rosa left the room, Murakan clicked his tongue. Not quite like Shilong, but still impressive. That one's no pushover either. An intense swordswoman. He let out a breath. Lord Murakan, I didn't expect you to summon the lady personally. That must never happen again. She is now the acting head of Runcandle. I know. Strawberry pie. I just wanted to speak with her directly, to see who this little one's greatest enemy truly is. I wonder if she'll show any displeasure. So tense. Can't believe she lost her composure like that. In any case, it's not okay to humiliate the lady in front of everyone. Even Lord Murakan could be brought before the family tribunal. Sheesh. Or maybe, gritting his teeth, he stopped talking. Outside the window, Rosa, just leaving the building, was slaughtering the Guardian Knights. Under the blazing sun of the sword's source, the Guardian Knights' blood sprayed like arrows. These knights had previously offended Murakan. While chasing Melly, Rosa showed no emotion as she cut them down. Her sword was swift and precise, severing their arms and legs. The lead knight was beheaded. Brutal. Rosa didn't even spare her a glance. One knight instinctively covered her mouth. Murakan also witnessed the entire scene in a single step. Clearly, this was a warning to Murakan. Summon her like that again. And don't expect the treatment of a family guardian dragon. Moments later, Rosa acted as if nothing had happened, and nothing else happened before they left. The madams hurriedly cleared the corpses of the dead and moved the wounded. After such an incident, they told Jean, who had just returned from treatment, about the bloody events of the day. It was also my first time seeing the madam punish the guardian knights so harshly. I'm afraid the powerful figures in the clan will stay cautious for a while. After all, they were Joshua's knights. One day, they would have died by my hands anyway. But mother went too far. After all, they had dedicated themselves to the clan and were excessively punished over something so trivial. Was it just anger at Lord Murakan's actions? Not quite. Mother's intention was clear. She wanted to use this method to send a message to the powers that be. Don't get involved with me lightly, even if it's something minor. If it's related to me, they should be prepared to bear immense risk. I've always had a question. What's that supposed to mean? Kid. Tamar's Runcandle. The atmosphere might be dangerous, but at least towards bloodkin and nobles, there was still sentiment. There was a strong bond, and that bond still exists now, although not in everyone. But in some. Besides, it's nothing surprising, right? Geely, make sure the families of the knights who died today receive condolences and compensation. Do it quietly. Don't mention my name. Those knights who died were Joshua's men, clearly enemies of Jean. Even so, broadly speaking, they were still part of Runcandle. They were both enemies, and nobles. Their deaths are both enemy deaths, and noble deaths. Therefore, I believe they should be given the most basic respect in death. When I killed Joshua's knights in Samir, I was still a provisional knight. Back then, this wasn't necessary. But now, I am a full knight, even if no one knows. As long as he didn't betray the and didn't harm Jin's loved ones. Yes, young master, I'll handle it discreetly. And congratulations on retrieving your sword to get it back from Melly. I had to roll through a field of mana bombs. I even considered killing her with Jin's heart. I believe Lady Melly will become a strong ally to you, young master. Also, Elder Z just sent word to inform you. After the delegation visit ends, he will come see you. Got it. After that, for a while, Jean didn't engage in anything major. He focused solely on personal training. Just after his return, he caused major events in succession. He needed a period of calm. Meanwhile, word spread through Sword's origin that Jean had defeated Melly, and the fact that Jean was appointed a knight spread around the world. The buzz inside and outside Sword's origin was an inevitable trend. Following Jin's order, Dino diligently compiled reports, while Kazan and Yulian were each in charge of handling. The Yellow Dog, Jackglow, and the Oathbreaker Knight Varric were driven away to the snowy mountain region in southeastern Mytel, like the eye of a storm. Only Jin's time flowed quietly. Not long after, on February 15th, to celebrate Jean, envoys arrived one after another at the source of the sword. The knights, encouraged by lower-tier factions, had yet to return. Dancers from Huspist, and all kinds of neutral forces. Even Beemit sent an envoy, but Jean hardly received them. He often just accepted their gifts and sent them off, which seemed very rude. Young master, is it okay to keep brushing them off like this? In response to Petro's question, Jean nodded. Anyone who judges me based on these trivialities is not someone I need to win over quickly, and those who remain courteous despite being dismissed will naturally see my value. More importantly, I have nothing to give them right now. Unnecessary closeness only incurs meaningless debt when I can't give in return. Owing someone means bearing high interest. I will only personally receive the invoice from the Kingdom of Delki, the McRoland family, and Bilga from the Kingdom of Yakin, as well as the envoy from the Holy King. All others, accept their gifts and send them away. Understood. Those who express particular goodwill, I'll record them separately. And also, if the Borda family sends an envoy, please inform me. I'll need to meet them personally too. You mean the Borda family? The Borda are among the poorest noble families in all of Huspist. And yet in Huspist, they are still considered one of the poorest noble families in Huspist, turning away envoys from all the major forces, yet deliberately receiving an envoy from a fallen noble house was something Petro couldn't understand. I brought up Borda too suddenly. It just slipped out. While Petro was still confused, Jean subtly looked around. Fortunately, Gilly and Mirakin didn't hear any of it. They were busy chatting on their own. If I ever need to explain to them why I sought out Borda at that time, I'll just come up with a suitable excuse. The reason Jean paid attention to the Borda family was because of memories from his past, but unlike Mirakin and Gilly, Petro was a retainer, not a companion, and Jean was now a formal knight. When giving orders, there was no need to explain or justify every reason. Back in Azan, to make use of his past life memories, he needed Jet's help. Later on, Sir Casimir's assistance was greatly helpful, but now, that's no longer needed. Realizing this, Jean smiled inwardly. Understood. Young master, as soon as Borda's envoy arrives, I'll report to you immediately. Chapter 276. Chapter 276. Chapter 88. The Envoy of Congratulations. An Unexpected Encounter. Part 2. The Kingdom of Delki. The Holy Nation. Vilga. The Borda family. The McRoland family. Among the 5 envoys, who were to be received personally, Delki arrived first. The one who led the envoy was Laika, the 3rd Prince of Delki. Young Master Jean. No, I suppose I should call you sir now. It's been a long time. Welcome. Prince Laika, you can call me the same as before. You're already a knight. I can't call you young master anymore. Do you have any requests? Please speak. Prince Laika hopes that after becoming a knight, you can dispatch more guardian knights to our Delki, and perhaps return a portion of Delki's gold mine shares held by Runcandle. Delki has received his help twice. The first was during the battle with Kazan. If not for Laika, he might not have survived. Additionally, when recruiting Kazan, it was thanks to Laika that he found Kazan before Joshua did. How has Delki been lately? After the pleasantries, Jean asked. Laika's expression turned serious. Internally, no big issues. The brothers get along well. Stars still shine on the past, but the fanatics of Jippel are a problem. Those fanatics. The deadly magic bombs used against Jean were taken from them. These guys, all over the world, are more rampant than ever. Acting as Jippel's claws, they were once mere cultists, causing terror attacks from blind worship. But recently, the fanatics seem to be directly supported by Jippel. Those previously disorganized thugs are now transporting magic bombs in an organized way. A command structure has formed, launching terror attacks across all of Huspist, and now many skilled mages, 6-star or above, are participating. Without support from major, this wouldn't be possible. But in the end, I suspect Huspist still hasn't found any direct link between Jippel and the fanatics. Their terror acts claim 2 to several lives daily. At worst, dozens of civilian casualties. We don't know what methods they use. Even when we capture and interrogate them, we can't obtain information on their higher-ups. It's truly a headache. I'm sorry, Prince Laika. I can't deny that Jippel is indeed actively supporting them. The rise of radical followers coincides exactly with the time Jean revealed his identity. Within Huspist's powers, there are already rumors that it's because of Jean Runcandle, coinciding with the time he revealed himself. Among Huspist's powers, there are already rumors spreading that it's because of Jean Runcandle. You, during the final phase of the Provisional Knights, destroyed Jippel's Golden City. This could be a retaliatory move against you. However, Sir Jean, even if it wasn't you, someday, Jippel would still use his followers. Once the mask of justice falls, or when they fall into crisis, they could take such action. At any time, they could do this. Laika was right. The war between Luncade and Jippel is inevitable. In whatever form it may take, it will happen for sure. The rampancy of the followers is just the beginning. Countless more will die in the future. There is no bloodless war, no matter who starts it first. If no one can destroy Jippel in one blow, the end result will be the same. Even so, Jean still bears a heavy sense of responsibility. Although I don't know you well, I believe you will turn Husted into a more prosperous land. You flatter me. It's not flattery, although some empty-headed nobles may complain that you're a bother to them. The common people don't feel that way. At least the people of Delki won't forget your courage and achievements. During your time in the Reserve Knights, I will always stand by your side. Against Jippel, Laika brought various gems and fine weapons. As Laika said, many people of Husted are supporting Jean in exposing Jippel's hypocrisy and fighting for those oppressed by them. They are angrily keeping count of the victims. This is not something that can be done lightly. Thank you, Prince Laika. Within the year, I will fulfill our agreement. Shortly after Laika left, envoys from the Beer family came to visit. Only the envoys from the Beer family were received, while those from the Zahn royal family were not. This made Thumgar of the Beer family, who led the delegation, extremely excited. J.E. Lord Jean. No, Sir Jean. One of the great 1270 of Lunkade. I've always known it. Congratulations, Thumger. It was thanks to you that I was able to smoothly begin my life as a reserve knight. It's good to see you. Likewise, the two exchanged pleasantries for a while. How's On doing these days? Very peaceful. The radical followers of Jipal have not committed acts of terror in the kingdom of Yajin. It must be because of Jin's lot. The kingdom of Yajin and the Waterfolk's land are closely connected geographically, so the followers don't dare to act recklessly. Exactly, Sir Jin. Ever since Jin's lot displayed its power during the Holy Nation incident, the crime rate in the kingdom of Yajin has actually decreased. Even merchants have been seeking opportunities to trade with Jin's lot. Jin's lot is no longer a third-rate terrorist branch, but has risen to stand alongside Jipal, Lunkade, and Bamonti. As the fourth major power, Jipal still fears a full-scale war with Jin's lot. From the fact that no terror incidents have occurred in the kingdom of Yajin, we can confirm that the radical followers are being directed by Jipal. They're afraid of the waterfolk being drawn into terrorist activity. Could lead to even bigger problems. Then, Thumger brought unexpected news. Sir Jin, do you know the name Toro? He's a member of the Jin Shui clan. I do. They were the ones who returned Bradamanti to the family as friends. Recently, the merchants of the Jin Shui clan, led by Toro, have surpassed our beer family to become the wealthiest in the kingdom of Yajin. Can you believe it? It all happened in just 1 year. Using the money gained from Lunkade, they invested in various businesses and succeeded every time. Is that so? Although I expected the Jin Shui clan, I didn't think it would be to this extent. Even my father, it said, can't stop praising him. The reason I brought up Toro is because he asked me to pass on a message. Let's hear it. He said, everything is ready. They just need you to come. He seems confident that just by meeting you, he can seize control of Hustet's wealth. It's not just about making money. What a lovely bunch, Jin thought to himself, smiling as he did. Tell him. I understand. I don't know what exactly it is, but the Jin Shui clan is clearly prepared. Thumger excitedly chatted for quite a while before leaving. He left behind a large amount of gold. Jin gave all of it to Geely. After Thunger's departure, the envoy of Holy King Lani arrived at the Garden of Sorts. He was a special guest, so Rosa personally welcomed him. However, Lani only exchanged a few ceremonial greetings with Rosa and offered blessings to the survivors of Korin. Before seeking Jin, Lani had become a completely different person. From their last meeting, his gaze was as steady as stone, and his demeanor radiated divine majesty. Even the crown of the Fire Mountain Kingdom suited him perfectly. Sir Jin, your majesty. The two silently looked at each other, as if they both understood how much they had grown. During this time, Jin had grown stronger. His majesty was no longer the weak figure from before. When we're together, you don't need to be so formal. It makes me uncomfortable. Very well then, Lani. Salome. Though they hadn't spent much time together, the two of them had formed a strong bond. They had witnessed together the sacrifice of brave knights and saved the holy nation together. It was only natural. Lani smiled. Though more than a year had passed, the holy nation had yet to fully emerge from chaos. Some traitors still lurked in the shadows, but Jin had firmly seized the royal power. Before long, the holy nation would once again become a land of saints. Upon hearing that you returned safely and became a knight, the long-isolated citizens, Lord Batura, is also in Ayula's embrace, protecting all of this. Sir Batura's family has been living well in Sister Luna's territory. Before you abdicate, I want people to know that Sir Batura was the most glorious paladin. I will make sure of that. Lord Jin, don't you want to know what gift I brought? Tell me. A saint. Starting today, Hustet will end its isolation and dispatch saints. Their mission to rescue civilians harmed by Jipal's radical followers. This was Lani's idea to ease Jin's heavy heart. But do we still have the strength to do this? Sending around 500 saints is something we can fully afford. However, we ask you to support the operational funding of the Holy Nation. Jin's concern is indeed valid. The Holy Nation is facing a financial crisis. Jipal's proposal to provide gold to the Holy Nation was not without basis. Of course, due to the Holy Nation's uniqueness, many forces still want to offer aid. After the incident, however, Lani rejected assistance from any force and kept waiting for Jin to return. Only then would she accept aid. Accepting aid means the Holy Nation would formally ally with that force. As I said before, I hope to form an alliance with Jin Lunkade. When Lani mentioned the name Lunkade, she specifically emphasized Jin Lunkade. How fortunate, Lani, Salome. The 12 Knights funding alone can't fully support the Holy Nation, but coincidentally, a new excellent source of funding appeared. I'm looking forward to it. As for the specific amount, no need to say more. Between you and me, there's no need for such formality. We're friends, after all. Lani deliberately used the title Gomzi instead of Your Excellency. You're getting sharper and sharper. After all, you've become king of a nation. It's a necessary quality. I'll try to provide more funds and officially announce that sending the group of saints to Hustet was my suggestion. Nothing gets past you. Originally, I only planned to say it was Ayula's will. By the way, That black cat you rescued, where is it? I'll call him over. Let's have some tea first. However, when he shows up, he might be mistaken for the Holy King and spark religious disputes. Can you accept that? I don't dislike that nickname. Malakan was overjoyed to see Lonnie and burst out laughing. Geely's clan, the Macklins, still hasn't sent a delegation. The assembly has decided to receive only delegates related to Jean today. This means the Macklins had no intention of congratulating Jean. I'm sorry, young master. Why are you apologizing? My family offended you, young master. It may be because of me. Chapter 277. Chapter 277. Chapter 88. The congratulatory delegation. An unexpected encounter. 3. Did they not send a delegation? Because of Geely? From his gaze and gestures emerged an indescribable mix of emotions. Shame, awkwardness, guilt, bitterness, and worry. These negative emotions clung to him, making him feel small. When Geely lowered his head, Jean didn't press further. He simply patted Ka's shoulder gently. It's all right. Geely, there's no need to apologize. This situation won't make me harbor any resentment toward the Macklins, so don't worry. Jean had accurately guessed what Geely was afraid of. I'm truly ashamed. Thank you for your understanding, young master. In truth, Jean's answer wasn't that simple. If the Macklin family had hurt Geely so deeply that even now it tormented him, so much that he still hadn't told Jean and Malakan about what happened in the past, then a delegation wouldn't matter at all. Strawberry scared? Don't look so gloomy. Come here. That little rascal's game is about to end anyway. Let us adults have a drink. Malakan naturally led Geely away. Jean went to look for Petro. Petro? Yes, young master. Did the Borda family not send anyone? I'll go check again. When Petro returned, it was already past midnight. Strange indeed. All the fallen noble houses came to Yuzu, except for the Borda family, who didn't send any delegation. A fallen house like Borda shouldn't worry about how other brothers see them. They can just send a delegate outright, because they themselves have no real value. In directly dealing with the Luncates, the other brothers wouldn't care which fallen nobles Jean met with, not even Rosa would. Therefore, the weaker the family, the more they wanted a time like this to find a way to connect with the pure blood Luncates. They'd scrape together money to prepare offerings, even bring gifts personally, but instead, the Borda family acted completely differently from all the other fallen houses. Is that so? Jean fell into deep thought. Could it be that someone in the Borda family already knew they were descendants of Pecan Menche? At a time like this, Pecan Menche, undisputedly, the greatest blacksmith in the continent's history, forged Balisada and Bradamanti. Although Pecan Menche died nearly 1,000 years ago, the continent's most prestigious blacksmith guild is still the Menche Blacksmith Association. A certified smith of the association enjoys better treatment in both Hughes Ted and the Lutramo Magic Federation than an ordinary knight or mage, especially the ones known as Anvil, Hammer, and Furnace. The three great smiths of the Pecan Menche Association, even Shilong, would treat them with special respect. In this context, who would have thought that a direct descendant of Menche would be working as a butler in a fallen noble family? In my previous life, I learned this truth when I was about 23 or 24, on the eve of my achievements, before defeating the one-star. I still remember it vividly. It was an event that shook all of Husted. A descendant of Pecan Menche carried the name Bing Blanche, just like everyone else. He had no idea he was Menche descendant. His parents, grandparents, great-grandparents, none of them knew either. It is said that at some point, the Menche descendants lost both their surname and identity and began living as commoners. Because of marriage laws and customs of the time, their surnames changed often, and one day, the butler Bing Blanche of the Gulta family became the vessel for the god of smiths. To be precise, it was the first time Bing became aware that he had already formed a contract with the god of smiths. That was around when Jean was 24. Perhaps the details from my past life are wrong. The world only came to know Bing Blanche's story around that time. But maybe the family already knew beforehand, especially Joshua. Jean gathered his thoughts and nodded to himself. Back then Jean had yet to become a knight. He was even suppressed by the servants. So naturally, he had no real grasp of the family's situation. He trained alone in the corners every day, sneaking back to his room unnoticed. That timeline never stopped. It was only natural. By contrast, Joshua at that time wasn't much different from now. Even if the other brothers had control over Bing Blanche, there was no reason to share it with the family's disgrace. In truth, Jean had no idea back then that Bing Blanche had become the contractor of the god of smiths. He didn't even know which branch he belonged to. He only guessed that he might belong to the Luncade branch. In any case, to confirm the details, he would have to go see for himself. The Borda family's territory. Isn't it a village in the kingdom of Shetland? Is there a direct teleportation gate? Are you planning to visit the Borda family now? Petro wasn't someone who would stop Jean from making sudden decisions. Anyone who would ask that question, wouldn't. Young master, I will immediately give orders to have the portal operator open a gate to the nearest Shetland city. As soon as he arrived at the southern Shetland portal, he mounted Shuli and rushed toward the Bordo estate. Although riding Shuli now wouldn't cause much trouble, Jean didn't want to draw unnecessary attention. He took the mountain path. Who is it? The small Bordo manor looked like it could collapse at any moment. Two skinny children stood guard at the entrance. They were too thin to even be called gatekeepers. It was unclear if they were this gaunt, because they hadn't been paid on time. Or even if they had been, they still looked the same. I am Jean, Luncade, the 12th Knight. I have come to see the head of House Borda. Please lead the way. Why yes, master. A knight of Luncade is here. The two jumped to their feet and shouted to summon their master. Moments later, when the master appeared, even he looked no better off than the children. Jean nearly laughed out loud. He pushed the front door with force, and the door cracked apart. Because he was in a hurry, he had used more strength than usual, leading to this outcome. Seeing this, Jean had to set aside all his theories about why Borda didn't send a delegate. Forget a teleportation gate. They couldn't even afford a horse. Under these conditions, how could they send a delegate? The reason the Borda family didn't send a delegate was simply because they had no money. Despite their downfall, that such a family still existed in Husted was truly shocking. The 12th Knight of Luncade. Why would he come to such a ruined place? I came to ask you something. But first, what happened here? Though it was our first meeting, he couldn't help but ask. Recently there's been famine in the territory, and bandits and monsters roam freely. It's truly shameful. Why haven't you asked the Shuchlan royal family for help? Actually, the royal family abandoned this land long ago. As you can see, there's nothing of value here. Hearing that, Jean understood immediately, just as the Borda had said. This land truly held no value. Still, despite that, the crop yield this winter was good. We should be able to support ourselves. No, what am I saying? Forgive me, Sir Jean, Luncade. We truly had no means to send a delegate. Just as the Borda head was about to kneel, Jean grabbed his shoulder. In truth, Jean wanted to embrace him and give him some money, because he was sure the Borda family had not attracted the attention of anyone at the source of the sword. If anyone had known about Kono, they could never be living like this. And so, the Borda family had already fulfilled its duty, at least in Jean's eyes. I'm not here to hold anyone accountable. I'm looking for a friend named Kono. I heard he's working as a butler for the Borda family. The Borda head's eyes widened. Kono, why are you looking for him? Do I need to explain? Hearing Jean's calm voice, the Borda head and gatekeepers shook their heads quickly. No, Sir Jean. It's just Kono, our butler. The Borda head's eyes instantly turned red. He was taken by bandits 3 days ago. If only they had taken me, this useless old man instead. Looking at the Borda head sobbing, though pitiful, Jean had no time to console him. I'll bring him back immediately. I hope Kono is unharmed. He should be fine, as long as Jean's return hasn't altered the timeline. Direction, north. North side. The bandits went north. Let's go. Shuli, meow. Suddenly, Shuli burst into mist and shot forward like an arrow. The people of Borda could only stare blankly at his back. 3 hours later, heading north, he spotted the bandits' hideout. What? Who? Jean lifted the shabby tent, built by the bandits in front of a natural cave, and stormed in. The bandits, drinking at the time, leapt up in panic. Without a doubt, these were the worst bandits he'd seen since before he even became a knight. Not every city is a metropolis, and not every person is exceptional. Though Jean grew up among monsters and superhumans, there are still people in this world troubled by such lowly bandits. Hands up. Kono, who are you? You look like some noble lord. You'd better leave now. Don't cause trouble. A skinny young man stood in the back and raised his hand. It was Kono. No weapons were needed after that, just a bit of Jean's aura. And the bandits instinctively collapsed, or trembled in fear. As Jean intensified his presence, they all fainted. Kono looked around nervously, then slowly approached Jean. The closer he got, the more Jean felt a strange resonance, like what he'd once experienced in the Bluebird Islands, when Sigmund resonated with Graham's grave. Oh. But this time, it wasn't Sigmund that resonated. It was his recovered beloved sword. Bradamanti, the god of smiths who had contracted with Kono, was resonating with Bradamanti. Today for the both of us is a lucky day. Jean reached out his hand to Kono and said, as Kono grasped Jean's hand, he heard a voice in his mind for the first time. Bradamanti, Kono, grab that guy's sword. Now. Chapter 278. Chapter 278. Chapter 88. An unexpected encounter with the celebration invoice. Part 4. Bing looked around in fear. However, the source of that mysterious, echoing voice was inside his mind. What are you doing? Bing, hurry up and grab it. The urging voice again. It came from the god of smithing. In Jin's past life, Bing didn't communicate with the smithing god until 5 years later for the first time, but because Jean found him, and that voice wasn't just heard by Bing. Take Bradamanti. No. Why can I also hear the voice of the smithing god? Normally speaking, only contractors can hear divine voices. Otherwise, it would require extremely strong prayer, or a god descending through an avatar. But Jean had experienced something similar on Island 32 of the Bluebird Archipelago. Could it be because Bradamanti just like Sigmund and Graham, has a deep connection with the smithing god? As Jean pondered. Bing was overwhelmed by the situation. The soldiers were caught off guard. He looked around several times, confirming the source of the voice, and concluded it was an illusion. He then thanked Jean. This. Thank you, sir. Thanks to you, I'm still alive. It seems you came to save me. If I could know your esteemed name. Ugh. The soldier, bowing in thanks, suddenly made a strange noise, and staggered backward. What is this? Hit him. Soldier, Branch, use this sword. The aura this guy gives off is just unbearable. Brother. Ah. The reason Bing was so terrified was that a sword appeared out of nowhere and landed in his hand. Dark fragments emerged from nowhere. A sword formed right before his eyes. A glimmer of awe flashed in his eyes. The metal was forming a sword. Jean had seen this phenomenon before. The captain from Kinzello, when rescuing Otherin, had also formed a sword the same way, using metal like Bing. I will lend you my power. Defeat that guy and reclaim Bradamanti. Bing. Branch, even though the situation is confusing, in truth, you are my contractor. From the moment you were born, it has always been so. I am the smithing god, and your ancestor. If you listen to me now, I will formally train you. The smithing god had no idea that Jean was hearing his voice. On the contrary, Bing was worried whether Jean had heard the voice. But since Jean showed no reaction, Bing couldn't tell right away. He was about to lose his mind. Sir, to avoid any misunderstanding, I must explain. I don't know what that voice was. I just want to thank you for saving me. Why did a sword suddenly appear in my hand? Swoosh. Bing swung the sword down. It wasn't a mere threat. It was a strike aiming to split from the head down, intending to cleave the body in two. Even the blade was wrapped in battle aura. Jean stepped effortlessly and avoided the strike. Bing, what are you doing? Didn't I already give you power? I already showed you. Hurry and attack him. I'll keep helping you. Looks like this guy only knows how to use a sword. That last strike clearly wasn't Bing's will. It was the result of the smithing god forcibly taking control. Sir, can you hear this voice? That wasn't me. Something is controlling my body. Bing shouted, pale-faced. That guy can't hear me? Listen to me, Bing. You must retrieve my creation. Get out of my body. You demon. Jean felt like he was watching a ridiculous play. Even so, there was useful information in what the smithing god said. The smithing god said Bradamanti was his creation, and that Bing was his descendant, as if he was Picon himself. Plus, the metal manipulation ability, just like Kinzello's captain. Seems like it's time to talk with the smithing god. Bing, Branch, sir, I'm sorry to run into a crazy demon at a time like this. I know, attacking me wasn't your will. That demon calling himself the smithing god wants to take back Bradamanti and is causing a huge scene. Bing nodded tearfully. Yes. Then the smithing god said in surprise, what? You can hear my voice? Ranting about killing people, even attacking the one who saved you. Even if you're a god, you don't deserve respect. I heard it loud and clear. You demon. Humph. How curious. You can actually hear my voice? However, this lowly human dares call me a demon? I am the great smithing god. Picon, the smithing god known to the world, is not Picon, but Greller. The smithing god is not Picon, but Greller. What? Greller. That guy was also a smithing god, but my forging skills are far superior to his. Greller is dead. That kind of shocking fact. Someone like you could never know. Utter nonsense. Bradamanti, where did you get it? Hand it over now. Then I'll forgive your previous foolishness. Let you die without pain. At this moment, Bing's body had already been taken over by Picon, completely losing his sanity. His upturned eyes faintly glowed, and the hand holding the sword was filled with killing intent. However, just like Fiaiter borrowing Yuyan's body, this was not a perfect incarnation, because Picon didn't yet possess enough divinity to completely occupy the body of a contractor. Neither Jean nor the novice god. Picon knew this. Hey, Picon, you've been saying you want to kill me. Do you even have the skill? Humph. Do you think that when I said, you're like a guy who only knows how to forge, I was complimenting you? Yes. Jean chuckled softly. Just after returning to the clan, he had fought twice because of Bradamanti. Jean didn't reveal his identity as Runcandle. Instead, he thrust Bradamanti into the ground. There. Take it. If you can. You bastard. As Picon charged forward, Metal responded again. First a sword, then armor and a shield. The metal quickly formed new equipment. Jean carefully observed this ability. He had never heard that the god of blacksmiths had such a skill, but it was far too similar to Kinzello's commander. However, now he realized there were clear differences between the two. The commander's ability with the weapons created by Picon were crude, whereas the commander's swords and gates had a strange sense of perfection. Could it be the commander absorbed the original blacksmith god Greller's power? Or, like a magic stone, he absorbed Greller? And so the blacksmith god's position became vacant, filled by Picon, who became the new god. Suddenly, he felt this was very likely. In any case, Picon's combat strength wasn't threatening. Jean couldn't understand where his arrogance came from. Picon's strength was actually quite ordinary. Crack. Jean dodged the sword and threw a punch. Smash. The shield was shattered in one blow, and Picon only now realized he had made a mistake, not because Jean broke the shield with just a light punch, nor just because he destroyed both the shield and the armor. Preparing to attack again, Spirit Sword around Jin's fist, black energy was swirling. In Picon's mind, having spiritual power meant possessing Bradamanti. Wait a minute, you're from Soldred? Hearing the name Soldred, his heart skipped a beat, but Jean chose to pretend he didn't hear it. He thought he should give him a punch. Crack. Picon hit directly on the chin, rolled backward for what? Facing Jin's question, Picon suddenly stood up and shouted, "Damn it! Why didn't you say? You were Sodret's contractor from the start? Did I have the chance to? And does it even matter? Even if I didn't have the chance, you should have said it yourself." Though still rambling, Picon's tone clearly carried an unusual joy. From the spiritual power Jean showed, he felt the upper hand. "It's now completely under my control. Enough nonsense. Apologize now. That way, your previous rudeness can be written off completely." Picon furrowed his brows, but he had nothing to say. "I'm sorry. At first, I only sensed a strange aura from you. I didn't expect you to be Sodret's contractor." "Oh, that's a surprise. I thought you'd be foaming at the mouth, cursing nonstop. By the way, what do you mean by strange aura?" Picon pointed at the sigmund on Jean's waist. "Looking at it now, it was because of that poisonous-looking sword that I misunderstood, though I don't know the details. That sword has slain many gods and sealed their divinity. So when I saw you, I felt extreme discomfort." When Jean first saw Picon, what he felt was a god's instinct. Because Picon had only recently become a god, he didn't know that 5,000 years ago, there was a war between the Netherlord clan and the gods. Even so, he still felt deeply uneasy toward Sigmund, which was both a divine spirit sword and a god-sealing blade. Under such circumstances, Jean also held Bradamanti. He could only think of one thing, to take it back no matter what. A moment of silence. "What's your name?" "At the very least, I can confirm you're a Luncade, a descendant of Timal." "I'm Jean. Jean Luncade." "All right, Jean Luncade. 1,000 years ago, Sodret appointed me as a divine envoy. Just as you guessed, Jean. Even if the position of Forge God was vacant, no matter how miraculous Picon's smithing was, a mortal couldn't gain divinity on his own. Sodret used his power and status to make him a god. Among those who made pacts with the Shadow Stance, those who wielded Bradamanti or Balisada, told him of the land where Timal first found rest, and asked him to reforge the blade once more. Chapter 279. Chapter 279. Chapter 88. The Envoy's Unexpected Encounter. The founder of the Luncade family. Timal, the unfortunate first-generation ancestor, who failed to rest in peace in the Shadow Temple. With only the trace of his presence left in a mirage, he could still easily dominate the entire Mictlan Great Silence. Timal. His first resting place. In that brief phrase, were at least two pieces of information. Tamal's remains do exist somewhere, and he had more than one burial. Originally, he had only intended to rely on his memories from before his return, to be the first to seize the blank unbound era, but he ended up hearing an unexpected secret. After returning, Jean felt there were only two humans worth competing against. His father, Shilone Luncade, and the progenitor, Timal Luncade. Since the days of storm and turmoil, Jean had faintly wished to surpass those two. As he grew, that wish gradually solidified into a clear goal. He grew increasingly curious about their past stories. Unlike himself, who had returned from the future, they reached the pinnacle of the fifth path with just one lifetime. Truly superhuman figures. Did Sodret really give you that order? He calmed his racing heart, and decided to first listen quietly to Tipon. An order is an order, although Sodret did grant me godhood. He and I were equals back when we were human. In fact, it was for Sodret's sake that I chose this dull immortality. Getting along with mortals without barriers is a unique trait of Soldred. Most other divine beings maintain highly hierarchical relationships, except for ambiguous figures like Amongo, the god of shells. Therefore, although Murakan is a creation, he can still call Soldret by name, while Misha consciously shows reverence. Jean also spoke casually with him in his previous life. Though I did wrong you the first time, I'm willing to apologize again. At the very least, I hope you understand I am a friend of the gods. Though his words were polite, Picon clearly disliked Jin's condescending tone. Understood. I also apologize for the violence Lord Picon inflicted on me. The legendary blacksmith has never and is the one providing crucial information. Catering to Lord Picon's preferences isn't a big deal. Alright, thank you. However, how did you know I was here and find me? I didn't know. I just wanted to see Bing, and by chance, I happened to run into Lord Picon. Oh, so it's just fate then. How mysterious. Soldred. That guy really did foresee what would happen 1,000 years later. Though Jean didn't fully agree with Picon, he still nodded. If Soldred could foresee everything 1,000 years ahead, then he wouldn't have needed to die so pointlessly in return. Of course, even if Jean didn't see Soldred as an omnipotent god, he still didn't look down on him as a contractor. Even though he hadn't heard his voice in nearly 20 years, Jean still held an indescribable sense of respect for him. After Greller died, Lord Picon became the new god of smithing. To be honest, it's hard for me to understand. From your perspective, that's understandable. Even Bing was kidnapped just moments ago and was on the verge of death. Since you had already incarnated into his body, you could have easily overpowered those people. Why did you stand by and watch? Very few know about the death of the god of smithing before I met you. If I exposed my power carelessly, I might have become a target for Sadrat's enemies. Then, before I showed up, you planned to remain hidden? That's right, Jipple. When I think of what those lunatics did to Tamar's gravestone, I had to hide myself. If those bandits harmed Bing, what would have happened? Even so, I still would have stood by, even if Bing died. Then in my past life, when I was discovered around the age of 24, the compass should have already been in enemy hands, or for some reason. Picong might have broken his promise to Soldred. Jean swallowed those words, and nodded. I too have felt heavy-hearted, seeing my descendants live difficult lives. Ever since I became a god, I only made contracts with direct descendants. However, to uphold the promise with Soldred, I had no other choice. Wait a minute. Then, Lord Picong's descendants have never enjoyed any of the benefits of being a contractor? It's because of me. You could say that. Hearing that, I felt as if a huge stone pressed on my heart. Even if Picong's direct descendants had no talent, they could have lived well under the knowledge of the Blacksmith's Guild. However, Picong personally hid his first direct descendant, along with his son and daughter, from the world, before he was about to become a god. After that, those descendants Jean never met, lost all the benefits they should have received. Some became caravan leaders, and lived wealthy lives, but most endured a humble reality. Not a single one showed talent as a blacksmith. That's because Picong, fearing he'd become a target, deliberately suppressed their potential. For my sake alone, all of them made sacrifices. Because of the unilateral decisions of Soldred and Picong, I suddenly recalled what happened in Karen. I had always waited for someone who could bear all this. The millennial contractor Soldred spoke of was that boy. The words spoken by Cram who descended through Laos. I had only thought they referred to a tragedy experienced by the people of Karen, caused by myself. But that wasn't the case. They too, like Picong's descendants, unknowingly sacrificed themselves for Jean. That's right. Feeling this was unfair and cruel, because Jean too had experienced a dark period of being cursed without knowing why. Reading Jin's emotions, Picong continued softly. But for us, this was the best choice. Why, for my sake? Did you sacrifice your descendants? I never asked for that. Jean knew that even if he shouted now, it would be meaningless for Picong's lost descendants, or for himself. It would be mere complaint, unable to change what's past. Jean could only bear a deep sense of duty toward those who silently sacrificed for him, and he must achieve results. Regardless of what Sadrat's intentions were, Jean had to fulfill what he believed was right. That certainly included the destruction of Jipple. And now one more thing, to never let anyone sacrifice for him again. Though he couldn't bear all the burdens of the world alone, at least he hoped no such injustice would happen again. To achieve that would require countless factors, the first of which is overwhelming strength. He needed great power, so no one would dare sacrifice for him. The second was an absolute force backing him. These two things could be solved by reaching the top of Run Candle. His resolve to ascend the throne became even stronger. Please don't stop me from supporting Bing. This also applies to Branch and his future descendants. Understood. Also, thank you. Those who sacrificed weren't just Picong's descendants. Picong himself must have been consumed with guilt. Every time he couldn't help them. Judging from how he urged Bing to reclaim Bradamanti, he didn't seem that way. He even said he'd train him well. In any case, Picong was very moved by Jin's words. Tears welled up in his pale eyes. Soldred, your last contractor is not bad. Sharpen him with all your might. No problem. I've always wondered, what does it mean to sharpen Bradamanti? Also, please tell me about Timar. What is the significance of the place where my ancestor was first buried? First of all, as you know, Bradamanti was a prototype made to craft Balazada. Even so, to you Run Candles and the other saints, it was still a peerless sword second only to Balazada, Bradamanti and Balazada. It was Soldred who requested Picong to forge these two swords. As the god of sword and shadow, he believed his contractor Timar, Run Candle, needed a special sword. However, Balazada was a perfect creation, while Bradamanti was a sword with many flaws, at least by Picong's standards. It was, even as a prototype. The sword I poured my all into back then was still excellent, at least in terms of using aura for attacks. It could unleash 60% of Balazada's power, and it was forged with ancient eternal iron. It will never break. Picong, like a proud father showing off his child, praised Bradamanti for a while. He was a born blacksmith even during his human days. He surpassed normal standards. In fact, for weapons he crafted himself, especially masterpieces, he felt a bond deeper than flesh and blood. Bradamanti was one of them. So he naturally spoke of it endlessly. However, Bradamanti's only flaw is, it cannot protect its wielder. Protection isn't the job of a sword. I've made countless armors in my life, but I've never seen anything better than armor formed by aura. Therefore, when crafting Balazada, I added a function to generate armor from aura. In other words, Picong also wanted to add this function to Bradamanti. One of the biggest reasons he chose to become a god was to turn an unfinished masterpiece into a perfect creation. This was the desire of a blacksmith. So, leave Bradamanti to me. I'll polish it thoroughly and return it to you. When Jean handed over Bradamanti without resistance, Picong's body trembled with excitement. Finally, I can perfect my child. How long will it take? Of course, Jin didn't like how he valued weapons, more than flesh and blood. However, geniuses who reach the peak sometimes stray from reason and become extremely eccentric. This wasn't unfamiliar to him. It'll take at least half a year, and you'll need to provide many materials. Understood. One of them is located where Tamar was first buried. Tamar's first burial? That means there was once a tombstone there. If it hadn't been attacked or robbed, there would be no need for one. You also said Jipal did something to Tamar's grave. Then, is there anything left there? Pekong smiled quietly. Yes, the will of the great knights. There, you will encounter Tamar's will. Chapter 280. Chapter 280. Chapter 89. Tamar's first grave. After Kong's divinity faded, he learned everything. Because the memories from his divine state were fully retained. That's amazing. The legendary great mage, Lord Kong. I never imagined that I was a descendant of such a great person. I always thought I was a cursed child. Never expected it was a god's voice. Kong stroked his swollen chin, as he had been punched by Jin, while still in divine form, and smiled kindly. He unexpectedly accepted everything that had happened to him. He even accepted the fact that none of his ancestors, including himself, ever received any benefits of being a contractor. Kong. Branch. Yes, Lord Jin. Earlier, things were chaotic. I couldn't greet you properly. Suddenly, I lost control of my body. Do you feel wronged? Wronged. You and your ancestors. For unnecessary sacrifices because of me. Kong widened his eyes and waved his hand. Come on. What sacrifices? Even though I didn't know, I was a contractor and didn't receive any particular benefits. I also didn't suffer any particular loss, at least from my point of view. Besides, if I had known I was the contractor of a great mage, to avoid becoming a slave to Jipal, I would have hidden my identity anyway. So I don't think of it as a sacrifice, even if I didn't gain anything special. I also didn't lose anything special. Kong genuinely felt that way. Of course, if from the very beginning, I had known I was a contractor, my life might have been different. There's a high chance of that. If I had become a great mage of Runcandle, or joined the Wise Mages Association, life would certainly have been more prosperous. Sure, but would that really have made my life absolutely happier than now? Now it was Jin's turn to widen his eyes. That's something no one can say for sure. If I had become a great mage of Runcandle, sure, I could make a lot of money, but I might also have died from the stress of dealing with arrogant nobles. Runcandle is a terrifying place. After all, even in the Wise Mages Association, I could have faced jealousy and exclusion. Kong paused a moment, shrugged, and continued. On the contrary, I love my current life. Even though I work under a crazy lord and have been kidnapped, I still had the chance to experience Lord Jin personally coming to rescue me. The lord just had some bad luck. He's actually a good person. Go on, that's all. From now on, Lord Kong will use your body to refine Bradamanti. To you, this might seem unfair. If you have any complaints, tell me. I'll try to accommodate you. Even if you refuse, I won't punish or harm you. Lord Jin, what do you mean? Today Lord Kong and I only met by chance. Even putting aside that I'm the contractor of a great mage, you still saved my life, didn't you? Kong waved his hand again. So I have no complaints. On the contrary, being able to repay your kindness makes me happy. I'm grateful to hear that. I can guess why you came to find me. Because House Borda didn't send a congratulatory gift. So as the actual person in charge, you came to ask about it. But Lord Jin, please understand this. Our Lord did not embezzle tax money. Kong had a big misunderstanding. In his view, meeting Kong was a coincidence. But Jin coming to find him was inevitable. In truth, Kong had always felt bad that he hadn't sent a congratulatory gift for Jin's knighthood. He believed that Jin wasn't the kind of person to fuss over gifts. Kong had also heard about Jin's achievements during his time as a provisional knight, so he thought Jin suspected. The Borda family has been involved in tax embezzlement. Even if they're in decline, they're still a noble family. It wouldn't make sense not to send a gift. Among all the families in Hustet, aside from his own Borda family, every other family had sent a gift to Jin. In Kongji's eyes, this was enough for Jin to become suspicious. The Lord sold off his estate to provide relief for the poor on land that was already barren. A famine struck again, and bandits ran rampant. They couldn't even find proper stationery. Jin felt a bit helpless at Kongji's sudden defense, but he thought there was no need to correct his misunderstanding. I don't suspect the Borda family of embezzling taxes. I was simply curious about the state of the territory, if the situation's bad. Upon hearing that, Kongji nodded, visibly relieved. So it was just me, overthinking things. Lord Jin, thank you for your understanding and support. You not only care about a small place like ours, but even save me from bandits. This honor, I will never forget. Jin thought to himself. Wait. This guy's misunderstanding seems to be getting worse. No, maybe it's not a misunderstanding. As long as we secure the Forge God first, we can give the Borda family adequate support. Not only has he confirmed the Forge God's presence, he's also learned of Sodaret's arrangements and secured a promise to enhance Bradamanti. To Jin, this was an impeccable outcome. Well then, please take good care of my sword. Kongji carefully picked up Bradamanti. I don't know how to forge. Everything will be done by my ancestor. All I need to do is Prepare a secret forge space within the territory. That's my duty, to ensure you don't run into trouble. While the forge god is working, I'll take all necessary precautions, and also provide funds for repairing the estate, and for food relief. Oh my. Thank you so much. Truly thank you. Watching Kongji bow repeatedly, Jean gave a slightly awkward smile. Is there anything else you need my help with? No. This is already more than enough. Lord Jean, if you'd like, I can provide you personally, with even more support. You still remember what I said earlier with Lord Kongji, right? I told you. I won't stop you from accepting support. Alright, just hearing you say that has already overwhelmed me. But Lord Jean, as I said just now, I like the life I have now. This territory is my home. If it stands up again, then it means I've stood up again too. After this brief meeting, Jean had taken quite a liking to Kongji as a person. He could have asked for more, could have resented the sacrifices of his ancestors, and demanded compensation. But instead, Kongji did none of that. Thank you. Now go home. Return to your land. After returning to the estate garden, Jean immediately went to find Petro. He would personally visit the Borda territory tomorrow morning, and offer the Borda family support within appropriate limits. Primarily provide gold and food. Do not send troops. Don't make the other brothers feel singled out. Understood. Also, contact Can. Request the dispatch of 5 reliable plainclothes guards to be stationed in the Borda territory. Yes, young master. After Petro left, Gilly and Murakin, who had been drinking, came over. Young master, where did you go? Since Borda didn't send a congratulatory gift, I went to check on them, to see what happened. Oh my, just became a knight, and already throwing around your authority? Our little young master. It's been a while, living like a fallen noble. Must be tough, huh? Were you there to extort their money? Lord Murakin. Young master didn't go there out of anger. He must have had a good reason. The territory is in terrible condition. I agreed to provide assistance. There, I happened to meet the new contractor of the god of blacksmiths. Huh. What? I get it now. In other words, kid, you're saying that, although you don't know how Greller died, the god of blacksmiths, Picom, was arranged for your sake, and it happened to be at Tamar's first grave. No matter where young master goes, he always meets powerful beings, and now even met a god. In such a remote village, you two don't seem surprised at all. Things like this aren't exactly new for you, right? You met that strange god, Cram, or whatever, in Karen, and got the mirror. That too was arranged by Soldrat, and in the deserted island of Bamonti, while searching for the Madness Stone. It was the same. Meeting a god like the god of blacksmiths is pretty normal. Seems like everything is part of Sodrat's plan. Gilly silently nodded in agreement. Speaking of which, the technique Picon used was the same as the one used by leader Kinzalo. Yes, though it felt like the leader's was stronger, but Lord Picon could also control iron, just like him. Maybe that's a power unique to the god of blacksmiths. Well, I'm not entirely sure. The previous god, Greller, was very reclusive. If that ability is unique to the god of blacksmiths, then Greller's death might really be related to leader Kinzalo. You still have no leads on leader Kinzalo, do you? When Timar went berserk and tried to kill you, it was I who stopped him. Murakin, you don't remember me? This guy dares to just blurt out names like that? Looks like he's an older demon. No way Timar would have dealt with someone like you. Besides, went berserk. Where did you hear that? That day's incident. Are you saying it wasn't you who went berserk, but Timar? Call Authorin's record. The conversation between leader Kinzalo and Murakin. Since that day, Murakin has been... However, no matter how hard he searched his mind, he couldn't find any memory related to leader Kinzalo. Sigh. Nothing. Damn it. I want to know too. Who the hell is that guy? Anyway, Jinzalot has already surfaced. His identity will be revealed sooner or later. Besides us, there are plenty of others interested in him. Seeing Malakan troubled, he quickly changed the subject. I heard Lord Pecan is going to enhance Bradamanti. Sounds promising, but it's worrying that young master is going to the burial site of the first family head. It makes people uneasy. It just feels dangerous. That kind of instinct. Don't worry. I'll be going with Malakan. Even your mother doesn't know this, but the Forge God does. Now that we have a lead, even if we go, we can't really greet that Timao guy. Sigh. Tamel's first grave. Malakan gave a bitter smile. Ever since Jean first mentioned the tomb of Timao, he had been holding back his inner pain. By the way, where did he say the location was? Where that guy was buried? The Inns Plain. Land of Chuck Tiddler. Jean held out the key he received from Pecan. Speaking of which, Chapter 281. Chapter 281. Chapter 89. Tamel's first grave, Part 2. In the Inns Plain. There's a place called Bala. It's in the center of the Inns Plain. Inject spirit energy there. Then his first grave will appear. Anything we should be cautious about. No matter what happens, don't panic. That's what Sodarat wanted me to tell you. Anything else he said? That's it. Good luck. Jean. Lunkade. As Pecan spoke, he handed over the key. It was a small black rod, about the size of a finger, because it looked so ordinary. If you didn't know what it was for, you'd think it was just a random part, he said. You need to inject spirit energy into it. Let me see it. Malakan took the key and infused spirit energy right away. Nothing happened. At least, on the surface. I think I know what this is. If you don't inject enough spirit energy, it won't activate. Soderette used to make things like this, as toys. Really now? When are we heading to the Inns plane? I'd like to leave right away. But I still have to meet with Uncle Zed and take on the mission to assassinate the Black Knight spy. Mother said this would be my first mission. Apparently, I'll be assigned some outstanding knights. Probably Joshua, huh? Is it an important mission? It's both a chance to use you and give Joshua a chance to earn credit. But I don't think Mother would go with such a simple plan. Trying to see it that way. I agree too, young master. I think it might be Lady Lundia or the girl Dips. Lundia and Dips, except for Drenna. The two strongest among the Run Candle Knights, our second sister and eldest brother. Indeed. To deal with a Black Knight, we need someone reliable. However, if it's confirmed that the Black Knight is a spy, just arrest them directly and kill them. The Garden of Farewell can kill in the name of purification. That wouldn't be a problem. Someone at the level of a Black Knight needs sufficient justification and background to be dealt with publicly. You can't just eliminate them under the pretense of purification. Otherwise, it would tarnish the family's discipline. If the truth is made public and the spy put on trial, it would damage our authority, because he is a Black Knight. In short, humans are laughable. They don't even live 100 years, yet they care about appearances more than dragons. Anyway, before the assassination order against the Black Knight is issued, we can't refuse Tamar's recruitment, right? Time really drags on. Sucks. The mission date probably won't be soon. After all, assassinating a Black Knight spy is no small matter. The family also needs preparation. Once the date is set, we'll attend Tamar's recruitment first. The next day, Jean immediately went to see Zed. He no longer teaches intermediate students, but instructs advanced ones instead. To teach you the ultimate battle techniques, I sent all my advanced students out on external missions. Even though the training grounds were empty, his voice was still calm and powerful. Zed was still at the late 8-star level, but that only referred to his arcane rating. It didn't reflect his true combat ability. Even among those at peak 9-star level, there weren't many who could defeat Zed. Thank you, Uncle. I can teach you 3 ultimate battle techniques, but one of them is only suited for sword training, and another one isn't suitable for sword combat. So, I'll start with the one that suits most users. Understood. After returning, the ultimate battle techniques Jean had seen, or experienced himself, were only 2. The third technique, Meteor Shower, and the 7th technique, Volcano, both were incredibly powerful skills, especially the Meteor Shower used by Luna when she killed Andre. That beautiful scene still vividly lingered in Jin's mind. So, I want to learn Meteor Shower first, but that'll probably have to wait until all the elders are cooked. Saren. Zed. The 4th ultimate battle technique, Falling Petals. I'll demonstrate it slowly first. Pay close attention to the flow of the sword and the arcane energy. Zed's sword, dyed red by arcane power, began to glow. So far, it looked no different from normal sword aura, but a moment later, the arcane energy around the sword began to on the dense arcane layer. Crack-like fissures appeared. This meant the arcane surrounding the blade had become fragile. The unstable arcane power would fall apart like fragments under even a small impact. Therefore, in actual combat, this technique, you must always pay attention to arcane cohesion. The arcane energy on Zed's sword kept dispersing, as if a light touch would cause it to fall off. As you know, once cracks appear in the arcane, you can't unleash its full might. If you swing carelessly, the arcane will completely dissipate. Next, Zed casually took a step forward. The blade naturally pointed toward the sky. With an extremely gentle, yet swift motion, Zed swung the sword down, as if performing a routine woodchopping task. Some arcane fragments still clung to the sword Zed swung. Even as the blade sliced through the air, Zed's arcane did not collapse. It was like moving a sandcastle, without letting it fall apart. First, one must be able to swing the sword under such fragile arcane conditions, without making it snap. Wow. Those barely clinging arcane pieces truly lived up to the name Falling Petals. They scattered like flower petals. However, these arcane petals each carried deadly power, enough to tear through steel with ease, or even rip apart the flesh and bones of dancers above the 8-star level. These petals scattered unpredictably across the field. If someone were standing at the center, they would quickly turn into an unrecognizable mass of flesh. Did you feel it? Zed asked. Jean nodded. Falling petals may look simple, but it's actually hard to master. It requires not only fine control of arcane power, but also an understanding of willpower and word spirit. Most importantly, you must not let the arcane disperse at the crucial moment. Without a blessed body of Run Candle, it's simply impossible. Without a blessed body, trying to forcibly retain collapsing arcane would cause even solid spiritualists to fall into backlash. There's no need to elaborate further on arcane control. Start by practicing, letting the arcane scatter, and then seizing it again. After that, condense each arcane fragment into sword aura. Jean listened quietly to Zed's continuous explanation. In fact, from the moment Zed created cracks in the arcane, he felt a sense of déjà vu. I see. The fourth ultimate battle technique, Falling Petals, was based on the Underworld Sword technique, Waterfall. The Underworld Sword technique, Waterfall, and the ultimate battle technique, Falling Petals, had many similarities, intentionally splitting the arcane, grabbing it forcefully, and then at the key moment, triggering it into sword aura. Of course, the original was the Underworld Sword technique, Waterfall. Besides that, in Jin's view, between Waterfall and Falling Petals, there was a clear winner. Waterfall was superior, except for those without a light star. No one else could use it anyway. Suddenly, he felt uneasy. If most of the long-awaited ultimate battle techniques were just flashy knockoffs of the Underworld Sword, at least Meteor Shower and Volcano were Run Candle's original creations. That shouldn't be the case, right? Zeed's explanation went on for over 20 minutes. That's it. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Uncle, what is it? You should know. I'm the contractor of Sodaret, and I can use lightning energy. When you use the name Bamer, news about you being Fatel's contractor also spread. Jin unbuttons his shirt, revealing the light star on his chest. A flash of surprise crosses Zed's eyes. Back when I was a squire, I had a fateful encounter. Because of that, I obtained this light star and gained the ability to use lightning energy. A fateful encounter, huh? I'd like to tell you the full story, if you swear to keep it a secret for me. What kind of encounter would make you so cautious? I believe my story might be helpful to you too, Uncle. Since you put it that way, I'm curious too. All right. Very well. I, Zed, swear upon the honor of Lunkade, never to reveal this to anyone. Now it's Jin's turn to explain to Zed what happened in Rosa. To Zed's surprise, he listened with childlike wonder, deeply engrossed. Jin told him everything except for Sodaret, whom Time Al and Jin had arranged, and the 77 Netherlords. He told him everything else about the extinct commoners, his communication with the ancestor, and secrets never recorded in any family document. So, one of the sword techniques you learned from them is called Waterfall, and it's similar to Falling Petals. Let me show you. From that moment, as lightning energy gathered on Jin, Zed showed undisguised astonishment. The lightning also flowed onto Sigmund, moving in the same form as Falling Petals, intentionally spreading, then forcefully grasping it back. Oh! The moment Sigmund struck the ground, Zed clenched his fist, praising repeatedly. Lightning flowed along Sigmund's path, like a cascading waterfall, looking strikingly similar to Falling Petals. Just like you said, Uncle, I used only a small amount of lightning energy. Naturally, you should. Even just Falling Petals, if not controlled with precision arcana, it could destroy the training grounds. Regardless, the way you performed Waterfall was indeed more refined. In that case, there might be nothing more I can teach you. And more than that, through Jin's demonstration, Zed saw through the limits of the ultimate technique, Falling Petals. He grasped precisely what those limits were, which meant there was still room to advance. But Zed took it a step further. I don't have a light star. Even with the inspiration I gained today, I won't be able to reach the level of Waterfall. But if I do it right, perhaps I can push the power of Falling Petals even further. What? A refinement, Uncle. Just from watching Jin's demonstration once, Zed was already certain. Not only can you cultivate falling flowers, you can even elevate it to a new level. That's quite impressive. Senior disciple, think of it as receiving a fine gift. After the modification is complete, it must undergo the Elder's verification. And falling flowers, without the Elder's approval, it must remain an untransmittable ultimate battle technique. Zed's excitement momentarily unsettled Jin. Zed, like Shilong and Lunkade, and all the other sword fiends, never lie when it comes to the sword. Never lie when it comes to the sword. Senior disciple, grinning Zed, suddenly stopped. Yes, Uncle. If the falling flowers I improved gets the approval of those old men, then the Elder Council will have no reason to reject you anymore. Jin, if it comes to that, it won't be thanks to me, but thanks to you, Uncle. Improving an ultimate battle technique is a huge achievement. Some elders who respect your opinion might support you, but it's not completely rejection-proof. Hearing this, Zed's lips curled up. No, the Elder Council won't be able to reject you. This uncle will have your name added to the improved Falling Flowers. Chapter 282. Chapter 282. Chapter 89. Tamar's first grave. 3. Subordinate forces and the swordsmen who left all returned to the while patrolling their assigned regions. They were away from the family and heard stories about Jin. Brother, good job out there. Melly punched Dips hard in the back. Ouch. You maniac. Melly, how many times do I have to say it? Stop greeting people like that. Seriously, anything interesting outside? Anything more interesting than what you've done? I already told you how to do it. Anyway, I was clear. Handle the aftermath yourself. This is about how Melly hijacked Bradamandi and handed it to Jin. What? Weren't you just with Big Bro? Did you hear anything? Surprisingly, not much. But Big Brother is most dangerous at times like that, you know? Be extra careful these days. But I was born not to care about my own safety. No, more importantly, I asked if anything interesting happened out there. Dips rubbed his forehead. Right. I really wanted to have a proper conversation with you. I was such a fool. Was there? Yeah, there was. From the third day of the patrol onward, everywhere we went, people were talking about the boss. Tell me more. Oh my. Don't you think that tone sounds too fate-driven? Tell me. Sure. As expected, many factions are unhappy that the boss damaged Lung Cade's legitimacy. That's it. Some also praised him, because thanks to the boss, started helping Huspist again. Though it's only a few. No, I'm not interested in that. You know what I mean. I'm asking about rumors of the boss's martial skill. There are stories comparing him to Danding and Hylon. Apparently quite a few nobles from Huspist attended the boss's Cosmos Arena matches during his time as a cadet knight. They say the final match was incredible, right? The tournament where you were... Lonnie was the runner-up. 2 months later, I beat him. So I'm the real champion. This isn't a place where only we can hear you. Blurting out that kind of secret could cause trouble. Anyway, Danding. Hylon. The world really doesn't understand him. What do you mean? I almost lost to the boss. Dips froze for a moment. You're joking, right? Are you kidding me? Even if the next head of the Hylon family is strong, he still can't compare to the firstborn, can he? You're underestimating Danding. Brother, can you imagine me losing to Danding? Dips was momentarily speechless. If Melly really fought Danding, she'd probably react the same way. To have Melly's level of skill at 19, could the firstborn really be a monster? Dips certainly believed that Melly would defeat Jean, and during the process, Jean would be seriously injured, so he planned to take on the mission of assassinating the Black Knight spy alone. In doing so, he could only end up being toyed with by his mother. Damn it. The mission to assassinate the Black Knight spy. Rosa had already decided to assign Jean and Dips to the mission. Moments later, the butlers found them both. Madam has called a knights meeting. All knights are to gather immediately in Rosa's study. Today's knights meeting will focus on one topic only. It was mentioned even before the patriarch left, and that is the mission to assassinate the Black Knight spy. Yes, mother. In the short silence, tension filled the room. This mission will be handled by 4th Knight Dips, Lung Cade, and 12th Knight Jean. From the Lung Cade family, the method is to guide the enemy's death during combat. The location is near the kingdom of Mira, in a conflict zone. When the 4th and 12th Knights were assigned, the brothers had mixed feelings. Some let out a sigh of relief. Others concealed their disappointment. Dips immediately looked at Jean, but Jean deliberately avoided his gaze. According to recent reports, in Bentica, a mine was discovered that may contain ancient 10,000-year-old iron ore. Because of this, Jipple has decided to send White Knight and Kajek to head to Bentica. In response, we've decided to dispatch 1 Black Knight, 2 Knights, and 10 Guardian Knights. Lung Cade and Jipple have long fought endlessly over land, mines, and natural resources, day in and day out. Usually when fighting over ordinary gold mines or land, it's the Guardian Knights, mages, or lower-ranking family members who duel. However, when competing for things like ancient 10,000-year-old iron ore or elven ruins, such rare treasures, then main forces will be mobilized. This time, Jipple has sent White Knight and Kajek. Lung Cade, on the other hand, decided to send a Black Knight spy, along with 2 Knights and 10 Guardian Knights. The 2 Knights and 10 Guardian Knights will join the Black Knight spy to confront Jipple. During the battle, the Black Knight spy must die at the enemy's hands. Without a doubt, this mission is extremely difficult. Just killing a Black Knight alone is a daunting task, let alone making it look like a natural death. The reason for going to such lengths to kill a Black Knight is to preserve the family's prestige. To eliminate the Black Knight, they must at least fall in battle against an enemy main force like Kajek, accidentally dying to make it convincing to outsiders. At present, very few within Jipple are aware of the Black Knight spy's existence. Only Kellic, Jipple, Octavia, Jipple again, and the 3 High Elders. Lung Cade is preparing for this drama, titled The Killing of the Black Knight, with utmost hostility. White Knight is unaware that the Black Knight they are to face is actually a spy for Jipple. Lung Cade believes that if during the battle, the Black Knight, before being killed, manages to destroy the White Seal with the Knights, then afterward, Jipple likely won't bother raising a new Black Knight spy. Furthermore, if this entire plan succeeds, Jipple will have fallen into its own trap. Of course, after the Black Knight spy is dead, we must defeat all of Jipple's forces and take Mount Cannon. If we fail to achieve either of these objectives, the mission will be deemed a failure. A brief silence passed. The Knights were very certain, it was undeniable, that there hadn't been a harder mission since last year. The mission begins on March 8th. Before then, make all necessary preparations. 4th Knight and 12th Knight, if you have any requests or complaints about the mission, speak now. None. Please tell us the name of the Black Knight spy. Dips and Jean said in unison. 12th Knight does not have clearance to access all family documents. To confirm the Black Knight's identity, approval from the 4th Knight is required. For someone of equal rank to the 4th Knight, Barton. By Chinna, I'll give you a detailed character dossier. Take a look. It's a name neither of them recognized. Therefore, their prior information would not give them an edge in the fight against Barton, or by Chinna. Thank you. Since this is a mission meticulously planned by the family, we hope the 4th and 12th Knights can complete it successfully. Dismissed. The Knights left the office. For some reason, Joshua showed no reaction to Melly, who had rummaged through his vault earlier, nor to Jean, the one who benefited from it. He didn't even glance at them, and just left. Lundia yawned. and walked into Rose's office again. He had no particular reason. Just came to retrieve a document he forgot. Meow, and didn't cause Jean any trouble either. Lon and Bugo just glanced at Jean and Melly in turn. That was all. The Bona brothers once again hovered awkwardly near Jean, before finally walking away. Those adorable little guys, also wanted like me, to spar with you? Not likely. Good to hear, boss. I have a suggestion. It's fine. Melly said it's fine. It's not about you being fine. It's that I'm not okay. During this Black Knight assassination mission, try to cooperate well with Brother Dips, at least for the promise between us. Melly thinks very highly of Jean. He believes it's too early for Jean to fight the Black Knights, especially in such a complicated mission. Even more so, if you die or are seriously injured. How bored would your sister be? Right now, your sister only thinks about fighting you in the spring. 3 months from now, I'm leaving. You two have a proper talk. After Melly left, only Jean and Dips remained in the corridor. Melly was right. Big brother. Dips was the first to speak. Second brother. What are you saying? I'm talking about good teamwork. I know you treat all your brothers as enemies, but this mission is important. Father also subtly expressed a desire to avoid internal conflict. Starting today, we train together until the mission begins. Yes, I refuse. Dips shrugged. Why? Second brother can complete this mission alone without me. Aside from big sister Luna, I think you're the strongest. Is that so? And besides, second brother won't intentionally let me take the credit. So then, why should I train with you? I'm just going to be bait or a head count. It's a waste of precious time. I said something similar once. If Melly asks, there has to be an explanation. You really treasure sister Melly's family. Maybe even more than your own wife does. So, big brother. He paused briefly. Dips continued in a calm tone. I hope that in these duels every 3 months, you won't kill Melly or cripple him. Is that a warning? No. It's just one person's request to another. You should understand what I mean. Jean and Dips locked eyes. Though there was no killing intent, nor a fiery will to fight, a strange pressure filled the space between them. You know that requests usually come at a price, right? Name your terms. Don't tarnish the honor of the run candles. That cold tone came from disappointment. Dips slightly furrowed his brows. Asking favors of the enemy isn't the run candle way, because I also love my siblings. I can understand this time. But if something like this happens again, I will no longer see you as an enemy. Jean turned and left. Dips kept watching his back. Until Sarah disappeared, he fell into thought. Chapter 283. Chapter 283. Chapter 89. Tamar's first tomb temple. In fact, the Tana brothers never really left. They were hiding behind a pillar at the end of the corridor, secretly watching Jean and Dips. They weren't curious about what they were talking about. They rarely had the chance to see them. This time, it was because of Emma's request. Emma was anxious because Jean never visited her. Not even once. Big brother Dips seemed really shaken. Right? Hey Tona, seems like it. Let's go find Jean. Oh no. Big brother Dips is coming this way. Crap. We're gonna get scolded again. Why are we peeking like rats? Act natural for now. The Tana brothers quickly ducked back behind the pillar. Thump thump, thump thump, as Dips approached. The Tana brothers' hearts began to race. When Dips walked past them, they forced a smile. Dips just glanced at them casually, then walked on, just like Meow treated the Tana brothers with indifference. In other words, Dips completely ignored their existence. She didn't even see them as rivals. Not even worth noticing. In truth, Dips had known from the start that the Tana brothers were hiding behind the pillar. Either way, the fact that nothing happened was a relief. But on the other hand, the Tana brothers' pride took a hit. Even though they were known outside the family as Hell's favorites, within the Brotherhood, they were often treated like heir. Let's go find Big Brother. Yeah. The Tana brothers climbed the hill and quickly followed behind Jean. Jean was waiting for them at the other end of the corridor, like Dips. Jean also knew they had been spying. Big Brother. Brothers. Jean turned around naturally. The Tana brothers scratched the back of their heads. What's up? Well, could we maybe have tea together? The hesitant Tana brothers looked kind of adorable. Sorry, I'm busy today. Then how about tomorrow? I'll be busy for a while, getting ready for this mission. Got it. Brothers. I hope you'll take some initiative sometimes, instead of just following Nanny Emma's orders. At the mention of Emma, the Tana brothers wore awkward expressions. If my brothers just want to talk with me, I might make time. But the reason the other brothers ignore you is because you two don't seem like knights of the Lunkade family. More like Emma's puppets. That bad. Is it that serious? Isn't it just because we're weak? To be honest, you're not weak enough for people to say so. You're both 21 and already 7-star knights. That's worthy of being called gifted. But the issue is, this is Lunkade. Among the knights here, you two are undoubtedly the weakest. Respect is shown through attitude. Also, please pass a message to Emma for me. Okay. What is it? Don't be impatient. If it's not important, don't call for me. Come to me first. The Tana brothers nodded heavily. Although being scolded by Big Brother was embarrassing, they had no reason or grounds to argue. They were well aware of their position, and Jean hoped that one day, the Tana brothers could gain recognition from the entire family. In his previous life, Jean had disliked them deeply, but in this life, he understood that they genuinely worried about him sometimes. Once the Black Knight extermination mission is over, let's have that cup of tea. Wine's good too. Hey, kid, do we really have to take that? Can't we just fly over? No. If we fly, how long would it take to get there? I have to return to the Jean family before March 6th. Ugh, I feel like throwing up again, and my head's killing me. So annoying. Malakan shook his head irritably. Jean and Malakan were riding Luncade's steel carriage toward the Carlton Special Transit Gate. We've arrived. Young master, thank you for your work. You may return now, as you wish. When Jean and Malakan got out of the vehicle, all eyes turned to them. In Hustat, they were like celebrity knights of Luncade, just walking down the street. Drew constant attention, of course. Knights like Meow and Un, known for their nasty tempers, didn't fall into that category. Having the right to hit someone, just because they looked at you wrong. That's a privilege Luncade knights actually had. Even though Jean's true nature wasn't widely known yet, most people still admired him. Taking on Jipple alone, and winning. His image as a seeker of justice had stuck, and honestly, that wasn't entirely wrong, because of that. Many people felt oddly drawn to them, and started chatting with them. That's Jean, right? From Luncade. He's really handsome. Is the one next to him the legendary guardian dragon? Who are they calling a cat? Are these people insane? Malakan suddenly shouted. The pedestrians quickly bowed their heads and scattered. From that day on, rumors would spread in Hustat that Jean's guardian dragon was extremely violent. Ugh, my ears. Why'd you yell like that? These mobile gates are the worst, and they dared compare me to a cat. I can hear their whispering, you know? Not everyone has the hearing of an 8-star dancer. Normally, people can't hear that. Whatever. So frustrating. There was a simple reason Malakan was so touchy. Last night, he asked Jilly out on a date, and got flat out rejected. What a nightmare. I heard there are lots of cool places in Carlton. Now that we're here, how about we look around together? Since we don't have to hide anymore, we can relax and explore. I'm sorry, Sir Malakan. Until you've been officially seated, Jean must act with extreme caution. Go away already. I'm suffocating here. You're so loud. My ears are getting calloused from you. The Ants Plains used to belong to Chuck Diddler, right? If that's true, there might still be remnants of the Dark Mage Association there. If we get spotted by those small fry as soon as we arrive, we're doomed. Jean, listen. We already destroyed the Dark Mage Association last time. If any stragglers remain, great. I'd love to crush them again, as usual. The portal for passenger transport was completely deserted. The moment the attendant saw Jean's night cloak, he called for the teleporter and treated him with utmost respect. He was guided to the knight's only seating area. Sir Jean Runcandle. It's an honor to serve you. Please state your destination. To the teleportation gate closest to the Aura Mountains. How should we handle the teleport record? Erase the record. Make sure no one can access it. Understood. Safe travels. Hua. As soon as the operator left, the teleportation gate activated. Kid. Aura Mountains? Isn't that near the Ants Plains? Weren't you just saying time was that we need to hurry? I just wanted to confirm. If we could ignore the gatekeeper. Blue magical energy enveloped the two of them. Moments later, as they opened their eyes, they were already at the teleportation gate near the Aura Mountains. The knights waiting there saluted as soon as they saw Jean. Mirakan stood dazed beside them for a moment. Wow. No escort needed. I'm here for personal business. You don't need to worry. Carry on with your duties. Jean deliberately, in front of the knights, mounted Mirakan and flew toward the Aura Mountains, then aimlessly flew for several hours. Deep in the mountains, he pulled out carefully selected cosmetics and hair dye. Just a quick application, and you can disguise yourself perfectly. Come to think of it, whoever makes stuff like this deserves to make a fortune. Mirakan, you put some on too. Now even if you turn into a cat, no one will recognize you. He folded his night cloak and put it into his bag, and changed into ordinary clothing. Both of their hair was dyed blue. I thought after becoming a knight, you wouldn't need to disguise anymore. Is it really necessary? Better safe than sorry. Thinking back to the days as a cadet, I feel a bit nostalgic. Let's go. To the Ants Plains. Jean took out the red gem to summon Shuli. Shuli silently carried the two of them swiftly over the mountains. They crossed one mountain range overnight. By dawn, they had crossed the sea. Mirakan didn't fly even once during that time. Finally, as they passed through a forest, it was already night. From that point on, they had reached the Ants Plains. When the Mitra Desert is covered in leaves, it presents a scene similar to that of the Ants Plains. Endless green meadows, swaying in the wind. To reach Tamar's first destination, they still had one day to go to Balai. Fortunately, what Mirakan feared didn't happen. There were no remnants of the Dark Magic Society on the plains. From time to time, they could see mages training in the distance. They were just ordinary mages. Jean had a hard time stopping Mirakan from killing them, but the mages didn't even notice. Jean and his companions, meow meow. When they arrived at their destination, Shuli seemed a bit tired. She acted spoiled. Good job, Shuli. Until they reached Balai, the only people Jin's group encountered were a few nomads scattered across the area. However, these people did not speak the common language. Balai is slightly elevated in terrain, because it used to be a massive wind basin. Upon learning this, Mirakan's gaze turned deep. Although Malakan was skeptical about Pekan's words, as soon as he arrived in Bala, he immediately sensed This was where Jean's friend Time Owl had been buried. Take out the key. Let's see. Kid, still no findings? No, sir. Lord Joshua, there was indeed a gatekeeper's report that the 12 knights had moved toward the Hira Mountains. But even after thoroughly searching the mountains, we found nothing unusual. Jean's prediction was spot on. Although the transit gate usage records were erased, the memories in the gatekeeper's mind were beyond Sarah Jean's ability to erase. The gatekeeper told Joshua Jean's destination, even before Joshua asked. He volunteered it, the Hira Mountains. Could there be something related to Sodaret there? Or perhaps someone he encountered during his knight apprenticeship? We must find out what the eldest disciple obtained there. But the guardian knights couldn't uncover anything. In this situation, it's truly frustrating. Suddenly, Joshua realized Jean wouldn't have been careful. He must have anticipated we'd come and deliberately gave the watchers false information. That thought quickly became conviction. Joshua sighed. I was too impatient. Order a full retreat. Give the watchers appropriate pensions. Understood. Joshua took a bitterness rising in his mouth. Chapter 284. Chapter 284. Chapter 89. Tamel's first destination. The light of dawn shone on Bala. Having resolved the pressing matter, Malakan still couldn't calm his heart. Bitterness, regret, sorrow, longing, self-mockery, and helplessness. A swirl of dark, heavy emotions churned within his chest. A friend, the most precious presence to Malakan. Time Owl was exactly that. If Time Owl had asked, he would have fought by his side. If Time Owl faced death, Malakan would have even given his own life to save him, but he didn't. If one were to pick the most painful moment in this great black dragon's 3,000-year life, it would undoubtedly be this. Meow. Shirley licked Malakan's shoulder. When he didn't respond, she let out a low whimper and disappeared into the ruby. Malakan, seeing such deep sorrow on his face, Jean couldn't bring himself to speak. In his past life, Jean too had lost someone dear to him. On the day he was expelled from the garden, Geely's magic was sealed, and she suffered a punishment worse than death. Suddenly, Geely's final expression before returning flashed vividly in his mind. Jean's heart twisted in pain. Malakan's hand, holding the key, was trembling slightly. He then used both hands to clutch the key tightly, pressing it to his chest. His mighty body now seemed fragile like withered branches. Even his back trembled. Was he sobbing in silence? Is it because you feel sorry for that friend who left long ago after being hurt by you? Jean slowly walked toward Murakan, thinking he should comfort him. However, the next moment, ugh, damn it. What the hell is this? Ugh. Murakan let out a hoarse groan. Murakan, this key. No matter how much ore I inject, there's no sign of activation. So damn annoying, Murakan. Let's see who wins first. Damn toy. Murakan's trembling back was not because he was crying, but because he was desperately injecting aura into the key, trying to activate it. He held the key tightly to his chest for the same reason. At first, he only used one hand to gently channel aura into it, but it didn't respond. So he started using both hands to inject a huge amount of aura. Activate already. I've already injected the aura equivalent to 5 stars. Jean found it a bit ridiculous, but then burst out laughing. Soon after, he chuckled softly. Don't be mad. When we get back, I'll immediately give Geely a vacation. Then, we can all go have some fun together. So, Murakan turned around at lightning speed. Really? Yes. It's not a big deal. Geely doesn't have to. Just because I'm Jin's right-hand man. What a rare piece of good news, kid. Alright then. Let's make it a long break. Let's go eat strawberry pie and have some real fun. But, strawberry pie. I mean, what if Geely turns you down? Did you ever think of that? What? You seem to think that just because he has time off, he'll accept your date invitation. But if he says no, can you handle that? That would really hurt. Murakan was about to get mad, but instead let out a snort. Haha, you don't understand anything. It's true. You've been stuck in La Forlosa since the end of 97. Anyway, don't change the subject. Impossible. To Jean, that was a strange answer. It didn't seem like there was anything going on between Geely and him. So where did that confidence come from? Still, are they dating? Whatever. Why do I even care about this? Why am I so bothered by it? Even though I find that kid kinda cute, I was just making random comments. But what if Jean actually gets rejected? Of course, neither Jean nor Murakan could read each other's thoughts. They were simply themselves. Yes, please activate the key. Great Black Dragon. Wait. Malakan began again, infusing aura into the key. But no matter how hard he tried, there was no response. Sodaret. This guy. Why did he even make something like this? Malakan threw the key to the ground, panting heavily. Are we using it the wrong way? Or did Pecan tell us something wrong? Neither. I already told you before. Sodaret created many things like this. There's no way. Pecan gave the wrong information. This really is where Time Owl was buried. I can feel it. Then why won't it work? Huff, huff. Suddenly, Malakan reverted to his true form. Jean instinctively looked around. An endless plain, with nothing to hide Malakan. They had only just returned from the Hira Mountains. If anyone saw this, they would definitely be suspicious. Why transform so suddenly? Seems like this key isn't something that can be activated with just aura. I've already exhausted all my aura in human form. Jean stared at Malakin in surprise. Just how much aura does this thing need? We'll find out soon enough. Check the surroundings. If you run into any dark mage remnants, kill them on sight. None around. What's shocking about this thing is, what if it takes 8 hours to react? Good thing no one saw. Malakin sat quietly in the center of the throne, closely examining the device. Huff, huff. At the moment he squeezed out the last of his aura, suddenly, the key stuck to Malakin's fingertip, slowly rose into the air. It's working. Ugh. Killer God. It's over. Finally, Malakin returned to human form, and stood beside Jean. He looked extremely worn out. No, not just tired. He was pale. As if he could collapse at any moment. The key, still floating, suddenly stopped. Moments later, the surroundings rapidly darkened. It felt like an aura release. But in truth, what darkened the surroundings was the aura emitted by the key. The aura radiating from the key formed a dome, covering the entire Bala. What is this? It. Something this massive. Surely someone will notice. Even Malakin had never seen such a sight. Just as he worried that all the effort from the Hura Mountains might be wasted, the massive aura dome over Bala began to shrink, as if some giant being was squeezing the dome with its hand. The dome's boundary shrank rapidly, getting closer and closer to Jean and Malakin. Then, the dome compressed into a single point, and vanished completely. Bala returned to its former grassy state, but Jean and Malakin were nowhere to be seen. They had been drawn into a space made entirely of aura. Feels like they consumed way too much aura. A separate dimension, huh? Malakin gave a bitter laugh. After the sudden spatial shift, Jean looked around nervously. It was a vast, empty, dark space, so wide it was hard to comprehend. This desolate scene was Tamel's first destination in Lungcade. Sodaret hid it so deeply. And yet those Jipple bastards, they managed to find this place. Malakin shook his head, barely holding back his anger. Make a flower with your aura, kid. He'd never tried it before. But then again, it was just shaping aura into form. Shouldn't be too hard. Jean formed a hanging flower from aura, and placed it on the ground. The guy's body may not be here, but let's still leave a flower. After placing the flower, they stayed silent for a moment. Malakin, as a friend, and Jean, as a descendant, offered their respects. Kid. Thank you. As they finished the prayer, a breeze came from nowhere, gently scattering the aura flower. It continued drifting. Pecan, the rookie god of blacksmiths, Minche said, we could meet someone who carries Tamel's wool here. That's right. He said, we're here to strengthen Bradamanti. After arriving, Malakin thought carefully. What was Tamel's first destination like? If it's already been looted, what could possibly remain? No clue at all. Well then, after seeing this space, I have an idea. Malakin paused, a sense of dread rising in his chest. Jean recalled the conversation with Pecan Minche in the Ins Plains. There's a place called Bala. Pour aura into it, and you'll reveal his first destination. Is there anything to watch out for? No matter what happens, don't panic. Those were Sodaret's instructions to pass on. Anything else? Nope. Good luck. Jean. Lungcade. Good luck. Jean also felt uneasy about this part. Why would a will require luck to face? He could never understand. Kid. I think there's a guardian. A guardian? Yes. Guarding the destination. A protector. A guardian. That's right. Someone to guard it. And Sodaret specifically created a key that required massive aura just to activate. That means at the very least, you'd need enough strength to use the key to even reach this place. Pecan never mentioned any of this. And besides, Pecan never even heard about it from Sodaret. In any case, if you don't have enough aura, even if you awaken it, you can't activate the key. The issue is, the one who activated the key wasn't Jean. It was Malakin. He even used up all his aura to do so. Malakin, do you think I have enough aura to activate the key? Impossible. It took Lord Malakin a full 8 hours, and the very last drop of aura to finally activate it. Your 7th tier aura is nowhere near enough. Then does that mean I'm unqualified to be here? Even if a guardian appears, you won't be able to fight because you've used up. No, don't worry. Maybe nothing will happen. Maybe there's no guardian at all. We'll know soon enough. Just as Malakin finished speaking, contractor of Sodaret, have you come to comfort time, Al? A deep voice echoed from afar. Malakin instantly recognized it. It was a voice he heard every day 1,000 years ago. That voice belonged to Hildra. Zizek. Hildra. Zizek. He was one of the most important contributors to the founding of the Lungcade family by Time Al. However, due to Jipple's meddling, his history and legend were all erased, reduced to a tragic outcast, and the one guarding this grave was none other than Hildra. Zizek's will. Chapter 285. Chapter 285. Chapter 89. Tamel's first tomb. 6. Who was Hildra? When Jean studied family history at Storm Fortress and the Sacred Academy, he never heard that name, because Jipple erased all records of Hildra. Hildra had yet to show himself, but his overwhelming presence filled the dark space, like witnessing a monster from the abyss, rising from the ocean depths. Before they'd even fought, they already knew he was powerful. That chilling feeling came with a hint of excitement. Sigmund's pale blade glinted in the dark, one of Tamel's 10 knightsy He was essentially the predecessor of Luncade's current Black Knights. He was originally named Zizek, but followed Timel and took the name Luncade, the predecessor to the Black Knights. What a fascinating tale. Jean's remark made Malakan raise an eyebrow. Fascinating. At a time like this? You're insane. We'll only know if we fight, and maybe we won't have to fight at all. He asked if we came to comfort Timel, didn't he? Maybe he's more friendly than we think. No way. That's not the Jean version of Hildra. It's a copy. A guardian he created. The purpose of a guardian is to drive out intrusion. That guardian's aura was getting closer. Malakan was right. That aura was clearly hostile. It was intensely. The intense hostility felt like his skin was on fire. How strong is it? What? Do you remember Hildry's power level? 10 stars. One of the elites. Luckily, he's not a magic swordsman, like pure blood Luncade. Let's hope he hasn't regained his full strength. In this dimensional space, there doesn't seem to be an escape. Either inject the same amount of aura into the key, or be guided by the guardian. It's probably one of those two. Alright. Since we can't avoid the fight, let's battle first. Jean took his stance. Murakan looked at Jean and thought, this kid seems to be enjoying it. To some extent, that was true. Jean felt satisfied because he had a chance to fight a 10-star Black Knight like Hildry. The satisfaction wasn't just a warrior's fighting spirit, nor mere excitement. This was Sadret's arrangement. The trial left to him was something he had to overcome. Moreover, the chance to fight a 10-star knight was rare. At the moment, only a few days remained before he had to assassinate another 10-star knight. Black Knight spy, Barton. Icena. That mission was close. Fighting a 10-star knight like this. There's no better opponent to improve his real combat sense. More importantly, Jean didn't think like Murakan did, that they had no chance, even if the worst happened. He could summon the brothers of La Florosa, though reluctant. Finally, at the far end of the dark space, the Guardian appeared, wearing armor resembling that of a Luncade Guardian Knight. His massive body, even covered in armor, could not hide explosive muscles, eyes so sharp they could pierce steel. The great sword in his hand was even heavier than Luna's axe blade. Hildry. The existence of this unsung hero, and the fact that he was forgotten by history, was absurd and laughable. If someone could freely wield such a massive sword, history would surely remember his name. The Guardian stopped 20 paces from them. He was a summoned blacklight type of guardian. Soul Dread used spirit power to shape Hildry's soul and will. When specific conditions were met, the king would manifest in reality. Jean and Murakan realized it at once. I am the guardian of this tomb. Hildry. Luncade. Hey. Hildry, don't you recognize me? Murakan stepped forward and shouted. The guardian completely ignored him. His eyes were fixed on Jean. Why won't you speak? Hildry. Kid. I'm Murakan. Murakan the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon Murakan.